What I just told you is what is happening everywhere. It is not as if when come into Ubima, and Ubima is calm because everybody believes in peace. And obviously, since I come from here, since I come from here, there will be total calm and peace for people to vote. The only skirmish you saw here was when they suspected that the result was fake. And we told them whether the result sheet was fake or not, don't touch anybody, vote. Carry the fake result sheet back to INEC.
Yes, the advice to the federal government with regards to poor performance of INEC.
I'm not the president.
Advice, I said.
What advice? I've spoken to everybody concerned on this issue before the election. Spoken completely. There are those of us who oppose the reappointment of Mahmoud. The person who nominated him for appointment is a member of Tinubu's camp. So what are you expecting? Success? Here in River State, Mahmoud worked on that Wike as executive secretary of Third Fund. So what you're having in River State is that APC, SDP and others are contesting the election not against PDP. That's the point. Look at it. Open it. Video. Put video. Put a video too. Video. See what you did. You did APC trap. Madam, number one. Can you see it? Madam, hello, what am I? Come and see. Come and see. Video her. Three of them. Video her. For what Look at it. An INEC official. Look at it. Videoing. Look at it. Look at videoing it. APC throughout. INEC officer. Videoing APC throughout. APC. What are the INEC officers? Look at the INEC officers. Look at them. Three of them. These are the officers. That are involved in vote rigging. Videoing APC, pasting APC throughout. APC riggers. APC riggers. Hold it. Come on. APC. Madam, who gave you this? Come on, sit down. Reinforcement daga office. Na? Kowane party ne result sun wargaza shi sun fara ba wani result sun wargaza shi drafting result din shi ne mun kama su sama danna kuriya na APC gashi ana danna abu kace mun ya kabe kin hukunci ne mallam gashi kana dan gola da hannunka kana ce mun hukunci ne gashi ku gani gashi nan wannan menene kisa muna irga daga nan same su kai karka mana taurin kai mana to karka taurin kai gashi nan karka mana taurin kai cewa shagu sun zo ka fa fara zabe iska duk sun ciccika wannan abubuwan mun kama ku asirin ku ya tonu wallahi mun kama ku asirin ku ya tonu gashi nan dukkan sun zo suna cika ana karki gudu duk zamu ai ba ku bane duk zamu gudu zo ina gije zo koma gashi nan suna gudu duk mun gansu za ga wani tayar sa waya kunna shi zai gudu duk za su cuban su ayi duk za ku cuban ku wallahi duk sai su cuban su kwadai ba za mu bari ba mun fi ku iskanci yayi gashi duk gudu suke yayi gashi nan duk sun cicika yan bura uba shegu matsiyatan banza shi gwamna in yayi me kiyo bari ya zabe shi mana ba wani magana me suke yayi magana ka tambaye ni me suke din baka sani ba bai tashi ba kawai kai security person ne kai shiru shine amma security person kai shiru
Flooding, you are going home. You are leaving us, INEC. No, I'm shouting. The world should hear us. It's wrong. It's not fair. We are told that it should be uploaded. You made mistake in presidential election. You won't make mistake in this one. We are seeing the mistake. You captured us. It was loaded.
They have not uploaded and
To
they are
upload the
leaving.
result, you cannot upload it. It's wrong. It's fair. It's unfair. Completely unfair. And you are going with party agents. Huh? You are going with party agents. It's wrong. This country, God will come down from heaven and judge evil in this country. He will come down and judge it. You can't stay. You can stay up till 5 o'clock to make sure you upload it. They are pulling you away. Go. Police, follow them and go. Record me. Let the world hear my voice. Send it anywhere you like. All of you, go. This is evil. Rubbish. This is bad dada. Absolutely unacceptable.
You see the evil you are perpetrating.
Unacceptable.
No, now evil can't make that.
Here. It's evil. Yes, I'm with This is evil. Evil in the land. It will not work. All of you, it will not work. It will not work. The wrath of God will come upon you. God will not leave you. This is rubbish. We stay here and waste our time. And you call this election, what a sham! What a sham!
They know what they did.
Rubbish! They knew what they did. They told them to do it. They told them to do it.
Most of them were saved. No many for you to do it.
What kind of nonsense is this? Huh? Policemen, wrath of God.
Somebody, policeman, a policeman there, civil defense people, then they
Wrath of
there.
God.
Not do anything. Somebody said vote will not count. A police officer was
They
now
kept
telling
quiet.
the people to close their mouth.
They kept quiet.
Imagine that.
Hello, welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. We are coming to you live from New York City. It's the day after another election in Nigeria and another debacle, and we want to hear from you what you think about what happened. Also today, we're going to talk about the U.S. former President Donald Trump, who he's expecting that he will be arrested on Tuesday. He's already calling on his followers to prepare to protest. So we do compare and contrast what's happening in Nigeria, what's going to happen in America if that should happen on Tuesday. And we invite you to join us for this conversation and many more. All right, so let's bring in our guests who are here in the studio and begin the conversation. Joining us from Dallas, Texas, is John Ava. Most of you know him. He's one of the stars of this program. And Lexis is joining us from Providence, Rhode Island. Ike is joining us from, I'm sorry, I don't know Ike. I don't know where you're joining us from. I don't remember. But welcome to the show. Mahmoud Yakubu, no way. You're playing with us. Mahmoud Yakubu is joining us from Arizona. Mahmoud Yakubu, welcome. You are dark, Mahmoud. All right. Kayode Johnson is joining us from Nigeria. Kayode, welcome. Lagos, Nigeria. Welcome, everybody. And Mahmoud Yakubu, oh God, have mercy. Nigeria, play with everything.
Mahmoud Yakubu Jr.
You know, if you're a real Mahmoud Yakubu, you know that nobody will serve you in a restaurant in the South. Anywhere in the South, they won't serve you. All right, where do we start? Janaba, it's Sunday. It's Sunday, the 19th of March, 2023. Some people in Nigeria, they're having Mother's Day. Today is Mother's Day for I think the Anglican Church and other churches. But when you look at the pictures coming out of Nigeria, I opened my phone this morning and I looked at the videos and pictures. I was really horrified. What does that mean? This is what we sent out to the world. What happened yesterday? What is your impression?
First of all, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers in Nigeria that are celebrating Mother's Day. Come to the pictures, what the video you have played, and it's a shame. Um, I always say that for Nigerian to work, the rule of law has to be applied. And the fact that those that are supposed to enforce it are the one encouraging it is a long walk to freedom. And that is the fundamental problem we have in Nigeria, that the law enforcement that's supposed to protect or carry out the integrity of the election, even before they come to the polling unit, they already maybe been bribed or have a favorite that they want the staff to vote for. That is a big problem.
All right, thank you. Lexi, the day after, what happens next? We can't hear you, Lexi. Lexi, we can't hear you. Okay, Lexi, we can't hear you. Your audio is not clear. We don't hear you. You're not muted. You are muted, but we can't hear you. All right, let's go to Ike. We'll come back to Lexi. Ike, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, sir.
Where are you joining us, Ike? I forgot.
I live in Savannah, Georgia, but I'm currently in Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay, Kentucky. Okay, good.
Louisville, Kentucky. So, I mean, it shows, right, that Nigeria, number one, Nigeria isn't. It's not a nation. It's not one. What is surprising in this election, it's all you're seeing is expected, right? I don't know who expects something different from what you just showed in your introduction. Is that worse than the threat to people everywhere in Nigeria? You had the threats from all of the APC leaders saying Igbo people should not vote in Lagos except they are voting for Sanwo-Olu. And Tinubu spokesperson, I saw him on TV saying that Igbo people should stop interfering in Lagos elections, right? So they are saying categorically that you don't belong in Lagos. And we've had in the past threats made by certain governor in the phone call with Senator Bikunle Amosu saying they will kill Igbo people, destroy Igbo people when they have power. Now, I have never been an IPOB member. I've never been into other Biafra stuff, and I've never for once listened to this gentleman that is that people are saying he's talking rubbish. What's his name? The one in Finland that the police arrested, Simon Ekpa. I just had people vilifying him here on your channel. I've never believed or listened to them. But you see, what is going on lends credence to their argument that Nigeria isn't a country. Nigerians should not be forced to be together. If you're in Lagos, build house in Lagos or in Kano or elsewhere, and they say you must not vote. They say you came from somewhere. Why are you still arguing that we have a country? We don't. So this elections follows with all of those issues and sentiments. So, I mean, I'm not surprised. So it is what it is. I can't hear you. You're muted.
Doctor, you are mute.
Oh, thank you, Ike. Thank you so much. Mahmoud Yakubu, you conducted an election, and this is the headline today: 20 people killed in an election you conducted, Mahmoud Yakubu. How do you feel about it?
Well, I'll say like my mentor Trump: fake news. It's fake news. We've read the whole The Nation newspaper. We did see there. We read TVC News. It's not there. These are reputable and national newspaper and national electronic media houses that you can watch anywhere. I'm watching TVC here in Arizona, all the way from Nigeria. That's a reputable national electronic media. After all, you can't watch NTA from New York, so it's fake news.
No, but seriously, Paul, this serious. Looking at the pictures, because we were here live throughout yesterday, we didn't see everything that happened. But the day after, when you look at the pictures and the videos, it wasn't just Lagos; it was all over the country. Even in the north, there were 20 people killed.
Doctor, it's obvious. It's obvious. You see, we don't do anything with precedent. We don't judge people with precedents. We don't do anything. For example, now, who are the people they call elder statesmen in our country? The king who did not make our villages and our town work very well. They are the statesmen. The past military head of state. Even though somebody like you, doctor, who happen to be a media person, if you want to address somebody like IBB, you say former military president, even when he did not conduct election. They say he inaugurated National Assembly. He did not conduct election. But still, you will not address him as former head of state. You address him as former president. It's so funny. So these are the things. And they call people like that elder statesmen. You know, so they understand that, hey, I can do bad thing now. After some time, when new people start doing new type of bad thing, now they'll presume me to be a good person because my own time is better. Doctor, back in the days, people carry expo with ordinary what we call calculator. They banned calculator in school. Today, now they can allow you to use your calculus to do whatever. As things is changing now, today in the West now, what we children use now to carry expo? Is it not chat GPT? If you want to do interview now and everything, we use chat GPT. It is changing, but guess what? It is the same. What is wrong is wrong. But we don't do that. You see somebody will tell you, oh, during Obasanjo time, they write election in their offices. But now, it's not even like that. Now, 20 senators lost. Like senator didn't lost during Obasanjo time. Like 5 governors didn't lost from AD during Obasanjo time in Southwest and everything. So you see all these nonsense analysis just to defend yourself at all costs. And we set this bad precedent and it just worked for us. So the next person will do that. I said something the other day, doctor, in this platform. I said, it is clear once we keep using these bad precedents, we are not going anywhere. And the INEC themselves, because we don't have very strong institution, this is what Barack Obama said when he traveled to Ghana. No matter how a transparent person could be, if those persons handle themselves in that office, they will make nonsense of themselves because they cannot do the right thing. Nothing will protect them. You understand? Then the system will turn around and make them bad people. Look the way we make nonsense of our professor. In as much as we want to cause the so-called area boy that is causing all these things, but the real people who will end up rig the election, they are all professors, collation centers, the INEC chairmen that you see them with touch with 4 goggles, they use 4 eyes, 6 eyes, and they cannot read. You understand? At the end of the day, these are the people that will still rig the election, not even the area boy. So I don't understand where we're going. It's just so painful. You understand? It's so painful. I don't know how we want to take this country, but we still need strong institutions where the police officer can be free to arrest person. You understand? And the police officer will not even fear that his boss will fire him because the police officer will still get justice at the end of the day, even when his boss will fire him. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Kaide, welcome to the show. Kaide is joining us from Lagos. Kaide, can you hear me? Unmute yourself.
I've done that.
Okay, go ahead. So what is it like a day after in Lagos? Did people wake up, go to church?
Some people wake up, go to church. I did not go to church.
Okay. What have you been doing?
I've been staying at home.
Thinking?
Because this morning in Saturday town, the guys is there. All the out went to go and meet all these Igbo guys again and be fighting them. So what I just see that we don't have a country. Nigeria is a zoo. As Nnamdi Kanu says, Nigeria is totally, it's not a country. Because if you have a country, Presently now, nobody interfere. The federal government, the president, the vice president, nobody is saying anything because it's their party. So anybody can do and undo. What I just see there, I just pray. I pray for people.
In your part of Lagos, is it quiet?
It's quiet.
Okay.
Nobody wants to go out. Everybody is afraid because they don't want to announce the winner. Just keep in from now till middle of the night, they will announce the winner. Because presently now, as I'm telling you, APC is losing. Presently now, they are losing.
Why do you say that? Where did you see the result that's showing that they are losing?
No, I saw it on news this afternoon before you even come up. I saw it. I saw it on my phone. So I read it. I said, okay, well, I pray so. But if it happens like that, honestly, nobody's going out tomorrow. Nobody is going nowhere because the whole place will be messed up. They will attack anybody, be who you. As yesterday, I was there in your program. The person that gave birth to me is an Igbo woman. So I will not say because of my mom is an Igbo, I will not say I will send a boy to go and assassinate her. For what? Where did it make any sense? My senior brother married from their state. Why are we doing like this? Why are we behaving like this? Is it because I was not born in the southwest? I was born in the north, in Bauchi. So all my life I spent it in Bauchi there before moving to Kaduna State. If not the work that transferred me back to Lagos, I've never seen Lagos as anything to me. Lagos is rubbish. It's nothing. I don't know why people are just dying and they want to come to Lagos. Well, I didn't see anything in Lagos. When I left my house 4 o'clock, my Starbucks will pick me by 4:30. Is that enjoyment? In Kaduna there, I will left my house by 10 minutes to 8. They will drop me in the office by 5 minutes or 3 minutes to 8. Tell me, my brother, where is the enjoyment? Why are we doing like this? And it's only Lagos here. You see Yoruba hunting for Igbo. I keep on saying it and I will keep on saying it. I will not stop saying it. Go to North. You can't see all this mess that you are seeing in Lagos here. You can't see it. That's why I was telling you yesterday that I will be happy if this country break up. If we divide, let the country break up. Let everybody go on his own. You are beating a child. And you sit there, you are telling that child you should not cry. Come on. We are sitting in a gunpowder. And very soon that gunpowder will explode in this week. Either we like it or not. I pray let it expose. I pray let it burst this week. I'm not fighting for myself. I'm fighting for the sake of my children. What did I want? What the government did to me? They didn't. I pay my tax. I do anything I'm supposed to do to the government. What did I gain? Well, somebody was asking you yesterday. He was asking one man yesterday that the government did not do anything for him, and it's right. There is no security, no good road, no water, no as big as Lagos is. You can't open your tap and see water there. And they say it's a mega city, a mega. Why are we doing like this? And all the people that they voted for this bad boy yesterday are Yorubas, are not Igbos. The biggest local government in Lagos, Alimosho, that is where I live, is Yoruba that dominate that place. I'm praying, I'm praying for anyone. All we that were in this country, let God protect us. Because you that you are there outside the country, you just be watching us. You seen everything. Nowhere to run to. In Kaduna, as my wife called me today, this afternoon, She was telling me that 3 people was killed in the polling unit for no reason. He voted for Labour, and they are killed. Must you vote for APC? You must you vote for them. And since when this party came to power, since 2015, problem upon problem in this country, they've turned this country upside down. Someone in Ibadan yesterday, a video they showed to me yesterday, that the person that is contending for a governor carry gold to church, and they should pray for him so that he can win. Come on, who does that? In Adamawa presently, now, as I'm telling you, the paper they use for the election is a woman from APC that the company produces. Google it, you see it there. She contests for a governor in Adamawa. Where are we going?
All right, Kaide, thank you so much.
Please, we need way out.
All right, thank you so much, Kaide. Ovie, you know, there was a question being asked yesterday by several people. Why Lagos? Why Lagos? I found out the reason a little bit, because the media is in Lagos, because everybody has a root in Lagos. Everybody left out of Lagos, most likely. Most people left Nigeria out of Lagos. So most people have their people in Lagos. The media is there. But we found out the night after, I found out that things didn't go well in the north. It wasn't as if things were perfect in the northern parts of the country, because there were no media. People didn't have a lot of, people who are mostly on social media. They didn't have a lot of people there, families that will send them information. So what is your take the day after? Okay.
Doctor, sorry, 1 second. I am seeing from channels that someone lose lead Labour with over 400,000 votes.
Yeah, I know that's the result being shown. Yeah, I know he's leading. Yeah, thank you.
Doc,
yeah.
Doc,
yeah.
Doc,
who is speaking?
Please don't take me out.
Who is speaking?
I
don't know who's speaking.
I think it's Mazi.
Well, let me tell you what I do. When I see that the person is not on screen, I take you out. Not because I don't want you to speak, but so that we have room for another person, and then the image that will be out there wouldn't be empty space. You can come in anytime. We have space. Don't worry, we're here.
Oh, you want to talk? I will let if you want to
speak now, you can speak. We can give you a chance to speak. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ovie, my brother, all nation, on our politics. And good afternoon to Dr. Damage and the great panelists here. As you know, I have my own, opinion about Nigeria. As I feel guilty. I am guilty for what I contributed in 1999, from 1990 to 1999 when we left. And power and handed over power to the Nigerian people to lead themselves. I am guilty of the system that we handed over to you. I am guilty of the constitution that we handed over to you. It is because of that constitution that you see all the anomalies that is going on today. Someone was speaking, he said that Barack Obama visited Ghana. Barack Obama visited Ghana and told us here that Africa don't need strong men or strong women. What you need is strong institutions. Nigeria lacks strong institutions. And that is why anybody can come in and do whatever they want to do at will. The issue that is happening in Lagos today makes me cry. Like my mother is an Igbo woman from Abia State, and my dad is from Upper Eastern part of Ghana. I grew up and I became someone who is capable of contesting for political post in Ghana, and they would tell me that I am not qualified to fight for a political post in Ghana, nobody will even like to hear that. You will go to jail for saying that. You will go to jail. But people are saying it openly. Their videos and their faces are all over the social media. The security operatives cannot do anything. They are setting a very, let me say, bad precedence. That is what they are setting. And it is not going to stop today. It is rather going to increase the volume of hate when there is election in all states of Nigeria will be worse than what we are seeing in Lagos today. Other states will pick it up from there. That is what we are witnessing. Nigeria is such a disgrace. It's a pity that my mother comes from there. It's a disgrace to the world and a disgrace to normal democracy that is being practiced around the world. Ghana will sit down and be debating about the Nigerian electioneering system. Togo will sit down and debate. Cameroonians, even my friends in Liberia, one of the speakers of House of Parliament in Liberia, they call Mr. Tyler, told me, say, what kind of, you people came here to give us peace in Liberia, but you cannot keep peace in Nigeria. I felt like crying yesterday evening because I always chat with him. Anytime he visits Ghana, here, I always go to his hotel to visit him. What is happening in Nigeria is, it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. And this is the reason why most people that have been campaigning for the dissolution of Nigeria are today right in whatever they feel. And I support that. I support the disintegration. I don't want people to be killed because they just went out to go and vote, or to be stopped from voting because they are not from a particular place. This thing we will continue to recite and lament about it if the needful is not done in that country. You will have children who are going to look at an Igbo boy or daughter whose mother comes from a different state or a different tribe as an enemy. And when their fathers that are watching all these things goes into the bedroom, they will lie with those same women. And we'll come here, we'll preach. We speak grammar, we speak all manner of English, Polish English, but right inside our houses, we cannot control what our people do. That is bad. For the security agents not to arrest those people that came out openly and begin to express this ethnic bigotry, telling people that you are not belong to the state that you were born. If they don't arrest them and prosecute them, then you don't have a country. Thank you, Dr. Damages, and may God bless you all.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Maxi. Ovia, you're next.
Yeah. So, where are we? Are we in Nigeria or we are in America?
We're in Nigeria. We'll come to America later.
Yeah, we'll come to America later. Okay. Well, yes, you were citing, you're using Lagos as an example why the attention is so much in Lagos. And the reason you pointed out is the fact that it's pretty much the media center of Nigeria. Yes, I agree. Other than that, is the financial center of the country. It's pretty much the habit of the country as it is. But why we are not hearing so much getting information from other part of the country is not largely because the media present there is not up to par. This is true definition of when people say politics is local. Politics is very local this time around. People actually care about what happened within their immediate environment, which is a plus for the democracy that we are practicing. I'll start from my own place. Yesterday, I was talking about how somebody is going for the third time and a new guy is coming off the block. The election was peaceful. It's PDP. So PDP won. The new guy won. And I don't state in general, APC actually did exceptionally well. They won 13, local government. In time when I mean one, I'm talking about House of Assembly seats, followed by PDP. I think LP surprisingly only got one. So out of the local government. Now, yes, violence, it was peaceful, but there was violence in Kano. I think if a local government councillor was killed, former local government was actually shot dead in an attempt to actually snatch the INEC materials. That's one story, but his supporters are saying that that's not what the guy trying to do, because according to them, they say he came earlier before they even started voting, and they provided refreshment for both the NNPP voters, everybody that was around. Then how come, a couple of hours later, they said they were the sniper? So you just kind of miss a story coming from there. So it was pretty much very violent, but I think NNPP triumphed at the end of the day. Kaduna is another interesting case. PDP, I think PDP won. We were talking about it yesterday, and I said, I think I was actually going for the APC guy for obvious reasons, based on Erufai, what they are ready to do to make sure they retain power. But I think PDP outshined them. So that of Lagos, I passed for one. I'm not surprised. It's more or less like trying to make a statement that yes, Lagos belongs to some certain people, but the way they go about it is questionable, but it's expected. It's expected because it's APC and it's the city boy season. If you cannot take Lagos from the city boy when he's not president-elect, how easy is it going to be when he now has the power? So, but it's just unfortunate with what is happening across the country in terms of violence and all that. But I want to say that is not largely what happened in the election. There's a lot of places that election were very, very peaceful. So I think we should use Dr. Damiji to present the both side of the argument so that we know where we stand and where we are heading.
Yeah, thank you, Obi. I understand what you're saying. But if someone should ask you this last election yesterday and the one for the presidential election, which one is more peaceful? What will you say?
Oh, the last the last week, 2 weeks ago, election is more peaceful.
Okay, good. At least
as crazy as that would sound, yes, it's more
at least we agreed on that. So, which means we didn't make any improvements. So, the truth on us. Ify, go ahead.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Be happy Mother's Day. I don't know.
Oh boy, this is it's very interesting. Honestly, I said that I was not gonna come up on live anymore. That I'm done with it, Nigerian politics, and I don't even know what to say, to be honest with you. But first of all, I have to start by blaming Mahmoud Yakubu. He is number one problem, and he is here with us. Can you imagine? And we are not doing anything to him. He is the cause.
I don't even tell me that you like my hat.
No,
Come on now.
This problem. Unfortunately, I'm not close by. I would have dealt with you personally.
Paul, yeah, we are not done with the Fulanis yet, so don't be.
Anyway. See, the truth of the matter is that we keep lying to ourselves. We're not telling ourselves the truth. We keep trying to bring everybody together and call ourselves one Nigeria. Even right before this election, we all know that there is nothing like one Nigeria. We are just managing and patching each other, trying to make it work, and it's still not work. Since 1960, since when we got our independence, we've been having the same topic over and over again. And it gets worse after election. So what is so different about this election? There is no different. In fact, who is even the president of this country? As of now, nobody has ever said anything. Do we even still have a president? Where is Buhari? Is he still alive? So it's just like somebody said, anybody, you come and do whatever you want to do and get away. Come to social media and say whatever you want to say. MC Olumo came here and said whatever he said, and nobody did anything. He came back and apologized, and the commissioner of police said, oh, let it take it as a joke. The same idiots put up a post on social media and called you be idiots. Now you know who owns Lagos. We own Lagos. And not only that, his son also made a post. And these are the future generation. And you telling me that this is going to stop? It's going to get worse. It's not going to stop. So my own, whether you like it or not, break up this country. Let everybody go their separate ways. Period. This one Nigeria is not going to work for us. I have never been a supporter of Nnamdi Kanu. I have never been a supporter of Simon Ekpa. But looking at what happened during this election, looking at what happened in the presidential election, looking at what happened yesterday, I am so disappointed. I am done. I am done. I am done. I cannot imagine to say what is going on or what's going through my head. I cannot imagine that. What are we going to tell these kids growing up? These are the future generation of this country. Look at somebody mentioned about what's his name, the son of the governor of Kano, Kaduna, Bashar Ahmed. Tomorrow he's gonna run for president of Nigeria, and guess what? He will win, and nobody's gonna do anything, and nobody's gonna say anything. And you are telling me to believe in one Nigeria. We keep talking about Lagos all the time, Lagos all the time. We said it over and over again on this channel, on this platform. Lagos is congested. Develop other areas, and they still refuse. But let me break your heart. Honestly, I don't see anything wrong in this election. I don't blame the Yorubas. They can never do any wrong. Guess who I blame? The Igbos. I blame the Igbos. Until you realize that you're not part of this country. That is when things will start getting better. If not, it's going to be the same. I know John Abba is going to disagree with me. That's fine. I know Via is going to disagree with me. That's okay. But we need to start telling ourselves the truth that this is not working for us. This one Nigeria, it is not working. It has never worked. And it will continue and we continue until we continue. Why do we have to wait till 100 years before we see development in Nigeria? Somebody was saying, oh, we are still a baby democracy. Seriously? So until I die, that's when I will see the development in Nigeria. In my grave, my dear, let us go our separate ways. Northerners to your tent. Yes, Southerners to your tent. Easterners to your tent. Westerners to your tent. Let's go try it on our own. You might shake your head the way you want to. I know, John, but I still love you, though. Disagree with me all you want. But the truth is always bitter. Even if the president or something like this is happening in a country and nobody has ever said something, in a country of 200 and something million, and you are telling me that you have a president that hasn't said anything? Instead, everybody's saying that things are going well. Come on now. The largest black country in the whole world, and nothing is being done. Let us keep deceiving ourselves. Okay? Good luck.
All right. Thank
sorry,
you.
I want to make correction. I mean, APC won Kaduna, not PDP. Sorry, that's Ubasani. That's Senator Sani's relative.
Okay.
Yeah. Jonaba, Nakwana.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ife.
Ife, I love you too. Don't worry. I know they shake it because of you.
Sam, go ahead.
Sorry, it's my turn now. Okay. Thank you, Rudolph, and greetings to everybody. Well, actually, I think I will say, Rudolph, there's really no need in discussing Trump. We have more than something to say about that. That is window dressing. If I were you, I just drop issue of Trump.
Why?
What happened? What happened?
Connection.
Yes. What there is fire in your house. There is so much fire. Do you have to discuss in Nigeria? Then you are talking of Trump.
No, wait.
Whatever Trump is doing. Listen. Whatever you perceive. Listen. Whatever I'm coming. whatever you perceive Trump to have said, okay, it's okay. Ask me. Go
Okay.
on.
See, what I was saying is, this is I know
I
this is
yield
not
for
about,
you.
this is not about how I feel or anything. This is about how the media works. So just think about what we're doing as a newspaper. In a newspaper, you have a space for foreign news, space for Nigerian news, space for space news. So this is about foreign news that is of interest to people around the world, and that's why we think it's important. It's not a distraction. It's connected, because if Trump could be arrested in America, if they arrest him on Tuesday, to send a serious message to all of our countries all over the world that your former president could be arrested, your current president, something that maybe will touch people in Nigeria. Anyway, go ahead. We'll talk about it.
Well, what I have you say here is it is time. We just can't allow this anymore. They are killing our nation as we sit back and watch. We must save America. Protest, protest, protest. This is what you said Trump said.
No,
Now,
he tweeted that
you
out.
see,
Yeah.
they say what? Yeah, that's what he said. This is not as vicious as somebody summoning someone a great Igbo nation and telling them where to vote. I think that deserves all the editions of your every time you bring it up. How can you call in the Igbo in 2015? Tell them, if you did not vote for this candidate I choose, I make sure that all of you got drowned in the lagoon. People said, "Oh no, leave it." Typical, because anything that affects Igbo should be swept under the carpet. 8 years later, a local tout is now threatening openly. Don't even come out and vote without authority. And yet we are in the same country. And people will see it. Oh, it's good. Well, somebody will come up and say, this Igbo one, go and develop your place. If you had developed your place, they compare it with one, I don't know. Some of these things, when you look at it, you find out that it is not that Nigeria won't work. What is only because people feel there are some doubting Thomases. They said, okay, let's give Nigeria the last chance and see what will happen. And look at the harvest of death. Look at the harvest of hypocrisy. Deliberately, people are not asking questions. On 25th of February, 3 elections were held simultaneously. Simultaneously, we are given 3 ballot papers. 1, 2, 3, you thumbprint, put them in 3 different boxes. House of Senate was uploaded. House of Reps uploaded. Presidential, you leave it. Don't upload it because they want to falsify it and put the person they want. And yet we are following like Mumu. Now, this is what is repeating itself since yesterday. That's why sometimes when people say Nigeria is a zoo, you will see some illiterate will come on this platform and say, hey, they say Nigeria is a zoo. If it's not a zoo or jungle, where will this thing happen? Sierra Leone is laughing at us. The former president of Sierra Leone can't observe the election. Sierra Leone. What Ghana will do and get away, and Nigerians are coming to say, oh, we are the largest black nation on earth. And then people will so fear. No, if you go apart now, is it not all these criminals that will be ruling you? This. All those, mumbo jumbo. People just come here and they've, spew out every weekend. Just come and say, hey, we have to remain, when we remain together, we are still learning. It will improve. Let us move forward. Now we are talking, those things. Where are we moving to? Look at where Nigeria is. Look at the mess. What is in conducting an election? You are given a ballot paper. You put an ink in a box, and it will be counted. Is there anything scientific about it? Meanwhile, you acquired a software of over 350 billion naira to conduct this mess, and then you fail to use it. If you want to buy a Ferrari and you can't use it, why did you waste your money buying it? When it mattered most, upload the result for everybody to see. You said no, you don't want to. Okay, look at it. I think is that not a Catholic bishop? You see what the man was lamenting. For people like this to get annoyed And yet people will still tell you, people will come here and still justify it. Even if you carry them in love to their mother, they will still be clapping hand, even when they are 56 years old. And they will be clapping. They don't have shame. They will come and say, oh yeah, they will rationalize it. After all, he's the city boy, he owns his this thing. If he owns it, then assemble people to come and make a that quietly say, no, this is his own, just leave it for him. You call somebody and then say, after all, he's a city boy. It is his own. He has told that that is his own area. Why conduct an election? You know, this mess, when people are doing it, you look at it, but the thing is, probably there's a reason why all these things are happening, and that reason, it won't be far-fetched, because this idea of bringing people together and forcing people on themselves, as if to say that is where the world began. It's a nascent democracy. You know, we don't just talk like that. People will just be talking this thing. People are in refugee camp. If not for, it takes Obi on Christmas Day to go and visit, to go and sit with people in a refugee camp and spend Christmas. Some of them will come here instead of going home to go and be in the refugee camp with his grandfather and mother. They will come here and be justifying nonsense, and yet they will tell you, oh, you know, we have to do it this way. This is the way it is done. Why are we deceiving ourselves? You can't catch. If you saw the wind, the only thing you can reap is the wind. When are we not really ashamed? Nigeria Nigeria is a scar on the conscience of the African people, West Africa. Call Ghana to come and make a Ghanaian chairman of INEC. This type of thing won't happen. Bring a Liberian, say, come and yet some people will come here and be. It is better talking nonsense, not making meaning, even justifying open crime rather than condemn it. They will find a way to rationalize it. I can't belong type of class. However, in this Nigerian business, nobody should be forced to belong to Nigeria. No ethnic group. One of the things I'm sorry to say, I wish the Yorubas had succeeded recently when they applied to ECOWAS to recognize their self-determination as Yoruba nation. ECOWAS threw it out on the ground that they did not have enough authority to speak. Probably they will go back and review their case and come back again. That is a welcome development. It does not mean that if the Yorubas get it wrong, that people will get it wrong. It does not mean that it is not in their interest. They have no right to suffer like the rest of the people. Why can't people go apart? Why are Nigerians afraid to be on their own? Why? Why are some people afraid? What is this issue of we are black nation, we are big? If I cross my ethnic boundary and look at a visitor, I must score a high cutoff point to enter unity school compared to somebody from somewhere else. And where you come, you say Nigeria is indivisible, we are one Nigeria, we cannot be separated. God created Nigeria. It's evil that created Nigeria, not God. It's devil. Please, let's not deceiving ourselves.
All right, thank you.
Forget about America. America, whatever Trump says is insignificant compared to the mess that INEC is giving us.
Thank you, CM. Dr. Eberechi, you're next.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Damages and the rest of the panelists. I'm happy to be here this morning. So, I've really been thinking deeply about what happened yesterday, especially the carnage that marred yesterday's election. I think the events of yesterday can be put into two different buckets. You have the normal kind of thuggery, ballot, killing and all that kind of stuff that normally characterize election in Nigeria, engendered by the usually desperate Nigerian politicians. That is one bucket. So that is the one that cut across most areas in Nigeria. Then you have this other disturbing, extremely troubling candidate that occurred in Lagos that was targeted, that was designed to maim or eliminate a tribe. That is genocidal in intent. So even though the level of the I'm getting feedback here.
Yeah, okay, I muted him.
Okay.
That's okay. Keep going.
Okay. Yeah, so that is where we are. I've been thinking about I'm from Igbo. Just for sake of full disclosure, I'm from Igbo. I've not really been.
Just hold on.
I'm from Igbo.
I have to remove somebody. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I've not been a fan of the Biafra, clamor and stuff like that, because I've not seen Nigeria as too big to be a country, because I lived in a country that is even far bigger than Nigeria, with the usual tension, around the issue of unity, but I've managed to manage it. So I've not really been, but after yesterday, I've really had to have a think of this whole thing. I mean, how on earth? Why are the Igbos usually subject of attack? Why are we always endangered wherever we live in Nigeria? Why? I mean, of course, I grew up, knowing how risky it is to live in the northern part of Nigeria, but I think it's even become now we are now having to deal with what is going on with Lagos especially. So is that bad for me?
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, keep going round up. Yeah, but I'm trying to.
Okay. So now we are dealing with Lagos. Lagos has become a flashpoint of attack, targeting the Igbos. So that is very, very sad, really. I wouldn't, at this point, the temptation is for me to characterize this as Yoruba against Igbo, but I think it is not really. That I will fall into the same kind of fall into a trap. It's not really Yoruba against Igbo. It's just some individuals, of Yoruba extraction, who have decided that Igbos are no more welcome in Lagos. The same Lagos where Igbos have made the most. I mean, if you talk about all the tribes in Nigeria, at that time no tribe has made even comes close to the kind of investment that Igbos have made in Lagos. But today they are no more safe even to stay in Lagos. So going forward, really, so this is how I see things unfolding in Nigeria. This is just around off. This is how things are going to unfold in Nigeria. So eventually, Jagaban becomes the president of the country, and then this Togri goes national, becomes goes mainstream, and whatever little gain we have made in this election will completely lose, because his boys, the same way he groomed these boys who have become on him today, he would probably even escalate. That is one part. On the other part, P2B manages to win this election and decides, and then comes in, and I'm sure I think one of his priorities would be to clean up the polity or the politics in Nigeria, and make public offices less attractive, because at the end of the day, it all comes down to pocket considerations. How much they are making out of this whole system. So, and as long as this politics in Nigeria is very, very lucrative, you'll be seeing you continue to see this kind of brigandage. Finally, I just got a feed. I just got something dropped on my WhatsApp this morning from my group chat, where they showed a video of somebody, a Yoruba person who won election in Abia State. A Yoruba person won election to the House of Assembly in Abia State. I thought that was very, very telling, and very, very apt, and especially at this time where with what is going on in Lagos State. So I just thought I should let you guys know about that.
All right, thank you so much. I think what you're talking about is this clip. Let me play that if we can get it going. All right, for the yeah, okay, I think that's the person you're talking about. All right, so EJ, I think you're next. Let me just, I know I didn't say this at the beginning. We'll try to limit everyone to 2 minutes so that we can rotate and get more people be part of this conversation. A lot of people are waiting and they want to join us. So EJ, you're next.
Hello, Dr. Damages. Good evening, or good morning, wherever you are. When you spoke about if Trump gets arrested on Tuesday, maybe other countries will learn the lesson and know that it's possible. I don't think Nigeria would. Nigerian leaders would even bat an eyelid.
Okay, sorry. Ikechu, I'm taking you out because I don't know what you're doing. You are disrupting everything. Go ahead, Ija.
I don't think Nigerian leaders would even bat an eyelid because the former American president was arrested. Because if something that happens in the country that they live in doesn't affect them, doesn't affect the policies they make, doesn't affect the decisions they make concerning the citizens that they're meant to take care of, I don't think something that happens in another country would affect them, because these people in power have access to travel around the world. They go around the world and they see how things work. And even with so much money they steal from our country's coffers, it's not a accord to them to make things better for their citizens, because they feel that if anything happens to them, they have access to go abroad, have access to medical care, have access to so many good things of life. So the average Nigerian means nothing to them. How we live doesn't. What they can always do is, during times of election, they prey on people's vulnerability and then incite like all this thuggery. And so many young people lose their lives because of the height of stupidity that they have, or ignorance, that they don't know between what is right and what is not right. And the thing I feel is, after all this aggro that is happening, after elections, things will go back to normal. All these people that are inciting Yoruba, Igbo, will still go to Alaba and buy spare parts from an Igbo man, and he will forget what he said during this election campaign. So I don't know if I say, where do we go from here? Because it's been like this, or we're just living. Nigerians are just coping, they're not living. That's just it. I have a client that when I talked, said, I'm coping, I'm not living. So you're just living with every day, whatever comes, you see. If it's good, we see. If it's bad, we see. There is no room to build hope. There is no room for progress, because the people that are leading our country are suppressing any form of progression of the country. It's like someone kneeling on, like you have a fight and you're now the person that you're winning, you kneel on the person's neck. You're not allowing the person to live. So these people are kneeling on their citizens' neck and not allowing them to live. So would anything change? No, because they're just maintaining status quo. Thank you, Dr. Damage.
Thank you, EJ. Thank you so much. Franklin, you're next. I know Franklin was. Oh, okay. I thought he was sleeping. Franklin, go ahead.
Yeah, me. Sorry, my bad. I didn't realize I was muted. Well, my happiness is that today this election is finally coming to an end. But for me especially, it's not just an end. For me, it's more like, where do we start from now? Because like what I said and my submissions that I made in the past, it's going to be a long-term planning. If it took Tinubu about 20 something years, or even up to 30 years, to execute his plan of how he's going to capture the country, then maybe it's time we started thinking of how we are going to recover the country back. Because many years ago, a lot of the people who you see who are political actors today, they were part of the people who were very strong in Nadeko. Abiola, Tinubu, Donald Dukes, the rest of them. They've all participated in the democratic process. Unfortunately, their struggle didn't teach them better. What we have to do is, we've learned from this, we need to go and do it better. We need to start planning against 2027. Now people have been elected into government. What are we pushing for? Now, I'm of the opinion that, of course, like I always say, two revolutions can happen in two ways. It's either a revolution by the ballot or by arms. But I don't want to carry arms, so I still have to go for the democratic process, which is the ballot. Definitely, I don't think we are capable of pulling up this sort of stunt that was put off in the Arab Spring. I don't see that happening anytime soon. Why? Because there's a lot of divisions among Nigerians, ethnicity. Look at what played out in Lagos. And, all these, you can mention this and that and that. Going forward, what have we learned? There are two areas where we have problems in our elections at this point. Obviously, the BVAS is working. That is the bimodal accreditation system. It is working. But we have problem when it comes to transmission. Now, it's occurred a good number of times, and they go ahead and they tell you, oh, we are unable to upload. How do we battle this? How do we come against this? I think in the 10th Assembly, Nigerians should start pushing for electronic voting. It's happening in India, where you have over 200, where you have over a billion population of about 1 billion, with almost 900 million registered voters. Let me not even look at India. Let's also even look at Bangladesh, which is almost about 170 million. They have about almost 104 registered voters, and they're using e-voting. And these things are working. And Bangladesh had independence 10 years after Nigeria got its independence. That's in 1960. So I believe things can work, but we need to do the work. That is what I believe.
All right. Thank you, Franklin. Rewan, you're next.
Thank you, sir, Dr. Damages, and thank you, panelists, for the opportunity and the platform. I'm a young Nigerian. I was born in the 80s. I presume most of you are my uncles, my dad. And isn't it sad? Isn't it sad that we don't know what it takes to have good leaders, to live in a great society? Kids that are born in Nigeria will never experience what it means to live in a functioning state, to go to the hospital, to have good roads. The aspect of leadership, politics, religion, tribe, those are the tools used in dividing us as people. There is no government in the world loves its people. In Germany, there is division between the Bavarians and the West. In France, Monaco don't want to be part of France. Some people don't want to speak up, but they have found a common way of living together as people of France and of Germany. How have they done it? The Constitution has protected the people from the politicians and the politicians from the people. Do we have to look for Peter Obi, Tinubu, whatever any of them is, to have light, to have road, to have security, to have good medicine? those things has nothing to do with politics. These are human rights, and we can never get that when we are divided. And my advice to young Nigeria is the idea. I'm a Yoruba man, and when I was growing up in Europe, it's one of my instructors that told me, or that went in depth about the history of Biafra. Believe me, if we decide to refer back and lay back and be honest, I don't want to be an Igbo man. Igbo were massacred in huge numbers. They were massacred. And many youth will come today, not go in details to understand. We can't live together if those portion of Nigeria is not repaired. It is a no-go. We cannot live in the same country with that huge amount of number of atrocities. And politics, I don't like to talk about politics because they are using it. If we are divided, then they can govern us. But if we are united and speak with one voice, there is nothing to govern anymore because the people already know what they want. So the strategy, all these politics, religion, do not understand. And I tried to go through the history of Nigeria. I realized that in 1947, when the Awolowo, the Jajachuku, the Olufumlaya Ransom Kuti, Adedoyins, when they went to meet the British, because the British came for business reasons, they were never of our interest. And when these people went and seek for Nigerian right for determination, at the end of the day, Tafawa Balewa blew up from nowhere. And they named those people who went for our interest as opposition leader. How can you go for the interest of people and you become an opposition? We don't ask questions. Many things are wrong. All what we are going through now was giving birth to lack of asking questions and going depth. We don't have sense of history anymore in our youth. Our educational system is not organic. We are still using the British idea of education. We can only and it's not about Nigeria. Give me one black nation that is great. It's becoming a black thing that we are not organized. It's when I'm not drawn away by this politics. It has always been there. We are diagnosed of only typhoid and malaria. That is the highest you can get. When hospital tells you it is bad and degeneration of character and attitude, it will get worse. We are not going to the root. Before, when you go to an hospital and you say you are sick, they take your blood, they analyze you, they are diagnosing, then they begin to work on you. We can't just say this election is the peak of it. There have been degeneration of character and attitude right from the Nigerian leadership. And I can tell you, the Igbo case is something completely we can't just ignore. Like we start to move on. No, nobody move on from that kind of mess except we are ignorant. This is a fact. We can talk here and there. All government in the world are corrupt. All governments in the world are corrupt. Even the black nations we have in Africa, we are all struggling. Not only Nigeria. I get emotions when I keep going on. There is a lot to say, but I just give the next person.
Thank you so much. You started by saying your generation different from people like CM and OVS generation. How are you generation? How are they different from us, the other generation? Are you people going to do better than the generation before you?
I don't think I'm lucky enough to see 2 millennium, and I'm lucky enough to see two generation. I was born in the 1986. Then the highest we want to be was to be JJ Okocha, Kano Nwankwo, to be the greatest. Those people are flag bearers of Nigeria at the international standard. Now we have youth who want to sing music. And this is the only avenue that is given to us by the colonial master. Go to the world and dance. Go to the world and run. I don't want to sing. I want to be useful to the society and to the Pan-African. The difference is huge. I'm struggling between two generations. The generation that depends on its parents, moral instruction and ethics, now mixed with the 2000 generations who are highly involved in the social world, who don't have sense of family, who have braids of 500,000 and nails of 700,000. I am mixed in two society, and I have to play along. If not, I don't have a place in the society. I don't want to be Burna Boy. I don't want to be Davido. This is not, it is wrong in Nigerian customs when we are growing up. We used to be people of ethics and moral. Somebody could put me from Ikorodu in the car to go to mainland Lagos. Nothing will happen to me. We can't try it anymore. It's so painful. It's so barbaric. And I'm so curious, why is Peter Obi wanting to lead a nation like this one? Why do you want to drag your name in the mud? Anything that have to do with Nigerian political spectrum, your name is... Do you know how they presented President-elect to us in Germany? They called him a drug dealer. The #1 newspaper in Germany presented him to us as a drug dealer won Nigerian election. It is barbaric. It is not Igbo. I am too understanding to understand that somebody is Igbo, the people we really need to appeal to mostly in Nigeria are the Northerners and their youth. They should tell us exactly what is going on between them and the British House of Commons. We don't know how they become so powerful, why they don't want to be civilized, and let's move this country forward. I'm seeing Nigeria to be like America. I'm seeing Nigeria to be like Britain. I'm seeing Nigeria to be like Canada. The Northern youth are seeing Nigeria to be like Dubai, to be like Saudi Arabia. We are in the same country, but different energy. They don't go to Europe. They don't want to. We need to be honest and be factual. Let's come together, and they should tell us exactly where do they get this level and so much power to govern Nigeria and put us in shambles. Nigeria and Yorubas and Igbos don't have problems. It is frustration. There is, like my auntie said, there is a force on our neck. We can't breathe.
All right.
There is a force, a huge force on our neck.
All right. Thank you so much, and we appreciate.
Doctor,
Yeah.
1 second. And this Bao will call me uncle. You yourself too, you are old man. You spoke a lot of wisdom. You too, yourself, you old.
All right, thank you. Kaida, I will skip you because you've had the chance to speak. Let me go to Prince. Prince Akwachi, Ernest.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. First, I would have, I wanted to speak on 2 speakers, before now. But however, let me start with Banwo. When Banwo talks about Obi trying to drag his name into the mud, I feel a little hurt by that. Why do I feel why do I feel hurt by that? I feel the fact that in philosophy, I am a very, in as much as I'm not a philosopher, but I try to do a lot of research in philosophy. And my 2 main philosophers are people someone known as Karl Popper, and then the other one is Imre Lakatos. Why did I bring those 2 names? Now, Karl Popper, in his way of talking, he said, assuming you want to invent something and you look into that thing, you couldn't get it right, throw it away. Imre Lakatos came up and said, no, if you are trying to do something, no matter how hard it is, and you're not getting it right, take a break and then come back to it later on when you've taken a breather. Why did I bring all this? For me, Obi coming into this changed a lot of things, made a lot of people aware of things that are going on in Nigeria. When politicians want to bring up Igbos against Yorubas, Yorubas against Hausas, and all this whole propaganda of a thing, I have a problem with it. This current administration was built under the uttermost, would I say, the most propaganda Nigeria has ever had. Because I know when Jonathan was there, all they kept telling us was, in as much as there are people, ministers that were doing what they were doing and others, but they made it seem to us that Jonathan was the worst human being that we ever had. I'm glad that everyone is seeing things that are going on. And I'm glad that probably most of the people, most of us are in diaspora and all that kind of a thing. We see how life is in diaspora. I'm a Nigerian. I was born in Nigeria, but a citizen of America. In America, the only office that I do not have right to is becoming a president. But I can strive to be a governor of California, and nobody would tell me that I can't do that. I can strive to be, a senator. And then little Nigeria, and somebody will come and say, "Oh, you are Igbo. You are coming to spoil Lagos. Go away." Before now, we had something that what is it called? The vice president to be, or the vice president elect, what he said. Thank God that the person he was speaking to revealed it. We had the voice notes. We know their plans. But one thing I want to make very clear, in as much as I do not support violence in any way, I want to also tell the Nigerian administration, administrators, Tinubu himself, Sanwo-Olu, that they are not above ICC. As a matter of fact, me as an individual, I'm not a lawyer, but I am looking for a way of taking it upon myself to approach my representative here and see how we can take this case. I'm not Igbo, whatever it is, but I do not support anything that they did. The election they had yesterday was a charade. The election they had yesterday was a pure sham in whichever way anyone can take it. And we should not, any of us, come here and say, "Oh, I'm Yoruba. Oh, why would Igbo do this or that?" It's wrong. What is wrong is wrong.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Let me skip all the other people that have spoken and go to Nene and Obiorika. They were here before, and then I'll go to Jude and Quinnes, and then we start over again. And Nene, you're next.
Hi everybody. Seeing what is happening in Lagos. I don't know if anybody has touched on this or if anybody realizes what exactly is happening. We see what I wasn't able to join the live a couple of days ago, and I saw three panelists. That was Ayo and that chief and the professor. And professor was trying to tell them about this is like a slippery slope to what happened in Rwanda, and I saw the other professor Ayo and the other one chief trying to wriggle and slice and dice or whatever. And this was before the elections, and now based on the elections yesterday, I'm hearing people talking about GRV's blood is tainted with as in the Igbo blood. I'm hearing his Igbo stain. I don't know if people realize that kind of language, that kind of rhetoric. It's basically making the Igbo people, the other people who are less than, if you're saying that somebody's blood is stained with Igbo blood, as in Yoruba blood is stained with Igbo blood, or Yoruba blood is tainted with Igbo blood. I don't know if people realize that, that kind of language. That's the language you heard in Rwanda before, as in between the Hutus and the Tutsis. They were calling them cockroaches. I don't think people realize that and how very dangerous it is. And it's not just like, maybe the common Igbo on the street. You're seeing educated people, you see people, using that kind of language in general conversation that, his blood is stained with Igbo blood. I don't know. And I feel like this is a very slippery slope towards, genocide. A very, very slippery slope. Because if we are supposed to be in a country and we're supposed to be, we're supposed to be one Nigeria and we're supposed to be, equals. How is Yoruba blood stained? What is stained? So, we are Igbo people are what? As in we are less than, or we're animals, or what? What is it about the Igbo people that bothers, that makes their blood, a stain? The same thing happened in Yugoslavia as well too. And this all leads to ethnic cleansing. People had to actually say that I'm not Igbo just so that they wouldn't get hurt yesterday. You have to say you're not Igbo. I'm like I don't understand. People are not understanding what exactly happened yesterday. Even people that look like Igbo, that apparently Igbo people have a look. Even people that look like Igbo people, were being attacked yesterday, and these were Yoruba people. So I would like us to keep that fact, keep thinking about that, because when we say one Nigeria, one Nigeria, one Nigeria, and you're hearing even your neighbors, people's neighbors are actually pointing them out to the crowd that this is an Igbo person lives here. That is a really scary thing to hear, and that happened yesterday, and we're just trying to gloss over it. Like I don't know, after the elections everything's going to go back to normal. It's not going to go back to normal again. Because if your neighbors are actually pointing you out to the mob and saying an Igbo person lives here, that is Rwanda happening right before our eyes. I don't know what else to say at this point. I really don't.
Thank you, Nene. Thank you so much. It's very important what she's talking about. Maybe in the next round, we are going to talk about the implications of that, because if you study Rwanda, you know that it didn't happen in one day. It wasn't one day they decided to kill 800,000 people in 100 days. It was a series of events, and each one you are creating victims. You're creating people who are angry. You are creating trauma, and this trauma, series of them are not processed. And in this case now, we are seeing videos, and these videos are permanent. People are going to keep referring to it, and you don't know what it's going to do in the minds of people. Another generation has been impacted now. Anyway, let's continue. Obiorika, you're next. Obiorika.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Welcome, sir.
Yes. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. I've actually been listening with a very heavy heart, because as an old man of over 70, I was here when Nigeria became an independent nation. And to hear some of the things I have heard today from the youths, the people I call youths, but who in fact are the elite members of our present day Nigeria, to hear some of the things I have heard breaks my heart. I just want to leave you with this message. What are we talking about? Is it the right to vote or be voted for, or the right to be born as a member of an ethnic nationality? If we are concerned about the right to vote and be voted for, then we are talking about citizenship. If that is what we are talking about, then there is no place for ethnicity in it at all. If you look at the Nigerian Constitution, it has no place for ethnicity. It creates citizens who are members of a national entity called Nigeria. It becomes very, very retrogressive to hear young men and women, particularly young men, especially those who have the privilege of living in the diaspora, to speak as if we are back in the 1950s, when our elders fed us with needless propaganda about the circumstances of our birth. Our constitution had taken care of that. It says that no person shall be discriminated against by reason of the circumstance of his birth. And here we are talking about somebody being born an Igbo, or being born a Yoruba, or being born half Yoruba and Igbo. I feel ashamed to listen to elite members of the community speaking in this light. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Obiorika. We go to Julia next.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Thanks for today again, for coming up here. Yeah, for the young man that spoke earlier on, who spoke about Obi being, how someone like Obi will be tempted coming out. I think if I can understand him very well, I think he's speaking in the place of disappointment from a country that is so polluted, that is so rotten, and to have such a man with an unblameable record and character, and yet that same country continue to, one way or the other, still continue to
All right.
model him up alongside with the existing. Are you hearing me?
Okay, go ahead. We can hear you now.
Yeah, alongside with the existing system. Well, for those that says who will come out here and defend the indefensible, what the Agberus and the tout and Tinubu tout and hoodlums are doing, we can take that and say it's okay. But what baffles me is when some of us here, especially those that live in diaspora, we come here one way or the other, we try to rationalize, we try to find reasons to justify the unjustifiable, to defend the indefensible. Is the thing that baffles me most. You know, I was here, somehow I just strolled to one of these same platform that always stay there for only God knows. And you find that a group of people from a particular country, from a particular country of Nigeria, just laughing and making jest of the whole system, or the whole situation that is happening in Nigeria, and saying that will be Labour Party think they can win Lagos, they think they can come just like that and run Nigeria, they should go and rest, Labour Party is Igbo Party, Obi, they were just making jest of everybody, everything that has to do with Obi and Labour Party. In fact, I'm not going to hide it, it's one man go to more, you know, his forum. I was just listening to about 6 or 7 people with one lady in their midst, making, saying all of this. I just keep wondering. I say, wow, is this the constituent of Nigeria that someone will come out and tell me, let's be patient, Nigeria is going to be one, let's try and put it together? Oh no, Nigeria is not going to work. We are just deceiving ourselves. We are just postponing the inevitable. This thing is going to happen, it's going to break up. Because I mean, just take a sample of all of us that comes here and gather every time to discuss about this situation. How have we agreed? Whereas some of us think nationally, think of how everybody, think of how we'll have a good governance, that everybody will rely, everybody will have sense of belonging, sense of bearing, sense of direction, that everything will be well for the entire country and not a sectional. And some are thinking of parochial, thinking based on their tribalistic sentiment and based on what they perhaps have been deriving or gaining from the rotten system. So can't we see that this thing is not going to work? We're only wasting our time and postponing the inevitable. Let's just break this thing apart. People come from time to time, people get annoyed. I remember even on this platform too, many people get annoyed. Why must they call Nigeria a zoo? As a matter of fact, Nigeria is worse than a zoo. Animals are more organized than Nigeria. They are more organized than us. As a matter of fact, Africa as a continent, as a black race, is disappointed. We are disappointing them. We have disappointed them. We are dragging Africa back. Nigeria is the problem of Africa today, if I may say. We are the one driving Africa back. So it's better we dismember this body that is rotten, that is not working. Otherwise, the entire system, the entire body will completely, disintegrate into only God knows how many pieces, and if anybody can reassemble anything out of it again. The earlier, the better, so that we stop this killing, we stop this carnage, and this politic of tribalism and wickedness. Imagine, just a few seconds, let me round up with this. Imagine where Tinubu becomes the president of Nigeria. A tout, an Agberu, a drug addict, a drug baron, and then with Olumo. Trust me, Olumo might be made one day wake up and you hear that Olumo has become Minister of Transportation. And then Sanwo-Olu continue to rule Lagos. Tell me, if everything that has happened in Lagos, the Agberuism and the system of junkieism that exists in Lagos will not replicate it all over Nigeria. Tell me, how are we going to far? Yeah? When people say, let us wait, Nigeria will develop. How many years does it take to bring electricity? How many years does it take to build infrastructures? Election, ordinary election. Give me this election as an INEC official. I will organize it in such a way that the whole world will come and take and learn from us. What is there in an election to organize?
Thank you, Jude.
To the African continent and to the whole world.
Thank you, Jude. Queeness, you're next.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Damages. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. First of all, I'm just really heartbroken, but I'm not discouraged. I'm discouraged, but I'm not down. It was really sad to see what happened in Lagos, but unfortunately, it didn't stop in Lagos. It happened in Enugu, it happened in Rivers, I think, and other parts of the country. What this shows me is that Nigeria as a nation, we need to scrap everything and start all over. The Lagos one was more poignant because
Can you find me a writable pen?
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
sorry. Yeah.
Okay. The Lagos one seems more poignant. Why? Because you see, you cannot go to certain parts of Nigeria without first alighting at Lagos. So when you come into Lagos, you're feeling it. You know, people say, oh, after this, it goes back to normal. I'm sorry to say, it can never be the same again. I was discussing with my sister this morning, and she said, you know what, sis, you know what this means? An Igbo person could actually go to the office of a Yoruba man to seek for a job, and he or she will be denied, even though she has the competency to do the job. And what we don't see, a lot of people say, oh, it's not just the Igbos. It's some people just say, oh, there's nothing. It's not a war between the Igbos and the Yorubas. But unfortunately, a typical Yoruba person sees that anyone that has come from the south, whether south or southeast, you're Igbo, regardless. This is beyond, the damage is deep. This is how Rwanda started. I'm still quite young to know much about the Biafran War, but when I ask people that were there to tell me stories, this is how the hate started. And unfortunately, when you see a generation of ours who should be flushing this hate and saying, no, we're not part of it, it's like it's being forced on the necks. How an Igbo man could be in a home owned by a Yoruba man, and a Yoruba man would pick him out and say, he is an Igbo person, or he's not one of us. I heard yesterday that during the election, they decided to speak in Yoruba so that if you don't understand Yoruba, you're out. You're literally exposed. How do we sit and allow for this to get so bad? You know? And you know what hurts me the most? We have the likes of Femi Fani Kayode, who is meant to be a so-called leader, and he's meant to be intelligent. Did anyone see what he tweeted? If we're not excusing MC Oluomo, look at how MC Oluomo termed the obedient movement is not about Peter Obi. It's about a people that are tired of being tired. But he termed them the obedience. And then some people have the effrontery, the temerity to come out and say they think they can take over Lagos. If Nigeria was a real playing field, nobody will care about Lagos. Everybody will stay in their region and develop their region. It's unfortunate. If Tinubu comes out tomorrow and Peter Obi comes out tomorrow, the love will always be for Peter Obi. A leader can never be forced on his people. Tinubu, I still repeat, is INEC president-elect. He is not the Nigerian president-elect. We did not choose him. But without us going back and forth, my question here to all of us here, we come here every day. I was listening yesterday with such heartbreak when Uncle Jude was going on and it was like he couldn't breathe. That was how I felt at that point. In fact, I came on at one point, I couldn't speak, I went back out. Now, the milk has spilled. It has splattered all over the whole place. We are strong here. We are elite here. My thinking was that let's support those back home. They are in front. They are in front of the battleground. Let's give them the support and encourage them to vote well. That was my thinking, because I thought to myself, let them fight the fight so that we can come in and invest in our nation. But it seems that that has failed. Now I'm asking fellow elites out here, how do we move forward? There's no point us sitting here and talking about it and talking about it. Next 4 years, we're still here chanting the same mantra. How do we move forward? We need to set up a forum where all of us come together and begin to think forward. Because if Nigeria works, it works for you and me. If Nigeria fails, it fails for even the Aberos that are down there encouraging this nonsense. Where do we go from here? The milk has spilled. Please, what do we do? How do we come together and begin to say, okay, we have another 4 years to get things right. By the grace of God, I pray that Obi gets in. But even when Obi gets in, Obi is going to be like a lamb in the midst of wolves. We need to now begin to think and say, okay, how? Let's not complain. Let's not say, oh, you have your whatever, your governor, they should do. Listen, we are out here. We've enjoyed real and true democracy. We need to now, I believe that Nigerians, well-meaning Nigerians in the diaspora, you love your country. We need to come together and say, how do we make Nigeria work for us? Because if we do not do that, there are people that are this is what is breeding secession. This is what is breeding Igbo, go to your own. Yoruba, go to your own. Hausa, go to your own. Edo, go to your own. I do not want that, but I saw a lot that made my eyes burn yesterday. I thought to myself, wow, what's the point of staying together? We might as well go our separate ways. If we do not want to get to that level, please, let's come together and start charting the way forward. Please. I yield the floor for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Queen.
Yeah, please, can I say just 10 seconds, please? Okay. Just 10 seconds. My sister, you're asking, how do we move forward? That's a very good question. But you are asking, presupposing that, for instance, all of us in this forum now, there are people, there are people who did not even wish that Obi should win. And there are people among us and those that are listening to us who would not even want Obi to be president. So how are you going to ask, how do we move forward among this kind of people? But the first thing is to break up this fucking...
No, but Sir Jude, it's not about Peter Obi. It's about making Nigeria work for everybody, whether you are in the north, in the south, in the east, in the west.
But is it spirit that's going to make it work? It's not spirit, that's human being that's going to make it work.
Queen
and we are the human beings.
Please, Rudolph. Please.
Hold on, Jude. CM, 10 seconds.
Please, Rudolph. Queen S, you spoke excellently well, but you spoiled it at the end. Nigeria is a British creation. There's a literature we forward to you. They use this as an experiment to see if different people could work, and they said they are sorry that they shouldn't have done it. Why are you putting your life on the line to preserve what the British couldn't even control? We are not meant to be together. The earlier we realize the better. Wait, 2015, the Oba insulted you. Hey, listen. I will give you a chance. 2015, the Oba singled your tribe. He humiliated them. 8 years later, illiterate out. He's now humiliating you again. 2031, another one will come, and you want to build a country. Not two of us. You can go and build your country, but I can't.
CM, sir, can I say something? You're in the UK, I'm in the UK. If we think that Nigeria is a contraption put together by the UK government, we, the elites abroad, we can solve this. We need to come together and decide what we want.
No.
Sir,
Who are we going?
Okay, what are we here? Then why are we here complaining? If we complain tomorrow, it's not going to change anything. We need to begin to act.
Will you follow the line so I can talk and leave? I don't want to be interrupting, and I know somebody.
I'm muted. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on, everybody. I'm hearing some feed from, I don't know whose line is not good. I think Jonava, maybe you. Let me say this. I want to read out something that actually prompted me to start it. It's today's show. So I saw this thing from Bayo Nanoga. I thought it wasn't true. You know, there are some tweets that come out every now and then, and you just think, it's not possible. This guy was a journalist for many years, and he's a prominent member of Tinubu's team. So this is the tweet he sent out 18 hours ago. And he said, let 2023 be the last time of Igbo interference in Lagos politics. Let there be no repeat in 2027. Lagos is like Anambra, Imo, any Nigerian state. It is not no man's land, not federal capital territory. It is Yoruba land. Mind your business. For the first time, hold on.
What we're talking about?
For the first time, when I see stuff like this, I thought there's no way a Bayo will say something like this. Now, personally, he has the right to hold that opinion. That's not the issue. Maybe in private, maybe when he's with his friends. But the fact that somebody, even if, forget the fact that he was a journalist who made serious decisions, important decisions for years that impacted what you read, what I read. Forget that part. Forget the fact that the age, the exposure, the fact that he represents somebody, a government that might take over May 29th. And he might be a minister. He might be somebody in that government. For him to say something like this in public, that was what gave me the feeling that the problems we have are more serious than we actually think. If Bayo could say this, then we should excuse MC Olumo for whatever he's saying. If Bayo or Nanoga, I'm trying to get him on the show. I've been trying to get him on the show. He doesn't want to come. But what Queen S is saying is whatever the solution is the elite. It's all of you here who can afford to have data, who could go on the internet, who have this access to all these people, that we have to find the solution. It's nobody else. If you don't, then you leave the people you call the touts today to determine what will happen. All right, Lexi, you're next. Unmute yourself, please. Janab, I'm coming to you. If you have to go to church, I'll come to you after. Alexi,
I salute all of you.
Okay, good.
I was here early, but technically I was thrown out. Well, to cut a long story short, I will ask everyone who has been coming on this particular platform, how the market? Oh, yes. Because some of us have been telling you, telling the world that we are in a total mess that needs to be taken care of. Any society that condones falsehood and supports corrupt judiciary can never stand, can never thrive. And we do so using politics. These very things I said now, we use politics to do them. We condone falsehood and we tolerate corrupt and compromised judiciary. And yet we are talking about making progress. I don't know how we can make progress with that. I mean, I doff my hat for Ovie. He has been telling us, said all the politics, Whenever he says it, some of us will get angry with him. But in reality, all he has said has come to fruition. We can see it. And that politics sustains corrupt judiciary. That politics sustains falsehood. Who does not know that what has just happened with who has been selected and given the presidential position is falsehood? I'll be surprised if there are Nigerians who believe that this is the truth. They may accept it, they may like it, they may embrace it, but inside them, they know that this is not the truth of what happened. Now, we talk about solution. How come everybody is running away from the solution that can be sustained? you keep wanting to go back to an unsustainable solution. Chinua Achebe once, lately wrote a book in which he said there was a country. He did, I suppose, that he wrote that book because things have gotten so worse that he now looks back to prefer what Nigeria was at the time he said there was a country. But let me tell you, I grew up in Nigeria, in Lagos. Lagos was just a microcosm of the whole nation. We knew there was trouble in our combination. We had a dangerous diversity mixture in Nigeria at that time. Of course, we survived at that level, but the country was kind of somehow sustained in a form that things could at least be seen as a country. But you know what? It was beginning then to disintegrate. Before independence, after independence, Nigeria has been disintegrating. And those who were dragging it to where it is now had an upper hand to bring it to where it is now. For us to go back to where we were, I don't know what it would take to do that. So talking about solution, let us sit down. Elites what? Elites do not have any solution to anything. And those who are looking up to the elites, you can't expect anything better from them. Why can't we just sit down and decide how best we can be? And I keep saying it. Stop running away from possibility of us peacefully deciding to separate. What are you afraid of in separation? Oh, well, in Lagos, many people have intermarried and so on. Has it not come before you now that even intermarriage is not a solution? Okay, am I going to say that Nigeria should become part of America because I have an American wife? It doesn't matter where you marry from. You have a home, stay there. Don't say, oh, because I married a Hausa woman, so Nigeria must remain one. Those are the flimsy reasons so many of us are having. See, Nigeria cannot work. Nigeria cannot move forward at the way it is. Now, you see, the killing that is going on in Nigeria, nobody is speaking out loud against it. Instead, the victims are being blamed. And when you blame the victims, you are encouraging those who are doing the killing. And in that killing, let me tell you, many Chinua Achebes, many Okafors, and all the top prominent people who have known in the country, many would have been like them, and you are killing them off. And let me tell you another area where we do what we do and we think is normal. You see, there are many doctors now coming up from the north. What kind of score did those doctors have before they were let into the medical school? Imagine all the people who were stopped from getting into the medical school who scored far better than those doctors.
All right.
If they had gone into medical school, how many of such professionals in that field would have come up today?
Alexi, we'll have to.
Are you questioning my degree?
We are looking at only some kind of, I don't know, we are fantasizing. Nigeria cannot work.
Okay.
It's time to sit down and decide what to do with Nigeria. British are having business with Nigeria. They can't want anything to change as long as they are getting their profit, the things they want from it. So you better push British aside and decide what we should do within to keep ourselves going. My fear is I belong to a group that is becoming endangered. Endangered now. Now they want to count people after they have killed so many people in my part of the country. They are talking about census. They want to see how many of us are left.
Alexei. Okay, I don't think he can hear me, but we have to stop. We have to stop him here. Janaba, I know you're going to chat. So let me.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Can you hear me though?
Yeah, but your connection is not good though. But go ahead.
It's not me. It's my connection.
It's you.
Huh?
It's from you. Yeah, it's from you.
Then let me change it in a minute. Let me talk. I'll turn to another line, please.
Okay. All right.
Let me.
All right. So let's go to Igbo Basics. Igbo Basics. Igbo Basics. Go ahead.
I thought that God created. Hello, John Abba, are you back?
Yeah,
Because
John
you
Abba.
still echoing. Are we good?
Yeah, go ahead, Igbo Basics.
All right. I thought that God created the world and then at seventh day he rested. I thought that's what, don't quote me. Today is Sunday and I thought we were supposed to be resting. Just to piggyback off on what my sister Quiness has said here, looking for solutions. And then to touch upon Lexi's lecture. Chinua Achebe was a man who was given a national honor and he turned it down. I stand with him. This morning, from every event that has happened yesterday, I think the topic I saw on Dr. Damages this morning is the day after. What next? That's just my own summary of what I understood this to be. From what I have seen going on this morning, I don't know how many of you remember what was called Operation Waitie. And that was what led to the bloody coup and the coups and then where we are now. I didn't mean to jump right into that, but that's what I was confronted with this morning, with people appealing for help at a place called Omolue or so in Lagos, calling frantically for people to come to their help. And those people are also asking anybody not to go out anywhere because people are being killed as we speak. People are being shot there, and some people have been taken to the hospital. I have not talked to anybody on ground yet, but that is what somebody who was there had recorded in several areas, and they are appealing for help. If we have a country, that is truly where Muhammad Buhari, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, should send his Air Force to go down there and make sure that this thing does not degenerate into another Operation Waitie, so that we can still find a country to remain in. Having said that, I'm going to try my best not to boil over today, to just try to remain as normal as possible. What do we do to salvage what's been left for us as Nigerians? In my own opinion, we provided a solution here yesterday to your tent, Onyabla, in terms of go clean your home base. If you are from Akwa Ibom, go to Akwa Ibom and clean out your house. If you are from East Central State, let me use that word. I keep going back to East Central State. Let's go back and clean house so that we can come to the center. And by clean house, those who have number 6 understand what I'm talking about. Let's clean house and make sure that whoever we send into the center will represent the youths. This is the time for the youths. We have eaten our breakfast, our lunch, and our dinner, and we are trying to eat the breakfast, lunch, and dinner of our offsprings. It is not right. All soldiers should please fade away. I will come back again.
All right. Thank you.
In that country. Otherwise, you attend Onyabla.
Thank you so much, Igbo Basics. Janaba, yeah, finish up your thought.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Okay, this is better.
Okay. Give me a little more minute than expected because I'm going to go out. I may join later. Let me explain some certain things because things are going out of hand here. Let me be very specific. I don't go around the bush. People like CM have no place to discuss the value of Igbo because of their narrow-minded sentiment. For instance, on this platform, he seriously means I should go back to camp a refugee camp in Benue, simply because we come here to discuss the way forward. The hate that he built in him, using it as a language to communicate. In 21st century, a man that lives in UK, I believe, have this kind of divisive and hatred rhetoric even against me on this platform. These kind of people, they are a threat to a society, and people like me cannot support the people that they support because they represent, in my own opinion, that they are speaking for that person's value, because they say a bird of the same feather flies together. Must it be the same all the time? No. But when we talking about how do we solve this problem, when you go to hospital here, some of you are nurse and all of that, do you look at the person's eyes before you minister whatever you're supposed to minister to them? When you go and see a man on the road and you have a heart of human being in you, do you look at that person based on their nationality before you attend to them? When we don't take hate out of this equation, and we allow, whether by a tribal line or by a religious line or by any sentiment that make you pull you apart or make you feel, to use a very demeaning word against your human being that you never even met and you never even know who is that person, but you judge him maybe by where he comes from. And let me tell you guys, I educate you on this one more time. Your vice president is not an Hausa man, the vice president elect. I hear yesterday from the same lady making argument that they call everybody from the East, Igbo or whatever. Yes, the same thing you call them. Your vice president is from Brunei State, and it's a Kanuri man, the vice president elect. So when you are using all it's Hausa, all this, no, we have thousands of dialect. Nigeria does not belong to only Igbo or Hausa or Yorubas. I am not one of those tribes, but I'm in Nigeria. So when you are coming and you keep hammering this, oh, we cannot stay together, it's a narrow-minded, what solution are you offering? It's a narrow-minded sentiment that you think you can do business in Lagos as in Nigeria. So when they created another, whether Odudua or the Arewa, then we can't do business together again. So if you are talking about whatever referendum to give everybody the chance to make their people or give the value of their people tradition, it's a different thing. And if you want Nigeria to go separate way, you still can be done in a very peaceful way without anybody coming here to incite violence. Oh, take a knife in your pocket, take a razor in your pocket when you are going to vote. That was heard the day before yesterday and yesterday on this platform. Let's distance ourselves from this divisive rhetoric that we are in a safe haven, and an innocent man or woman will take our word, run with it, and loses their brothers and their sisters because we cannot come together intellectually and disagree to agree. Rather, we find a way, even the person that you are envy of, you may much better than them. The way I said it on this platform, the way the elite oppresses you in the East, it is the same thing in the North or in the West Coast. The only thing is that we, the masses, we come together and we say, okay, what is the way forward? Are we going to allow this? Only the power of unity can break their backbone. But as far as you are sounding, it's all about ethnicities, religions. This is in 21st century. My children don't even speak my dialect. It's not something I'm proud of, but it's not something that takes humanity and to live to their God-given potential and to give to the society. So what are we talking about? And when it comes to the issue of Lagos thing that you guys are talking, oh, they say go out of Lagos. You know there is a talking point. You know that the only way you put pressure on them and let them distance is on the platform. But the reality is that we cannot go to the north and tell the northerner that they go to Kano now and tell the only go and look at it. The only state that the authentic Hausa speaking tongue is from is Kano. You cannot go to there and tell them that, and then they are the most also liberal state that any other tribe from Nigeria can go there and live for a while and become a governor, and they have done that. Let's learn the good thing that is working and not use some rhetoric. Oh, Lagos is no man's land. Oh, you come now. I'm from a polygamous home. Let me, in 1 minute, I'm wrapping up. There was so much divisiveness in my father's compound. Because of the women, where they come from, they tell us, my mom
You
will
should
tell me
stay back
different
for
things.
reply. Please try and stay back for reply.
I'm not going to wait for him, my brother.
Stay back for reply.
My mother will, your mother will talk to you differently. Your father will talk to you differently. And your father have the responsibility, and he brought us together, and he told us that, you know what, you are one family. And then we, the children, we came together. We said, listen, if mom said this, it's not a good thing. We can't do it. So we unite ourselves. And today, you can't know the difference, whether this is from different mother, this is from different this thing, because that is what unity and understanding. And then you see hate. If you see hate, you don't know what is hate. Somebody will come here and say things that is completely we should condemn it. If you have your say, doesn't mean somebody cannot checkmate word that is not right. That you're going to incite violence somewhere, or somebody will come on this platform and so we went to Benue State. You are supposed to be a refugee camp. We went to Benue State. I'm not a big supporter. I will not be. What do you do? You have to force me? That democracy? What do you mean? You're going to tell me to go back to camp on this platform? UCM have used it for me over and over. This is how demonizing, and you think your word going to resonate with me? Or you think I see you on the road? We can debate on issue and substance, but when you demeaning the same you that is carrying the fake news, when they say Time magazine do not carry this thing, you still go and be propagating it. Is it you that I'll listen to you that your word have integrity? Or is it you that is telling me that I should go back to camp, that I will look at you tomorrow and say, okay, it's fine? What are we talking about? They said love conquer all things. When you love your neighbor, that doesn't mean I have a neighbor is a white man. So his house is on fire now. I will say because he's a white man, I will not go there. Why can't we let love rooted in us? Then we discuss our political differences.
All right, Janaba, thank you. Sam.
Doctor, I thought it's my turn.
I know. It's not even, we are not starting the second round.
Please, a chance
We're
to
still
reply,
on the
please.
first round.
Don't just be there. Don't go anywhere. Just at least it's only fair. It's only fair. He addressed me. It's only fair. It's only fair I should say something. No. I know it's only fair I should say something. He addressed me. He addressed me. I don't want to because he's still fresh. He addressed me. Before you go around now and come to me, so many things must have been overtaken by events. So it's better I have to give it back to him in his own coin. It's okay. This is my thought. This is my chance. He spoke for 8 minutes. I'm timing it here. So it's only fair you give me 8 minutes. So if I start by 17:20, I should finish by 17:28. It's only fair. Now, no. It's true because you see that is the principle of that is justice.
Hold on.
Now you are still taking. It's only.
Hold on, let's agree on something. Okay, I don't want this to be a conversation. Hold on, CM, everybody.
You see, he who goes to the
CM, hold on.
You see, there's something called what you do for the geese should be good for the guy.
That's okay.
Hold on. Is it that people don't hear me or what? CM, hold on. I will let you speak. I just want to make sure we clear some things. We are not going to have this conversation.
Some people are still on obedient network. Some people are still on obedient network. So
some people, we're not going to have this conversation be between two people. There are a lot of people here who are yet to speak, and there are a lot of people who are joining us. So what I'm going to do is to give you 2 minutes to respond to Jonaba, and that's it. Jonaba, you're
no.
Then we can do this. We can do it.
I can't use 2 minutes. In that case, you are punishing me because you are not being fair to me. Sorry, you are not being fair to me. You allowed him to rain all manner of abuse. He used all manner of insult, even misrepresenting what I said here yesterday. It's in the archives. He can retrieve it. People can read it and they listen to me what I said. I was kind of trying to preach on the need that the union is not working. I cited evidence that 4 years ago or 2015, I said it here again, Ndi Igbo was singled out in Lagos of all more than 300 ethnic groups living there to humiliate them. It's a humiliation. Nothing was done about it. People papered over it. 8 years later, okay, why didn't Oluomo tell Ijaw people what he said to Igbo? So when I said all these things now, then he became icked. I wasn't referring to him. Rather than see justice. In fact, let me now put it this way. You see, species like John Abba are a disgrace to humanity. He said, you're a danger to the people you minister. As far as I know, your knack for biblical proclamation is just built on a deceitful facility for religious bigotry. I have to address you. When you say you can't support what I support, you are only showing the animalistic tendency in you. I support Peter Obi because a lot of Nigerians find him credible. Peter Obi left his Christmas meal to go and stay with your people in refugee camp. And you say you can't support such a man. What manner of person are you? What do you preach in your Bible? Do you have a separate Bible than the Christian Bible everybody is having? What do you preach? You are just a Pharisee. You come here to come and lament and propagate and say something. But deep down, you are just an epitome of being treated anyhow. I shouldn't talk. You are preaching unity. Me and you will unite, we become one country. When it is not working, why it is me that is saying the truth by standing to say, look, I call a spade a spade. The vision of some of us, we are saying that this is how it should be. Now people are coming around to it to say that Nigeria is not working. You come here to come and massage. I'm still alive. By the grace of God, I'm still living. I haven't died. So you can't just manufacture falsehood, fabricate wide concoctions and try to pin it on me in the hope that it will fly. It won't fly. But if I'm no more in this world, you can say whatever you like. As far as I know, somebody like you is just, you are just too toxic to associate with. Of course, you know that. The noise you are making won't help you. Because when you now say lies and say people like CM do this or do that, I know. Thank God I can't even, I don't know you, and I cannot in my widest imagination know you. If not for we come here to share, maybe I want to profile idea on the humiliation my people are facing. If you I don't blame you. You are not Igbo. You don't know what it entails. I know what I go through. I know the receive. I know the distance I receive. You may not know that on 25th February, being Saturday, presidential election was held. On Monday, 27th, a cousin of mine came to Ladipo just to open his shop. He was stabbed to death. Some people know. I'm not fabricating it. You don't know what it means. So when you come here to come and then start to and from today onwards, don't call me brother. I'm never your brother. We are not of the same stock. Please, if you want to just respect yourself,
What I
keep your
said is
opinion
on
to
this
yourself. Don't
platform.
call me brother.
All
I've
right.
never used it on you.
Rudy,
If I'm
what
looking
I
for
said
brother, I
is
know where
said
to
to
go.
go to
So
refugee
when
camp was not yesterday.
when
It was today.
people
This man
speak,
is
you have
just
to
trying
understand
to
the
find a
background
word
under
to
which
talk.
people are speaking. I've lost
I
a
can't stay
relation
here and be listening
because
to
of this
you. I'm
presidential election.
going
And
on
when I'm
freedom
saying no,
now.
excuse
Going
me.
to create.
If
We're
you
going to
if
stop
you
this
want to
guy from this lying
listen,
thing. It's not going to help
listen.
him. This man have.
No, no,
I'm
no,
not
no, no,
here to
no.
be arguing with him. Be
See,
well with you. Talk all you want to talk and go wherever you want to go. But all I'm telling you is
interrupting me.
that
Did I
if you
interrupt you?
cannot stop
Did I
being
interrupt you?
toxic,
Did I interrupt you? So
yes,
ignorance. Rudolph, I don't like this. So,
Èmi
are
ló
you better
kàn,
than P2B?
èmi ló kàn,
Are you up to
èmi ló
zero
kàn.
zero point zero 0.01% of P2B? Do you
Arnold,
think you are
take
better than
over now.
P2B?
Take over.
Imagine the bastard. Look at a braggart. He's saying P2B. Are you better than P2B? I mean, Rudolph, look. There's an extent that somebody can go. There's an extent. These are the type of people I won't tolerate here. Though it's not my program, but as far as I know, I have never said anything to offend him. All I'm trying to point out is what P2B did. I don't like it. My time is not up yet. It's not up to 8 minutes.
No, 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 no.
It's
CM,
not up to
I
eight
did
minutes.
no CM. That's listen. We can't allow this to happen here. I decide the time that people should have. It shouldn't be, because that what it means is that two of you can stay here and we watch you and listen to two of you. So there has to be the kind of order.
It was only the time he used to address me. I'm
No,
not.
no,
I'm not
it's
asking if he had if he had used 2 minutes to mess himself up. I would have asked for 2 minutes.
Yeah,
You
that's
allowed him
okay.
up to 10 minutes. Then
that's
it's only
not
fair
it.
that I should be given so equal time.
No,
Imagine a braggart like that coming to talk to me.
It's okay. It's okay. We have to stop it here. All right. Welcome to the show. I'm really but it's all good. This is all good, because one of the things that we are learning is this. Jude, please, now you want to add fuel to the fire. Jude, no,
No, not fire.
no, I'm not coming to you at all. Jesus. Aloy, welcome to the show. African Queen, welcome to the show. There are people who are in the backstage, and I'm trying to get them to say something. And all right, Aloy, you're next. Just 2 minutes. Everybody now limited to 2 minutes. No matter what you're saying, even if you're bringing down the house, 2 minutes, so that we can get to more people. All right, go ahead.
Good evening from Nigeria. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'll give you 3 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, I want to hear from you. Go ahead.
All right.
Where in Nigeria are you?
Lagos.
Lagos, okay.
Yeah. So it's really unfortunate what we had yesterday, and I think Nigeria will not remain the same. In fact, I wish we will think of how to drive. And unfortunately, the actors are not even likely going to think of unifying the country.
Aloye, do you want to turn down your TV a little bit lower? The feedback is getting too loud. Thank you.
No, reduce the volume of the TV.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. What I'm saying is, the actors are not likely going to. They are technically not even interested in having a unified Nigeria, because if Nigeria gets united, they will lose out. So they always like it like this. So that's the reason why I think it's about time we start having a conversation. From my conclusion, I drew a conclusion. I'm not actually Igbo. I'm not Igbo, and I really sympathize with the Igbos, because they've been victimized for too long. If the situation, the conclusion I drew between yesterday and today, in fact, from even the conversations that happened pre-election and after till now, I drew a conclusion that the Hausa Fulanis don't like the Igbos. Now, the Yorubas have made a brazen statement that the Igbos are no longer wanted in Nigeria. And if they are saying so, it simply means, from their actions, they have said the Igbos are not good enough to be Nigerians. They are not good enough to be voted for. They are not good enough to even vote. That's the latest statement. They are not good enough to vote. They are not good enough to be voted for. So it's a simple thing. Let the conversation to let the Igbos go commence. That's my own advice. It can be done peacefully. The conversation should start. It's going to be a negotiation, because the Igbos have a lot of assets all spread all over. Now the issue is, how do we transfer the asset or whatever our value from this asset located in other places back to wherever we want to have it. So the Igbos can decide to take their stuffs back to the east and develop their southeast. They can have their Biafra. It can be done peacefully, because it's really annoying. It's annoying for politics to be driven to this level, and we keep preaching one Nigeria. There's nothing like one Nigeria as far as I'm concerned. I am from Edo. I need to make myself very clear. I'm from Edo. I'm from the northern part of Edo, and it's disgusting what happened yesterday. I must state that I couldn't leave my house yesterday because I decided over a week ago, that I was not going to vote because of the experience I had on the 25th. Has it got so bad? And as I close, I want to announce to you, to everyone who cares to listen, I want to welcome you all to dictatorship. If Tinubu is eventually enthroned, we'll be in a mess. The whole of Africa will be in a mess. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It mentioned something very important. What will happen when Tinubu will takes over? Because especially with the media and open forum, what we enjoy now to some extent. African Queen, you're next.
Hi everyone. Happy Sunday to everyone. I don't need to ask what the topic is because I believe that it's still a spillover from what we were talking about yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we're trying to say what next?
What next? Okay. First up, before I speak on what next, let me reiterate. I think some people didn't understand what I was talking about yesterday. Of course, I know that there are different tribes, so many tribes beyond the tribes I mentioned yesterday. And I also know that I was actually inferring to what we used to call the three major tribes in Nigeria. That's the Wazobia. So nobody needs to come and tell me about the different tribes. We know that. So I just hope it's understood. Then going forward, if we look today in what is happening in Abulado, people are still being killed. Igbos are still being killed today, and it's very, 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 very painful when you see people kind of. It's very, very disheartening when you see people. Excuse me.
African Queen, we can't hear you.
It's happening everywhere. And I know that it's not happening everywhere. They always try to make light of the entire situation. When we want to talk about what Igbos are going through, they always try to bring the other tribes into it. But I'm yet to see which other tribe has been singled out the way the Igbos have been singled out. Especially every election cycle. So anybody here trying to make light of the entire situation is just deceiving themselves. It's all shrouded in deceit. So for the way forward, right now, if you don't protect yourself, nobody will do that for you. So how do we protect ourselves as Igbos? My brother CM and everyone on board, it's of no use lamenting. We've lamented for so long. It's not about bearing arms. No. We need to change things. How do we change things? I keep saying this, we must look inwards. The last speaker, Aloye, that spoke, he mentioned asking for Biafra. How can we get Biafra when we have leaders in Igbo land who are benefiting from this system? They are the problem of the Igbo people. How come our leaders, we have leaders who still wine and dine with the status quo, and watch our people being humiliated, being maimed, being killed? But because of their selfish agenda, they keep quiet and they try to make it and they mellow it down. So when I keep saying that we should turn this agitation, whatever we want to call it, should turn around and look inwards first. If we really want to go, whether we go our separate ways or we don't, we must get our house in order. Because it is the rats, is the cat, is the mouse that is in the house that told the mouse in the bush that there's fish in the kitchen. It is our leaders. The problem starts from within. So all these people that are agitating for Biafra, that's why I don't even I used to be pro Biafra, but at some point, especially when they got Mazina Mikalo in, I then looked, I said, I had to introspect. And I asked myself, how come we're talking about all this and we still have people that are benefiting from the system amongst us? How do we think we can succeed? When we don't hold our own leaders accountable, how are we going to succeed? That is why our leaders can liaise with the people outside to name their own people. They don't care because they are feeding fat from whatever they're getting in the land. So let us channel our grievances to our leadership in Igbo land, so that anybody that comes up to ever say they are representing Igbo people should be able to speak for the people and speak in all honesty. Because what is going on is unheard of. And that's the only way we can build whatever we want to build in Igbo land and be economically viable. We don't need to wait for the federal government to come and give us anything. We can pull together our strength, raise our funds, and do whatever we want to do in our land. Then let's see who will try to stop us by any means whatsoever. Then we will now revolt. But we've not done what we're supposed to do. We have not done our homework.
All right.
Let the agitation change. Let them change. Let them change and focus on our leadership. We know that.
Thank you, African Queen.
Thank you.
So briefly, what I'm going to do is that we're going to go through Mahmoud Yakubu. We'll come to you. So want fine points now, not just we all understand the issue in different perspective, but tell us what should be done. For instance, someone mentioned, why is it that the president is not saying anything? This is for the past, we've not heard from him for the past few days. Femi Additional came out to say that the elections were wonderful, better than what we had in the last, so what should be done specifically? Where do we go? What happens next? 2 minutes, Mahmoud Yakubu.
Yeah, thank you. But doctor, I have to touch a little bit. So doctor, now look at my attires very well. I could remember when I was in Sokoto. This is how I dress in Sokoto.
Oh, are you now Mahmoud Yakubu? Jeez.
Yes, I'm Mahmoud Yakubu. Didn't I look like Mahmoud Yakubu?
So
exactly. So you see, 1 minute I dress like this now. Everybody will address me that. If not because of your OG in the station. That's why you quick to call me Paul. Sundays why Yaiki. See? So doctor, it's so painful. I want to use the Jewish people all over the world. The Jewish people all over the world, they work hard, they fight tirelessly to go back and help where they come from. But even when we will read and everything, they tell us one day the Jewish people will go back. They've not gone back. But whatever place they find themselves, they're doing very well there. And they still agitate for that place that they call their Jewish country. They still agitate and fight for them. So every time when I see my Igbo people trying to say, let us go back, let us go back, I don't think that's the way, because anywhere the Igbo man find himself, they do well, they succeed. Outside where they find themselves, the painful part is that the leaders in the Southwest, in the North, that is tormenting these so-called Igbo people, if the Igbo people still go back home, they still have leaders too. That is also tormenting them home. That's another, it's just like there's no happy ending. Just like I fondly tell John Abba yesterday, I said, the church is failing us. I'm thinking to go back to traditionalists. Now, our traditional institution too, they are using it now to play politics. I can't serve juju, I can't go to church. And the atheist is not popular. This is how painful it could be. What do you expect from Buhari? You don't expect anything. It's a failed state. It is a failed state. They saw everything. If Buhari wanted to do something, he would have done it before they even conduct the election. If he wants what he said, that he wants a true and fair election to be conducted, he would have achieved it. And if he didn't achieve it, he would have condemned it. You understand? This election, they didn't conduct it in some secret place like an Ogboni thing. We all see everything in public. What are they seeing that we cannot see? And every other thing. Like I said, they say during Obasanjo time, they write election. During this time, at least they give some people. During Obasanjo time, people lose and people won. So it's just so painful. I don't know where we are going with the way we are taking the country. But I can tell you, doctor, for sure, things are not working fine. My Igbo people, don't think of going. We just need good leadership everywhere. Don't think of going, because where you are going, your leaders over there too are not being fair to the people over there too. Yeah, you might say so. Nobody is running to Anambra, nobody is running to Ebonyi, nobody is running to Enugu. You know why? Things are also not working as we would expect things to work. That's one thing for sure. No matter how you want to say, which means the leaders who also run the so-called Ebonyi State, Anambra State, Abia State, Enugu State, and Imo State, they're also not doing the best of job. So it's a leadership problem, and so bad it's trickling down fast to also followership problem. Makes it like a cancer now. It's just spilling. So all we need right now, we first of all need a good leadership that can bring those good followership back for them to get a say and a voice. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mahmoud. Ovie, next. 2 minutes. What should be done? Concrete things. What should happen now?
What what should happen now? Organize. When I said that, what was his name? Ralph go on, go attack me, because this is my fear. My fear is that this blame will start, from every quarter. Just imagine what an average Fulani will think when he was listening to about 30 minutes ago, how the exchange of words and all that. So it's just it goes to shows that now all the solutions still lie with us, and it's about when we are ready. Because as I always say, we should be just count our losses and build on the gains, right? I'm paying attention to the elite. There's this an unusual pace, despite the irregularities that we are seeing. They're just too peaceful. It's just too jolly. Now only one or two persons will just come make noise and say, just because that person, one way or the other, that person lost out. So we should pay attention to that and learn from it. You understand? Because it's obvious. I don't think anybody will say, "Oh, this election is not rigged." It's obvious, So we should. It's not time to say, "Okay, they're rigged, man. This is how. This is who." And plan ahead, because whether we like it or not, Nigeria will continue. Either with us or without us. So once we're able to establish that fact, we start to organize and plan. You understand? Because we are all one way or the other, all of us invest. So how do we channel that hunger to one goal? Because as far as I'm concerned, it is between the elite and the average Nigerian. You understand? We can decide to take our frustration against the touts and via one tribe, Igbo, na Yoruba, na other. All those ones know now we they affect. Now who they affect? They are already going around themselves. Now who become leader of this, who become senator, who done this, and that. So we have to start planning too. There's no way. It's okay. We should take out our frustration. But at the end of that, we need everybody to be on deck. We just have to work together. I know support will be, yes, but I am not blind to see what I achieve under the obedience. How do we make sure those people are not taken over by APC 6 months, 1 year from now? Because that's where we are headed. If the followers are so divided, then the leader will give up now. They'll take advantage of the leaders easily. So plan and organize going forward.
All right, thank you. I will continue on the line, but let me get to Shola. Shola, I saw you. I know you're there. Shola, you next.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. I've been watching your program for shop for 2 years now, but I've never come online to offer my suggestions. I live in Canada, in Vancouver, precisely. And then, unfortunately, we are where we are today because of fundamental issues. If I have to start, I may have to get more time from you, but because I have to allow people to talk, so I'll just be brief. If the election has, we had the election and we've seen the result. And my condolences to those who lost loved ones. And it's not something you like to experience, but it has happened. We need to move forward. But my condolences to all of you. I think on this platform, I've been watching you, but I think we need to be more civil when we address one another. We are learner people. I work here. I'm a physician here, just to say. I work here. I have colleagues who are just like me work here. But we listen to each other. We don't shout. We don't call each other names. We should respect each other's culture, the way we are brought up. We have differences in what we say, but that doesn't mean we should, begin to, call each other's names, stuff like that. We should be more civil. So, Queen, my sister Queen, I heard you, and I quite support all your submissions. These are my contribution that I believe we should still be together. So if we are going to be together, we need to look at what happened. There are things I can change. There are things I cannot change. Those that I can change are things like, for example, moving forward, the government system, the INEC, probably they are so powerful that I don't know how we're going to, confront them because they own the system, the share and stuff that they can manipulate those stuff. We may not be able to get a headway easily with them. However, there are things that I can change. Maybe the way I campaign. How did I campaign? Was my campaign 40 for Peter Obi? And I want us to know one thing. It's a movement. Our allegiance to be how to improve our government system. Our campaign should be how do we improve the level of our people. Our allegiance will not be to individual, and that's why you're getting me wrong. My support is how do I improve the livelihood of my people. And so, regardless of who is there, it's a movement. You shouldn't focus on one particular entity. But that's why I'm getting it wrong. People will begin to read meanings because Nigerians know who they are back home. Once you begin to say do or die on the particular candidate, they are worried. But once you have a movement for good governance, regardless who is going to represent you, they will listen to you. Fiore has been my favorite. Unfortunately, it's not what everybody likes. Unfortunately, but our support should be for good governance, not attached to anybody, and that's what's going to make a good way for us in Nigeria. Now, having said that, so we need to take stock and see: did we campaign wrongly? Is there anything we didn't do right? Is our focus on particular individual or the generality or the good governance for that country? Having said that, now, on the part of the government, one of the things we should also be talking about is how do we make that particular political class less attractive? Let me tell you, the reason why those thugs and thuggeries are there because the political system is so attractive. There's a lot of money there. So they're going to make it do or die. Perhaps within that constitution will be a good way to go. In here, where I work here, my mayor and I will sit down, we drink together here. I sit down with my mayor. My mayor in my city here has a second job. He's paid stipend. He doesn't have to. So it's not something you want to do or die. You know what I mean? So once the political office is less juicy, it's less attractive, people will not want to go there, and they want to go there to serve. But they are going there because there is money there, and that's what we are not looking at. So how do we now make that place less attractive? Now, if those will not work, I think the best thing is just make everybody go back to his region, go back to the government, and let everybody control his resources, and then we go from there. I just want to encourage everybody, please, let's mind our language. Let's use the right word for ourselves. We are all learners. We are elite. We should not civil. Regardless of what we go through, we should just respect one another. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shala. Thank you so much. Let me go back to CM. We alternate new people coming in and people who are here for a while now. CM, go ahead. 2 minutes.
Well,
So
thing is, I
CM, let
don't.
me CM, hold on before you speak. So we're going
When
back to
when
what
when the
concrete things. I think there's connection problem with CM hearing me. Concrete things that we should do. So, for instance, I hear people who propose that Nigeria should break up, and so how do you break up? Not just saying Nigeria should break up. How do you practical ways to break it up? Whatever is your proposal, what should be done now to change the situation? That's what I want.
well, unfortunately, whatever we say now is not being original. It's only opinion people have canvassed for quite a long time. But the thing about Nigeria is their ostracism. People like to hide and then start to preach. Maybe things will be good. What should be done is, first of all, we are not prepared to live together. It was Bola Ige that said it during the days of Nadeko. They were asking him. He said, "Old man, why do you like all this, the trouble you are making? The government doesn't like it." He said, "Look, I may be alive. I may have died. But before Nigeria can move forward, they must answer two questions. Are we prepared to live together? If yes, under what condition?" Nigerians are dodging it. We are a different people. People say obedient is a movement. So if I vote for Mr. A and Mr. A scores 100 votes and Mr. B scores 30 votes, Mr. A has won. So if you now if you switch the votes, is he still so if Mr. A wins, is that no longer a movement? So must it be a movement only when Mr. A is cheated? Then they say wait for 2027. When we saw these things, you see, the thing is that I think this issue is that some people are yet to get to the enormity of what we are saying. I don't want to address the individual, in the individual fallacies. I'm beyond that now. Whoever can say can say. I know what I'm going through. The thing is, Nigeria can never work. People, a lot of us, we are moving. Look, this is it. This is Biafra. I sold this cap more than pieces in the UK. I sold it. We've gone far beyond. But at a time, a lot of Ohanes and will send a delegate. They came secretly to UK to meet us. They said, "My children, keep it calm. Let's give Nigeria 2023." Former governor of Enugu State, Okwesile Ezenwodo, had an interview on Arise News. He said by 2023, if Nigeria plays this their wayo again on us, we listen to Nnamdi Kanu. What did Peter Obi do? Is it not to come out and build Nigeria? And look at the mess that is happening, and people are losing their life. Now, when you say, they say, how do you do it? How do you do it? Okay, if you don't know what to do, then let's stop complaining. If they slaughter us and then burn our businesses, to all of us in the UK, if you do your job, if you finish one job, you go and contact, maybe look for one business, look for a second-hand engine to send home to people to sell so that they can go to university. That's what some of us are doing. That market, I send sort of so many business. It's all got bogged down because of one Nigeria. Okay, I agree. Let us be one. But can I be losing my means of livelihood? What are people losing in Lagos? Abulado was burned down the other day. People died there, and people will be telling me that it's a lie. It was not 2 years ago. So when we are saying all this, even the Igbo doesn't know what to do, hey, let them stay. The person who spoke here is not Igbo, Aloye. Look at what he preferred. Look at the information he gave. Find a way and get. They say it's Alaye. Obo of Lagos told you no. Oluomo told you no. They are killing you. You say no. They burn your business. You say no. What else do you want? What else do you want? What else do you want? What else? How else would they say it? And people are here pretending. When they say you're spreading rumor, it's fake news, it's fake news, it's fake news. After voting, then you lose your means of livelihood. Is that fair? So many people, our people are all over Europe, scavenging. Even me, I'm a professional, but I have to go second-hand engine to send home. so that people, if you do that, what will you then do? Do my cousins to become prostitutes in Nigeria because they are women? You have to send them something. So when you are not doing all these things, in the end, Lagos, they will damage everything. And somebody will come and tell you, no, you are proclaimed, we have to be together, we be together. They've told you they don't want you. Ndi was no is the what it means that Nigeria rejected Ndi Igbo. They've shown it to you practically. Practically, they've shown it. What else did Obi do to contest? Obedient, we are there violent, nothing. Now they cannot preach, they say it's violent. They seize him, now they cannot behind the bar. Releasing, they say no. Okay, he's there quietly. Let us make a vote. Igbos are voting in Lagos like others, and they are being slaughtered. And people are not talking. When you talk, they say this. You are spreading rumor. There's no rumor. Let us, it's in the Igbo now, let us have introspection. Let's go back home and ask, what else do you do? How do you want to slice it? How do you want to slice it now? Because in this case now, I'm for peace. What do we do? Let them tell me. You don't want to shoot gun, you vote, they say no. What else do you want? And you lose your means of livelihood.
All right, CM, thank you. Thank you so much. Jude, what should be done? Practical things, measurable things. Now, we know the story.
There is no measurable things I can profile now that people have not said before. All I've been, for a long time, we have been saying, like CM Punk have said, and many other people have said, we need to come together and sit down and say, do we really want to live together as Nigerians? And if yes is that question, then under what condition? And then you and I know that the politicians, those who have held us bound, and then will always take up ethnic rhetoric, to divide us, to put our heads together in order to continue to perpetrate themselves in power to achieve their inordinate ambition. We will never allow this to happen. So what then are we going to do? So if they say they that make forgotten that this thing peaceful negotiation difficult, then has made a violent this thing inevitable. So at this point, whatever way it can be done, I prefer whatever I support that whatever it can be done, Nigeria should be broken apart because you cannot continue this, my brothers and sisters. As we speak now, the Igbos are being they are being tortured, they are being harassed, they are being killed today, still in Lagos. And why? What is their sin? Their sin is that they voted for somebody they decided they choose to vote for. It's not as if they were even coming out to say, vote me for, I want to be a governor of a Lagos state. That is not. Imagine now if an Igbo man in Lagos said, okay, contest for Lagos governorship, which I don't think our constitution forbids that. Imagine if that happens. I'm sure in fact they will just massacre them immediately. But to vote, we are being frustrated, we are being disallowed to vote for somebody we chose in Lagos, and we say we want to continue to be in such a country, and some people will come out here and say, yes, some people died, it's okay, but let's move on. How can you move on? How can you just say, casually like that, yes, those who have died, sorry for them, let's move on. Anaba came here and said, okay, well, how will somebody be telling people to go and defend yourself? Is self-defense against the constitution of Nigeria and any country in the world? No. If we are coming to vote in every election cycle in Lagos and in most places, especially in Lagos, is the case study. Every time Tinubu boys, Tinubu gangsters always come and kill Igbos and dismantle election police stations and everything. But now, some people are saying people should go and defend themselves, and somebody is saying, how can you be stoking up violence? Is that violence? Let's just continue to keep ourselves.
Thank you, Jude. I'm looking for what should be done, practical things. We've had the issues, and I'm looking for what should be done and how it's going to be done. So I hope we will get to that. I was skipping Queen. Queen, I'll come back to you. Let me get people who are joining first. DQB, you're next. BQB. Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, good.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I should speak to what should be done, Dr. Damages. Oh.
Yeah, but since you're in Nigeria, I want to also hear what's going on where you are in Nigeria.
Yeah, let me just, I think I will speak to that. I'm more comfortable with that. I don't know what can be done, but the people saying Igbos are being killed, I don't know if they can mention the specific area in Lagos today, this morning, that they hear any reports of where the Igbos are being killed. So one thing I found out is that the diasporans, they tend to receive so many news, bad news, falsehood propaganda about events happening in Lagos that we in Lagos are not seeing. So I can see Mr. CM raising his hand already. Which area you can show an evidence, a proof, documentary evidence proof, not just somebody said to you or something that you can send to Dr. Damiji so that you can play it so that you can see. Today, this morning, I've driven across 3 local governments today, this morning. Everybody, any tribes, people are going about their normal activities. People are going to church, going about normal activity. The state looks calm and nothing really, at least from Ali Mosho local government, Ikeja local government, and some part of Koshofe local government. So anybody that comes to this platform to say Igbos are being killed somewhere should be bold enough to get that fact, link it to Dr. Damages, to show it on this platform so that we can see. We don't want just some people to just start making one video of somebody being killed and now make an audio recording on that video and circulate it. Somebody might be killed somewhere. Somebody will now quickly make a video. I'm in Egbeda now. One Igbo guy was just being shot. I'm talking to you from Ali Mosho local government, and that video will be circulated to social media platform, and it will be circulated all around. People will roll along with the story. So I'm challenging everybody because I've been seeing all those kind of claims today on this platform. If you have any of those things, post. You don't need to raise up. You don't need to raise your hand. Just post it to Dr. Damages to show it so that everybody can see it. But from what I see today, this is 7 p.m., 7:03 p.m. now. I mean, Ali Mosho local government.
I don't need
It's
to post
largely
the date
peaceful.
of. I can never post the date of my cousin.
CM, hold on.
I can't post it. If that is what you want, I can never post the death of my cousin to you. If you
So,
doubt it,
CM.
like I
let your
was
own
saying,
cousin die.
like I was saying, I'm not here to discuss with him about all this narrative that he's trying to push. But I'm just trying to tell you that some even businesses that are dominated by Igbos, in fact, it's open in this evening. I've even done some small business in the spare part section of Yanokpaja, Alaguton. So if you go there now, you see some people doing buying and selling there. So this issue is just being exaggerated by people not on ground. People on ground are going about their normal activity. That is largely what is obtainable. The elections that happened yesterday, there was some violence in some area, but that is not that doesn't define the whole situation in Lagos State. We have 20 local governments. How many local governments were there violence? There was violence in Etiosa, there was violence in Okota. Was there violence in Ekpe? Was there violence in Badagry? Was there violence in Ikorodu? There are so many local governments. So those areas that are pocket of violence, elections were postponed to today. Some were just being concluded. So if you want to do the overall assessment, most elections went on smoothly. In my local government, Igbo voted. Every other tribe voted. There was no harassment. Nobody was killed. So using some of those elements of flashes that you see to paint the whole generality is not acceptable. You might not agree with what I say. You might say all the Igbos in Lagos are being killed. If they are being killed, I'm sure one of your this is not the situation we'll be saying. You will have been seeing it on Arise TV.
if anybody is being killed, like you are presenting it in this on this platform. So what I'm saying
Please,
in essence is that it's not as you will have you, Mr. CM. You just need to
please,
relax. Maybe you use diazepam or something so that you can
please.
relax yourself. The situation is not as tense as the way you are looking at it. You can get a verifiable informations on the news happening. You can tune to a local news station. Most of those TV stations are in Lagos. If they are killing anybody in any part of the state, at least the station will hear it now. Or is it Tinubu that owns all the station too? And is telling them to be killing the Igbos and they are not showing it. So I don't want us to keep on pushing all these narratives. I'm telling you practically what is on ground. I've been to 3 local governments. Everywhere was peaceful, at least as at the time I was driving around. And as of up till now, there is no report in our local media in this state that there was anywhere people are being killed. So if you have anybody that is pushing that narrative, let them come with those documentary evidence. Don't just come online and say somebody sent to you that somebody is being killed. That
Okay,
is just what I said I should put up.
BQB, thank you so much.
Yes.
Can I say something?
Let me see. Let me hear from. Okay, just 30 seconds each.
Please.
Everybody. I start with.
Please,
Benet.
please, I need to say
Can I
something.
say
I need to.
something? Please,
Yeah,
can I say something?
Benet, 30
Okay.
seconds.
First of all,
Please,
but this is not
please,
my
before
this
he
is not
leaves,
this is not
No,
my option
no, this
for.
not your
before
no,
he
this not
leaves,
your turn. But just
Okay,
respond.
CM, please allow me to speak. Now, BQB, I want to correct something that you've been saying since this election. And that thing is, in your area, the fact that there are no violence in your area does not mean that there is violence in other parts of Lagos. And one violence is one too many. We don't want it. Nobody should be disenfranchised. Nobody is more Nigerian than every other Nigerian. It baffles me that a young man like you, who says that you were in Dubai or UAE, will come and be spitting what you're spitting out here, saying that you've been through. So we are speaking to family members in Lagos that are telling us that they are scared for their lives and they are calling for help, are talking rubbish. Because were you not aware that Arise News, their newscasters, were beaten up yesterday? Were you not aware of that? So because it's not carried, no,
You
hold on, sir, you spoke.
no,
Now allow me to speak.
excuse me.
This
We
is
are talking
what
BQB,
about
gets us
today. We
upset.
are talking
No,
about
no,
events
no,
that
calm
happened
down.
today.
Yesterday and today,
Even
you
if you're
came out
angry,
and you
even if
spoke
you're angry,
the
it's not going
same
to solve any.
thing. And even
You're not going to achieve anything.
Matt had
It's
to come
today.
on to correct you.
I'm
This
talking.
is the
It's not about
xenophobia
corrections.
we're
I'm talking
talking
about
about.
today.
This
Which
is the
place? Which part of
xenophobia we are
let
Lagos?
talking
me allow
about.
this man here.
No, Dr. Rudolph, please mute him, because when he spoke, I didn't speak. He wants to shut me down because I've given him instances. Arise News, their reporters were molested and assaulted yesterday. We are speaking to family members that are in Lagos and they are telling us that they are fearful of their life. The fact that you've driven from one place to another and you're not seeing it does not mean that it's not happening. You cannot tell me that someone would make a video. Did you not see videos of people being beaten and whipped and hit with irons yesterday? And it's still ongoing as of today. So much so that even the police had to release a notice saying that everything has calmed down in what area they went to, which is a place in Lagos. I can't pronounce the place. So if nothing happened, why would the police release a record? Please, with all due respect, do not come here and tell us lies.
Excuse
People
me.
are
It's
already
you.
hurt.
You've just
Please,
talked
let
for
me
almost 1
finish.
minute now without mentioning any
Sir.
specific area. Mention the specific area
No,
so
you
that we
can't
can
speak again.
verify.
It's my turn now.
Will
Please,
come out
please.
and speak.
After him,
Others will come
we
out and
listen
say
to
the
you.
place.
Please.
But can I say something?
You don't
Some
come here.
people
You
have
don't come here.
lost loved
You don't come
ones.
here and bamboozle us.
Some
Please.
people have lost loved ones because of this contraption called Nigeria. So do not come to pour salt on people's injury. If you have no human sympathy, then do not speak a word. Don't come and tell us where you are. Where you are might be peaceful. Where you are could have 1 or 2 Igbos that are even pretending not to be Igbos so that they can leave. So please, I'm quite furious. I thought you were an intelligent man, but I think otherwise. Thank you.
All right. Hold on, BQ, because I just want to get few reaction. Then you can say something and we'll move on. Nene, you're next.
I think Queen has basically said everything I want to say, because I'm finished.
I need to rebut him. I need to rebut him.
Please,
He
let me say
addressed
what I
me.
have
I
to
need
say.
to rebut him.
And let me finish what I have to say, and then you can, continue. Because I feel like BQB is gaslighting us at this point.
Can I respond, please?
No,
Yeah, let me
hold on,
finish.
hold
I
on,
think we
hold on,
gave you
hold
time
on.
to say everything you
I'll
had to
call you.
say.
I'll call you.
Okay. Yeah, because I feel like we are being gaslighted at this
All right.
point.
I have not responded to you now.
Because you're
CM,
basically
hold
telling us,
on.
that just because it's not happening at as in where you know, or where you live, or you've been to 3 different places, that means it's not happening. Even if it's happening to one person, that's one person too much. That's one person too much. I'm watching a video right now on my iPad, and this is happening at Amu Odofin this morning. Okay, this morning. So don't tell me as in you've been to 3. As in 3 is not the whole of Lagos. And even if it's happening in 3, 1 is too much. So don't come and gaslight us here. As in, I wouldn't expect you to know any better, because you're of a certain tribe. Because if your tribe or you have been picked on because of where you come from, I don't think you'll be saying all these things. So please do not come here and gaslight us and tell us, oh, it happened in 3 places and it hasn't happened today, so everything is okay. I have family living in Lagos and they're scared. They lock their gates because they don't know as in what might happen. They're surrounded by Yoruba people and they don't know what might happen. They're inside the house, they're not going anywhere, and the gates are locked.
All right.
My parents are old. So don't come here and tell us that, it's not happening. It is happening.
All right, thank you. I'll go to Prince and then CM, and then
so that they will be killing us.
No, CM, hold on. CM, hold on. Prince, you are next.
Reply. Yeah, come.
What do I want to say? I think everybody has touched, almost everything that I wanted to say, which is to Big QB,
right.
whatever
So
his name is. I'm sorry. So what I'm saying in essence is BQB will understand, but you should also understand that there is communication. Okay? That somebody say something is happening. It might not mean that it just happened immediately. It might be things that have happened that some people have reported to them and they just expressing it. They are not wrong in saying that. And why we're here, we're not here because we want to spread fake news. We are here because we want to seek solution to the Nigerian problem. Okay? It's painful what is going on in Nigeria. And I try as much as possible to be neutral in all these things, but I find it hard because I believe that the Igbo blood runs in me. The Igbo blood runs in me, being the fact that I was born in Igbo land. And I know from whatever I was being told, my village, they come from Kogi, Ida, or whatever, Igala, whatever they call it, on that area. So it doesn't mean that I don't have Yoruba friends. I have Yoruba guys, so many Yoruba friends. But if they are expressing themselves, allow them to say what they want to say. That, having said that, my surprise is when we talk about the elites and we talk about Igbo politicians, I'm surprised that people like Uzodinjo, hopeless Uzodinjo, have not spoken. I'm surprised that somebody like Oju Zokalu has not spoken. And you know why? Because they are seeking. They are trying to maneuver to see if they're going to get this Senate leadership, whatever it is that they are seeking for. I try to ask. Igbos are very intelligent. We have lawyers, we have justices, we have professors. Does it mean that all these people cannot come together and present something to United Nations? Biafra. It could be gotten. Yes.
Prince, I was just expecting you to respond to BQB, and then we'll get to your chance to speak further. Okay. Let's round up on that. CM, you are the last person, and then we move on. Ngozika, I know you're here. I will come to you next.
Okay. So to BQB, so to BQB, because of the city of people listening, of life and death, you don't tell lies about a dead person. I don't know about your culture, but in my culture, you don't deceive people by saying somebody died when the person didn't die. It's an abomination in Igbo land. You say you went to 3 local governments. None of them is Amuwo. There's a place called Abula Adotu. You start down. You didn't go that side. People are coming back from church. They are molested. You're asking me to bring a documented evidence to Rudolph. That's what you want. Before somebody will now know that they're ringing us and telling us to send help, to see if we can syndicate help for them. You are coming here to come and tell me that I'm spreading rumor. That's what you are writing on the chat. I'm spreading rumor. I'm just inflating it. It's a fake news. I'm a rumor. You may wish to know for the untenth time. 25th February was Saturday. Election was held. On Monday 27th, Ladipo Market Mushi was burnt. Some section. My brother, my cousin, my first cousin, was stabbed to death by Tinubu thugs. If you are
Okay. Sim, I think your line is bad again. We have to. You can, when next you get your chance, you can talk. But let's move to. Let me get BQB to respond in 2 minutes, and then we move on. I'll bring in Gaza. Sim, I didn't stop you. Your line was just not good. I think you. I don't know. Can you hear me? Okay, I don't think you can hear me.
Yes.
BQB, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
You.
Yes. Okay. So did you finish, CM? Did you finish your thoughts?
No, you told me to stop. So what I'm telling BQB with a heavy heart, I'm saying this. Because you mentioned the issue of violence and fake news. That's what you are writing here. That is all lies. That's what you are telling me, falsehood. That's why I want to conclude. May what happened to my cousin, who is a businessman at Ladipo, Mushi, on 27th, Monday, February, stabbing. May what happened to him, may your generation be wiped out through stabbing. I'm wishing you that so that you will know it is true. And when it happens, I would like you to bring a documented evidence to me.
CM,
I wish you what you wish me.
CM, I don't think this is necessary. But anyway, you don't have to go. You're bigger than this. But I think maybe let me let BQ respond. But I think what I had BQ said was, he was saying that in the last today that nothing has happened. I think people should be saying that I had people said that things had happened to people coming back from church. That's the point I wanted people to make, not about what happened in the past. But anyways, BQ, just 2 minutes, please. Let's move on.
Yes, I think I don't need to follow him to go to the market square and dance naked with him, because I think I can understand his frustrations. But let me just put him on the side. So the point I'm making, which the point I've always made on this platform, nobody would condone any death. Any death is too many. An injury to one is injury to all. But the way, like I said, I'm still going to emphasize it, that it's not as exaggerated as the way you are reporting it. There are so many areas that we have Igbos in this, so many areas in Lagos State that they are still moving around, going about their activities without any form of harassment. So don't make it look as if anybody calling you
That one you can believe anybody calling you and telling you to send them. Which help can you send to somebody? Somebody calls you now that is in Alimosho, people are harassing them. Which help can you probably send to the person? I'm telling you that we live in this kind of environment, that we have so many of all these people living here. Nobody is being harassed. So you don't want to believe what I'm telling you, that people are not being harassed. But you want to propagate this same one because you said you have one of your family member that was stabbed in Ladipo. So that is a total reflection of what's happening in all of this Lagos state. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The election that was conducted yesterday, today has been largely peaceful. Judging by what I saw from where I went out, that was what I said. How does that one justify coming around and unleashing abuses and costs on? If you're angry, you can find so many other places to vent your anger. So that is just some of those points. Some of us will just have to come on this platform to disperse so that we can balance some of these narratives. So many people that speaks on this, especially from the Igbo perspective, they speak on the form of vengeance, annoyance, venomous, that you can see that there is something that is burning inside. So if you have that kind of bias, subtle bias in you already, so anything you say, you are still going to point at it from, we are still saying it's Tinubu's talk. So Tinubu sent somebody to go and stab your brother. Tinubu sent somebody from Bodilon to go and stab your brother in Ladipo. And you are coming on international platform like this to be saying it
BQB,
because
you
you are in
lack
UK.
empathy. You lack human empathy. Definitely.
You- You're actually
So,
you're actually insulting us here. Let me tell
like
you.
I said,
I know when
Dr.
I know
Damages,
when I know when I know when I'm
let me just
insulted. Listen, I
let
know
me
when
just
I'm insulted.
make
Do you
my point
understand?
so that I can
I
leave
know when I'm
the
insulted.
platform so that
They don't
you
worry.
can all you
Good
can
point
all
you are
continue
making.
this
I've already
monologue.
wished
You
you.
can continue the
May
monologue.
what happened to my cousin at Ladipo? May it happen to your generation. And I've
Amen.
noted you.
Amen.
Don't worry. No, you can't come here and be insulting me.
If it's somebody else that make this kind of statement, I'm sure he would have been removed. But because it's CM, is the same narrative and monologue. So you can be on this platform and seconded by Queen S to be abusing people all around because we are trying to tell
My
you
dear, I did
this
not
is what
abuse you.
is
You
happening.
lack human sympathy. It's not abuse.
It's the
And this
same thing I'm
platform
saying.
is
You can
have your
abuse me
say.
too.
So just
You can
as you're
abuse
having your say, that is how everyone else is entitled to have their say. You lack
you
human
can
sympathy.
you
It's not an
you
abuse.
can
If you're not
abuse
intelligent to understand that, it's not an abuse.
you can abuse me too. There is nothing different there. So it just shows the quality of the kind of person you are. So
No, it
that's
shows the
just
kind of person
something.
you are, a person that has no
So
human sympathy. And as
Dr.
DM
Damages.
said, if you think that
So
what
Dr.
happened to
Damages,
DM is
moving
a joke,
forward.
may it happen to you and yours as well.
Dr. Damages, let me moving forward, Dr. Damages, moving forward. I think for me, Nigerian, let me just chip in this so that I'm moving forward. The solution, I think, for me, for Nigerian project, I think regionalism is still the best, which I feel is still the best form of government. Let's have this form of regional government so that each, even if you are not going to dissolve Nigeria, let each region go to their separate region and stay in their region so that all can have the same pattern. I know so many Igbos on this platform, they feel the same way, so that they can feel the same way in the same region, do whatever they like. The other people too in another region that feel the same way can feel the same way and develop the way they like. I think so. We can have maybe like a UK system, parliamentary system, but in this kind of presidential system, it's not going to work. The ethnicity issue, this kind of issue is still going to be coming up every time in every election cycle. I think for me, that's just some of the solution which I think is gonna fly if we still gonna remain as an entity called Nigeria. But any death, like I said, is too many. You don't pray for any death. But like I said, it's not only in Lagos that the deaths were recorded, but these same people deaths were recorded in their state, in the east. But nobody was mentioning any place in those places. There were so many cases reported in Arise TV about River State. But it's only issue about Lagos. It's only Lagos, Lagos,
Rivers
Lagos.
is not in
So
the
many
East
southeastern states.
BQB. Rivers is not a southeastern state.
So the deaths recorded in southeastern states are not what to be mentioned. They are not worth to be
Where
emphasized.
in
But when it comes
Southeast?
to
I
Lagos,
am
No, no,
curious because I am in
okay,
the
He's,
that
hold
Southeast.
on.
was that,
I
that
have
no
an
death was
resisted
recorded in
coming
Rivers
into
State.
this
he's an
conversation.
illiterate.
I have
No,
Southeast.
resisted
no
coming
death
into
was
this
recorded.
Rivers
No
conversation,
State
but
death
is
was
now.
recorded in
now
Rivers State.
you are
This guy is
accusing,
an
you are
illiterate.
doing the same thing
Please,
you are
please,
accusing
can
CM
everyone
of doing.
stop, please?
Rivers
Dr.
State is
Damages,
south
Please,
south.
Dr.
Rivers
Damages,
please,
no,
please,
no death was recorded in any other part of the country
please,
except
please.
Lagos State.
he cannot be
So
going
he's
on
only in
indefinitely.
Lagos.
Let him finish it.
CM,
He's
You give
only
others 2 minutes and
in
allow him
Lagos.
the whole day.
It's only in Lagos that you can link ethnic intonation to it.
okay,
So,
all right.
the presidential election, we voted for Peter
He
Obi
can't
now.
be
We
speaking
didn't link
forever
any
now. You
ethnic
can't be
composition
speaking
to it.
forever. I beg
So
you.
that's just my contribution,
If
Dr.
you don't
Damages.
know
Let me
what to
leave
say,
here. This place is toxic for
you
now.
can't be
All
Let
you
me
right,
can't.
just leave this platform so that they can continue to
He said,
vent
yeah, look,
all right.
and vent.
Greetings to
look
bad
at the face.
rubbish.
Let me just
This
say
is
that.
just
Let me just.
rubbish. What we here, one type of gorilla, come here.
Oh, Jesus Christ. CM. Let me just apologize to the viewers. I'm having difficulties running. My system is frozen, so I can't remove anybody. I can't mute people. That's why I'm having challenges. It wouldn't have been like this. I'm trying to join through another computer. Everybody is all filled up. I can't get in. So that's the challenge. Otherwise, I would have muted so many people and removed people, but I couldn't. Ngozika, welcome to the show. I don't know what you guys are seeing. I'm seeing some things here that I want to.
Sorry. So, Doc, I really apologize for butting in like that. But if you're going to accuse somebody of something, then don't do the same thing. Here was Mr. BQB accusing Mr. CM of spreading fake news, of spinning narratives, and he was doing the same thing in trying to justify what he claims did not happen. Make it make sense. And then there's this thing about people who do not know their neighbors. How in God's name do you want to say the same thing is happening in the southeast? And you mention River State. Are you trying to be indigenous, or are you really that bereft of common geography of your own country? Really? Rivers, southeastern states. Since when? Or is it all part of the election jamboree people do every 4 years? But that aside, I I I stayed away from joining the program earlier because I am having a bad day. I am having a bad day because I am just here thinking, what what are those from homes that are intertribal? What are they feeling now? People with Yoruba and Igbo parents, what are they thinking? What are they going through now? People, I cannot even begin. Where in God's name did we descend to this abyss? Somebody has an opinion in a state they live and pay tax in, and the only solution you have is go back to your state just for having an opinion. And need I mention that this whole rhetoric of you can a Yoruba man cannot do this, it is dead on arrival. Come on. And a Yoruba man just won a state house of assembly in Abia State. Abia State. Abia State, for crying out loud. So what is all this thing? Why are we doing this? People like BQB, we know the truth. He claimed he went to 3 local governments. And like P rightly said, does it invalidate the violence that happened in all other local governments he didn't go to? Is that what he's trying to say? Because it didn't happen in the 3 local governments he went to. That means all the violence that took place, that most of us here that have family members in Lagos are corroborating, is a lie. No, now that is disingenuous. That is unfair. That is really unfair. And he's doing it to gaslight people like Nene rightly said. It is completely unfair. You do not beat a child and tell the child not to cry. I understand Mr. CM going as far as he did. I would not support it. But you see what Mr. BQB did, it should be condemned. He had no right. He had no right to be that insensitive and to be such an incendiary. He had no right. That is very unbecoming of somebody that claims to be what he's claiming to be. Now back to Enugu State. We are having a very funny scenario in Enugu. Somebody in Anambra was picked up by the DSS. One guy from Twitter was very vocal for making a tweet against Soludo. And this morning, he was complaining that Anambra is descending into Imbaneju's era. I saw the tweet. And then this morning, I woke up with a very funny thought. Under our very own eyes, Enugu State is back to early 2000s. And it is not funny.
What
It is
happened?
not funny. For the first time in Enugu since we've left, we're having brazen thuggery. When I say brazen, I mean brazen thuggery in elections in Maryland. Places like come on, Maryland is inside town. I saw the video of a supposed local government chairman in a school in a polling unit that is at a school threatening people. If you know you're not going to vote PDP, go home. Do not vote. The same thing they did to people who are not going to vote APC in Lagos. It played out here in Enugu, and I cannot help but have a very terrible day when I think about. I was a child when Chimaroke was governor. I'm going to say this, and I don't care whose ox is God, because sometimes you really need to say these kind of things. And let me tell you what we knew him for. I was in primary school. Dog, you know what they used to sing for him when he comes to our primary school? When his convoy is going, children will follow him. I want to paint a picture of how bad what we are trying to clip, the wings we are trying to clip in Enugu, how bad it is. This is the same thing Lagosians failed to do. And today they have a cartel running their states, and they can't do nothing about it. This is what we suffer back in Enugu, and we'll be fighting it. I was a child, the last campaign he came to do in my village. I was in primary school. I remember how we lined up behind his convoy from our primary school to the express. And guess what we were singing? Chimaroke, Ojobare Riji. We were children. That is how prevalent his violence was. It was gory stories of death and killing. Ask anybody in early 2000s. That is what they want to bring back to Enugu. And that was what happened in some polling units yesterday in Enugu. And for this man to come here and claim local news media is not carrying it, that means it does not happen. Do you really believe anything that is coming from the people that we watched NSAS happen live on IG, and they came to gaslight the whole nation that you did not see what you saw? These are people you want me to take serious. People like Mr. BQB. That you'll be looking at white, they'll be telling you, no, it's not white, it's black, because I'm saying it's black. I can't take him serious. But I will still call out his lack of sensitivity and trying to start what he cannot finish. But what he's trying to start is what he cannot finish. He went the way of one man went to move. That this is a group of people forming victimhood. That is the grammar they blow these days. Every time there's a buzzword, I don't know if they have a WhatsApp group where they go and share all these buzzwords to them, and they come and they start showing it, and they think at the mention of such buzzwords will cower. No, it is not victimhood. When people say they were threatened, we had MC Oluomo on video threatening Igbos. When he was called out, he went to do damage control with Iyachukudi that he buys Indomie from. Everybody went to sleep. And then you wake up the day after election, and people were telling you they are attacked with videos, and you are saying it's a lie. You are saying it is a lie. How low can you go? And you think because I do not live in Lagos, I should not condemn it. Because you think I'm not Yoruba, I should not condemn it. I should only speak of what is happening in Enugu. Are you okay? Is it not the same now when Nigeria people are forced not to stay in? And he's saying everybody should do regional government. But when people start mentioning referendum now, you call for their arrests. What is it with these people? They should choose a struggle and stick to it. That is how normal people do. Pick a struggle and stick to the struggle. Do you want this one Nigeria? Then let everybody live what they want to live. Do you not want the one Nigeria anymore? Separate and let everybody go. Stop with this witchcraft. It is not proper. We are trying to prevent what is happening in Lagos. Lagos people are far gone. They don't even know what has hit them. I was speaking to somebody yesterday. I don't want to mention his name. We worked together at INEC as adult staff. I was not telling him, come. I saw his name. I was like, you're not Igbo. Where are you from? He said he's Yoruba. I said, okay, you're Yoruba. Where are you from? He said he's from Lagos State. I said, like Lagos, Lagos, proper, proper, proper. You're from Lagos. He said, Henna. I said, wait, don't be offended. I know a lot of people say they are from Lagos, but they are not indigenous to Lagos. Are you an indigenous of Lagos, like proper, proper? He said, yes, he is. I said, so what is going on with Lagos? He said, how? I said, with everything that is going on, but people getting hurt for having different political opinion. He said, is it not our parents? Is it not our elderly ones? I said, but what are you, the youth, doing about it? He went mute. He didn't say anything. I said, what are you doing about it? Are you not sad? Do you not get concerned with what is happening in yours? He went mute. He couldn't defend. He just said those people that are doing those things are not normal. I should ignore them. They are very stupid. But he could not. I could not see any cause, as in there was no urgency in him that this is our state that they are ruining like this. So there was no sort of that kind of urgency in them. And when people like BQB here come and gaslight everybody, it is happening here in Eastern State. Go and speak about Eastern State. Don't talk about Lagos. It is a lie. People that live in Lagos have a right to talk about Lagos. People that live in Lagos have a right to vie for political positions in Lagos. You cannot stop it. If you do not want it, give them the referendum they want and let them go. It is that simple. It shouldn't be rocket science. Let's stop with this whitewashing. It has, at this point, I'm so pissed because when I remember that I have Yoruba friends and they think like this, I am scared and I'm living in the East. Imagine what those that are non-Yorubas, may I remind you that part of the report I saw are non-Igbos that were stereotyped as Igbos and attacked. So when you are thinking he does not concern me, he does not concern. Even Yorubas, I've seen like 2 Yoruba ladies that said they were attacked because the thugs told them they look like Omo Igbo. Even when they spoke Yoruba, they still stereotype them as Igbos. And these people, you see all these things, and somebody will come here and tell you it's a lie. They're exaggerating. You live in abroad. You don't know what it is. Mr. BQB, please, I say God beg you, read the room. Read the room. If you don't have anything empathetic to say, if you do not want to admit the truth, maybe the food in your mouth will not let you admit the truth. Please keep it. Some things are better left unsaid. Don't come here and be adding salt to injury. It is not proper. It is completely not proper.
All right. Thank you, Ngozeka.
All right, Rudo. So let me just have my say and bounce, because
it's not your turn yet. Did I?
What do you mean it's not my turn? Let me just have my say and bounce. I really didn't
No,
want to.
what do you mean? Are you here
Can you mute the retarded the retard with the squeaky voice?
No. Mr. One Man, go to your platform then. If that's the
Mr.
go to your platform. We don't need you here.
This is not your show. Look at another gorilla. He's coming here to come and talk. Can you remove this idiot? Look at the gorilla. Omo bastard. Look at.
Guys, it's okay. Please, let it not degenerate to this kind of situation.
Dr. Rudolph, take a deep breath.
Yeah, I know. I was just saying to myself, do you have to do this? Do I really need to be doing this?
Well, my brother is
Hold on, Jude. Hold on. Adiola, who is my friend, she just goes and does her show and go home. And, if you're angry, you go to her Facebook or YouTube and post your comment and that's it. But I feel that I should do more and I should facilitate conversation. Not abuse, not this. I mean, really. Do I have to? All right. Let's try again. Solutions. What next? What should we do? African Queen. Go ahead, African Queen.
Yeah. For me, regarding what is going on and all the hate I see in the comment, both on Twitter. I saw I don't know, I tagged you in a post, Bottle Damages, where some people were already planning on what they would take from the Igbos if they leave Lagos. A man and a woman were actually trying to share Ebano. Ebano stores. It's a very huge store owned by an Igbo man. They're already commenting what they will take amongst themselves. And somebody like Kulata who goes on one man's platform is in the comment section trying to, when I hear what he says, I hear one man. And he's trying to say that the seeds of division is being sown. It was sown a long time ago. Alexander Gomez, it's sad, but this is what we have degenerated into. How long do you think you can keep beating people and they don't? You beat a child and you tell the child how to cry? It's insane. So the solution is this. Ngozika, I was very glad with what she pointed out. It happening in Igbo land. So it still buttresses what I was saying before. We need to clean house. So someone telling me to go and join autopilot. I don't have time for that. What has the autopilot done to the crop of leaders that we have? Why are leaders untouchable? Why are they? I'm saying it. The way they carry Chude, they should come and carry me because we know what happened there. Why are leaders? So if autopilot and all those people think they are serious, we should turn the searchlight inwards and start cleaning our house. See what's happening in Enugu State. See what's happening in Anambra State. Because when we clean house, my brother, then we look at
Why are they? Why are they? I'm saying it.
We come together as a people and now say, what do we need in Igbo land to be economically viable, to open up Igbo land, to bring our people down from Lagos? This Lagos that is now sucking our people's blood. This same Lagos where they pay their taxes, huge taxes. And someone like Bayo Onanuga, or whatever he calls himself, tells them not to involve in Lagos politics. But when they count the census, they count the Igbo people to make up their numbers, Abi. When the taxes are being paid, the Igbo people pay taxes to this same Lagos state government. But they don't have any right to choose who will lead them because they are slaves in Lagos state to slave away and pay you taxes, and you use their number to make up your number for federal allocation, but they are not qualified to make a decision politically. When it's time to make political decision, then you become what? So Igbos should not, Simon Bako of blessed memory, when the first airport, that the airport we have in Owerri, it was not built by federal government, neither was it built by state government. Our grandmothers contributed. As a people, we contributed and built that airport. What are we waiting for as a people? Why are we waiting for federal government? What do we need? The bottom line is, what do we need to open up the southeastern states? Whatever we need, that is what we should focus on. That is what we should focus on. And for those of my brothers who are challenging autopilot, I don't believe in autopilot, his modus operandi. Why is that? The thing that made the Igbos survive after the war was commerce. The thing that brought us up to this playing field that we have today, the thing that gave us the economic advantage today was commerce. It was our buying and selling. So if you are locking people down for 10 days, for 20 days, they don't buy and sell, they don't have money coming in, do you think the politicians are bothered? The politicians will go to Abuja and share the resources as they usually do, and they are okay. What do they care about you? They don't care. So now we are not looking at those politicians. What we should be doing is to get them accountable. Let the people start reacting against them. There was a way in Igbo land that we used to settle scores when things go wrong, when someone goes wrong. We should go back to who we used to be. The person this is an individual with family, Abi. They will be ostracized in our community. These are things we should go back down and start doing our own homework.
then what we need should be put in place for us. We should start, I'll contribute. Each and everyone should start contributing. Build whatever we need in Igbo land. We should stop waiting for federal government. Somebody is telling me about constitution. Nobody is coming to adjust any constitution for you. The people that are the helms of affairs will not give it to you. They will not do it for you. So let me see if we actually put our money together to build something for ourselves, and somebody will tell us, do not build it. Then we'll now have a revolution now. Then everybody can join and say, okay, it's enough. That means we're not wanted. We've not done all that we're supposed to do. The constitution is designed to frustrate us. So don't wait for the federal money. Don't wait for any money. Let us, we can do it. Make it an agenda, and we can do it. Open our home so that people can come back and will not be forced to stay in Lagos.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll go to Queen S, but before then, let me just say this. It might look chaotic what we do here and how it goes, but I think it's also part of the process. When you see the Israelis and the Palestinians about to meet, it's always chaotic, but it's part of the process. So I don't want anybody to think that it's a proof that nothing can come out of it. Igbo Basics, I could see you. I know you've not said anything for a while, but let me go to Fumi Ajay. She just joined us. I want to hear her before we continue to Queen S. Go ahead, Fumi.
Thank you. This is the first time joining. I watch this from time to time, but today I felt compelled to comment because I'm frustrated myself. So before I go ahead, I'll just say, Igbo Kwenu! Igbo Kwenu! Igbo Kwenu! Hey, my people. We are one Nigeria. Hey, thank you. We are one Nigeria. I can feel your pain. I am feeling the pain too. I'm Yoruba and I'm married to Yoruba. But let me just say this to you. I do want to, let me kneel down.
No.
My people, yeah. This is not a general, what's the word? View of all Yorubas. In fact, it is not the general view of majority of Yorubas, I must tell you. The people pushing these narratives, we all know they are the APC people. All of us as Nigerians, we have only one enemy. And this enemy is this greedy, selfish, evil politicians who have been there for years, for decades, who have enriched themselves, the lives of their family, and pocketing everything and then causing all this chaos. In the last 2 weeks or 3, all this narrative of tribalism, when it started, I didn't even notice because I don't always go on social media. Some friends then, I was commenting on somebody and they were like, what do you mean? Da, da, da. And then they send me messages, WhatsApp. And I thought, oh, so this has been trouble. In fact, I did a video, if you go on my page, I did a video 2 days ago. And I mean, some people said whatever they want to say. It doesn't matter to me. In fact, some people call me bastard because I am not supporting tribal. And it's fine. They're just being ignorant. They are myopic. They don't have sense. They are so ignorant. They're not looking at the bigger picture. They're very narrow-minded. They don't understand. They're not enlightened. Let me put it this way, because there's a difference between education and enlightenment. Many people go to school, they are educated, but they didn't allow the school to go through them. Anyone sane would know that we are all victims of these politicians. Yorubas, Igbos, Hausa. Look at the North. The Northerners have been ruling for how many years? Look at the state of the North. Their people should be the ones out and fighting, and we want separation. We want this. They are the ones that should be fighting. But look at the state of their states. Similarly, Yoruba. It's not. I mean, we're all victims. Look at the Naira. I mean, when I first heard that people are buying Naira for Naira, I was so shocked. I was like, wow, Naira? How? Yorubas are buying Naira. Igbos are buying it. Hausas are buying. We're all buying this Naira. Every one of us are queuing at the hospital to get treatment or whatever. When they take electricity, they don't put Yoruba lights on and leave Igbos off. When the roads are bad, we all apply the same terrible roads. When there's no water, everybody's their own local government providing services that the government are supposed to be providing. Individuals are providing for themselves. They give themselves electricity, generator, water, buying high 4x4 cars so they can ply the road successfully. And you can see, you know what, I really feel for you, because when this BQB or whatever his name was came on this and started churning out rubbish, he doesn't have any clue what people are going through. He lacks empathy. He lacks he doesn't even have human personal skills. But somebody told you they lost their person on the 27th of February, and you're here churning like you walk through whatever, nobody died. Excuse me. If nobody died in your area, does that mean people did not die? And even if, I felt sorry when I heard that they burnt the shops within a couple of days of the 25th. And then last week or 2 weeks ago, they burnt again. I'm like, you people are honestly, I do really commend the people living in Lagos and all these places for their patience, because this could lead to an ethnic war if we are not careful. We don't want another Rwanda to happen anywhere in the world, not even only in Nigeria. Ukraine is there right now. Look at what this kind of things can generate into. We want peace to reign supreme in our land. It's one Nigeria, one people. Imagine if we as Black people are doing this to ourselves, and then we're here abroad and we're complaining about racism. We're complaining that we are being mistreated. When we ourselves are treating ourselves like this, and then we go to South Africa and we say South Africans are, South Africans are Blacks as well. When we ourselves within our country are treating ourselves like this, and what do you expect other people? How do you expect them to treat you? When you disrespect your own people, other people will smash them on the floor. It's so ridiculous, this kind of things that is happening. And I want everyone, whoever is listening to this, to decide for themselves whether they just want, I know that people actually, most people doing this, they are benefiting from the APC. I have people that I know, I have family members that I know that are kind of, you see them commenting rubbish, and I know that I think some of them are being paid, because it takes people to be paid to be commenting such things. Majority of these people, they are benefiting from the government. In fact, the government are paying. I've employed people to be commenting, to be causing all these aggravations. This is intentional. This is the purpose of why they don't want the unity. They were shocked at what happened on the 25th. And so they've been looking at strategy, and they thought, oh my goodness, let's do this. And so many ignorant people fell for it. I'm so shocked that Yorubas particularly, I thought, oh my goodness, when should we be doing this to our brother? If at all anything, this is when we should come together as one body to be united against the one common enemy that we have. We shouldn't allow this to happen. I plead on the behalf of the ignorant people. In every culture, we have stupid people. We have stupid Yorubas. We have stupid Igbos. We have stupid Hauses. English people everywhere all over the world, where everybody's not blessed with gift of good reasoning. So please pardon those people that are ignorant. And what I would suggest is don't fuel this. I'm not saying you particularly here, just generally whoever is listening. Don't fuel, because what I notice is when you reply to those stupid people, then another person, then the algorithm puts it on the top, whatever, however, and then it just puts it there. You see, when you see stupid comments, just walk past. Reason being, if you see a mad person on the road and the mad person calls you mad, and then you stop and you say you are mad too, then it shows that there's a bit of madness in you. Because otherwise, when you see a mad person, just ignore the mad person so that we can identify who the real madness is. Because when they are single, when they are by themselves, not many people interacting with them, they would themselves, either they make changes or they can see for themselves that they're being stupid. And I've seen some posts like that. I just walk past. I thought, I'm not going to make this post trend, because by commenting, some of them I do. And on my page, I've put a lot of stuff that, sometimes I just like to make fun of some things, but genuinely, people have to be aware. So I think for us here and for people, people should make their own little space. If you have 100 followers, just that 100 followers, do your own part. I can't go on the street because I don't live in Nigeria even, but at least I can use my voice. I can use my platform. So every one of us, let's use our platform, right? Judicial, however we can use it. Speak your truth. Little bit, and let's comment in a loving and in a caring way. I feel for you. I was saying to someone and we were going backwards and forth. I'm like, where were you when the the king of Lagos, when he said he was going to throw the Igbos that don't vote for APC into the river? Where were you? What kind of a rubbish is that? Where were you when these people have been marginalized? They want to go, you say don't go. They want to stay, you say you're not part of us. The people that this Daddy or whatever, he is Yoruba, his father is Yoruba because his mother is Igbo. Now you disown him. Now he's a bastard. I'm thinking, for goodness sake, in Yoruba land, the father owns the child. So if you are not even accepting for that, what kind of a rubbish is that? Since when did we start all this? Whatever. I live in the UK. In the UK, our prime minister is of Indian origin. He's Indian. The mayor of London, he's Pakistan. And we're moving on with things. Hey, come on, this is 2023. People, wake up. Nigerians, wake up. Yorubas, Igbos, Hausa, wake up. And I also try to balance this conversation. I know there are some Chinedu, some Amaka, or whatever. I'm just trying to call Igbo names here, somewhere, where you're like, oh, no, it's us. Instead, don't force fight now. You two relax. You see these people are already bruised. You don't take fire over from them. And you two are commenting rubbish. Don't fight. Leave them. You see, wisdom is great. Don't go there and be starting. No. You put it, it's not easy. All these talks, before you know it now, MC Oloma, transport minister, I had somebody said, I'm going to post that on my post actually. Before you know it, for yourself, just chill out. Just be focused. Let's be constructive in our criticisms or whatever. This fight, this obedient fight is for all. It's not even about Peter Obi or about Labour Party. This is about liberation. This is about freedom. We have decided as a nation that, I was saying to my people, we, our own people era, we were so quiet, subdued by the parents. But this Sorosoke means the speak up people. They have brought the new narrative. And through Peter Obi, we've seen this change. And I believe that Nigeria will be great again. I believe that things are going to be better for Nigeria. I believe that these stolen mandates will be retrieved. And we will all be surprised. You know what? We're not even going to be talking about cessation and anything again, because Nigeria is going to be a nation where the world will actually, they'll be like, wow, we didn't know that this is going to be. It's going to happen. Trust me, by God's grace, in our lifetime, all of us, we will see this happen. It's going to materialize. So let's be patient. Let's continue to do what we can do within our own little platform, and let's disregard the myopic, the ignorant people, the people who are not enlightened. They're just narrow-minded. Ignore them. Let's focus on this fight. The enemies is but like I said, without repeating myself, I'm going to write up now. The enemy is that the politicians, the people that are pocketing these thieves. They are the ones, and they are the ones causing this trouble. See how it happened in the last 3 weeks. They are the ones that are pushing this narrative, and then so that everything can all cause spoil, and then they can continue. And those are the people pushing this Tinubu to be there, because so that they know he doesn't even remember most things, so that they can just influence him. Oh, yeah, find this. Oh, yeah, do that. They are the psychopaths there, really pushing this narrative. But anyway, without going, I don't want to even go politics now. I'm just here to say to you, my people, that we're one Nigeria, one nation, one destiny, one God. I'm using the NPN slogan in those days. But anyway, bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for me. Thank you so much. Sometimes we don't know who will come here and what they will say, and it's up and down. Obama said when Trump won election that is democracy is zigzag. That's how it is sometimes live. But thank you for your contribution. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we will continue the conversation. Bear with me. My computer is so slow today. I have to figure out what's going on. But we are taking a break.
There are just too many obedience on the platform. That's why, Dr. Damage.
I don't know what's
they are delayed in network because they are waiting in court.
Uvie, I thought the last time you had Obi behind you. What happened?
I was trying to sympathize with, people who ate breakfast like me.
Are you
You know,
serious?
yeah. You guys don't want to finish the breakfast quick, so we are in this together.
No more talk. We go on, yeah, leaders, we don't tire. This situation, we don't get
Them say the way you lay your bed, now so you go lie on top. Oh. When you sell your votes, not poverty, you dey invite to make you shine your eye.
Make you no sell your photo, no shishi for bride. If you talk, you say, and I talk, you say, no shishi for bride. If you talk and I talk, and we all the time, you say, no shishi for bride. You say, no shishi for bride. You say, no shishi for bride. If you sell your vote, sell opportunity, sell your tomorrow.
You say good roads, good health, and education.
Them say the way you lay your bed, that's so you go lie on top. They go try to bribe you with chichi, make you no say your future for chichi. Them go surely take a back with profit, now you go suffer, Naija. Monkey go dey walk, bamboo go dey shop. Say na so we go dey. Make you not sell your photo, no shishi for bride.
If I do my part and you do your part,
No shishi for bride. Make we play our part and we build this land. No shishi for bride. You say no shishi for bride. You say no shishi for bride. Nigeria go better.
Corruption kill us, bribery finish us. Last, you could still got us. Who want change Nigeria but us? Let's make it work again, everybody rise again. Tire for the talk, nobody want do the work. Nobody want die there, I speak with no fear. Change out for them, you can't buy my soul. No shishi for your votes, this not the new oats. How much is your vote really worth? How much they want give you for the pain? If we choose wrong, then waiting we gain. My brother, waiting we gain.
I don't go sell your future to some criminals who don't get the conscience. Don't be say we go just do the fun vex and still allow nonsense for another 4 years. Cause my people still dey jobless. Every day my people still dey die in hundreds. So make we shine our eye, cause no be only 2 bad choices where they the contest. Give me one more verse, please. I'm talking to you precisely. You day school office or they do NYC with your PVC. You can vote wisely, even when the offer they bringing is so spicy. No shishi for bride. If you talk, you say, and I talk, you say. No shishi for bride. Make we play our part and we build this land. No shishi for bride. You say. No shishi for bride. You say. No shishi for bride. Nigeria go better. No shishi for bride.
if I do my part and you do your part.
No shishi for bride. You talk and I talk, we all the talk. Say no shishi for bride. Say no shishi for bride. Say no shishi for bride. Don't say your vote. Don't say your vote. Foster.
Buddy, someone was flushing the toilet. Is that what happened? So
It took me a minute to recognize that's the real African queen. I was like, she's not the same African queen. We will know what this why.
So we have Queen S, we have African Queen, we have Fumi, who is also another queen somewhere. And Nene, I'm actually happy that we're hearing a lot of female voices, because sometimes the men will just dominate this whole conversation. And so we're going to move forward. There are so many other people who are waiting. I will come to you, African Queen S. You know, the last time I wanted to call Queen S, I called African Queen, but it's all right. Queen S, go ahead.
Okay, no, we're all queens, isn't it, babe? Anyways, Dr. Damages, you're doing a good job today, because I know that tempers have been
All right.
frayed. People are.
While we wait for her to
What? Can you hear me?
Okay. Now we can hear you. All right, go ahead.
Well, Dr. Damages, I know you're doing a good job. Tempers are frayed. Some people are not showing sympathy. Some people are hurt. So I think we should all take that into consideration when we come here to talk. We shouldn't come here to infuriate other people. We should be more sympathetic, even though it's not happened to. I mean, I always say it: injustice done to one is injustice done to all. It's just a matter of time. Now, if I'm going to say or prefer a solution, when I spoke, I said, look, this whole thing is only going to further breed people wanting to go their separate ways. And if that's the decision that's taken, then we need to know, okay, how do we go about bringing that to fruition? There's no point, I believe, people coming here and saying, Igbos go their separate ways, Yorubas go your way, and Hausas. Okay, how do we go about doing that in a peaceful way? That's my own question. I'm not saying one Nigeria, and neither am I saying go our separate ways, if I'll be honest with you. My mom has always been she wants everyone go to your tent, oh Israel, because we've had enough. But I'm always like believing that it could work, maybe because of my generation, that we could work together. But all said and done, I believe, CM, I'm glad you're back on. You talked about pro Biafra. Please, sir, this is the time for you all to go to the different Igbo societies or Igbo unions. Now I'm talking about what we can actually do. Um, get people to buy into the agenda, and then we can set up, whether it's a platform, a register, a group of people where we can now bring something together that is legal and go to the UN, right? And do it the legal way and begin to put our voices out there that this is genuinely what we want. I'm talking for those that are saying, let's go down the Biafran route. And that is what I honestly think. And it's not just bringing a register together, but also having like weekly or 2 weekly or monthly meetings online where everyone can come in and we can discuss progressively. Not this idea of sit at home, kill people if you do not agree. I think that is something that puts some of we young people away from Simon Ekpa and his antics. If we are going to move away from Nigeria, we want to move away progressively. We don't want to move away and go back into the same rat hole. We don't want a dictator to lead us. And I'm just putting it out there. And I'm sure a lot of people are going to be angry. A lot of people might disagree or agree. But whatever we do, we have to do it so that everyone can buy in. And I'm speaking to you, sir, because you have said here that you guys were dealing with Biafra, you were really pushing it, and then Ohaneze Ndibo now came and said, wait, let's see what 2023 brings out. Okay, 2023 has happened, and it is obvious that Ndibo, they don't want Ndibo. Now, Ndibo, we have to now come together and say, okay, what is our way forward? And we have to do it down the legal route. Somebody said that Igbo should go and develop themselves. Within Nigeria, Igbos have been trying to develop themselves. Let me let that person know that Obiano used the money that Peter Obi left and built an international standard airport. But the Federal Republic of Nigeria refused to give international license to that airport. You cannot hold somebody down. You cannot beat a child and tell the child not to cry. You don't want the Igbos to move, to progress. Yet you don't want to give them freedom. Let them go and do their own thing. You hold them back. Come on, enough is enough. Sorry, sir, please, just a few more minutes. This idea that one Nigeria, it can never be the same again. I say it and I stand by that. Because an Igbo person will go to seek a job in a Lagos, Yoruba man's office in Lagos, and he will say, no, I'm Igbo. No. And the same will happen, that an Igbo man will have maybe a big corporation in Lagos, and a Yoruba man will come. He say, no, these people are charting and plotting how to take me down. So it can never be the same again. The hatred has been sown into the hearts of people. The best thing now is if we are going our separate ways, Let's go down that route the legal way. Register a group of people and say, okay, let's begin to have conversations that will move us forward. Who do we need to meet? Okay, if there was something you said, Mr. CM, that the British government, I'm sure if we agree and go and speak to the British government, they will leave, they will release whatever of Indigo that they're holding. This is how I'm thinking about it. We have to now, let's stop talking. The damage has been done and is still being done. Let's now start acting, right? We, especially out here, if we call ourselves together and say, what do we do every day? We're doing it, and we're doing it proactively, not killing our people, not hurting our people. I normally go on Mayogun's political. He's a Yoruba. They're seeking for a Yoruba nation. And they're very proactive in the way they go about things. I think we should also do that. Because the truth of the matter is, if we are waiting for Nnamdi Kanu, if we're waiting for Nnamdi Kanu to come out, okay, with Tinubu going in now, I don't even know if that Nnamdi Kanu will ever be released again. And that is the saddest part of me. So we need to rise up now and take the bull by the horn. And we cannot have the likes of Simon Ekpa with the hate in him to chart this way. We need to lead it with a calm and calculated but yet progressive mind. That's all I want to say, and that's my solution.
All right, thank you. I'll come to V. I wanted to go to Dr. Emeze, but I will go to V first and then Dr. Emeze. Ovie, someone came here, I think it was Alexis, and said that you got it right on politics. That from the very beginning you've been talking about that it's going to be about identity politics. It's not just about identity politics at the end. It's we saw the implications of these things. Now, what's the solution? Because you didn't give us solutions. You didn't tell us that this is what will happen, and I'm not sure whether you saw this coming. But what's the solution now? How do we put it back together?
I mean, I won't say I see it coming, but I'm not surprised. I thought the elite will meet the masses halfway, hence the Obi and Konkozo involvement, but it didn't go that way. Now, talking about, yes, it's all about politics. Let's look at the politics aspect of what is happening in this governorship election. Rudolph, you asked me earlier on that between this election and that of presidential, which one is, more acceptable? We both agree that it's that of presidential. And one thing I wanted to point it out here is that this one is the way it is today because politically speaking, the parties are all fighting for survival. Anything that makes APC not to get at least 20 states under control, their 2027 or beyond is threatened. Anything that makes PDP not to get at least 10 states, the potential of the possibility of them existing is also threatened here. So hence you see why they are going all out, using everything within their control to make sure they get any state they can. Just imagine Kano out of APC control, Lagos out of APC control, Rivers State out of APC control. That's suicide for them. So now that again, talking about solution, this also goes again to support the argument me and a few other people are always making that. Yet the presidency is not for everybody, it's for the elites. They select whoever they want, they give us for us to vote for. We should pay more attention to our immediate environment, our local election. You see how far they can go to make sure they control states. So imagine if we take these states away from PDP, away from APC. That is the threat there. So we should focus and we should organize and focus on who becomes our local representative. Because the truth is that the only person that can remove the president is the Senate. And the only way they can do that, if the Senate knows that once they come back home, the vote is not guaranteed. So if there's anything, again, the obedient movement and co exposed is how important our local election is. And those goes to what is happening this weekend, the violence to make sure I get it by all means. It's about how to control the next 4 years. So it's about the majority here. So we, in terms of solution, we should look inward. Trust me. Yet, we don't have what it takes to produce a president. We are not organized enough, and we don't have the resources. The 1%, are richer than the 90% of us. And it takes money whether we like it or not. Some people will say we should focus on the institution. I totally agree, right? We now know that, fine, Buhari has done it in a way, even though they didn't use the beaver machine, it was actually a threat for them. That aspect of buying we Nigerians to make sure they get the win is pretty much out. Now is the institution, which is called INEC. And now we then they select to run the institution. So we should put more attention to our neighbors. To me, that's where the solution lies. Politics is local.
All right, thank you. Do we go to, hold on, there's someone who has not said anything. Okay, Igbo basics. Let me come to you. Solutions.
Is it?
All right, solutions. It really pains me because is anybody talking about Calabar? Nobody's talking about Calabar.
What happened there?
Do we forget that Calabar used to be a seat of power in Nigeria? And now,
should we go back to Calabar?
Okay.
Should we move it back?
Now it transferred to Lagos. When everybody's shouting Lagos, 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 even though that the seat of power has gone to Abuja now, which was built, but Lagos is still what it is as a capital.
So is the solution to move it back to Calabar?
We're not going to move back to Calabar because forward never, backward never. The solution right now is this. Things like what Tony Nadi them are pursuing there, Tony Nadi of Nenas. But before we even get there, let us consider what is immediately happening. As of what is going on now, here is what I think is the solution. And I said it yesterday and I will say it again. Everybody to your own particular locality to go and clean your house. If we are going to have a center, that's great. We'll have a center. Nigeria will be one way or the other. Somebody called me a big fool. I said, no problem. But I'm old enough to the extent that when I say clean your place, I'm talking about from Abia State. And yesterday, I actually threw down the gauntlet if you use the old language of Wild Wild West. I said to Governor Kezik Bazo, you dare try it in what you're trying to do. Go in peace, let Abia alone. It's not going to stop at Kezik Bazo. It's going to we're not even going to stop. The youthful ones whose rightful place it is now to move our society forward. They say, Ofonye Tiroha or Hericha, if one person cooks for the public will finish what you cook. But if the public cooks for one person, that person is not going to be able to finish it. So my solution to this, my solution to what is going on now, in the immediate time, I am advocating that for the next, until INEC does the right thing, because that's where we are in the political time, life should not be allowed to remain normal in Nigeria for the moment. Let's make it difficult for Mr. Mahmoud Yakubu, for all the big men who can eat anyhow, sleep anyhow. Let's make it difficult for everybody so that let everybody feel the pain. So what I'm saying is that beginning tomorrow, everybody, wherever you are, Nigeria is still in mourning as a result of what is being shoved down our throat. So it is my own advocation that for now, let's try the Thailand approach. The Thailand strategy might help in Nigeria, because if we don't come out of this particular situation we are in now,
What was it? What was the strategy?
The strategy is very simple. I just spelled it out now. I said
Thailand strategy. What is it for those who do not know?
Make business unusual.
What is it? What is it? How do you make it?
How you make that happen is, I say, for instance, tomorrow, if people go on out quietly, nobody's advocating for that violence, just express, like what you saw in Port Harcourt the other day, the women came out en masse and they walked down and singing their song. You're entitled to go about, but make it difficult for them to move around. Let's see how they're going to function. Besides that, we from out here, if we can stop cooperating with these thieves who steal and come out here, and we give them a red carpet treatment, let us advise the embassies to, for instance, if they can take away their visas, let them go on and stay in the ship that they have created for us and remain there. But if you allow them to keep coming out, and what is happening continues to happen. So business unusual is what we are advocating. Business unusual until they do the right thing. They have stolen the mandate of the people. They have stolen the mandate of, and they are on top of it, koro, saying, what can you do? What are you going to do? We're not going to allow that to happen. So from tomorrow, let's see what's going to happen in Nigeria. Everybody be on the lookout.
All right, thank you.
Business unusual.
All right, thank you. Dr. Meze Yanes.
Yeah, I don't know what the time is over there, but mine is kind of almost 1 a.m. So I'm saying good morning to everybody.
Wow.
So you're asking about solutions. So I really want to know exactly what solution you're seeking for.
Oh, we're talking about, this is the day after the election, and we saw what happened, and people believe that the country has been broken more than before. So how do you, what's the solution? What do we do? Do we continue to move along as if nothing happened?
Yeah, in my own opinion, I think a lot of things maybe are happening in Nigeria. Apart from the elections, you can see other things are happening. Let's take, for instance, what is happening in Lagos now. You know, there are killings going about. Maybe the Igbos, they are being suppressed and they are being killed, and some of their shops are being burnt. So in terms of solution, I think I'm not that like advocating for total breakdown of maybe of law and order. But what I feel like if we want to move forward, like the last lady said, so it has to start with mindset, you know. So the people should be educated and the people should be enlightened, and they should be seeing Nigeria on a bigger picture, the way she advocated it for. So it's something that me personally, I thought was that school of thought that it's not like it's not possible. It's something that is possible. Nigeria can work out, but it's something that has to do with the mindset of the Nigerians themselves. So if the Nigerians themselves can change that mindset, see themselves as one, live as one, accept each other as one, it's something that is possible because despite the fact that the Igbos are being marginalized, the way she said it, like I remember when I was doing my, I was serving in, sorry, not serving when I was working in the north. So I saw the level of poverty in the north. So when you talk about leadership problem, it's not really like it's affecting the eastern part of the country. The eastern, or the, I don't want to use the Igbos, but the eastern part of Nigeria is doing well in terms of maybe even personal development, in terms of infrastructure and all that. I remember like in 2000 and maybe 1990 something when I was in the village, I couldn't even see any mud house in the whole of the southeast. But even up to today, I can tell you that you will see a lot of mud house in the north and even in the western part of the country. So the oppression of a team or the marginalization of a team is not really affecting the Igbos per se. But I feel the annoyance with the Igbos is because maybe they are feeling that they are not getting that kind of acceptance that they need in Nigeria. So and when you're pushing someone aside, definitely you expect that person to react. So if Nigeria is something that will move forward, a lot of things have to be put in order, starting from not just our leaders, but the individuals themselves. So like the way P2B is portraying it, like trying to talk about maybe educating the people, trying to make the country understands that like the progress and development is something that could be possible in Nigeria. But first of all, let's preach that unity. Like how he used to say that don't vote for me because I'm a Muslim, don't vote for me because I'm a Christian, don't vote for me because of anything, but vote for me because I have that capacity and I have that capacity and that what's it called, that intelligence or to be even competent to rule Nigeria. So that is what I feel. If we Nigerians can start viewing it from that perspective, try and start moving away from seeing each other like this person is from the north, this person is from the south, this person is an Igbo person, this person is a Yoruba person. So if that mentality could be changed, if that cycle could be rewired, I feel if people start buying into that idea, it is something that can make a drastic change and it will lead to unity and development in Nigeria. But apart from that, if such ideas or if such school of thought is being bought, is not bought. So the second solution would be definitely is for everybody to disintegrate or maybe go to their various paths and develop each other. But for me personally, if I feel Nigeria can work, but how it can work is by we need to start reorientation. Like we need to start educating people, making people to understand that we all are one. Forget about the name, forget about the like here where I am, I have Yoruba, I have Hausa, we are all living together. We even cook and we even eat together. So nobody cares. Nobody cares if you're Yoruba or this. They all see us as one Nigerians. But when you go back to Nigeria, you will start seeing that discrimination. This one saying is a Yoruba person, the other one saying is an Hausa or whatever ethnic group that they try to portray. But the thing I feel is that the some Nigeria can work definitely, but we need to start from like we individuals changing our mindset and making that decision of accepting that we all are Nigerians and everybody should be allowed to stay anywhere they can stay and do and vote and exercise that right that they are being entitled to. But if those things are breached, that is where the problem lies. So if those rights and those rights as an individual or maybe as a citizen of Nigeria is being breached, so that is what brings disunity. And again, I want to state this fact according to Barack Obama, according to what he said, like a politics that is based on tribe, that is based on religion, it will never develop, it will never lead to any development. And Obama is one of the respected leaders that we have in the world today. So if him can say something like this, you should understand that there is some kind of truth in what he's saying because of the progress that he made when he was the president of US. So we should forget about this tribal sentiment. We should forget about this religion sentiment and build a politics and build a society that will be acceptable for all, so that we can develop as Nigeria. But if that is not being put into consideration, definitely Nigeria is not going to. I don't think Nigeria can move ahead.
All
That's my
right.
answer.
Thank you so much, Dr. Meze. We appreciate your contribution. A lawyer, you're next.
Thank you very much. The way forward, if can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. I have two options. If we're assuming Nigeria, everybody will remain in Nigeria. If we're assuming there's going to be what looks like equity and fair treatment for everyone, then um, the first point of the first thing that should be done is INEC. Number one, INEC will have to review all that happened this last yesterday, and if they have to cancel the poorly conducted election, that should be the first thing to be done, That's the way that will return a form of assurance to the people to restore it's an attempt anyway to return confidence to the people. And INEC should be ready to do that and damn the consequences. Now that's the first thing. Then the second thing, the judiciary should also have a role to play if they want peace in Nigeria. If they want, that's the only way to make the people start thinking Nigeria. Now, the next thing, as just as I've said, is the judiciary. The judiciary must be apolitical. They must be incorruptible, and they must be courageous in this because Nigeria is already at the crossroad. At this point, they should think Nigeria. They should think about to salvage the country. In that case, if they are going to work, if they are going to do their job properly, then it means they are going to look away from cases are judged. Cases they decide cases these days based on technicalities, which is very terrible. And they should look at the substance and look at the merit of issues and not creating judgment from the window and just hand it over to the highest bidder. But the judiciary needs to step up. The judiciary needs to be seen as the last hope of the common man and the only route to salvage what's left in Nigeria. Then there should be, yes, if they do that, it will solve a lot of other problems because I'm already seeing, as I said so the last time I had the last time I made a statement, last time I spoke, that there's already a signal that we are about to enter into dictatorship. We'll be having the next if some persons are sworn in as the president, then if someone is actually sworn in as the president, we're likely going to have we're going to lose press freedom. Number one, and we're not going to be able to um, speak freely. The social media will be affected as well. So we're having opportunity to talk, to make to have conversations on social media now because there's a bit of freedom, but we're going to lose it all if these guys get on the saddle. Then the elders of Nigeria too have a role. The elder statesmen they need to be a form of reconciliation. They need to stoke. They need to start a form of reconciliation, and they should start thinking of compensating those who have lost properties, who have lost loved ones. Though there's no way they can actually repay for lost lives. Yeah, but there should be a form of reparation for. Yeah, there should be a form of reparation. There should be a form of compensation, and to other parts of Nigeria, mostly the south and the south east. I think it's this what happened recently, or it has actually been happening. It happened in 2015. I mean, it happened in 2019, and it's happening again in 2023. We need to start building critical infrastructure. Someone mentioned something similar. We need to the airport in Anambra. I don't think that airport is up to standard. I don't think so, but it's a cargo airport. I need to be corrected, but I think it's not 100% done. So you should think of things like that. Then there should be a port serving the southeast and south. We have a lot of waterways. Why don't we have ports? Why should a businessman in the southeast be importing from Lagos when we have a lot of water bodies? It sounds crazy at times, but I've tried to wrap my hands around this, and it's been there for a long time. So why don't we can have ports in River State, in Delta State? I used to see beside the bridge in Onisha, there's this water that can be dredged too. I see it. Then why are these things not being done? It also boils down on the kind of leadership the southeast that have the kind of people that have been leading in southeast. Anambra actually has been fairly lucky, but the other states have been very unfortunate. So we can start thinking of if we can have good leadership and these infrastructures are built, I don't think the limitations will continue. Commerce will start shifting backward back to the southeast and south. That corridor, that region has a lot of potentials not yet tapped. Where everybody is looking at Lagos, and I think we should start thinking proper and in building infrastructure, then the young people should start. The young people should start to take over Nigeria. The conversation, the struggle is not over yet. We should still remain on the internet. We should still remain on Twitter Spaces. We should still continue to talk. Let's keep talking. Let's keep thinking of what to do to salvage Nigeria. And if the Southeast is going to be free, we cannot, the Southeast and South cannot depend on their elders. Let the youth champion the new phase of liberation. The elders they already have stakes. They already have assets in Lagos and so the big cities. So they would not want to lose those things. So let the young people and the youth and others who are interested take up the charge. Let's start this conversation. Let's start talking of the way of liberating the helpless in Lagos. Then gradual divestment. I mean, we should start thinking of divesting from Lagos. It will take a long time, but it has to start. It needs to start.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. You pointed out so many things that and I'm happy. You know, some people, he took notes and he wrote down what he was saying. I didn't want to stop him. He pointed out so many important things, like talking about the ports and also the leadership in the Southeast. You know what they should do and why they have not been able to do that. Because when you talk about the lack of seaports and something like that, why is it not happening? The question is, why is it not happening? And then the followers, did they put pressure on people? There are so many steps that people can take to solve particular problems. If the leaders are not doing it, what are the followers doing? So, all right. Let me go to Prince. Am I missing somebody? Yeah, Prince. I'll come to you, CM. Yeah, Prince Akwachi. I'm coming to you, Jude. Go ahead, Prince.
I firmly stand with what Alaye have said, but then at the same time I also want us to cast our mind back to the fact that if if we say, okay, Nigeria is not gonna work anymore, how are we going to divide Nigeria? Because like I said, it's very painful that things are going the way it's going now. Why I say that is that the eastern part, when I talk about eastern part, I talk about Ebonyi, I talk about Imo, I talk about Anambra, Enugu, and Abia. They are not together. They are not together. If we will be lying to ourselves, or trying to cover up things if we don't say the truth. I would have wished that something like, that they're all together, maybe Ebonyi and other stuff coming together with the other people. And then we will say, okay, this is the eastern part. But then we also remember that for us to get to Calabar, we have to cross the River Niger, cross the eastern part. So now Calabar, are we gonna kind of like gonna put them in I don't know how the division is gonna be. I don't know what's gonna comprise, what Biafra is gonna comprise of. I don't know that. And then the leaders need to be held accountable. I felt so much hurt when I heard somebody like Odius Okalu won. And I'm like, what? But already, after hearing the guy that competed against him, what the guy said, that it was a phone call that came all the way from Abuja, and and then the rec said, oh, a phone call came, and the phone call says he or she should give it to Odius Okalu. I would have thought that people in the East would have protested. It's not fair. It's not fair. Those kind of people don't need to be representing the East because they are selfish and they only think about themselves. Another thing is that we'll continue to be one Nigeria, just to do it the right way. going to the United Nations. I know something like, how the Israel and the Philistines are, is happening is what it might end up being, but at least at the end of the day, let it be that we're living side by side and all that stuff. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Jude.
Well, for the eastern states, I mean, the governors usually they are our problem. Okay, there's nothing that can be done as to bringing the Igbos together without the so-called Igbo politicians who are in leadership authority. But unfortunately, these are the main problem that we have over there. And like someone has rightly spoken, I think it's Queen S, we should begin to hold these people accountable. I think that is one of the major things we have been failing. We should begin to hold our leaders accountable. Beating or shaming and beating Ekweremadu the other time in Germany, that is not enough. We need to do far beyond that. Okay, although in Nigeria today, it's only the Igbos that actually try to hold their leaders accountable, that doesn't follow sheepishly, that doesn't follow stupidly, and whether the leader is killing them or not, continue to follow. At least we try to speak up, but we have to do much more than we are doing already. Otherwise, somebody like Hopeless Uzodinjo, that we all know, everybody know that Supreme Court governor, everybody knows that he's working for Fulani cabals, he's working for Buhari and his cohorts. Okay, somebody like that, I don't know why he should continue to still be a governor in Imo State. Why the people of Imo State and the Igbo land have, should still be keeping quiet. Why he continue to go to Abuja and bring machineries and terrorists in military uniform to continue to kill our people in Imo State. Imo, that used to be one of the most peaceful states in Nigeria, has now turned to be a war zone. For the past 1 year, since the arrest of Nnamdi, hundreds of people in Imo have been killed by Uzodinjo, and then they continue to propagate this propaganda that is IPOB that is responsible, in order to continue to further tag them as or label them as terrorists. They bring unknown gunmen, they bring all sort of things. If Nigeria had not seen who brought the unknown bishop, I'm sure they would have said it's unknown. It's the IPOB that brought unknown bishops in Nigeria. Okay, these are the kind of things that we, the Igbos, should be fighting and making sure that all these Igbo politicians, not only that they are held accountable, but should be meant to send far away from anything that has to do with governance in Igbo land. And require them to
Jude, how? Let's get to that. How do we do? What about what is going on? We know what's going on. How do we?
Because right now it's not working. It's not working. It's not working politically. Okay, we have also seen that our ballot boxes in Nigeria is still a far cry to achieving the purpose. We can see that if millions of Nigeria should come and elect someone like P2B, and then people are still tribalizing it and say that he cannot be a president, and they gave it to somebody else, and the same we see all over Nigeria, even in Port Harcourt and Igbo land. Since our ballot boxes or our PVCs cannot achieve it for now, there are many other ways which I cannot say here on the platform. There are so many things we can say on the platform that are workable.
Okay, all right.
Expect people to come and be mentioning certain things on the platform.
No, it's okay. I understand. Anything you can mention, that's what I mean. We should channel the conversation now, moving forward to. So let me go to CM.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rudolph. I think talking of the way
So Sam, I think it's time you go back to the doctor, Dr. Kija, and let him fix your system again.
You need to upgrade.
I've upgraded now. Are you not hearing me?
No, we're having the same problem again. You're back to what you used to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I can go. Okay. So please, no, it's okay. It's okay. I don't need you. Don't need to mention my name, please. Just for your own sanity, please. Just keep your whatever opinion you have of me. Keep it to yourself. At least I'm just being. Let me be civilized, even when you don't want to be. So, the thing I want to say is the point. You made a lot of sense. You see, there is really little or nothing. There is really little or nothing you could do when the state is against you. When Obiano came in, my governor in Anambra State, he was asked that he should do something. The airport he built was majorly for cargo, to carry international goods, so that we do not depend on the seaport in Lagos. He said it should be passenger and the cargo. The longest runway in Nigeria is only Lagos, followed by that of Anambra Airport. It is of international standard. It wasn't meant to be local. Otherwise, they couldn't have spent billions of naira building it. There's a nearby airport at Asaba. It's local. Enugu is local. So he built it to be international to solve two problems. The problem of seaport in Lagos, and then to enable Ndi was scattered all over the world to fly home to Amsterdam. Nigeria being what they are, after building all those things, they refuse him license. By now, it should have been international. APs, you must know, flies from Nigeria to Dubai. APs went to rescue Nigerians trapped in South Africa, free of charge. APs. So the man wanted from Anambra, they refused because they know if Anambra Airport is working, it means that the pressure on Lagos, the revenue they realize from Lagos will drop, because Lagos is also a cargo. Lagos Airport carries cargo, but Anambra wants that, and they refuse. Mind you, this is state money. Enugu, they shut it down, that they are repairing it up till today. So what you do in a
All right.
situation like that? It is not that our governors are not trying, but Obiano did something, and that was therefore. Can you imagine the airport? The airport.
Am I the only one who is having problem hearing
That is
CM?
the case.
Can you guys who are listening to us, are you having the same problem?
Yes.
Okay, so CM, there's a problem. It's not really from my end alone. I'm just wondering. People at home, it doesn't make sense. They don't hear everything you're saying. All right, let's go to before I go to Jonaba, let me go to Zenith. Is new, just coming here for the first time. Zenith, welcome to the show. Jonaba, hold on.
Thank you, Doc. I hope everyone is hearing me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. My own is I really appreciate everything that we are discussing here. It's a lot of great minds showing concern, because I have a lot of people who say they don't care about Nigeria again. But I want to just put in an opinion. I think if we work with that opinion, we may have a solution to our problem. Social media has put us far ahead our challenges in Nigeria, which are the politicians taking advantage of the space. During the obedient movement and the election, they find their dynasty being threatened, and they put up everything they know how to do best. At this point, I'm thinking that the way forward is for people like Rudolph. Your platform, a lot of people are listening to it. you can equally find like minds who have other platforms, who have the same agenda, and discuss with them at the back and find a front, if possible, a way we can organize and have a registered agenda that can be tabled properly to proper places, because we can't continue like that. If we lament online and go home, the status quo will remain the same. We're supposed to start organizing ourselves offline, have a body, have a say. If you can remember, a few days ago, there are some group of people who made a broadcast in Washington, NEDECO. It's as a result of this, the same thing we are facing today. Can you imagine 30 years after, they still have the same thing happening? One of them still did the same thing 30 years after. So it's something that we can have a front. Even if it's a political front, we already have people who are concerned. Obedient movement is enough, it's a good movement already on ground. Gather enough evidence of what happened in this election. Have it on table to discuss how we can stay as a Nigeria or stay in separate regions. We can have Eastern region, Western region, and Northern region very comfortably operating. And if we can still have Nigeria, good. If we can't, good and fine. But we can't stay like this and just complain online and still go, and status quo will remain the same. We're supposed to, just in summary, not to repeat myself, I strongly suggest that you organize other platforms that have followers. Let's have a one front, offline and online. People abroad, your opportunity to have people we can meet. Politicians outside, you can meet them for counseling and for consultations on how to move, because this is a political situation. That's what we have in Nigeria, and it can be only solved politically. That's my humble suggestion. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, John Abba.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for having me once again. It's good to be back. And the way forward to me, that is what I'm doing. Speak truth to the power, and not somebody lied, even while something is on record. I was enshrined with the value that what is good for your neighbor is good for you. And when your neighbor's house is on fire, do everything to quench it. If not, you'll be the next one.
John Abba, you were enshrined or what? With what values? And
oh, you can't hear me now?
Give you good internet. All right.
Can you hear
Let's
me?
see.
Can you hear me? Can you hear
we
me?
can hear you. We can actually hear you clearly.
Only Dr. Rudy cannot hear me because he's trying to marginalize me, and that is not going to happen.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So you want me to be talking now so loud so that my neighbor can
No.
Your network.
No, your network went bad. But
I'm ashamed when I talk about Nigerian problem because my neighbor don't look me like I have a problem.
All right, go ahead.
Only when I'm talking to you now, they will hear me say that I'm fighting with Igbo brother that will come, and I'm not fighting. We are all brothers and sisters. The way forward is what I'm doing. Ove was with me. We went to a couple of places to secure how diaspora can have a discussion. Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Shekiri, Igala, Idoma. So that you can have this town hall that is different. Now, I have a comedy side of me. So so we can have a genuine conversation, open-minded. Our difference, what divides us, is just politics and religion. We are great people. Igbo people are my friends. Igbo brothers and sisters, I do business with them. I enjoy them. They love money. I love money. That's what I inherited from my mother. My mother loved money. She liked to have money in her hand all the time. So let's go back to the real deal. Let us turn mirror on ourselves. How do we make this movement a better movement. That we look ourselves as a victim of the elite, not to allow them to divide us, and not to accept the status quo. In my place, where the value I'm enshrined on, the Oba of Lagos, or the Oba of Abia State, or the we call it different, the chief, the emir, or the Eze, whatever you call it in that area, we pick up a phone and call Oba of Lagos. Hey, your person just won election in my area. We are one country in Abia State. He just won this election. Please, don't let Igbo people go through what they are going through in Igbo. I'm talking as a man of a leader that speaks to other value. And I have done that for Igbo people here. When I was in New York, when they're in problem, I speak for them. That please, these are good people. Don't let our differences divide us. But you cannot say that Igbo man now, or the Yoruba man that won election in Abia State, say that Abia is his own place. But it's a democracy and it's a way forward. We marry each other. My wife is not from my place. My mother will love me to marry who she can speak my dialect with. But that's not the love I found. I found a love in a woman that loved me regardless of my dialect and loved my mother, may her soul rest in peace. And she died recently. So I don't want to hear that. He boiled my brain. He hurt my blood. That we are coming here to talk about Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, all of these things. What the people that are benefiting from it and the people who are supposed to do the right thing. And even in Benue State, I have made a call to some other places where there is violence. Please don't die for any politician. Please. That is how we make a way forward. Not of siding, this sentiment, this narrow-minded, this, no. Please, brothers and sisters, one love. We will make African great, and we'll make Nigerian great, and we'll make Rudolph great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Kalata Yanes.
Hey, Rudolph, thanks for having me. And thanks for, I don't know, you have game or like a lot of violence has happened on this platform today. It's I mean, I was doing DIY and I was listening from my earphones. I was like, whoa, what am I listening to? Anyway, I came to tell African Queen not to run away from Nigeria. Kulata wants to make sure you stay in Nigeria. So, really, what the topic you guys are talking about, really, issue is what laws can Nigeria put, or how can you better enforce voter suppression laws? Because it's very difficult to punish politicians with that participate in voter suppression. Because what votes do you subtract for voter suppression? So maybe they say if any polling unit has some form of voter suppression or violence, just cancel all the results in the polling unit. But if you do that, we don't know who's going to affect, whether it affects your candidate or the other candidate. But something needs to be done for voter suppression because it's very difficult to litigate voter suppression. How do you litigate voter suppression? How many votes do you discount? So that's one area that needs to be paid attention to. And also electoral violence in general. I mean, there was a death in Okota. Some thug was killed. There was a death. An APC thug was killed in Okota. Someone else was bloodied. I saw a picture of someone that was bloodied. Someone was killed in Benue. I don't know what happened in Rivers, but just like our elections since 1954, skirmishes here and there. It's almost like our culture. Let's be honest. But going forward, people need to get punished for this. The problem I have is when all these things happen, then we now go tribal. I come from a mixed family, so I can't even afford to do all this tribal stuff. I don't talk about tribe. I can't even talk about tribe. But you see thugs that did it. You know the politicians the thug is working for. Why don't you take the aggression to the thugs and to the politician rather than just abusing one ethnic nation? And please don't call it tribe or ethnic nations. And rather than abusing one ethnic nation or the other, you can see the people that did it. You know them. They have names. They have groups. their political parties, call them out. Don't retreat to the barest minimum and just start saying, "Oh, this group, oh that group." 3 weeks ago, that group voted for your candidate. So I mean, it's silly when we go through there. Call people out. You compartmentalize. You don't need to just generalize. I mean, people are now getting phobia for Yoruba people, so it's just going to be the next Fulani all over again. And we can't be playing those kind of games. We're better than that. I believe everybody on this platform, this panel, we have second degrees, first degrees. We're educated to a large extent. So when you know the culprits, call the culprits out. Don't start generalizing. And now, when it comes to way forward, I believe Alex Oti has won Abia State. That's a great opportunity for him to demonstrate the kind of leadership that I believe Labour Party supporters have. If he fixes Abia State, and they may win more states, and that will be building a coalition that you can use to negotiate with a bigger party. Because if you run an entire region, you run it well under, for example, Labour Party, that you can take that and go and form alliances and take APC out. That's exactly what APC, CPC, and ANPP did in 2015, even though the result was terrible, but it can be done. So rather than the doom and gloom, I mean, democracy is painful, especially the one we're practicing. Progress will be very, very slow, and progress will be extremely slow. But let's stop all these Yoruba people, Igbo people. I mean, I did not know tribalism until I got to the United States. All through time I was in Nigeria, I mixed with everybody. We were on first name basis. I did not know this ugly side of us. It's until I got to the United States that I started seeing it. So I just want to plead to everybody to just calm the hell down. Do whatever is politically viable, and don't start cussing out your neighbor. They voted for you. They like you. You guys eat the same food. You guys go to parties. I don't even understand what is going on anymore. But the bottom line, port, on airport is working. Export and import, it works. It is working. Calabar Port export is working. They're exporting cocoa from there. One of the largest vessels in the entire world docked in Calabar Port. So we need to fix these narratives. Those ports are working. How do you convince the international maritime agencies to send more goods there? How do you reduce the insurance of insuring goods that are shipped to those ports? Because those ports do work. Now, for the next administration that comes in, how do you fix the east-west road so you can carry more load from on a port? Warri Port, they're dredging it. They've not been successful. How do you put pressure to the next Delta State governor to put pressure on the federal? If Omar Agege gets in there, that will be an APC. If Tinubu is the president, he can put pressure on his guy. If Obi gets in there, they can put pressure on him too. So let's take these things one by one rather than this rash reactions that it's very unbecoming. I mean, it was very uncomfortable listening to this session here today. It was very, very uncomfortable. It just felt like we were not in the same country. It was very, very uncomfortable. So I just want people to cool down.
All right, Clatha, let me ask you a question, just because you're a very important voice on the web, I believe, and
Mike.
Yeah, you are. So let me ask you this: so if you were advising the Tinubu or APC or the government of Lagos State, I'm just trying to put yourself in that position, and MC Olumo said what he said. What would have been your advice to them?
I will tell them to read off those elements ASAP, because it's not doing anyone any good if you're tied to a thug, and thugs, they do thug things, so you don't want to be associated with that. Because look, what are they trying to fight? They tried to fight this Gbadebo guy. The Gbadebo guy will not have won. Even without the thugs, it will not have won. So why was that necessary? It wasn't necessary. So if I were them, because look at it, this strategy that they did, it's not sustainable for 8 years. You can't repress people from voting year after year. It's impossible. It's not like the migration going to Lagos State has stopped, and you just can't do those kind of draconian approaches going forward. So if the governor of Lagos has to perform, or else there's enough signs and warnings that if the opposition presents a better candidate next time, they will lose Lagos. So if I were them, it's time to stop the politics of thuggery. Simple.
Okay, one last thing. I read a tweet from Bayo Onanuga. I don't know if you had that tweet.
I saw that, and that was a disgrace. I did not expect Bayo Onanuga to write something like that. I mean, what was that for? Really? Bayo Onanuga may end up being the press secretary to a Tinubu government. It may end up being the press secretary. So why will you write something like that? Like it's you're just stoking ethnic tensions unnecessarily. Why will you say it's stupid? I don't know what is stupid is stupid. There's no rationalizing stupid. You didn't have to do that. That was unnecessary.
All right, thank you, African Queen. Go ahead.
Kulata, well done. I've heard you. First off, I want you to understand that I'm not canvassing for the Igbos to leave Nigeria. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Because even if I start talking about the Igbos leaving Nigeria now, it's not tenable. The way things are, because we have leaders who are benefiting from the system, they will betray us. So what I'm canvassing for right now is for Igbos to do clean house. We need to clean house. We need to go for our leaders. That's all I'm canvassing for. By the time we take care of our leaders and we'll have our land working, when our land starts working, really, then we can come and negotiate with the bigger brothers. But right now, that is not that's why I say that my brothers and sisters in IPOB, they got it all wrong. They are doing the right thing the wrong way. They should turn around the floodlight, the searchlight, turn it inwards, and we should go for our leaders. They are the sellouts, now the problems that we have. So so that's about the evils and what I was actually trying to say. So now, when you talk about what's going on, are you condemning Bayo Onanuga and his likes and MC Olomo? You stay on. You're a prominent feature on one man's platform. One man spews bigotry. That's all he does. I listen in. I don't come on there to speak. It doesn't make any sense. But I listen in sometimes to see if something has changed. You have never condemned him. Rather, you echo whatever he says, indirectly and directly. So people like you are the reasons why people like us are angry. Because people like you that are supposed to know better, you come out here on this platform to placate us, in quote. But when you go on a highly bigoted platform that is supposedly a Yoruba platform, you don't do any of those things.
All right, so can I answer you now because you're getting personal?
No, hold on.
No.
I'm pointing.
No, you are. You are referencing something else, which is entirely a red herring. It's a non sequitur. Okay, it's a non sequitur because you're not talking about the issues we're talking about. I am who I am. You listen to everything I say. Never for once you will have heard me say anything ethnic. I only talk about issues and politics. That's all I say all day long. You will hear me enough to know that that's what I stick with. So I don't know why you'll bring in saying, I don't know if one man advertises his platform as Yoruba platform. It's a platform that the conversations on politics goes very, very deep. It's not, it's a very educative platform because they're all voices represented on that platform. But this is not a talk about one man's platform. One man's platform is one man's platform.
Okay, let me continue. I've heard you. So what I'm saying is, if that is the case, and this is who you are, since you cannot call out one man on his platform, please do not call out Bayo Onanuga and MC Olomo on this platform.
Rudolph asked the question. I did not bring it up.
It's okay. You don't even need to respond. You don't need to respond.
You're talking to me, African Queen. You have to be consistent.
I mean you don't.
Is
need
either
to
you're talking to me or you're not talking to me.
You're not listening. I mean, you didn't need to respond to Rudolph's question. He didn't compel you to answer the question.
He asked me the question, and I respect Rudolph's platform, so I'm going to answer his question.
Okay, so we all know that you are just what you're saying is just out of respect to Rudolph, not just what you have.
Because I like Rudolph's platform. If he asks me a question and I have an answer, I will answer, and that's my personal opinion that I shared. I don't like what Biodenuga said. Period.
It's okay. Do you like what one man says about Igbos? How he denigrates Igbos? Do you like it? Let me ask.
Why are you just trying your best to create division?
Not division. I want you to answer.
What has he said about Igbos? If he comes here, you can ask him any question you want to ask him. Don't use me as a channel for your grievance. Talk to him if you want to talk to him.
All right.
So,
thank you.
Okay. It's okay.
Aloye, go ahead.
I have a few questions for Kulata. He talked about, he gave an impression that the ports in the south, yeah.
It's not an impression, it's a fact if you can Google it yourself.
No, I don't need Google here.
Go and check it.
It's nowhere in the Google. On Google, it's nowhere.
What's the fastest growing port in Nigeria?
Hello, let me just ask my question.
Airport is the fastest growing port in Nigeria, if you don't know.
What is the volume of transactions that happens there in a week?
It's not as much as what happens in Lagos because of some impediments.
How are you now? Why are you contradicting yourself? Saying
it's not a contradiction. The fastest growing.
If it's the fastest, then it should
do you understand? Do you understand maths? Something being the fastest growing can go from 5% to 25%, and that'll be the fastest growing.
The next question.
It's simple, basic mathematics.
You are wrong. Then the next question is,
what is wrong in maths? Do you understand basic maths?
I do more than that, man.
And then you're not really representing yourself correctly here. If something is fastest growing, it means if you have a tiny volume and it bumps up to something slightly bigger from 1 to 10, how many percent is that? That's 1,000%.
How long has it been fastest growing?
Come on, man. It's been the fastest growing for the past 2 years. For the past 2 years.
What's the difference between the last 2 years and today? What has it achieved?
What is this is your comment? This is kind of like a logical fallacy.
Take the next question.
Is on-air port working or not? Yes or no? Answer me that question.
What products?
They export petroleum out of on-air, petroleum products out of on-air, and then they import goods. They import goods into on-air. They also import goods into on-air. Articles Intel. No. On-air port works. That's the bottom line.
We need activities.
Everybody should go here and Google it on airport.
I don't need Google to do what I know.
Okay. All right.
So
let's
get
it.
I think. Hello.
I've asked you a few questions. I need to know.
You only asked one question. You were rambling the rest of the time.
I need to know the volume of transactions that happens there, and I need to know what products are transported through the port. And I need to know. And you just sounded like there is no problem with ethnicity in Nigeria. You sounded like you are innocent. You sounded like nothing is wrong with this ethnic setup in Nigeria. There's a big problem. You cannot claim.
Can I take the next question, please?
All right. So, Aloy, thank you so much. So, Kulata, I don't think you have anything to say to him anymore. Is that?
No, I don't have anything to say to him.
All right.
Can I say something, Rudolph? Can I say something, please?
I can't see.
Yeah. Can I say something?
Dr. Meze, okay, go ahead, Dr. Meze. After you.
No, I just want to ask Kulata a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he said something about the port in the eastern. Is he in Warri or where precisely did you mention?
Calabar port is exporting cocoa now. On airport does import and export. You export petroleum products. You also import in there.
No. I don't think that is right.
I've checked it. I checked it before talking. You can go and check it.
Apart from cocoa, what else does the Calabar seaport export?
As far as I know right now, it's cocoa that has been exporting. Maybe they've been adding more additional things in there.
You're totally wrong on that.
Can you guys just go and check before you just say something is wrong?
No, because it's not the truth. It's not the truth. How many,
But
like when you
it
talk
is
about
the truth. I checked it.
how do you want me to check something that is not the truth? The fact is,
Just
if it's supposed to be there, everybody will
just
say it.
go and search.
When we go,
It's basic.
let me tell you something. Listen. Let me tell you something. We have ports in Lagos, and it's known that Lagos is like where people shipping things, where things are being shipped, where things are being imported to Nigeria through the Atlantic Ocean. So if things like that
There's
are
only one
happening in
ocean
Calabar, it's not
Nigeria
something that is
faces.
hidden. Are you listening? It's not something that should be hidden. People will know about it and people will say it. So
That's
for
why
you
I'm
to come
shocked that you
and
guys
say,
are questioning this when you can easily read up about it and stop asking me some dumb question.
no. What do you want me to read about? Read about what? You're
Okay,
saying something that is not the fact, and you're saying I should read about it. What do you
Dr.
want me to
Meze,
read about?
Dr.
Is it
Meze,
I should read about that Calabar is a seaport and is functioning to a full capacity, and Nigerians are
Export.
able to import things?
It's exporting. Calabar export. Listen to me well. Calabar export only for now. On
Yeah,
export petroleum and also import. Go and
yeah,
search
yeah,
and stop
yeah.
pestering me with
Dr.
stupid
Meze,
questions.
Even
no, no.
you've even made it worse. You just said export, not even import. So if
On
it's
does
used,
both. Can you listen without prejudice?
Okay, hold on, guys. There's no question that is stupid, okay?
It's the same question.
Yeah, but it's not stupid. But the point is this, Dr. Meze, what I was looking for from anybody else, somebody said something. Kulata said that this is happening. What I want to hear is that it's not happening because you've been there, because you checked, because, not that without, if there's any reason why, like Aloye, I was wanted you to, it sounds like you know the port very well, or I want to hear that, the concrete things, not just people throwing things. I haven't been there, so I can't say my opinion. I don't know what goes on.
him too. Randolph, even Kulata that is talking about, is he living in Calabar or is he doing the business in Calabar?
Hold on, Dr. Meze.
So him too is just saying from what he read on the news.
Oh my
Which
God.
someone can just write up anything, but those things are not facts.
Okay.
Who are the people doing this export he's talking about?
Oh
Where is
my
he
God.
getting his data from? Nobody knows Nigeria to be exporting anything called cocoa to that
Right.
extent, the way he's portraying it. That's what I want him to understand. And
All right.
apart from that, if really the way he's portraying it, that something is the Calabar port is being
Fast
used to
growing.
export things,
Fast
people will
growing.
know
Onne
about
port is the fastest growing port in Nigeria. You can even search that easily. I don't even know why it's so easy to search.
A bloody lie.
Kulata, you're lying. You're lying.
Yeah. People that search will find out, so that's fine. All
That is
this,
not the truth.
I can't deal with all this trivial conversation.
I'm not saying that it's something that is possible, right? Calabar being
All right, so this is the thing. It's not about anything, but I think what is important is we have to have a kind of order in the way we discuss these things. So what I'm expecting, if I'm arguing, or Dr. Meze, if I'm arguing your position, I would say either that this is what I found out, or whatever the source, whatever source you are reading, that is not right.
Exactly.
Not to say that somebody, if what I know, half of all I know is something I read somewhere. You understand? You can say, if I say this is the source and you can find it, you can say that source is wrong, but not that I'm the one lying. You understand what I mean? Let's just do.
No, what I'm saying, Randolph, please
hold on.
Understand what I'm saying.
Hold on.
What I'm saying. Him is portraying something as a fact.
No,
so the fact is portraying, where is he getting it from? This fact is talking about where is he getting it from?
I think I just checked the information just now. It says that it's from the NP. I think it's the Nigerian Port Authority. To be fair to Kulata on that one, he seems to be quoting something that is coming from.
That's the point. It's not even about Kulata, but about everybody else who comes here. If somebody is saying, "I saw this. This is where it is," okay. If you say that that's not right because you have an inside information, that it's not the person that is lying. The person is saying, this is what I'm reading from this source. I'm just saying it's not because of Kulata, but in general, I want us to have this conversation. As we do this more, we learn and we grow. We want this to be professionally presented. I'm actually trying to, let me announce this here. I'm actually trying to get pick an hour from our shows that will be aired on radio stations in Nigeria. but we can't air things that are not very chaotic, So, but anyway, this is something that we should do better. You can challenge somebody on the fact they are present. If they say this is the fact, this is the source, you can say that's not right because of this. Not to say this person is lying, unless they are bringing figures from their head or there's no source to support what they're saying. All right. Who else wants to? Forefathers, go ahead. Oh, Kulata, are you done? You're done, yeah. I think.
Yeah, I'm done. Thanks, Rudolph. Take it easy, everybody. Yeah.
All right, Forefathers.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and the viewers. I think there's a bit of a feedback. I don't know if I'm the only one hearing it.
Yeah. Let me see where it's coming from. I think it's Indonesia, most likely. So,
yeah, it's still on.
Yeah, let me mute him. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just observing what has been happening, and I saw CM earlier on, how exercise it was. What I found, at least from my experience anyway, talking to Nigerians, and I find the people, because I watch on TV and I see unbelievable sites of evil security officers undermining the state and the processes. It's like this runs so deep, and it tells you that we as a people, we have different layers that we operate from. We insult and accuse our leaders of being corrupt and all the rest, and we ignore our own participation in the process. We accuse others of being tribal. We forget that we too do the same things. And this is why institutions are important, is to check such excesses, because we are all susceptible to one vice or the other. And when it steps out of line, people should be called out and made to pay for it. And those people should be willing to pay for it for the greater good. If I am found wanting, I should be willing to pay for it, because it will set a good example for the future and do well for the people. Because if you are so selfish, you don't want to pay for it, that's what leads to the decay and the culture that we see today now. And all these type of conversations we are having, we have to learn to not take ourselves out of the equation as if we are not creators of the same thing. I was having a conversation earlier on. I was called out for being a little bit emotional and tribal too. Well, like, you know what? If I was found to be that way, I'm willing to put my head on the block and be judged for it. Because that is how it's meant to be if things are going to move forward in this country. It's just what it is. And we have to take our personal feelings out of it, our personal interests out of it too. Because your personal interest is not greater than the people's interest. The people, 200 million people, have to do well. And if we keep making it about us and our tribe, we will lose perspective. Because I've spoken to quite a lot of people on this panel, and my experience of talking to people is that if you don't talk honestly about the difficult issues, they will be speaking to you with forked tongue. You'll be operating with them, and the next minute they will go the other direction. This is why someone like Sean today, everybody, he's governing one of the most metropolitan cities in the black world, and then when it comes to an election, they are willing to go dirty because they are not true believers. They have their own specific inner biases that they can't let go because they are so selfish about these things. If we are to chart a better future, we have to recognize these things in ourselves and start having difficult conversations about it. We know full well individual tribes tend to have specific dreams that generally clouds other people's dreams too. Let's face it. And at the same time, we forget that we as a Nigerian nation are technically forming a new tribe. All tribes are created with this type of processes. It's not that different. We've been like that for 100 years or so before we even got our independence. We'll be forced together as a unit since then. And that's how nations come together. That's how tribes come together. We are creating a new one. And when we are creating a new one, we have to be careful about reverting always to the sub-tribes that we have been in. And I know that these are like conceptual discussions, but they are is tied to the real world that we are living in. And because we are always participating in it, I am part of it. And I say that when we want to deal with these problems, we need to take ourselves out of it and be ready to pay the price. If we are doing it, and we have to have rules for this. Is like when they wanted to pass the hate speech law in Nigeria, most Nigerians were against it. Guess what? If they had passed that law now, the level of division that you see in the country would have been less this election.
Forefathers, hold on. They don't need that law to arrest anybody who is. There are other laws in the books they could use. They don't need the new law. That one was being fashioned by the government to shut down any opposition or the media. It's not that.
But you see that, you see what I mean. This is the thing. It will reduce it. The more law you pass based on these things,
But if you
it
don't
will reduce the amount. They will think twice.
Fathers, if you don't implement the one you have in the books, why are you passing new ones?
Because there's no hate speech law specifically, is there?
No, there is a law that will have made them to question because someone like MC Olumo for what he said. There's a law in the books.
No, that's threatening people. That's generic. Any civilized nation, you are probably sitting in one.
So do you need if you can't enforce that, you need to pass another law to go on.
Oh yes, because they do that even in the UK where they pass some law. They have generic laws for these things, but they still go on to pass more. Why? Because some of those laws are not empowered enough. They are too broad to target this specific issue. It's like having some kind of, there are medicines that can solve multiple problems, but you can have targeted treatment for specific stuff so that it will be highlighted, it will be flagged immediately. And it's not necessarily about prosecuting people, it's about deterring people. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. But I can tell you that if they had that law passed, the same reason why they didn't act on what they have now will mean that they won't act on that new law.
There is a chance that will be the case, but somebody tells me that's why I said 5%, not 100%. Even if it's a 5% reduction, you are going to get an improvement in the polity. The division, the kind of stuff we are seeing is not, and there was death. I think if I'm not mistaken, there's death penalty in that law too. If people know there's death penalty in divisive language, they are going to think twice. These people openly use divisive language, divisive tactics to polarize Nigerians. That is one of the most dangerous stuff that you can do to a people. Divide them, they are easy to conquer. This is what our forefathers did. We fought each other and we were easy to conquer. Yoruba, that the Lagos that they first landed, I think we were talking about Lagos election today. When Lagos was first approached, it was easy to divide them because the two brothers were fighting for the throne. They were fighting for the throne, and it was easy to divide them, and they fought. They were divided against each other. The British came in, and it was easy for them to take over the DC within 2 months. This is kind of divisive attitude that we use. If you go, it's replete all over Africa. And it's common sense, really. We have to fight because we are so many in terms of tribes, in terms of groups. It means that we have to even do more to overcome it, even more than the Western powers. You can't judge yourself based on normally what the Western people do. And given that they are even more homogeneous, and yet they pass these laws, we are less homogeneous. It means we need more of the laws, not less. That is logic here, and that is what I think we should be doing, and we should be supporting these moves that says, you know what, anybody that wants to talk about tribalism too much, they need to answer for it. Look at Rwanda. Rwanda banned it outright. Rwanda is destroying churches and mosques alike, and they are doing better than most countries in Africa. Why? Because somebody decided, and I tell you this, if we carry on with this direction we are going, you are going to get a Rwandan-style leader sooner or later. Because the entity that you call Nigeria will do what it needs to defend itself. And if it takes a young leader to show up and say, you know what, to hell with tribalism, to hell with traditional values, your new tribe is going to be Nigeria. You like it or not, if you mention tribes, you're going to go to jail. You'll be surprised. You might not think that will come to happen. You'll be surprised how quickly to show up. And young people will support that leader in taking people and executing them day in, day out. This is what the kind of stuff you saw in Russia and in China. I've often wondered, why do these people obey their leaders when they ask them to go and execute people en masse? Whole villages decimated. Why do they obey their leaders? Now I'm beginning to understand it. Now I'm beginning to understand it, because such failures happen repeatedly that the people become so scarred by it. Then when a leader emerges and says, you know what, to hell with this, those young people, those young men will go out and destroy all that exists. The Chinese did away with their traditions. Can you believe that? They did away with their traditions. Russians did the same thing. What makes the people do that? You should ask yourself why. It's because of this frustration that people refuse to break away from the old tribal instincts. And I think that we should do more to bring each other together, deliberately do more, because we are far more diverse than any other parts of the world. It means that we need to do more to bring our people together. And you know, somebody's calling me naive. This kind of stuff, I don't understand. Why am I naive? Most of the world is more homogeneous and they have more stronger laws to bring them together. Why is it that ours is weaker? And we wonder why we're having all these problems. We need to bring. I don't think our people are wicked. If European countries were anything like Nigeria, like we are suffering, they were suffering like Nigeria, they were as diverse as Nigeria, they would have slaughtered each other to pieces by now. Because even when they are not as diverse as Nigeria, even when they are not suffering as much as Nigeria, we saw how much they kill each other. I think our people are generally good. If you judge them by the standard of other people, our people are actually very forgiving. But our leaders, we keep thinking that we can eat our cake and have it. You cannot choose not to bring the people together and expect them to come together by magic. We are setting too high a standard for our people. It's not fair. It's just that simple. And I don't know how many people see it like this, but you can't expect other people to be less diverse and have stronger rules against division than us that is even more diverse. We really need to ask ourselves, is it not a Rudolph that was disagreeing with me just now? Because we don't ask ourselves deep questions about these things. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. WC, let's try you again and see if
Yes, can you hear me, everybody?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Well, I've listened to many people speak. Nigeria is at a boiling point, and I think those who care for Nigeria, particularly some opinion leaders across the country, who really wants the country not to go under, should arrange for a quick meeting, because they are on ground, to discuss how we arrived at this stage. It has been brewing for some time, but these elections across the country has clearly shown that we've not learned our lessons. In the past, these are things that will happen. Before you know it, you will hear martial song early in the morning that the military has taken over. But that's not what we want. It's not the right, because we have tried it before. It's not the right thing. If they don't come together and see how they can salvage the country, they claim that the country we were engulfed in, we smoke out everybody, and they will not find a place to stay. So, because we can't continue this way, we are now a laughing stock in the world. The elections, we are completely not election. What happened in Lagos and other parts of the country yesterday, we are completely. It's like barbaric. It's too ugly to behold. It's a very ugly sight to behold. And stories flying here and there about the compromise of the INEC chairman and INEC itself is really bad. What pains me more is that even the common man who is going through all kinds of suffering, who was given a little job to act as INEC rec, INEC returning officer, INEC polling unit officer, some of them joined in the compromise because of what we go into their pocket. Something they will even enjoy for more than a day or two or a month. They don't think about their kids and their just unborn. How to salvage the country? Here, if you see a real American politician talking, you see that
all right, WC, we're having problem here. We can't hear you very well. I think you and
who are coming behind, so the society will continue to run seamlessly. So the society will continue to run seamlessly.
You and CM, you have the same problem. Tiger in the city, is it? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, and hello to everyone. Ovia is looking at me. He hasn't seen me before. He's heard my voice.
So now you, Abi, now you.
Yes, this is me. I'm not the clone. This is me, really. It's wonderful we are having these discussions now, and the reason why I came about It's just because to offer a solution how the Igbos can um, get away from all this because it's too tense now, and I've seen this coming because a couple of years ago, my pastor, who happens to be a Yoruba, was advising me to buy a house in Lagos, and I told him my father's experience in Lagos during the Civil War, and that stuck with me till today. And when I wanted to buy a house in Lagos 2 years ago, my brother called me and said, no, though he was a proper Lagosian, he said, no, do not, because he can foresee challenges happening in Nigeria. So I didn't buy. But what I want to offer is this: we can establish geopolitical economic hub because I used to watch on YouTube where it was advertised this stretch of land, miles of land called proposed Enyimba economic hub zone. What happened to that? If I may question, I don't know what's going on. Did they deceive us with that? Because two, we have large population of Igbo diaspora living abroad, at least even up to 1 million, if I'm not wrong, or 500,000, or even 200,000. The government of East can borrow money from diaspora, even though it means borrowing at lower interest rate, basic interest rate of 1%, 2%, in as much as they can refund the money over 10, 15 years, 20 years time. We can contribute. Imagine one person contributing $500, borrowing the government of Eastern states, borrowing their money with interest of 1%, 2% over 10 years, 15 years. I think they can have money to do whatever they want to do. And another thing is this: people of the East. I don't know the mad rush about Lagos. I grew up in Lagos. I school in Lagos. I can write Alawiye. I can read Yoruba novel up to today. Even though for some time I left Nigeria, but I don't know why in the eastern part there's there's hardly people there. I mean, the population is depleted. We need migration back to the east. If you want to open up a factory business there, you need the population in order to sell, to boost your business. And we should encourage migration. People should start selling their houses, both in the north, in Lagos, gradually. It's not going to be a quick um, sale, but it might be a 10, 15 years program because the reason why they are treating the Igbos this way, one factor why they are doing because they know they won't go anywhere after all said and done. They will still stay because they have houses and business in those areas. If they do have less businesses and houses there, I don't think any other ethnic Nigerians will treat them as bad as this because they know they can go back, and when they go back, they can form their own state and stay on their side. So we need this economic powerhouse in the East in order to achieve the political move in Nigeria, or in order to gain power. Without it, we won't gain power because all our business are concentrated in either in Abuja or in Kano or in Kaduna or in Lagos or Ogun State, but hardly in the East. So in order to do that, we should learn how the Jewish people, how other countries that were having problem challenges in this format, how they were able to formulate economic policy and political policy that make them, stay in their own side, stay in their own zone, build it up. When we build up Southeast, people will come. There won't be a force to go out or try to stop us voting. They were encouraged to come back to their own zone. But we need to learn. I think the Igbos haven't learned a lesson. They need to learn a lesson. And I'm sorry this is happening, but in one hand, I'm sympathetic to families and those who have suffered oppression and vote deprivation and death, but this would be a lesson. If we do not learn by this time, I don't think we're going to learn again. That's my contribution.
All right, thank you. Let's see. I think you've not said anything in a while. Let's go to you, and then I'll go to Akija.
All right. I'm dumbfounded because the kind of things I'm hearing on this platform from certain individuals, it's as if human beings are pieces of, or maybe little ants that you can crush and push aside. And that's why your leaders are killing people today. Many of you are still proposing killing of people, but you don't say it directly, but that's what comes out. You want to build a Nigeria that never existed before until the white man came and created it for his own economic interests. And now we have been trying to experimentally come together as a people while the builder is taking whatever he wants at any time and he doesn't want to be interrupted in what he is taking from Nigeria. And we are busy trying to build it, killing ourselves, hating ourselves when we should love ourselves as neighbors. Or even across the borders, nothing stops us from intermarrying, interacting as friends, or having relationships in other social ways. You want to build Nigeria, and so people should be killed, and you should force what God has put in us to be out of us. Your tribe, your language, your food, come and let us use some kind of force and make people start behaving in a certain way. Listen, if any of you believes in some source of wisdom, please include also the Bible. If you don't want to believe what the Bible is telling, check Isaiah chapter 5, verse 20. When you make an evil look like good, you make darkness look like good something, as if it's a bright, and you twist all these things and you come and pour it on human beings that God has made and put above all animals. Look at what has been created since we existed and the civilization we're in. We can fly, we can all kinds of scientific achievements. And then you want to treat the same human beings that came up with the ideas, you want to be killing them. I have said it many times here. You have killed many Chinua Achebes among those that have been killed from his part of the world, or that place called Nigeria. Awolowo, Chief Awolowo, Olola Obafemi Awolowo, said that it's a geographical expression and not a country. Some of you are here to defend it by recommending some, I don't know. You may also as well say use nuclear to clear the people you want to clear. I hear that being said in one way or the other. Now, Dr. Damages, you want a solution. I will only give you the solution that I know that can work. And many people have said it here. Queen S has taught very, very, I would say, smartly. Let people go home, meet their leaders, their minds, their so-called elites. Sometimes people who call elites are just people anyway. I don't want to use any negative word, but nobody should be priding himself as an elite. Under this kind of condition, we see ourselves in a country where the bad cannot be corrected, where we cannot make things that are better to happen. And we come out and say we're elites. Some of them are politicians who have stolen money and they start wearing big clothes and they count themselves as elites. How many books have they read? How many novels have they read? How many philosophies do they carry in their head to operate? We need to stop at this point to make a change. Look, when the iron is hot, that is when you can bend it. If it cools down, you can't bend it anymore. The amount of things that have happened in Nigeria that are waiting, staring at us now, the ugliness of it, this is the time to make the change. If we don't, we may never be able to do it again. And you will condemn a whole lot of people into misery of life. We were not created to come and suffer here and be put in the kind of situation we are in as we have it in Nigeria. Since the bell is ringing, I'll stop here.
Thank you so much, Alexi. Let me point out something. There was something that forefathers said that I never thought about. he said that what's happening in Rwanda, because I study Rwanda as part of my what I teach, and he said that that Nigeria might have a leader like Paul Kagame in Rwanda, that which is what Lex is reacting to. But there's something he missed. For that to happen, Nigeria will have to pass through what Rwanda passed through, which is genocide of big magnitude. That's when people will be subjected to that kind of governance, and they won't have any option but basically to accept it. Because if you lose 800,000 people or 1 million people in a country that was, I think their population then was maybe about 20 million. I don't think it was up to 20 million. Then people will basically abide by anything. So what I wanted to point out is that for Alexia and for forefathers, Paul Kagame kind of person will not just imagine Nigeria of today the way it is, but it could happen if we allow what's going on now to lead to a genocide. And after that genocide, then anybody that comes in and decides to rule and say you should stop calling yourself Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Igala, Idoma, you can't do anything. At that point, you can't do anything. Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. It's not just anybody that comes to rule.
No,
the minority are ruling in Rwanda. You forget that part.
Yeah.
With all the genocide, the minority are ruling.
That's true.
I wanted to add. I also added other examples, like in the Soviet Union, Russia, and China. It's not. It doesn't have to be a war. Because situations can create leaders that will highlight these problems as the biggest challenge the people have been having, and they will have supporters. They don't even need a lot. Just 10% of supporters. They will carry out their orders without remorse. And Stalin was responsible for the death of about 20 million Russians. In China, it resulted in the death of 15 million. It tells you when people lose it, they were killing professors, church leaders in China, and religious people, they were killing them. What do you think leads to that?
All right.
Is people getting fed up.
Hold on, let me have Lexis. Yeah.
Yes, you see, I think this came out of my own comment too. So this killing that is so easily said, the Igbo say that eburu ozu onye ọzọ, ọ dịka ebu nkụ. That is, if you are carrying somebody else's dead body, it's like a stick to others who are not related or concerned. There's pain and anguish going on amongst many people from that part of the country. But when we are talking about it, it's as if, in fact, nobody's even condemning it. All they do is blame the victims. Oh, they will put it on this person or the other person. In time like this, when things are being changed, you don't put democracy as what they need to respond to such a heinous crime of genocide being committed on us. What democracy can you use to confront genocide going on from those who think that they should hold you down and do what they want with you and your land and everything? So killing people in China, is that a good thing now? They were killing even children. If you have more than 3 kids, they'll kill one. And they tell you you are only permitted to have 2. In the Europe we are talking about today, we are once together like we are, and they had to ease off and form different nations. And today they have stabilized in each of those nations. This question of easing off and coming away from this heat that is killing everybody and killing some people more, that it's almost like extinguishing some. This heat doesn't have to continue. And if we don't want to sit and decide, I don't know what else we are going to do, because we have been dying and dying and dying, and it's still happening. And we are saying, we have to find a way. We are doing the same thing and expecting a different result.
All right.
I don't see how that will come.
Thank you.
Okay, they eased off. They killed each other to the end.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Hello. Good evening, all.
Yeah.
I am sorry. I am as confused as Nigeria right now, and Yesterday, I was busy, but I was listening to you guys, and I wanted to comment, but I said I wasn't going to comment because Nigeria perplexed me, took me to another level of confusion yesterday, and this morning, I saw what Bayo Onanoga posted, and I couldn't take it. But I mean, like, it seems, it comes with age. You try to reflect. Sometimes, you just don't, say things. But before I continue, Rudolph, Dr. Damages, I wanted to take this offline, but I'm gonna, call you out so that everybody, you said something about when Nigeria will have to face something, the genocide in magnitude. So are you telling me that 1967 to 1970 genocide wasn't, not big enough?
I muted myself. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, is that one, was it not big enough? You said, magnitude that the one that they have to face. I mean, Nigeria has to face a genocide that's the magnitude of Rwanda. So 1967 to 1970, is not that magnitude is not being, not big enough for you, or do you want more? I mean, like,
not that one genocide, of course. That's not what I mean. I'm saying that the country didn't learn anything from what happened in the 60s. So you may
because they didn't want to learn anything, doesn't negate the fact that genocide happened. And I mean, if it's one person.
Okay, let me explain to you. For Rwanda, because I don't want to also get into a lecture on Rwanda. Rwanda went through series of genocides, where 50,000 were killed and the war didn't care. Where 300 will be killed one day, the next week 500, series of them before the big one. So
yeah,
maybe
but Igbo killing Olympic has started in Nigeria since before independence, and it happens every day.
1945. Okay, but the killing maybe yeah.
You just say Igbo killing Olympic.
The point is, it's not about what I feel or what I think. The point is that this happened in 60. Whatever happened in 66, 60, 45, nothing. We didn't learn anything from that, and it continues. So we're waiting for the big one. Okay, it will eventually happen if we don't learn anything from it. That's the lesson. That's something we have to. It's not about me. I'm not part of it.
Okay, I just want to put it out there for maybe some people.
It's about the country.
They because you said it, they're gonna be thinking that that one was not big enough. Probably they're gonna plan another, a bigger one. Anyway, but I mean, like,
we never get money to fight. We the masses are too poor to fight.
Yeah, but anyway, I mean, I want to say this, like, being reflective. Nigeria situation, I mean, it's okay. It's easy to just, come out, get angry and say things, and then, recall, go back to your cocoon, go back to your region or whatever. But I mean, there's no problem, nothing wrong with Nigeria. Just something wrong with Nigerians. And what is happening here right now? I mean, if like, it's happening in United States here, and there was election there, election deniers. There are people who don't believe that if they lose, that other people cheated. If you see election deniers in Arizona, Trump and his QAnon, they believe anything. And there's people are using these people to these politicians are using people to to lay hold to power. It's not different from what is happening in Nigeria. Igbos are living in Ekiti State. Igbos are living in Osun State. Igbos are living in other states, Yoruba land, and then but you see that APC, they ganged up, and then some of them are intellectuals and some of them elites. So they've used this opportunity to to lay hold to power, and they want to do anything they to achieve that. And some of us we are falling for them, and trying to tear ourselves in pieces and that. But what you have to understand is this: Nigeria, every day Igbo girls and Igbo boys and Yoruba girls and Igbo men, they're falling in love and marrying each other. And for example, you have a GRV, a product of love from Igbo and Yoruba woman. So, but then we tend to think that we're not making progress. But these people like Bayo and the people like him, they want to hold power. They say things to us. But you know what you want? I want to say that that's darkness. You know, like someone said that. I think like light, things that it travel faster than darkness. But everywhere it goes, darkness is waiting for it. There. But one thing of darkness is docile, it's just there. It doesn't move. So where there is no light, there is darkness. And for people who believe in Nigeria, who believe that this has nothing to do with Igbo or Yoruba, but men who want to hold on to power, this they are the light. So you have to show the light, and then no matter how dark it is, when things like this happen, you see people, profiling solution. Forefathers were talking about ethnic cleansing. You want to, eliminate tribe, but just because you want to achieve Nigeria, you don't need to kill somebody to understand what is ethnic cleansing. This is one of the things I don't want to hear. China did it, Russia did it, and then what? That's why we have to do it.
It's a warning from history. You want to do it peacefully. That's what I'm advising.
It's never peaceful. Things like that are never peaceful. So
no, by passing rules.
Anyway, that's his solution. But my solution, what because right now, where we are right now, we made it. Even though the election of February, was not good, but I know there were some, some light. There was some light, but what has happened yesterday? I mean, basically, like that. It has negated, whatever we achieved February 25th. It has, taken that down, and we cannot achieve that. That thing is nothing because there's not a new system. What we have right now, the solution? I mean, the only recourse we have now is judicial activism. If we are trying to find a solution, what we have to do is to find a way to have, because, these cases that are going to come to court, we need a court that will tell these politicians, you are messing up this country, you are messing up this country, we have to stop you, even if we have to rule without the constitution. That's the only hope we have right now, because even after, if all these cases go to judiciary and, they are upheld, this farce, this injustice are upheld, I mean, Nigeria is gone. Because 2027, I mean, it's gonna be the same thing. 2031 is going to be the same thing. So all the hope we have now is judiciary, or some of us who want to, do activism. I mean, I keep saying it, and there is always a solution. America is the biggest, one of the greatest country on earth, the strongest country on earth. Almost every country listens to America. If people want to engage in activism here, I mean, you have to start, probably, we have to find a way to reach all our senators, people who are living in the US, reach to your senators. We come together. This is, the script. This is what we want to achieve. We reach out to our senators. We reach out to House of and tell them this is what is happening in Nigeria, so that they can prevail on the administration. Because without them, there's something you can achieve. You can talk here, talk everything, without getting judiciary to intervene. Nigeria has gone back 200 years. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Des, you have to, I want to see your face. We have to see your face. We can't let you speak. Okay. Yeah, we need to see your face so that we know who is talking to us. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. I'm Dr. Damages. It's sad what is happening in Nigeria, to be honest. I'm the kind of person that used to think that education was the problem with Nigeria. Let's probably go back to history. I'm going to take a bit of a time to talk. In 1914, when this country was formed, there were the three parties, the Northern People's Congress, Action, whatever, and the one with Nnamdi Azikiwe. People voted, right? And they voted along ethnic lines. And the Nigeria that was formed to be united at that time, actually, the project was almost collapsing, I would say, because of the politics people were having then. But fast forward, um, 1965, when the Francis Nzogo did a military coup d'etat. What happened then was that there was so much corruption in the system. The news was just so bad, almost as it is right now, that people were tired of the system before the coup happened. And when that coup happened, there was a lot of joys in the street. A lot of people were happy when the military took over by what was his name? Uh, this Igbo man, forgotten his name, that
What,
actually stopped the coup.
what year are you talking about?
I'm not talking about 1960 during the military coup.
I mean Kaduna Nzo.
1965.
Who are you talking about?
Yeah, Francis Nzogo actually
Kaduna
did
Nzo,
the
not
coup.
Francis. I
Yeah,
don't know if it's
Kaduna Ngo. Sorry, it's Kaduna Nzogo. Yes.
okay.
After he did the coup, then this guy stopped it. Yeah. You should remind me, Dr. Damages, you're part in history now. Why are you?
No, but we don't need to go that far. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's controversial. Anything you say now, I could tell you that
Okay.
Nzogo stopped it. Somebody will say no, it's not Nzogo. That is Ojukwu that stuff. You know, whatever. Go straight to
No.
it.
No. Yeah. So, like, the guy that stopped the coup wasn't Ojukwu, right? It was
Ironsi. You can say Agu Ironsi.
Ironsi. Yes, Agu Ironsi. Yeah, Agu Ironsi stopped the coup, and what happened then? There was another coup, right? Which the Northerners took over, and we had a Northern rule for a very long time before the whole military
We all know
whatever
this
Biafran
history.
war.
Can you not just
I'm coming, please. Before the war, I'm just trying to land a point.
Yeah,
no,
but
we all know the history.
Yeah.
Not just the history. We
Yeah.
are the where we're talking about solutions. So I know
Okay.
you just joined us.
Now I'm going to get to the solution. Let me
Yeah, we don't
get back.
We are going to Trump next. You know, we have to talk about Trump before we end. So
But the issue I'm having, yeah, because the war, as they said, had a lot of not Southeasterners killed. Millions of people were killed. And these people suffered to get their life back. Lost a lot of properties, right? A lot of money. And they try to build up their life. Fast forward 2023, we had a similar pattern of election that we had, during the First Republic. What happened? A lot of people voted along ethnic lines. Now, I'm going to ask, what progress are we actually making in this country? If we are doing the same thing that we've been doing 60 something years ago, what actual progress are we making? That when I was thinking that education was a problem that Nigeria had, that the Northerners were not educated enough to understand what is going on. Then I come to this election and I see people as intelligent and as the Southwesterners making the same mistake that the Northerners made. People like Kolata that is so intelligent that can't come out and call out bullshit. And you're saying that you're educated. What sort of education is that? I say. To me, the way I see Southwesterners, I'm sorry, my Southwesterners friend, my Yoruba friends, is the same way I see the Hausas right now. And you can't take that away from me because this election has just shown that Nigeria is going nowhere. If we continue like this, whether we like it or not, we're going to be like this in 200 years to come. We have to divide. That is the truth. That's the point I'm making, and that's the only solution. Whether we want to try to manufacture all sort of solution, it's not going to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Des.
Rudolph, can I go next? I've been here long enough, and you've been stifling my voice all the way through. Why is that?
No, Mr. One Man, wait your turn.
No.
One man, you just came. Wait for your turn.
What do you mean?
Dr. Damages, Dr. Damages, please let me respond to Des. Let me respond to Des quickly.
No, please don't, because we are some of
Des,
us.
I just want to say something.
Hang on.
Okay.
Let me explain one thing. I'll go to Mark next, but one man has been coming in and out, but the problem is...
And you've been stifling my voice.
No, I'm not. I just want to clear that up. You come in and you leave, and you join the line, you leave.
No, I didn't leave. You stifled my voice.
Mark, go ahead. After Mark, I will decide.
Like you do on your platform, Mr. One Man.
I will decide whether to bring one man in or not. But Mark, go.
What do you mean you'll decide? What does that mean?
I will think about it. That's what I mean. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, my line is a bit on the same as Des. It seems that the last hope is this tribunal Supreme Court. That's where my own interest actually is in recently. If the Supreme Court cannot be bought out, Nigeria has hope. If they can be bought out, that's it. It's finished. We're going back to within Biafra or whatever. Anyway, I believe it's nothing to do with ethnicity, tribalism. Nothing to do with any of that. That's just a deviation, and it's spoiling the whole show. It's just that the justice needs to be given to this guy, Obi. He won massively, and then the thugs, which is unfortunate, I have to say it. I don't want to name the party, but APC. They bought, they rigged, they bought out people, they bought left and right, and then that was it. Now the true numbers are coming out. Everybody sees what the truth is. So what I'm saying is the last hope for the country is the judiciary, the Supreme Court. If they cannot be bought out, Nigeria has hope. That's just my own.
All right. Thank you.
Addition.
Thank you. Moria, you're next. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. My greetings to all the panelists. Yeah, well spoken word. I've been listening attentively to everybody. And I really thought we'll be making some progress. But the conversations I'm hearing since yesterday, what we have been seeing since yesterday, evil being perpetrated, the shambolic elections that took place and all that. And the conversations we are hearing is kind of, not encouraging to me at all. I said yesterday, like, somebody was trying to go into our historical perspective of what transpired, the coming together from the 2014. People thought he wasn't, they thought he knew exactly what he was trying to say. He was trying to reflect our mind back to where we started from. The amalgamation did not help the issue. The first military coup of January 16, 1966, aggravated issues, and the counter coup, did not do anything to help us. Then since the advent of social media, who coming together to rub minds, I really thought we're going to do things differently. From yesterday, I just simply, you see, when my father was talking, he said something that leaders are not doing anything to bring their people together. They think they can come together by magic. I'm like, I didn't expect that from my forefather. They are doing exactly what they want us to do, to divide us. This is one thing our rulers, our politicians inherited from the colonial masters. No matter how dull you think our politicians are, this is one thing they have taken, they have used to their advantage so well. The divide and rule principle. They come to your domain. That was what the British brought into our political system. They want to divide you to make you weaker. They know when people come together, there's no limit to what the people can achieve. The only way to conquer the people, the easiest way is to divide you, make you weaker, so that they can conquer you. And again, I'm surprised that we're all falling for that. They don't want us to be together. When we come together, they know they cannot dominate us. So if you're looking for a leader, a Nigerian politician that will bring people together, I think we're just making a mistake.
So can I
didn't
interject
expect that
quickly?
from.
I
One
said
father,
that
you know.
because there was a hate speech law that was about to be passed, and most people were against it.
Yeah, they don't want us to come together. That is whether the H speech or no H speech, they will not do anything. Don't be
Forefathers,
cajoled into
who
that
make these hate speeches?
paradigm.
We are
Is
not
it none of
The
you?
laws
powerless.
we
We
have,
are not powerless.
the laws we have
Uh,
already, and none of them allow anyone to take another person's life or to hate another person. So we don't need the hate speech for them to do the needful. Now we are all falling into that trap. I call it a booby trap yesterday. Probably people didn't know what I was trying to say. We're all coming together trying to, rub minds, on the way forward, better together, how we can manage our diversity, there is strength in our diversity. But now, where things are going, this is a trap. This is a tunnel they have done for us. They want us to fall inside. And they are happy right now. The way the Nigerian politicians think is just the what you saw in Lagos and what you saw in Rivers, that is what they want for us. I think we must do everything humanly possible not to fall into that trap. They are happy. That is what they want. Each time we come together to argue, to fight ourselves along religious and tribal lines, they are better off for it. That is what they need. Because if they can achieve that, will become easier for them to conquer. Please, but this is just a word of advice, a word of admonition, and caution from, like I said yesterday, please, let us be careful. It is only a tribal war we are fighting. If we make this mistake, I think we are treading a very dangerous line. The discussions is yesterday is assuming a very dangerous dimension. Please, let's be careful the way we go about it. They want to make it look like if they don't come under religion, they come under tribal settlement.
Yeah.
I said yesterday, the average Igbo man suffering in Lagos, the average Igbo man in that traffic that cannot move from mainland to island, it's the same thing the average Yoruba man is passing through. But Tinubu can use a helicopter from the mainland to the island. How has that helped the Adewale in Lagos, the Yoruba extraction? How has that helped Mr. Chukwuemeka from Anambra? See, we are all victims of the Nigeria that is not working. Please, I beg of all of you, please, let's not fall into this trap of making it look like it's not a tribal war, it's not a religious war either. They bring these things to the table so that it can be easier for them. They don't quarrel among themselves. They don't quarrel. If Tinubu is swaying, give him 1 year, they will begin to realign. So, can you imagine we can supporting a Tinubu, the same APC has been castigating for the past 8 years. So they don't really quarrel. They don't have quarrel. We are their victims. They are feeding on all of us. Please, let's be careful here. Let's be careful. So that we don't tread this dangerous path. It is a trap they have set for us. Each time we fall into this trap, they are better off for it. This is just my little word of advice. I thank you all for your wonderful contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. RBL, you're next.
First of all, remind me before I finish my comments. I want to go back to I want to talk about Mr. Trump harassment he's facing in the US. But let me come to this. Can you remind me what Ojukwu said to Ken Saro-Wiwa when he met him in prison? What did he say to him? Do you remember?
Who are you asking?
You, Mr. Damages.
No, I don't know. I don't know what he said.
You don't remember?
No, I don't even know. I
okay,
don't know.
Does anybody recall what Ken Ojukwu said to Ken Saro-Wiwa when he went and visited him in prison? What's the first thing he said?
Now, RBL, this your style of commentary is interesting. Yeah. Instead of you to tell us what you know, you want to hear it from somebody else. Tell us what you know, if you know it.
No, I really don't know. I want to quote him correctly.
He said Jesus wept.
No, I don't think that's what he said. But anyway, I want
to tell us what he said then.
I want to quote him.
They put me wrong.
I want to quote him verbatim. You understand? I didn't want to get anything wrong, but I think he said along the line of, Oh, man, I want to get it correct. He said something along the lines of welcome. I think it's something like that. I may be wrong, but the reason I said that is because I want to say the same thing to Igbos of one Nigeria.
Abiel, you should have Googled it, find it before you come on, and then.
No, this thing just came to me now. So I just thought that would be my intro. But I want to say hello to Igbos, these ones that love one Nigeria. Yeah, this is what we IPOB have been telling you guys, and you're seeing it. How many times somebody has to slap you, punch you, poke you, and tell you that this place, Nigeria, is not for us? They'll keep on doing it. In fact, you've seen what the Yoruba people are doing. They're getting a taste of this kind of thing. So this is not going to stop. How do you go back to your house or flat or whatever in Lagos after your neighbors pointed you out and say, look, they're Igbo. Yeah, these are the same people who were told during this so-called civil war. It was genocide. I don't like calling it civil war, but it was genocide. These are the same people that were telling us that, when Igbos ran away back to their homeland, we were looking after their homes and collecting rent to give them. But these are the same Yorubas that pointing you out for you to be assaulted, maimed, and killed. That's what your one Nigeria. I want to mention something. Was it John Yaba? This is the same guy that always come and calls his evil so-called brothers my brothers. But this is the same man that was telling you that, you people in the South, I don't know why you guys always talk down on people in the North. We get better electricity than you people. We have better things than you people. He said that on your platform. And he told it to your face, and you guys could not you're just laughing with him. And it's the truth. He told it on your platform. But anyway, let me go back to Mr. Trump. I want to say something. You see what's going on in the US?
Hold on. Before you go to Trump, we were looking for solutions. So
solutions. I've told you this many times. What solution is? Solution. See, you're laughing. Solution is not the solution. Is not what African Queen has said to me. What she has said that Igbo people in the diaspora, we should be raising money and paying for railway lines, paying for roads, and all this nonsense, as if we have money out there. And so other regions in that other parts of Nigeria will enjoy federal money, while people in diaspora will be putting away the hard-earned money to be building road build. Who does that?
What's their solution, Albiel?
The solution is that everybody in Nigeria we all should say enough is enough. Stop voting. Don't vote. Don't collect your PVC. People should be shouting, we want referendum. That's the way forward. Just shout. Do not. Civil disobedience is the key. That's what I'm suggesting.
Okay. So go
to
Trump.
I want to go to see what's happening in the US. Is these Democrats are retard. They are evil. It's satanic what they are doing to that great man, Mr. Trump. He's not a racist. They've lied. Everything they said against this man is all bunkum. He has proven it time and time again. In due time, you will hear that 2020 election was rigged to favor that corrupt man, Biden. Biden did not win the election. The reason that he was put in that place, you can laugh what you want. The evidence is there. The reason he was put there is not something to be good. He's corrupt, so he could be manipulated. And that's exactly what's going on. Look, these allegations that they're trying to bring against him, this indictment they want, this was investigated at felony level, and it was dropped because the prosecutor at the time said there's no case for him to answer. Now they somehow want to bring a misdemeanor into a felony. If this is a misdemeanor, even if it seems like they're going to charge him and they're going to get the conviction they want which is a liberal city or a liberal town. It will not stop him running for president. He will run and he will win. Well, he will win it. And I want him to win. The world needs Mr. Trump to win the election in order to bring peace in this world. This world is run by these crazy liberals, nut jobs. These people are crazy. They've got the minds of the same Nazis that were killing Jews. That's the kind of minds they have. Anybody supporting this liberal Democrat, you need to self-check yourself. These people are crazy. They are destroying the world. Since they kicked Trump out, all kind of things are going on. We're talking about World War III. This never happened when Trump was in power. But all this is happening under this illegitimate protest. But
thank you so much for bringing us to this topic very well. I know that Trump will.
I like the intro to that topic. Good job. At least for once, yeah.
Yeah, but we are talking about Nigeria. We are not talking about America. We are talking about Nigeria, man.
He's a great man.
Washington flourished, but the people did not share in its wealth. January 20th, 2017 will be remembered as the day the people became the rulers of this nation again. Americans want great schools for their children, safe neighborhoods for their families, and good jobs for themselves. These are just and reasonable demands of righteous people and a righteous public.
Mr. Damages, I want to say something that is I don't know how you would take it, but I've got to say it. Hello?
Go ahead. We can hear you.
Yes. You might say this is conspiracy theory or whatever. I don't care, but I believe there's legitimacy to this. I believe that because there was a video that
You are muted. We can't hear you.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, now.
Yes. Now, this goes back to when that terrorist enabler, Barack Obama, yes? He said, I saw the video and I was shocked to see this. He was saying that, Nigeria must remain one at all costs. That tells you that this guy is unconscious. He knows that this was what was said by Gawad that went on to kill over 3 million Igbos, and he's saying the same thing. That tells you this man is a madman. That Barack Obama I'll use the word, he's a bastard. Now, I believe that President Trump, second term, was enabled by the British government because they knew that he was going to deal with Nigeria. He was just waiting for his second term. I don't believe that what happened to Trump in regards to that election was just, the Democrats, they gathered together because they knew that he was going to deal with this terrorist contraption, Nigeria. He was just waiting for his second term.
Rudolph, when you want to have QAnon people, we just tell us so that we find somewhere else to go.
You can say what you like. That man is an innocent man. He's in prison. Hold on, where's he gone? That man is in prison. An innocent man is in prison, and you're laughing. The Democrat in the unselect committee said that he was committing all these crimes left, right, and center. We've seen the videos. He wasn't committing it. He was escorted by corrupt police officers. You don't see him committing any crime, but the guy is facing.
Rudolph, you're giving him more than 2 minutes, man.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to. I'm having a problem with my system, so I couldn't even mute him. All right, so I didn't actually want you to talk until I finished playing the videos, just as an introduction, So why are we talking about Trump? Because not because he was going to bring Biafra, but because what happens to Trump is.
Well, you say that.
Hold on now. I'm not calling. What happens to Trump?
He was going to deal with Nigeria.
Yeah. So we're talking about Trump because if Trump should be arrested this week, I'm not
arrested.
I don't want to remove you, man. If you keep talking like this, I have to remove you. So if that should happen, it has implications beyond the United States. Okay, that's what we're talking about it. So, and of course, I know that Nigerians, especially those in the East, they have this affinity for Trump, and I don't know why, but that's a different issue. They will explain that to us today. For Okija, who left out of anger because he doesn't want to hear about Trump. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so who wants to start? Tiger, let me go start with Tiger. Judah, I'll come to you.
Okay, I want to quickly make my statement so I can go.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Your line is not. Let me see if it's.
It's not my line.
All right, we have to. Oh, John Abba is here. It should be John Abba, of course. I forgot. There are people we now know have issues with their connections. John Abba, CM, and who is the other one? It's John Abba. Go ahead, Tiger.
Just a piece of advice to Des. It's unbecoming now because Liverpool cannot make too many enemies because it's not good. This travel lexicon, Fulani Hausa, blah 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 blah. If you can't, we can't make too many enemies. Are we gonna fight every other tribe in Nigeria verbally? We should be very careful. We should be very intelligent how we make our statement in the public. No, you cannot generalize the whole Yoruba, say Yoruba people, Southwest people. No, we should point out the people, name them, the people that have actually, if it's Tunumbu, we name him. If it's Sawolu, we name him. If it's MC Olum or Luomo or whatever his name is, we name him. Whoever it is, whoever they are, we put a name to them and name them, but don't generalize people because we need to win people on our side. And this belief that the voting was travel is lie. That's only discussed in one man forum. It's lie because you find that a lot of people voted for Peter B in the north, in the west of Nigeria, in the south, and despite electoral manipulation and suppression. So it's not actually true. It's not tribal. The election wasn't tribal, but politicians now they are using it as tribal. But the voters didn't vote on tribal basis. Majority voted because they could see that Peter B had something in him that they like. So we shouldn't come here and be generalizing the whole zone. It's not good. We can't fight everybody. Tomorrow we start fighting Niger Delta people or what? Tomorrow we fight people from the Middle Belt or what? No, we can't. We need support.
What is Niger Delta people?
And we need people to reason along with us, to put themselves in our shoe. We are people from the southeast are going through. That's how you win people over. We shouldn't bring ourselves low to their level. They might be shouting, calling names, but we will not. People, that's why people like Peter B in the first instance. That's why they voted for him, So, but Mr. Trump, I don't wanna. I learned this from Nigerians on YouTube or wherever that you don't start chasing rats when your own house is burning. So I would say I don't want to talk about him because we have bigger issue in Nigeria which hasn't settled. The dust has not settled, and we don't know where this is going to lead. Because if this xenophobic attack continues, I think we might have military people. And trust me, Buhari. I don't think we should go and study Buhari. He kept quiet. We don't know what he has in stock. So we should wait.
He has
no. Yeah, he doesn't talk. He's just looking at the whole situation. We don't know what he has in stock. It might be by May or June we hear a different story. So we don't know.
All right.
So
thank you.
Let's not start running the Fulani down here. We don't, because nothing. There was no in terms of presidential election. There was no violence in the north like it's in the west and east. Now they must be laughing their head off. So we shouldn't fight everybody. We know we are the receiving end, but we should lick our wounds, like I said, and be a man and strategize for future. First of all, economic power. When you have economic power in your zone, you have political power. Thank you. So I got to leave that damages.
Tiger, thank you so much. What you said is very important about not generalizing, and I've been talking about it, but it seems as if I have to stop most people. But about why again we need to? I mean, I don't read sports pages when I pick up a newspaper, so you can turn over to the next page when we come to another topic. But let's talk about Trump. Who is next? Omori, are you okay? Jude, go ahead.
Yes, regarding Trump, personally, I have been so impatient about the judiciary system in our dear country, America, because of the slow walking that has been dragging over Trump issue. by now I expected that somebody like Trump should have spent 2 or 3 months, 2 or 3 years already in jail. This is a man that carried out a coup to overthrow the duly elected government on January 6th. And this is a man that have committed all atrocities that no president in the history of America, in the recent history of America, has ever committed. Okay, a man that, basically his major friends all over the world are autocrats, all dictators. He came and changed the political system and the diplomatic relationship that America has established with democratic country that have the value of human dignity and self-determination, including press freedom. He came and uttered almost everything. It is through Trump today that the world have now been known to have an alternate truth. That people no longer see truth as truth. They see truth in whatever they can believe in, they can make of it, and then they pose it, they say it is true. Whether the other side of it has all abounding evidence to prove that this thing is not, but they just believe it is true. It is from Trump that started. Trump had almost single-handedly turned America from democracy to dictatorship because he always marinate and always celebrate Kim Jong-un and even spoke it openly, say how he wish. Why is it that America don't stand for their president whenever they are parading like they do in North Korea? This man said this and so many other things. Apart from his financial fraudulent practices he has been engaged in, even whatever he had with Putin, somebody that a dictator Putin, he prefers him and believe him much more than he believe all security apparatus in America. Once Putin said it, he will believe it. But once his own security apparatus, FBI, whatever agencies in America says, he doesn't believe it. He said, this Putin said it, I believe him. But he wouldn't believe his own security apparatus. And this is, to me, this man has committed so many atrocities that I'm still sad. It still saddens me, who knew so many things, everything about American politics, as at the time I used to listen to it, that now, and I believe, well, it's never too late, to do the right thing. If they eventually get him arrested, I think that will serve a great lesson to so many, especially African countries that think they're untouchable. Okay, and I hope and I wish one day he will languish or spend the rest of his life in jail. Because by every sense of imagination, it's an evil, wicked demon.
All right, thank you, Jude. Thank you. Let me let me just say this: if New York fails to indict him, remember Georgia also has a serious case. In fact, Georgia has a more serious case.
Of course, I know. There's so many cases.
And in the case of New York, because New York, they know Trump more than any other.
More than anybody, exactly.
So
his business dealing, the cooking up of this. If you want to purchase a property, he will cook it.
I thought this is by turn.
Yeah, we're coming to you, Ike. We're coming to you. Let me come to you, Ike, now because you've not said anything in a while. Ike, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Rudolph. Thank you, the panels. For Nigeria, let me talk about Nigeria first. The difficult thing is where we are now. Where do we go from here? I don't even know what the solution is, because the reason why I don't know what the solution is, in America, when you demonstrate, people hear you out. Then when you vote, people hear you out through your vote. Then the vote kind of says where the people are going to. In Nigeria, you got demonstrated, they kill you. You vote. Now, we spend $772 million, almost $1 billion on this election. On this election, 355 million 355 billion
naira,
which is equivalent to 772 million dollars for this election, and this is what we got. And not only this is what we got, we cannot hold the INEC responsible for what they have done. So there is no atom of responsibility in Nigeria. People look towards judiciary. Judiciary is still the same individuals. They are friends. They are the people that are sharing the money. So the idea that all of a sudden that the judiciary we evade what happened, I don't know how that will go. Then, if you look at the House of Assembly and the Senate, National House of Assembly and the Senate, these are people that are sharing the wealth of Nigeria. They don't go over there to do work. They just keep on sharing money. Once you become actually a friend of mine just sold a house to somebody who won House of a Representative in Abuja. He won on the 25th. He bought a home already worth of 60 million naira already. So what do you think? Where do you think he got the money? And if you borrow the money from somebody, where do you think how do you think he's gonna replenish the money? Then if you talk about Trump, if I do 1/10 of what Trump have done in America, I will be in jail and rotting in jail. That is for sure. Everybody knows that.
100%. You are correct, my brother. 100%.
The tax part, the top secret stuff, the idea, because when people talk in Nigeria, they say, look at America. Their election is not even 100% because Trump is still saying that the election is rigged. The election is rigged. We know that the election is not rigged in this country. I have been voting since 1998 in this country. Since 1998, I've been voting in this country. Forget about that rubbish. He lost the election. He needs to get it on his head. But I don't know if they're going to indict him or not, because this is where, if you have money in America, you buy the best of the lawyers. You buy the best of the people to take you out, to bring you out of that. And if anything will come out of it, they might pat him on the back. I don't think he's going to go anywhere. For Nigeria, the Igbos have to learn a lesson in this. We developed every other part of Nigeria, but we didn't develop Igbo land. When you go to north, they start killing Igbo people. Now in the south, in Yoruba land, especially in Lagos, because not all Yoruba land. Because I will tell you, the governor of Oshu, is it Oshu, the Adeleke? Adeleke's mom is from Imo State. Adeleke can speak Igbo very, very well. But what happens in the Lagos is not, I don't understand why one person is controlling. He controls who can become Oba, who can become a governor of Lagos State, who can become the commissioners, everything he's controlling. And he's not even from Lagos. This is where I don't understand why we're bowing. When this man is swearing in on the 29th, Nigeria will wish Buhari was their president. I guarantee you that.
Of course.
Remember when Goodluck was president, Buhari came. We wish Goodluck could have been our president. Now we're gonna wish Buhari is still our president. That's all I have, man.
All right, thank you, Ike. Let me. What do I want to do now? There's something I want to do. Let me go to Ovie. Go ahead. Before you speak, forefathers, can you help me moderate for a little bit? I'll be back. Let me just take care of something. Ovie, go ahead.
Yes.
All right.
Well, for me, personally, I believe that, Igbo kingdom, there are no rules. So the man they go jail. It's not going anywhere. And politically speaking, this might also lead to his victory, because this will energize base up. But the most important thing is the primaries, right? I think 2019, I said it in one platform that Ron DeSantis will likely be the next president of the United States under Republican. They said I'm a conspiracy theorist, but today we are inching closer. But at the end of the day, if Trump can skate through the primaries, because Trump got the base, why DeSantis has the establishment, and that's where the problem is. So what the Democrats are doing, of course, if you want to go after a king, you make sure that you finish him. If you cannot kill him, if you cannot get him indicted, you are only making Trump chances, Trump 2024, more realistic. And that's exactly what is happening as far as concerned. Him going to jail is not going to happen. Why? Because he in sleep with Ashawo. Big deal.
Well, now,
right?
politics. Can I just interject quickly? This allegation that they want to indict him, what is that allegation? And is it a misdemeanor or a felony?
Yeah, it will be a felony if because they are to him now it's kind of like bribery. They are trying to tie into it because it happened just.
It was investigated by one prosecutor, and they found no. This was at federal level. They found no case to answer. I think it was the favor. Two previous prosecutors. They said there was no case to answer. It was this current man that is DA, whatever they call him, has said in his election he's going to prosecute no matter what. Somehow they want to bootstrap it from a felon misdemeanor into a felony. How do you do that? From my understanding of it, they don't have a case. The women of the attorneys in America said that they're not.
My brother, that guy is a criminal. I don't know what he has given to you. I don't know what Kool-Aid he has given to you.
How long have he been investigated? They've not found one case against him. They've been.
Who says they are still investigating him?
Oga, we support you, but another person needs to talk.
On our politics was saying something. Let on our politics finish now. Let Ovie finish, please.
Okay.
Yeah, Ovie, you were saying something. Have you finished?
Yeah, it's all politics. Now, this Michael Cohen, who is the counsel to Trump as at that time, actually confessed that yes, he paid the $300,000 to Stormy Daniels months before the election to hush up. God damn! Allow me to talk, man. Gosh, when you reach your time, you talk now. So, but there's another turn to it because Castillo, who is an advisor to Cohen, we've been meeting with the prosecutor as early as Monday. But why is he meeting with the prosecutor? Because at one of their sections, Michael Cohen actually waived the privilege of Anthony and Klein, as all those their legal term. So he might go in there tomorrow and contradict what Michael Cohen has already said that will lead to the indictment. But even at that, the Donald Trump counsel has already reached out to the demand Beckenham district that they are not going to appear. They are not coming. So that is why that's what responsible for the tweet that Trump put out earlier on and calling for his base to protest. But as far as I'm concerned, it's all politics and it's going to backfire. If the Democrats are not careful, this will lead to Donald Trump victory landslides if he's scared through the primaries, because that's the primary is going to be more difficult than the generals.
Thank you. Who needs to? Yeah, Janaba, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, thank you. I was next to agree, but my internet was not that good on that line. On the issue of Donald Trump, it's a tribalist guy. He's a racist. So if you really like justice and you are promoting tribalism on this platform, give me 1 second, please. Give me.
Okay. Who's next? Is
let me vote for why he come. Let me stand on
CM hasn't. Okay, he's back.
I'm here. Okay. So I'm trying to have a clear distinction. There is no. I don't have any hate for Trump. Trump is pursuing his own agenda as a politician, just like any other person is pursuing. Politicians are politicians everywhere in the world. Wherever they can find a chance to take advantage of the vulnerable people, and any strategy, anything possible in their plate to size the people which direction they are going, they will exploit it to the highest. So that's what politician does. What left for America, they came back to voted him out the last time. And the Democrats are playing a dangerous game right now, in my own opinion. Going to New York to indict him, the Georgia case. It's a president of America. Let Americans decide. Nobody's above the law. If he have to be indicted in New York or whatever. But if they make it like that, they
Point
water
of
down.
correction, Pastor Abba is no longer the president. He's
I
the
say he
former
was.
president.
Okay, sorry. He was the president of America. And when I'm talking, you finish. You
A
stop.
black man, they want to
Like,
prosecute and say. That's to tell you how ridiculous the whole thing is. I want to happen for America.
Okay.
Unless they would
All right.
deceive themselves.
All right. He was the president of America, for God's sake. He deserved, and it doesn't mean he's above the law. I agree with people who believe that if he has to go to jail, but then politically, how does that sound? So I think there should be a way out to settle it and caution him. I know he run his mouth somehow sometime, but then you want to set a higher standard, and I think they will do it so that it will not give people like Nigerian people and people on this platform who believe that one person, because you speak different language or because you look different from them, you can be demonized, you can trash you and say all kind of things that they even have no substantial fact to back it up, rather than to rant and have no even solution. So we can have a decent society. The world is becoming one. The world is becoming one. That you can now sit. I can sit here now and talk to my brother in on our politics, wherever he's staying, my brother Jude, and all the rest of the people, forefathers, and every one of you, because of the technology is bringing us together. Before politician, what is happening in Nigeria? So there's no improvement. We have gone back. That is a completely lies. Without media, we couldn't have come this far. But the media is bringing people together more than before in many ways. So we should just embrace what is working for us. And then when I'm wrapping up, when it comes to Nigerian issue, why are we boiling ourselves and causing each other, calling each other bastard? All of
NEPA have taken his light. NEPA has taken his light.
And it's in Western country, you know. But before he gets back, who knows now? Maybe his camera just went off. Yeah, no audio.
Breaking news.
He's back. His camera is back now. Yeah, great.
I said your NEPA don't come back.
Janab, have you finished? Oh, he's turning off.
A 25 years old just defeated a speaker of Yobe State House of Assembly after 20 years of run. 25 years old boy.
Wow, that's quite interesting. Young man. All right, good for him. CM.
If they want jail, no, this is a rhetorical question for everybody. If they want actually jail Trump, shouldn't a black man they go use the one?
I'm not sure that's going to matter much.
But why is Trump worried though? Why is he saying, because he's the one that break the news? Why is he worried?
It's all about the primary.
He just wants to use it to round his place.
Yeah, because
his place. And he's fighting
can we let CM talk, because he hasn't said anything since he came in, and Adewale hasn't said anything.
Thank you, my brother. Forget about TM. Forget about TM.
No, CM, please go ahead. He's interested though. You'll be surprised. That's how he always looks. Go ahead, CM.
Okay. Where do I really? I have no opinion on Trump. For obvious reasons. Because
why, bro? Why?
I have Trump now. You people live in US, you can assess him better than I do. That just the thing. If there is anything I can say Trump did very well that I like, or what I had him say, was when he came to power, he said, henceforth, anybody who needs the American troops, American soldiers in his country must pay for it. That in the past years, the America keeps sending troops to different countries, sorting out their problem and be having a running budget deficit. So that's patriotism to me. I like it. If you need the American troops to fight for you, you pay. They bring it, then they help you. So that's the only thing, but I don't really have opinion about Trump. Meanwhile,
honestly, I wish I can afford it. I wish I've taken them to Nigeria now. This one we need it. We need their troops in Nigeria. We really need their troops now in
So
Nigeria.
that's why I don't, that's why I don't know Trump. I don't know Trump that much. You people in US can assess him. Now, what concerns me is because it is true that we come here, we moralize, we want to be one, we want to be this. It's okay. It's okay. What I do not like in my life is selective punishment or selective judgment. A place like Lagos, there are a lot of things to burn. If you really want to burn Lagos down, there are a lot, both ways. But when you single out only one ethnic group, you go for their business and burn them down. Me in UK, my brother in Germany, and the rest of us, we are suffering. We have to send money to start those businesses. The engine, if you go to Ladipo, in Mushi, they sell engine blocks, motor spare parts. They all move from the Europe. We buy them, ship them, send them home, so that when they sell them, they use it to pay school fees for people in universities. But when you burn them down, we can't help, they can't help. So if really people want to burn down Lagos, I'm not against, there are a lot of things to burn. There are many markets. But do not go and be selective. When people are sleeping, in the morning you come out, your shop is in flames. You pay tax in Lagos. They count you as part of population in Lagos to bring it to 22 million or 25 million. You do whatever you want to do. Then you go home to sleep. You come back, they burn your shop. If you burn the shop, it's putting pressure on people like us abroad, because we establish those businesses. We do. People are sending goods from abroad to go and sell so that they can get money to feed. But when you make this selection, somebody are telling me, okay, now there's no compensation, nothing. I've received 2 text messages and phone calls when I left you people telling me how they were affected. Please, brother, can you do that? Is the pressure. That's why we are that is why when they say all these things, you don't. This is the practical effect of it.
CM, about that market, I think I saw Sonolu giving 100 million the other day.
Hey,
I don't know
not that one.
Forget
I'm
about
saying
that.
Mushi. Hey,
that's a different one.
I'm saying Mushi.
Oh, that's a different one. Okay.
No, but the 100 million, the 100 million,
market.
forget it. Yeah, nobody will get that. I guarantee you that.
So you see, this is the aspect. I will let people so that because when you see somebody's hungry, there's no amount of prayer, there's no amount of talk until you give him, say, this Gary, put him for water, soak him. Then then he will not listen to you. So when we do all these things and people will come, it's not that when you say certain things the way it pains you, somebody else, maybe, I don't know, reading the Bible upside down, say he's a pastor, he will come here and be castigating you. All those things. But in the end, look at what we are facing. How many ethnic groups living in Lagos are crying for their businesses? I can tell you the area people own businesses in Bariga. They didn't touch them. I can tell you if you go to Daleko Market in Mushi, I can tell you the area people that own businesses there. You won't see it. If you go to Jankara Market in Lagos, where they sell even millions, lace material, textiles, nobody is touching them. But they will only target, this is the Igbo man. They just go and burn it down. When they burn it down, you pauperize those people. And then then they get back to us.
CM, I know that you don't have a lot of opinion about Trump, but if I don't know, to tell you something about what these people are doing that is so wrong. What they don't understand is that in the context of Nigeria, they are damaging themselves. When you attack an Igbo man's shop, you are making Nigeria poorer for it. These type of things, it's like somebody being a sheep and putting holes in it. thinking that you are not going to drown with the ship. You are going to drown with the ship eventually. If you make sure the ship is doing well, we are all going to rise with the tide. This thing that we do, we really is killing us. And I fear that the time is running out. Sooner or later, a leader is going to come and he's going to decide you do or you die. That's how it's going to be. And people are going to follow that leader. People, that's why I keep saying, I gave that example with the warnings from history. But that said though, let me just address.
Remember, it affects Yoruba too, because Yoruba are that soon truck that pick up the goods to different places. The drivers that do this. I remember I talked to my cousin that live in Agor after the election, and they were begging Igbos to open their businesses again because people were worried that they're gonna come and beat them up or something like that. Because the people that are carrying the load to the car is the same boys. That's how they feed. But if you must leave Lagos, believe me, Lagos economy, this economy we are talking about, is gonna fall apart.
Yeah, this divisive attitude during elections, it needs to stop, and this is why I keep calling that we need to put head together and come up with strict rules against this, and we should learn lessons from all these events. That said, I wanted to say something about Trump and Biden. Personally,
you're moderating. You know you're not supposed to. You're just a moderator.
Hold on, you see, that's not fair.
You have to choose. You have to choose the one. You're moderator. You're supposed to.
Give your opinion to yourself, moderator.
Rudolph does say stuff. Come on, it's not fair.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Now you are moderating me. Rudolph does say, I'll make it short. Thank you. See, for me, it's like between Trump and Biden, it's like selecting between Cobra and Black Mamba, which want to bite me, or lion or hyena. They are all the same from our own context. And I really think that when we look at these people fighting their fights, you have to look at them from our own context. And besides, Trump may actually be more dangerous from the point of view that he is more racialized, while the Democrats, the way Biden is behaving, is more tribalized from the point of view that he wants to maintain the dominance of the Anglo-Saxons in Europe. That's the Anglo-Saxons, the one that won the Second World War and the First World War. Those are the English, Australians, the Americans, and he wants to maintain their dominance. This is why they keep the Russians separate from the other parts of Europe. But while Trump wants to bring them together, if they come together, Russia and the entire Europe, and maybe even China, although Russia, you see, notice that Trump doesn't like China. It's because of race. It's not necessarily because of that much difference. He doesn't like China. But if they bring Russia and Europe together and America, we are going to be in more trouble. If you think we are in trouble now, they are going to even be stronger. So that's why, from our own context, you have to fear Trump more than this in the Biden people, because as long as they are dividing themselves, we are stronger for it. Just like when we divide ourselves, they are stronger for it. So I'm not wishing that humanity is divided, but given that it's a danger to us, because when they united and had the Berlin Conference, that's when they colonized Africa. So you don't want them to if they get their act together, we will be in trouble for it, given with the state we are in right now. So that said, I will let the next person go. Who is next? Is it Adewale? Be very patient. Yeah, go ahead, Adewale.
Skip me. I'm beating somebody on PS5.
Okay.
So
Okay,
skip me.
good.
Go to the next person.
Mark Okusayan, please. He's been, very, very patient.
Yeah, I've been following. I didn't do much research on what's going on with Trump in America. Are they this week? Apparently, he's meeting somebody tomorrow, right? Is it a prosecutor or something tomorrow? So they want to throw him into jail. Is it? Or what's going on with Trump?
They are looking to indict him, and so he may be facing jail time if he's convicted of any of those indictments. And he's coming out, complaining about that is because of political reasons, which you can argue there's some, I don't like how Democrats play this, because they are waiting towards the election before they bring all this up. That is not nice, and it's not good on both sides. Personally, plague on both of their houses.
This is his crime. They're saying bribe Ashawo 1 month before the presidential election, 2016. They say bribe Ashawo, may Ashawo no come talk.
But that is true. He paid hush money. We know that. If you pay hush
I don't
money,
know. I wasn't there
Kashawo,
now. How would I know that?
He did. He did.
he
Let
paid
us
hush money to the
not
Ashawo.
support the evil. It's because
I
of the
wasn't
way we
there
continue
now.
to hide and support evil. That's why our Nigeria has been crippled. Okay. Well,
One good thing about Trump, he say if he came to power, the next few days he can stop the Ukraine war.
And start one with China.
Forget about that. Forget about that. Forget about that.
Start one with China. That's what he's looking for.
that basket mouth guy.
But he's good friends with Putin. I think maybe he can do it. I don't know.
No, he's not good friends with anybody. Forget about that. That man is transactional leader. He wants whatever. It's like when I had Biafran people, Igbo saying, "Oh, he's gonna come and help Igbo get Igbo Biafra." That's rubbish. Trump cannot build. Trump cannot build a Trump Tower in Aba or Enugu or Onitsha. For the fact that he cannot do that, he ain't gonna do any shit like that. I'm sorry.
It's absolute truth. There's nothing he's going to help people to do, and nothing, nada. That if anything,
Trump is not there to help any
one of
African
the most
country.
selfish human being on the surface of this earth.
I'm ready now, forefathers.
The most racist individual I've ever
All right.
seen in my life.
Jude, I let them this thing that they want to go so that I think it will come. Okusai, have you finished? Yeah, Okusai, have you finished?
Yes.
All right, thank you. If you can interject anytime. You don't have to. If you feel like there's something you feel strongly about, you can ask questions. Adewale, please, you can go ahead. Jude, don't worry, it's going to come to you soon.
Baba, I was city boy. Baba.
Hey, welcome, brother. Father, why would you refer me as a thing? I heard you say that this thing.
This thing, did I? Oh, sorry about that. Sorry, if I call you this, sorry about. I didn't know. Sorry, I didn't know that I did that.
I want to draw your attention to that. I just pick you out for what you said. You said it innocently, and I'm going to refer to that statement later on in my submission. I'm not against you. No. I'm not taking it wrongly. Just don't pay attention to that. I just want to draw your attention to words. Word hurts. Word travel far. You never can tell who you will talk to and will pick from what you say and take it and run with it. You see what's going on in Lagos State. Sometimes ago, I think a couple of weeks back, I came on this show and I was kind of condemning, the rhetoric about, the candidacy of Labour Party against them. I was condemning it because, this is a legation and there's no need to, kind of paint him in a different, limelight. This is a legation coming out to contest in his own state. But then I started seeing some videos online. To you and I, those things doesn't really make any difference. We are all Nigerian, right? But there's some people back home. Their thinking is different from our thinking. Can you imagine a nameless, faceless person coming on a social media and say, "We are going to take Lagos. We are going to do this," and someone pick that and run with it, right? And that grows, and that becomes the topic of discussion. And then people now turn around and started humiliating and victimizing all the tribe simply because someone, a faceless, nameless person, was going online saying we are going to take Lagos. It now becomes a tribal issue. And when I saw that, I was like, that was the reason why I picked you up from what you said. You said it innocently, but then you didn't mean it, right? But you never can tell. I've listened to every person speaking on this platform today. Nigerians are still one. See, tomorrow people will go back to their various workplaces and it will seem as if nothing ever happens. Unfortunately, something happens. The people that got involved in it is going to feel the impact. But I want to take away from this is that we are still one Nigeria. We are feeling the fact that we feel like we are not part of that entity called Nigeria today. But someday we will get it right. Unfortunately, I don't have good news.
What is wrong with tribalism?
Look, we have our culture. We are who we are. All right. I don't speak your language. You don't speak my language. But you see, in our diversity, we can still bring something good out of it. Because I believe we benefit in diversity than being, monocultural. Now, What I think is going on is that, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about the candidacy of Tinubu. Tinubu will become the substantive president. That is one thing I know. And the political gameplay is good. It's not going to turn, you know, favorable to who we wanted. Because what I see going to happen now is that when he becomes the president, he will make sure that the electoral law is amended to.
It's a lie. That
He
cannot
will.
be.
CM, he
No.
will. Guess what? He will amend it. You know why?
Okay.
Because
Uh,
this is hold on. He will amend it to favor the old guard.
Yeah.
What happens now was that we have electoral law that clearly stated that this is the guideline, this is the way things should be. But what I'm trying to say is that the electoral law will be amended to absorb all these lapses, this irregularity that we see happening. But the fact that even you, as an opponent, when you take them to court, it will not stand. Because
Yeah.
Buhari came and appended his signature on that law, on that bill, to make the law. So at the end of the day, he's an outgoing president. He has nothing to lose. Now, remember, Tinubu is an old guy who has been a politician way before Buhari. So this is a person that will want to protect his interests. So what I see going to happen is that he will try as much. We have 57 senators in the House. And for other people coming from different platforms to become senator now, I can assure you they will cross carpet. Money speak when it comes to Nigerian politics. They will cross carpet and they will align with the majority and they will amend that law. And guess what? They will absorb those areas where I mean the incumbent are exploiting to make sure that the election is goes their way. However, I don't want us to see us that see Yoruba as everybody support the naming and the harassment and what's going on in Lagos State. To me, what I believe happened is that narrative that I just painted that people people with a thin skin, people who see that want to exploit our differences, want to go all out to exploit that to their own advantage. It's condemnable because that shouldn't be part of our electoral process. But if you look at the history, that has always been there. People just need one thing to latch on, and they will go all out to start doing their
But is he the only Igbos that live in Lagos that we
you see,
target Igbos?
that is where we should
No.
questions should be asked. You see, it's not even about Igbos. As long
No,
as you are
it
not,
is.
no.
The only people that are killing are Igbos. They are killing Igbos.
Hold on. Even the Yorubas that speak Yoruba that look Igbos are also being attacked. That is for you to understand that this is ignorant uh, 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 way people are doing this because I mean, if you see, so I've seen online people coming out to say they are Yoruba, and then they are being attacked simply because they look maybe scared, fair skin or something like that. Now that tells you the ignorance of these people perpetrating this evil because they can't
They are not
actually see.
ignorant. So when you say
They
ignorant,
are.
they are
They
not
are.
ignorant because the MC Olumwa or whatever his name is
He's.
have a home here in
Let me
US
ask you.
and he's manipulating people.
Let me.
How did he get to there? Is because Tinubu and his cabals are the people that lead him and
Okay.
making who he is.
Okay. Now
And
let me
he
ask
thinks that
you.
he's above the law.
Hold on? Do I look like MC Oluomo to you?
You're not, but get listen. The people that are killing, some of them went to school like you did, have knowledge.
You
Even
know.
here in
Okay.
Western world, Yorubas are Igbos. When you have Yoruba friend, even
Me.
though we marry, it happens all the time. That hatred, I don't know why.
You
All
agree with
these
me? You agree with me
The,
that not all Yorubas support that uh, attack about Igbos are not. You will agree with me? Not all Yorubas
That's
in
true.
Lagos State
That's true.
supports that.
That's true.
I agree with that. I
So
agree with
that
that.
is why I
But
don't want us
why
to
is Igbos
generalize.
the target? We have other ethnic groups in Nigeria.
I just explained to you when I saw that video clip online, and when because I like to go online, especially these vloggers, and read the comment section. And I mean, Majority of these folks voted for Labour Party, and they were able to change their mind, and they started voting for APC. And if you see those rhetorics that are being posted online, you will begin to wonder what changes. I like to read between the lines. Why are these people talking this way?
Please. You started by saying a faceless, nameless somebody said we will take back Lagos. Faceless, nameless. How is that person an Igbo?
Good question.
Why should a faceless? What? Yes. So when somebody you said you described it faceless, you can't see the face, nameless. So how do then that translate? Because when we say these people we don't support them, we convey they're not every. I agree, but if they want to burn down anything in Lagos, if they do it indiscriminately, one can understand this anger, but not that in the night somebody living in Festac will be sleeping, and they select Ladipo Market because they know the tie. And when you come out, the person will say, my shop is burnt, and he's the owner. But there are shops owned by other ethnic groups in Barega, Jankara Market, Sangros Market, inside Lagos Island. All those ones are untouched. Nobody's touching them. But they will go to Ladipo in the night and burn it down. So when people are now talking, after that, it happens. Now, just for you to feed this in, when we exonerate illiterates or maybe people that are anyhow doing anything, the Oba of Lagos, who started this thing in 2015, singling Igbo out for humiliation, that this is a candidate you must vote or else. And it's not that he said it, he called them to his palace. They came thinking that they are coming for a feast. When the king Oba invites you, only for them to dress them and tell them. Can it happen anywhere? I was in Zaria. I met a Yoruba community there. My friend, I won't mention his name. The emir of Zaria has never called the Yoruba community in Zaria, say you must vote for this. Yorubas are living in Calabar. It was because Oba did it in 2015, 8 years later, an illiterate Luomo Agbero will now come and, what really are we talking about? This is a collateral damage on an ethnic group. Let's look at it's institutionalized. It is now institutionalized. Yes, I can prove it to you. It has now been institutionalized.
Hold on. You are placing your
every election cycle, you call people out for humiliation.
I get what you mean. I see where I can feel the pain you are feeling about this or anger.
Is there anywhere in my submission that I said that was the right thing? That was what they did to the Eagles or the harassment is the right thing? Did you hear that in my submission?
There are a lot of things to burn in Lagos.
Hold on.
Broad Street is there.
CM, you know they went after those shops. CM, you know they went after those shops deliberately.
There are some elements. Hold on, guys. There are some elements.
You pauperize people.
Whether you and I
impoverish them
or not. Can you let me see him? Hold on. I understand your anger because nobody will watch and let their tribe, be humiliated or harassed. Because we are still a stakeholder in Nigeria. But there's nowhere in my submission and I said what they did was right. But I'm trying to draw your attention to some of those things, those little things that we may not pay attention to. I call it nameless, faceless element, not even individuals, making an assertion on the social media that we are going to capture Lagos. And then we have people of small mind capitalized on that and decided to turn against the people that they were being neighbors they've been together with. And they now decided to harass and conduct all those terrible things against them. Now, is it the right thing? Absolutely not. But you also understand not every single Yoruba man in Lagos State also agree with that. That's what I want you to understand. So tomorrow comes Monday in Lagos. I will not be surprised when you see everybody forget about what happens and go about their business. But it is wrong and it's condemnable that we still see ourselves as enemy of each other. That's what I want you to know. Draw your attention to it.
My brother Dewale, let me just briefly point out to you this, right? The way you are saying this thing, right? It looks as if these people that have done this, right? This that have done this, certainly not all Yorubas. I listen, you see, Yoruba Nation, I am like that that group. Okay, whenever they are contributing money to reach out to Yoruba people, the school for the school children have not been in school and so much and things like that. I mean, I can't come here and begin to tell you, but if they call the 10 top contributors, I should be one of them, okay? Because whatever they are doing, I support it 100%. That's Yoruba Nation in Maegun's, I don't know if you know about Maegun, all right? Now, but what I'm trying to say here is that
I don't support Maegun.
Okay, but for the Yoruba Nation, you know, I'm sure you know about the Yoruba Nation, right? Okay, that's by the way. Those people that do those things and are still doing it even up to today, they are not acting in a vacuum. They are being sent. And who are the people being sent? Yoruba political class. Who who have seen the tsunami that Labour Party is bringing to Nigeria. And this Labour Party, they have deliberately tagged it as Igbo Party and link it to the obedient movement. They have deliberately linked it to Igbo movement. That is why they are attacking Igbo so much. These things are being done today in Lagos. 100%, I can bet my life is Tinubu.
Ogaju, what now changed even after voting for Labour Party? What now changed
to commit this evil?
Ogaju, one second.
Has ever come out and condemned this in totality?
1 second. What now changed between that 2 weeks ago when they voted for Labour Party en masse to what happened yesterday? What changes in between that?
No, I just asked you this thing. I mean, what I'm saying, is it right? Is it wrong? That these people that are going to Olumo, whatever he is, and this miscreant that are doing all these things to the Igbos in Lagos, which rightfully so, they are not acting in a vacuum. They are being sent by this same Yoruba political cabal that have held you people in bondage for how many years, that have been pulverized even their own people. Okay? They are the ones sending them. Because if they are not, how come even the governor of Lagos State, Sanwo-Olu, would not come out and say, this thing, I have not sent any of these people to go. Even when that candidate, before we were talking about what Olumo said, what he said. But before the presidential election, there was a video of a House of Representatives, Lagos House of Rep or something. There was a leader that even made a similar video in a similar gathering that we're saying the Igbo, okay, that they should make sure they vote. I'm sure we all saw that video too. So it's not only the one that this guy made. That one also, that guy is an educated man. He's in the Lagos House of Assembly or whatever position he was occupying. But nobody called him out. I never heard when a Lagos State government governor said, "Oh no, we did not ask this guy to say that, and then we must get named that to the board." But whenever they come and do all of these things, they go. Nobody says anything about it. Okay?
All the killings that happened yesterday. All the killings that happened yesterday, the governor haven't. All the killings that happened yesterday, the governor have not denounced them.
Have not denounced them, and
the president-elect have not denounced what is happening.
Let me quickly say this. You see the fallout. Let me quickly say this.
Jude.
1 minute. Let me quickly say this. In all of this thing that is happening in Nigeria today, this rigging of election, I want to talk generally now. This rigging of election, this ballot snatching, intimidation, coercion, and all the rest. Now, what are we teaching our young ones that are coming up? One of the things we are teaching them is that do not work hard for any position. Because
can I say something?
By merit. You can get it by talk reason. You can get it by simply belonging to a clique. And
you don't talk.
Jude, allow HO to because she hasn't said it at all.
Let me finish my job because we have to learn lesson.
Okay, use 30 seconds then.
But Father, you should also understand that this is still my time. I only yield the
No, we'll come back to you. HO is just interjecting. It will come back to you.
All right.
No, CM, if you want to do 30 seconds, this in Jude, if you
Yes,
want to do
okay,
30
yes.
seconds, you can do.
Yes, 30. My 30
30,
seconds
30
is this.
seconds.
Yes, my 30 seconds is this. If I vote for any candidate of my choice in Lagos, you can rig it and remove it and put it to your own. That's okay. But do not go and burn my means of livelihood down. It's
Yeah.
okay. Igbos
Very
may
good.
vote for Gbadebo. You go and change it and give it to Sonyolu. No problem. But the business they feed, they raise their children. Don't go and burn it down. That is my point. It's okay. Change the
Okay.
vote. Do it. I don't care. But do
Okay.
not harm me. Do not come fighting me, burning my business. Broad Street is there. If they want to burn, look at Broad Street. Look at everywhere in Lagos.
Thank
You're
you,
only
CM. Let
selecting to bomb.
Jude, let Jude do his 30 seconds,
For
please.
those who are calling for war, you gonna
No,
just
Jude, do your 30 seconds so that he can
If
go.
we have to move
Calling
on
for
as a
who called
country,
for war? Who
You
called
you
if
for
we
wanted
war?
have,
to you
Who called
wanted
for
to
war?
wrap up.
listen, guys,
People should
if
be
You want me to
civilized.
round up?
No.
if indeed we have to move on as a country and hope that things will get better, then anywhere meaning Nigeria should allow what has happened in this election to be swept under the carpet. Because you know why? If Tinubu becomes eventually assume that position, there is nobody here that can tell me that Tinubu one day will make a policy that will guarantee Nigeria that one day we will hold election and everybody come out and vote and go home in peace without any single Nigerian being killed. If we unfortunately we live in a country that life of human being doesn't make any sense, doesn't mean anything to anybody again. Otherwise, one person that died in an election is enough for the whole country to say no. We can't. This can never happen. We live in a country,
Thank
what
you.
do we do here in America?
Thank you.
America is
Thank
over
you.
300 million in population, but no single person has ever died in any election.
Jude,
Only at
thank
that
you.
God.
Thank you. Let HO
America
go.
will move heaven and
Jude,
earth.
you
It
have to
doesn't matter
understand that
me.
other
And
people
that's why
have
it
to
doesn't
talk.
happen
You want
Other
me to
people
anymore.
have
round
to talk.
up,
I don't want to
forefathers?
mute you.
You want me to
Okay.
round up?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Let
You want
this
me to
thing
round up?
HO just interject. HO, please interject for 1 minute so that Adewale can round up. Then we can come back to you.
Let Adewale round up. They give me 1 minute for this man. Adewale round up.
Okay, no problem. No, because the reason why I said that because we are going to come to you anyway. That's why I'm saying that, not because I want to limit you. Okay, go ahead, Adewale.
Okay, good. I listened to CM and Jude. We've been on this platform together. We've compare note and have submissions. Sometimes similar, sometimes different. But the way I see things is where I put it. I don't think any rational mind or any rational Nigerians would support what happens in Lagos State yesterday. Apart from Lagos and some pocket of unrest in Ogun State, in the Southwest, I don't think there's any other big issues like that. But Lagos State kind of take because, of course, Lagos State is like the microcosm of Nigeria, especially. But I don't think any Nigerians, whether you live in Nigeria or you're outside Nigeria, would support what happens yesterday when people were disenfranchised and humiliated and attacked. But I want to draw the attention of CM and Jude to that video clip. We can be here and say, look, what they did is wrong and all that, which is correct. But also, you never can tell what people are going to latch into. You and I, we are more exposed, we are more educated, and stuff like that probably will not bother us. But you never can tell. I like to go to all these bloggers and read and go to their pages and read the comment sections. And sometimes they'll see some idiotic comments. And majority of them, before the February 25th election, used to support Labour. And those ones, some of them are actually, screenshot some of their comments just to, maybe future references. And I see that they turn and they start making comment that is more tribalistic in some ways. And I wonder what make them change their mind? What informed this decision in their mindset to start acting this way? And when that video came and I watched it, I was like, wait a minute. You never can tell. You and I, we are here, we're talking about, things that we should be done right and not done wrong. People back home sometimes they don't think the way we and I think because we've been exposed. We've been exposed to modern democracy. People back home do things the way that we believe this is the best way in their, to them, this is the right way to do things. But unfortunately, they acted that way. And I don't think any Nigerians or anybody in the Yoruba land will say another tribe should be killed, another tribe should be humiliated. It's condemnable because it's not the right thing and it's wrong. But going forward, unfortunately, I don't see that changing. You know why? I'm sorry to give the bad news. I don't see that changes because if Tinubu sworn in, like I said earlier, the electoral law will be amended, if not even changed completely, in such a way that it will be favorable to the incumbents. That put aside, let me comment briefly on Trump. What you call it, Manhattan DA. It seems that they are going to indict. Indictment does not really necessarily mean that someone is found guilty. It's just to look at the evidences available and see if this is worthy to indict an individual. And for it to have gone to this level, that means it's beyond politics now. And it seems that the DA could not be contained. So he has gone, the DA has gone, even though there's an election and the current DA continues. So it means that it's a possibility that, indictment may come or may not come. But
If I will need some listen, I'll let you know.
Ovie, mute your mic. Comrade, off mic. Or how did they say?
I've already done it. It's okay.
Comrade, you need to off mic. Okay. Before you started putting that put a hand in your mouth like they did in the guy. So indictment may or may not come, but that doesn't mean that the person is guilty of. It's just that you look at the preponderance of evidence and weigh it side by side if he has contravened the electoral law. And the same he has. Now the witnesses, are they credible enough? Cohen, his former attorney, even though he has been convicted on the same subject matter, I don't know if his Trump lawyer is going to argue that it's not a credible lawyer credible witness because he himself, pled guilty to have contravened the electoral law. However, if that happens that the Trump got indicted, even though you also will agree with me that his fan base is shrinking among the Republicans because it seems that people especially people in the Florida, are now turning, to favor DeSantis, and DeSantis also doesn't really have much rating across the country. So the way I say it, if he get indicted, it's going to stunt his political growth in Republican. And even though if he rallied his base, probably going to be more bunch of what do they call them, the rednecks and the likes of them. Not necessarily that. But the indictment is going to go a long way to put a stop on his accession to presidency, because if that man become president again in America, democracy is done in America. It's done, completely done. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
That's right, my brother. You got it.
Yeah, I think okay. Was Heath, were you here first, or was H.O. here before you? Heath, were you here first?
Oh yeah, I was here first before you.
He has been here since.
Okay, you want to say something?
So hi everyone, good. Nice to finally be here.
Judy, if I be here, sis, you not let her.
Yeah, thank you, mommy, Mama H.O. I've been on backpage.
Don't worry, H.O. You are going to get as long as you want. Don't worry, your time will come. You get as long as you want. Go ahead.
Do you want me to go ahead? Should I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I'm actually in the office, but there's a lot of concern I feel I need to also contribute. So first of all, I would just say greetings to everyone. We are in different time zones, so it's not going to be easy for me to say morning, afternoon, or night. All right, so for me, I've been in this platform at the back end for quite some time, and I've heard people talk. And sometimes I just wander deep in. I'm not going to speak too many grammars. I'm just going to be very simple. I'll try to be as simple as an illiterate, if possible. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the times we just try to deny the obvious. I'm not Igbo. I would rather be associated with more of Yoruba, even though I'm from the Middle Belt, as it is capped. Yeah, but nonetheless, something that worries me a lot is the fact of this level of impunity in Nigeria. The level of impunity in our country is out of this world. The level of the level of the way things are done inappropriately in Nigeria is out of this world. I don't know for some reasons why we can never be, we will not find a way to be organized. We will not find a way to truly be people of integrity, like we represent out here, like we represent everywhere in the world. I don't know why back home we can't see a reflection of that. When something is black, it's black. To be honest, I'm going to be very straight here. I feel the election 2023 was not even an election. I support a lot of people who say this is just a selection. And for me, I feel this is just a selection. The level of damage that we are doing to our national integrity, the level of damage that we're doing to ourselves. Because right here, I wonder what my colleagues in the office would look at me, or look at back in your country, look at what's going on. So it's really disgraceful, to be honest, that we cannot face the fact. And this is the thing. I feel so much that those people who, because of their selfish interests, the individual, those people who are eventually pronounced as winners, who are pronounced, as far as I'm concerned, who are selected as winners, they rejoice and they're dancing and they're happy. But they've forgotten that the same sword with which you kill, the same sword is coming back to you. There is no two ways about that. I so much believe that the same sword is coming back to you. That is how life is. Just whatever you give is what you take. So it's really, I'm sorry I'm speaking with so much sadness right now, because I feel so bad every time I listen to something coming from Nigeria. I feel so much bad that things are not done in order. And we are seeing these things and people are not talking. We are not seeing the governors or the president-elect or even the president coming out to condemn things when they are done. We are so comfortable with people dying and it's fine. People die and it's fine. I don't know. I don't understand that. Anyway, that's me ranting. Now, on the other side of it, I feel I'm going to say this, and I know the world is listening to me as well. I feel the Igbos need to wake up. They are sleeping, and it is not having lockdown and doing all sort of Samuel Ekpa kind of ministry or whatever that solves the problem. I feel they need to wake up. I feel they need to deliberately begin to question those that they are putting in the same Nigerian context, those who are leaders in their own area, the governors over there, the senators and the House, all of the people that are in the center, coming from the east. They need to begin to question them. They need to begin to put them in the right place if they really want to grow. And they need to begin to repatriate. Maybe this word is not the right way, but I think they need to begin to repatriate their business and begin to set up the East properly. Because what is happening is completely unacceptable. I am not evil, like I told you. I'm even from the Middle East. And if Nigeria is going to divide, I'm going to be merged together with Yorubas, unfortunately. Unfortunate, to be honest. But I feel it is time for the Igbos to wake up and start building their hometown. It is time for them. This is the time to start building. It's not by fighting. You don't need to go to the street. You don't need to. I listen to CM and I'm also weeping. I'm telling you. Imagine you have a business back there in Lagos and somebody is burning up the business. How would you even feel, for heaven's sake? It doesn't even add up for me. It doesn't. It's so sad. It's so sad. And I would beg my brother Adewale, I think you should also reason in that line. You started your submission, though you ended well at the end of the day. I was waiting for you to get to the end. You ended well with that condemning those actions. So you started by taking a position that looked like you're speaking for everybody. All right? But in this case, I feel we all need to be sincere.
No.
Please, we all need to be sincere.
1 minute interject.
No, CM,
please, I'll just submit and I'll leave the platform. Don't worry. I'll just submit and leave the platform. So I feel it is time for the Igbos. I'm saying this specifically. I lived at least 3 decades in the north before. But I feel the north are not going to be saying anything. They are not going to interfere. They are not even going to say it's important.
It will help us. It will help all of us. It's information I want to bring.
I know it's important, but others are there. Others are around, and it will be painful for them.
Just for the interest of HIF.
To hear their own voice.
Please, for the interest of HIF.
Is it 15 seconds? If you see what I mean,
Let me get my thought.
Don't worry, you get all your time. See,
It's okay.
if it's 15 seconds, then I will let you go. But if
It's
it's
okay.
not more, then
I'll just summarize right now, and then I'll be at the back end. Don't worry, I'll be listening to you here. Don't worry. I'll just summarize now. So this is my point.
Let him finish, then I'll let you check. Let him just finish. Yeah, go ahead.
My point is, if we look at what is going on, there is no direction. Adewale is saying if Tinubu comes into power, he's going to change. He's going to change it to suit his own, what brought him to power. Remember what Obi said.
But that's what Adewale said now. That's what he says.
And that thing has to be excellent as well. So what I'm saying here is, Tinubu is not going to make any difference. I bet you it's going to get worse, in my opinion. And we're going to see it. Because if what brought you to power is not straightforward, there's no way you're going to go straight forward. I'm not even going to think about it twice. So that's the first thing. So looking at that automatically, I already know that there is not, well, I'm not expecting any good anyway from this. If eventually he becomes the president, he's sworn in as the president, I'm not expecting anything good from there, to be honest. But I feel it is time for the Easterners to start to wake up. It is time for them to face it.
But don't you think that they have, because they presented P2B that has done so well? So to an extent they have.
No.
That's why I'm
sorry to say, can I just have this time, please? Can I just have this time, please? I'm sorry. This is the same narration that I hate to hear. Peter Obi does not represent the East. Peter Obi represents a true Nigerian like me, who had to leave my own country to come and be working night shift for years. That is what Peter Obi represents.
But he's
so
also
it is a wrong narration for anyone to cap or to tag Peter Obi as an Eastern governor, Eastern president.
No, I think you are hearing something I didn't say. I didn't say he was capped at that, but he's off them. So it means that they supported him, knowing full well that he's one of their sons. They
said he represented Peter Obi. We didn't present.
They didn't support Ojukwu when they had a chance, but they chose to support Peter Obi.
Not present Peter Obi. I don't want to make this an argument, but this is my point. My point is that is what the politicians want you to buy. The same way they are also the same way they brought up a narration against the Igbos in Lagos. The same narration, and let's not forget. It is not every comment we see on social media that because it's carrying the name Chukwuemeka or it's carrying some Igbo name, that really means that it's an Igbo person. I could create an account and call it any name. Don't forget, and propagate any kind of idea, and people buy into that idea, and then it becomes a narration. And then
That's
you see people.
I'm
sorry to use the word. You see gullible people following that narration, and then even fueling that narration. It's really, really disheartening to hear all of these things happening. So my point is, I feel this, even if Tinubu and his cabinet comes into play, they are not going to make anything different. It's going to only get worse, in my opinion. I might be wrong, but
let's pray
that's what I feel is going to be. And then
let's pray it gets better.
I also, well, our prayer is that things get better. But on the other flip side of it is that the Igbos are not doing enough. They are betraying themselves, and they need to wake up. Thank you.
Do you have anything to say about Trump just before you go? I don't know.
Okay. So, the case of Trump, to be honest, I think there's a replicate. I think I'm beginning to see where Nigerian politicians are copying from. Whatever Trump has done is not something that should actually be in the public. A lot of allegations. These are allegations, to be honest, and these are things that are not supposed to be in public. And this is what I feel. Every political office holder, at some point, because of the control they have over resources, over everything that you can think of, they are easy to be picked up for so many things. Now, in order for you to identify that these things are truly being carried out by this person, because this person is given the symbol, that authority, that responsibility to say, not really authority, that responsibility, you feel that person needs to be questioned for it. But you must first of all separate people's personal life from their public life. And you must be able to identify exactly their level of responsibility and what they've been able to do right or not. I feel the Democrats are just really trying to bring this up to make sure that Trump doesn't come back to power. That's my submission.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, it's HO's turn, so that I can HO, you can go as long as you like. Then I hand over to.
No. Hold on, Hecho, hold on. Thank you so much for fathers. I just want to thank everybody. I'm handing over to forefathers to continue. I have to go now, but I thank everybody who joined us today. I appreciate all of you. I heard what you said, and everybody. Oh, he's gone. All the comments.
I'm here. I haven't gone anywhere.
No, not you. I know I saw you, but the other people. I listened to all of you while I was out, and I really appreciate all your contribution. Someone, Ike, made a comment. He said he would like me to be a panelist one day, and then somebody will be the moderator so that you earn my due. So for that, we wait until maybe 5 years into this, or 10 years. But I really thank everybody. And one last thing about Trump. One of the reasons why I brought it up is to see if we can think about, say this was Obama that was being facing indictment. Do you think Obama would have written that kind of text that Trump sent out, or message saying that should come out and protest? Obama wouldn't have.
No way.
So these are some of the things I think they are very important for us to think, that to understand there are different individuals, different personalities, and which one is damaging to a people and which one. And also for the case of Nigeria, and what has not been answered for me today is why is it that political leaders in Nigeria, seeing what has been going on, even before they happen, they did not intervene to see that things, and because if this is a serious situation, and it's actually serious, but it could have gone further than this, and it may still go further than this. What are we going to do? Where do we run to? Political leaders that are not responsible for the country that are in their hands, it's troubling. So that's it. And then from the east, I think there are a lot of things going on down there. Part of the problem is also we don't have media coverage. The fact that Enugu talks were moving around, basically harassing INEC officials and trying to, it's crazy what's going on. I think we went back to something like 2007 election, 2003 election. So we need to think about it, and hopefully as we move further, we'll continue this conversation. My promise is that as far as I can, I will keep on facilitating this conversation. Thank you. Yeah, Adewale, go ahead.
Hey, I just want to inform you, Dr. Rudolph. Akwa Ibom elected a governor that's going to be giving out free beer. So you and I will go to Akwa Ibom and have a vote.
The guy won. The guy won.
Yeah, he did. He won.
Free beer won.
So there will be free beer happy hour. So just to let you know, Dr. Damages.
No, I will put it down as my campaign thing when I go.
Nigeria is in trouble. Look, I understand the anger being displayed on this channel, but look, we're having happy hour in the state in Nigeria. I just want to let you know. Nigeria is in trouble. If
At
Trump
least
wins,
he might learn something in America.
But then we let the president with happy hour.
No, Mama Echo, your turn. Thank you very much. I just want
Calm
to
down.
say goodbye to everybody. You have the floor. I had a forefather say something I would never say, that you have all the time you want. I can't say that, but it's forefather, you're in charge.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, HO, like he said, you have all the time you need.
Papa God, and I beg now, I won't first beg you. Any person when he go write rubbish comment for waiting he won't talk. And any person when did this panel, when he go talk rubbish for waiting I won't talk. Let the sun and the moon. I invoke the power of the day and the power of the night. I invoke the power of the sea and the power of the air we breathe and the power of the water we drink. Let it begin to work against everything that
your time is going. No.
See, Jude, don't do that. It's not nice. It's not nice. Let's not do that.
And so shall it be in Jesus' name. Nigeria youth, you fought. You fought gallantly.
2244.
And I'm proud of you people. But the battle is not over. Since they don't want it in peace, let's get it in pieces. We are due for revolution. And revolution starts now. Nigerian youth, don't mind some of the people that sit here that are eating burger and they are enjoying their life with their children. I know they will come. That is why I do that prayer before I start. It is your destiny that is at stake here. Not some of these people that come here and talk rubbish. They've lived their life. Their children are born here. They are not paying school fees. They are not lacking job except they are lazy. They have work to do bureaucracy for here. They can work 16 hours. They can work 24 hours. The job is available for them. Their children is not paying school fees from primary kindergarten to secondary school. Their children are not paying school fees. So any of them that is here talking rubbish, don't listen to them because they are evil. They are greedy and wicked. They have 24 hours light.
HO, it's not fair to call fellow Nigerians evil, but it's okay. I just thought I should highlight that. All right.
No, please, I'm not evil. Please, I am not evil.
Let me finish. I didn't.
Don't worry, allow her to talk.
Let her finish. You can respond. Don't worry. I will give everybody a chance to respond. It's okay. I'll give everybody a chance to respond. Please let her finish.
Did I mention them when I was talking?
You see people that came here to talk. I'm one of them.
Did I mention name?
But I'm one of the people that talk here. You say we are evil.
And I will appreciate that. Those who talk
I will reply you when you finish.
Those that made the statement that I'm referring to, they know themselves. They say, which he talk for nights. The king died during the day. And when I say, not be witch killer. They burned down a whole market where a certain tribe of people do make their livelihood in Lagos. Sanwo-Olu did not talk. MC Oluomo came out and threatened the same people. Useless policeman. When he called himself waiting, he came out and tell us he was joking. There's nobody that is a monopoly of violence. You see this monster they have created, they will get it. So Nigerian youth, at least there's one thing I am grateful for. Showore, my son, has finally been vindicated. When he used the word revolution, majority of you Nigeria crucified him. You crucify him. He has no right to use it. If there was any person that you would say is a prophet, it's Showore. He said it, but you people crucify him. Are we not there now? Are we not there now? Those of us that think we are in abroad, we are spared. You are not. Because from today, when you go to your office, they will put it in your face. Those who never read book issue will put it in your face, the shame that your country has turned to, the impunity that your country has turned to. Even when you want to do your work now, they go want find out whether you want rich like your people. So don't think you are spared. So it is time for revolution. Children, it is time for revolution. Because one hurt to one tribe is a hurt to everybody. Oh, because who opens Odima, if person not win, they kidnap one INEC official, they cancel Imo State election. Really? What of in Lagos, where some people die because they won't vote for LP? Those people cannot be revived again. They didn't cancel election. There are some people hospitalized. They didn't cancel election. They declare someone the winner. In as much as not support the kidnapping in Imo State, but the one that is kidnapped can still be rescued. What about the one that are already dead? How are we going to bring them to life? What about the businesses that was burnt down? Is it the 100 million naira that someone look gave to them? Is that what will bring back that market? Nigeria, home and abroad, it is time for revolution. Those who are in abroad, if you get kelebe, go on with your kelebe. Because this impunity over my dead body will it stand. And for my children, when I be social media, I be old school, they could help me gather all the evidence, put them in flash drive, put them in hard disk, send them to me. The brutal killings, I need everything. I know what to do with it from here. And the Mogo Charitable Organization will not accept this impunity from Nigeria government. No. Tundu, I thought you wanted to end up where? Tundu, Boo-Boo, Buhari, you promised us credible election. I didn't know. You need the blood of my children. Is it what you call credible election? Buhari, is it what you call credible election? You wasted the blood of my children once again. Shame on you, Buhari. But let me tell you, your generation is cursed forever. You and your lineage, your grandchildren, they will suffer this. Mark it down. Nigeria youth, you don't have a government. Those in Lagos, you don't have a government. Those in River State, you have no government. Those in the East, you have no government. There are strategic places you people must take. The House of Senate, nobody goes there anymore to work. The House of Representatives, take over that place and make sure you take over the 4 international airports in Nigeria. No flight comes in, no flight goes out until the rightful thing is done. Because if we let this be, we are done forever. It is your destiny we are talking about. Have you seen the video of young children here in US crying because Tinubu won? And what are we telling the children? That hard work is not necessary. It is thuggery and rigging that they can use to achieve something in a nation called Nigeria. And as far as you have that black skin and the blood of Nigeria flow through you, you don't need to work hard. You just need to rig, or you just need to belong to evil occult group and thuggery. That is why we have said, no! Children, we must reverse it. Starting from tomorrow, occupy the seat. Go to INEC office. They won't enter that office again. In your house of assembly, occupy everywhere. They have beaten you and they say you shouldn't cry. Cry, you must cry. How you cry in, nobody determine how you cry it. But this cry, we will cry it. I am not leaving you behind. If your uncles and your brothers and your daddies are not ready to support you people in this struggle, I support you with my full chest. And no weapon that form against you people will prosper. And then if they send thuggery into your midst, you know what to do to them. Do not expect Nigeria police to come and protect you. Do not expect Nigeria army to come and fight for you. They are our enemy because they will continue to work for the government, even though they are paying their peanut, even though some of their men are sent to Sambisa forest and they are killed without compensation for their wives and their children. They are not going to support you. But we know, and I know, you people can take this revolution now. Let's start the music. They started the music. Let's dance the music and get back our country back from these evil men and women. And anyone that come after you, you know what to do. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm muted. Yeah, thank you, HO. Yeah, I really appreciate it because I feel like sometimes you are not allowed to, get all your thoughts out. And sometimes all it takes is for one to give you the chance to, air your feelings. And it turns out that some people are actually agreeing with you. Even if some of the things you said, is not everybody that will share that opinion. Obviously, not all of us here are evil. Sometimes it came across like you were saying all of us are overseas.
No, that's not what I mean. What I
I know
mean is
that's not
those
what
who
you
were
meant.
speaking things that they know. If they are in Nigeria, they would have been feeling the brunt. But they are here having comfort and they still come to my face and they don't care. Those are the people I refer to, not everybody.
Yeah, thank you, HO. And CM, you wanted to interject. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Anyway, first, HO, thank you very much. You said actually, I know as a mother how it feels. So I forget about we are discussing. I know what women, well, how a mother feels, particularly when you see people, things are done. Now, what I want to, for the interest of Heave, who spoke before, yes, he ended by saying Igbo should wake up, like holding our governors to account and all those things. That's that's an advice. I don't take it, it's not something bad. But what I want to sort of inform him is this. We know the areas our governors are failing, and we can also know the areas that it is not their problem, it is due to the federal government not wanting to see to what they want. What am I saying? Let me give an example. If you bring somebody like Rochas Okorocha, was a governor, he stole Imo State money. Or Jules Okalu, he stole Imo State money. We don't like people like this. Chimaro Kenamani, the same. We know of Ike Ekweremadu. But among all these thieves, there was also a governor called P2B. who came out very clean, at least not by my own judgment, but by Nigerians, the way they perceive him. So we know that there is a mixed bag. But one thing I want to make known is this. The former governor of Anambra State, Obiano, he just in terms of what he said, like relocate your business, do all these things, is good. I mean, if your business is in danger, you remove it from danger. How do you do that? Enugu Airport, Yaradua came in 2007, said we should have 5 international airports in Nigeria: Port Harcourt, Lagos, Kano, Abuja, and Enugu. Nothing was done to bring it to what it should be. It's been lying like that. Ndi Igbo keep complaining, particularly those in the US, because there are thousands of them, and the Europe. At a time, they now have to ask Obiano, say, since P2B left 75 billion, use it to build an airport international, because a state can build an airport. From the scratch, he built an airport, brand new. The runway, Lagos runway is 4.2 kilometers. Anambra Airport runway is 3.9 kilometers, second longest runway in Nigeria. It was meant to be international because they invested a lot of money in it. Only for it to start, they said no, they won't give it the license. Why? It was meant to be cargo. You can carry goods on air from China, so that we cut off Lagos port to some extent. It will be international. It can leave from US, flight from US can be landing there direct, like Delta Airline or maybe any other one from Detroit. But because they say aviation is controlled by, this thing called license. They say, oh no, they didn't approve it. So how can you buy Ferrari and be using it to do a kabu in a village? It doesn't make sense. People will say a Peugeot 504 is enough to do taxi. Why do you go and buy limousine that will cost you more, Ferrari? Because you bought the Ferrari for a special purpose. They denied it. So this is the frustration we are facing. It's not that we don't want. We know all these things. It's a good advice. Because if you do it now, if I'm to fly, personally, I've written to Air France. I'm in Europe. I'm in UK. I wrote to Air France, Lufthansa, and KLM. Say, why can't they go to Enugu? They said they weren't given that route. This was as far back as 2016. Now, if the airport in Anambra, this is a state money, is working, it would have eased off all this pressure on Lagos. When people are telling you go to your, I mean, if you tell me to go to my father's compound, it's not a bad advice. It's not. If you tell me go to your father's compound, I will go. It's not a bad advice. So we are planning ahead. If this airport is there, we have cargo. It was meant to be carrying cargo, containers. Instead of Lagos port, you move it to Oka, to Umueri straight. But federal government saw it and then stopped it. Why? Why? The airport is being used for between Abuja and Abuja, Lagos landing, three flights a day. That's not what it was meant for. Spending billions. We have Akure Airport, with all due respect. Ekiti has airport, Benin has airport, Asaba has. It didn't cost them this much to put up, and it's local. So when you hear something like this is part of what people do not know. But this is where we say federal government, and part of the reason why people say let Obi enter is that thing that people will blame us. They blame the people of South. When you talk, they say, Shobi Jonathan was there. Why didn't Jonathan clean Ogoni? Why didn't Jonathan build East-West Road? Now, Obi, you are going there. If you get there, if not for anything, let that airport operate. So how else do we have it? What we build with our own money, state money, no federal government cover. Just let it be international. APs owned by Anambra man flew from Abuja straight to South Africa to rescue Nigerians free of charge, 6 hours. The guy now wants to be flying from Umueri to London. They said no. From Heathrow to Anambra, they said no. You can't operate international. So these are the part of the things we face. And then secondly, when I say something like, I voted for Mr. A, and you feel that, why should I vote for Mr. A while I'm in Lagos? I must vote for Mr. C. It's okay. If you have the power of INEC, you change it to Mr. C. Fair enough. That's what you want.
Okay.
But how can they, after doing all these things, I'm sleeping, you go and bomb my business, where I'm feeding my children? That is what is paining me. You changed my ballot. It's okay. You stole ballot. You made me not to vote. That's okay. But let my business, where I kept
That's
it,
the kind
let it
of
be
that's the
intact.
kind of stuff we want to be working on to prevent from happening in Nigeria. The idea is to make sure this sort of thing never reoccur, especially from the next generation, so that they don't get to experience these things. And so I don't think Niger Go Better has said anything at all, and he has been very, very patient. So what do you think about the situation with the election and with Trump?
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah. I've for the couple of days, I've spent my time to actually listen in background. And if I'm correct, it seems at this point, we are all agreeing that attacking any tribe for whatever reason is bad, which I think is commendable. I can see the way, was in the afternoon today, my time though, that CM was nearly crying there, and I understand with him. I imagine if I have a brother also that his business was attacked or he was killed or anything, I'll feel so bad about it. Losing election is fine, but losing my family members shouldn't part of this game, right? And in extension to that, I think, and unfortunately, Rudolph also is not here. We also need to start looking inward. I remember a couple of months ago, I do caution people oh, why is it that once we make comment, we'll go as far as castigating Fulanis, castigating Hausas? Once they turn the same thing back to us, we will not feel happy about it. Nigeria is happening to everybody, whether you are in the south, east, wherever you belong to. And something that we all still need to all understand is this. Nigeria is more than Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba. There are a lot of unaccounted tribes in there. And most times, these three of us that I'm a Yoruba man, but we happens to be discussing what concerns these three tribes or infractions between them all the times. Meaning that we need to be more compassionate, tolerate each other, so that we'll be able to grow. If I decide today now, blame all the problems in Nigeria on Igbos and Hausas, I'm not solving the problem. I'm just laying foundation for another problem again, which is what happened in this election. So we all need to be more look inward and see how we can tolerate each other, and at the same time, proposing solutions to all of these problems. So that's one part. One thing that came up, I don't know if the election was free and fair there. One good development I see in this election is a woman for the first time in Nigeria, and incidentally happens to be from the north. One election, I think the Adamawa woman. So if it was a free and fair election, I think it's highly commendable. It's one of the good outcome of this election, if there is any. But for me personally, it seems like River State is nearly impossible to have election there. Even based on objectively, if I look at the news I can see online, the presidential election, the governorship election, I think we are paying less attention to what is happening in River State. It's so Wiki is just brazenly going anywhere, doing whatever he wants to do. Nobody can question him.
Sorry. Let me just interject for a second. That's an interesting point. And I think that's something people don't understand when they say they want devolution. Governors are like gods to themselves. They do whatever they like in their domain.
So I think places like that also need to be examined. And this is not the first time. If you look at it, election in River State is always bloody, and it's as if we all accept that it's a norms, that whatever happens there, that's the way they normally have their election, which I think is not acceptable. Footer, threatening people, I was telling somebody, hey, there are some places that we didn't experience, we didn't see violence in the first election, the presidential election, when it comes to governorship, because it's going to be more competitive. There's possibility of having violence there. I think that's what we are seeing in Enugu, more in Imo, though Imo was brutal in the first election also. So I think the more the election is competitive, there's likelihood of violence in Nigeria, which I think INEC needs to adopt electronic means more, such that all this paper one is actually like, you can use technology half. It's just like somebody that you are sick, you go to the hospital, you're now saying, okay, doctor can attend to me 6 hours, then my herbalist will come and attend to me another 6 hours. If they want to do electronic voting, they should just do it, adopt it. There's no need of even taking picture of any the resource sheets. You should be able to punch the value there. It makes it easier. Uploading image is an extra cost on the device, on the network, and every other thing. We all go to the grocery stores, buy things, we get our receipt, and we move on. I think that will make the system actually less expensive and more accurate. And if you look at it also, we're talking about Trump here. For me, I support and believe in democracy, but I don't support presidential system of governance. For people living in US, we could see how divided the people that are conservative and progressive, so to speak, are. Election every time it holds, at least 6 to 12 months, it will divide the country, and it now depends on who wins the election, whether the person is going to try to bring the country together and all of that. That's always happened. And we can see what happened in Brazil also. Because politicians are so smart that they used all the differences in the society to kind of divide them and use that one in a way to win election. And that happens all the time. I think, in my own opinion, Nigeria would be a better place if we can adopt maybe a parliamentary system of governance, so that each region will put their best foot forward, and it's going to be less expensive. I don't want to become a president and have to campaign all throughout the 36 states or jumping around. It's somehow expensive. And that is why, like, an ordinary person that's not like that doesn't have a money back guarantee, it's going to be very difficult for you to go and contest election in Nigeria, because you have to spend money. Just imagine if you have to go through the 36 states or go to all the local governments without even bribing anybody. It's going to cost you a lot of money. But if I have to make sure that, okay, I'm from Oyo State, I make sure that I campaign there, I win there, then the next thing for me is people that are elected from those regions are the next people for me to campaign to. It makes it more organized and less expensive, and make it kind of representational kind of governance, if that's a better way to put it.
There are, like in the UK now, the problem with parliamentary system is that they also are transitioning to look presidential, because they always need a figurehead to represent each party.
The problem with it is this. Parliamentary system has one major challenge. When it comes to your international diplomacy, it's not very stable, because the person at the top can change anytime. But in Nigeria case, you look at what is your main problem first. Our main problem is to get our house together, not the international diplomacy or whatever. So, to me,
one other thing about parliamentary system, like in the UK, is that the prime ministers are extremely powerful. They can literally change rules.
No, it now depends. See, if you look at it, it depends on how we want to implement it. We've seen what is failing there. It's just that we've seen what is failing over there. There should be a way, if we want to do it. We don't need to go and pick the way they are doing it in UK as an example now and just implement it verbatim. We'll look at what is going to make it to work for us. Because if you look at it, people keep on referring to those days. It makes it competitive, and it's an healthy competition those days, not like this one today that people are just fighting each other and people just want to bring each other down. Those days is like, Southeast is doing well. I know Eastern region is doing well in this area. Southwest want to compete, North want to compete. And that one is not, it's not like somebody is going there to go and destroy another person's structure or trying to destroy another person's business. So I think if Nigeria needs to move forward, it needs to be restructured. I know sometimes politicians use the issue of restructuring constitutional problem to kind of win some arguments, but I think those things needs to be looked into.
Okay,
But again and again,
I want to
before I
ask you
say
some question. I want
my
to
last
ask you
statement,
some
that
questions
sorry,
before you
Father.
Okay.
My last statement before I leave is that I think based on what we have all seen in this election, Yorubas were attacked and some comments were made that I think trigger some people. The same thing to the Igbos, the same thing to the Hausa, and to some minority people as well. At this point going forward, we should all see that it doesn't make sense for us to say Yorubas are this or start castigating each other. Let's discuss issues and discourage people that have this kind of sentiment. And to me, I disagree to people that will say it's miscreant or touts Yorubas that are making this comment. It's not correct. And also, it's not correct to say it's I think a week ago or so, Franklin and some other two Yorubas were having some debates here, which is very good. He also dismissed some argument just like market women making some comment. It's not correct. There are some individuals that are regular on this platform also that normally make those comments, e.g. Okija and some other people. So we need to encourage each other to tolerate each other. We are not going to be a developed country by trying to bring each other down. Even this election now, so that you know how expensive it is. I have a friend, he's a lecturer in the East. He had to move his family back to Southwest because of this election. He was planning to move back this weekend, but because the election was extended, he had to delay again to go back. How long we want to do that? If a fellow Nigerian cannot live peacefully in another region because of an election, what do we want the people that like a foreigner, people that are like non-Nigerians, how do we want them to feel anytime we're having an election? They feel, oh, these people are about to go into war. Let me pack my load, let me leave. And for people that are saying Igbo should go back to the East, it's not easy to move your things and go back. It's just like somebody telling me now, I should leave US and go back to Nigeria. I can go, but I want to go willingly. I don't want to be forced. I totally understand that. But at the same time also, I know I'm in America today by grace. I will respect their law and I will appreciate the freedom they give me to be able to make my choice as if my forefathers were part of people that established this country. So I think we need to just improve on the way we relate with each other. So that's my opinion on that. I can see that Jude has a question for me. So let me see if I've done something wrong to Jude again.
No, not a question really. What you're saying is okay. I wanted to just add some few things, that the reason why it's not just easy for the Igbos to pick up and go, we keep highlighting these things and people think, oh, it's just easy. There is, okay, as long as that conspiracy, okay, to frustrate so many federal establishments from occurring in Igbo land and opening up the seaports in the southeastern axis, okay, and okay, look at from Lagos to east, there's no railway system that goes through there. Whereas you and I know there's no Nigerian that doesn't know that the most busiest road and the most economically viable route in Nigeria today is Lagos to east.
Yeah, it should have seen. Hold on. I think there is one from Jude, hold on now. Jude, hold on. I think there's one in Delta, Edo, and I'm not sure why he stopped them. They should have gone up to Lagos so that they can all try.
Let's see this from a proper perspective. If there is any place in Nigeria that's supposed to have #1 gotten such a railway system, if the state of Nigeria is sincere about developing Nigeria, should have been that route. And that route, if a railway system is established, Give it 2 years, it will reproduce the money that they spent on it because of the trade and commerce that goes through that route. Those are part of the things. Okay? Do you know how much the all start?
See, Jude, hold on.
So, sorry for
He's,
further. Can I
he's not
respond to
asking.
that?
Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. He's not asking a question. He's making a comment. The issue there is that if to have been, let's say the Southeast made that an issue, a national issue, especially these national projects, I believe they would have gotten it by now, well before now. It's just that some people hijacked those topics of development and start talking about this thing, breakup of the nation. I think that is where the misdirection is. And I think those people are not doing the community there any good, because I know that we in the South too are also suffering the consequence of all these problems. And like I said, if they push for this, I can assure you, even within these 4 years, you will see all these projects happening.
How are you going to push for something that you know is not okay? Look,
because nobody will not support it. Who will not support it?
Let me ask you this question: Have you ever seen that leaked video of Shettima, that leaked video about what he said about the Igbos? Have you ever heard that? Have you ever?
See, Shettima has his own opinion, but I don't believe that anybody can block you.
Excuse me, yes or no? Have you ever listened to it?
No, I've not.
Oh my, okay. Has anybody here, apart from I'm sure CM, you have listened to it.
What did he say?
Listen.
Yes, I have.
Huh?
Yes, I have. I have.
What did he say?
Okay, continue. Let me look for it.
Okay. Niger go better. You wanted to say something, so we can allow Dan and Igbo Basics to say something.
Yeah, this is what I want to say. The part about the port and the likes, I think a lot of things are involved. Partly we can blame it on the government, on the federal government, but I think we can blame it on states like Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, like if you look at the money Wiki was using around to sponsor PDP, he could have used that one to build a port in Port Harcourt there, like a standard one. And the reason why I would say this, if you look at Lagos State government, it went ahead, despite that it has a port already, they went ahead and built another deep sea blue port or something, if I'm correct. So that's another state initiative. So what's stopping a state like Port Harcourt to do that? To take advantage of the economy and make some alliance. Then also, all these governors, most of them are just there for their own personal interest, not the interest of their people. The story about the Anambra port, I think if that's the situation of things, I will expect the senators to make more noise about it. I will expect the governors to make more noise about this, if that is true. But I've not seen any one of them coming out to say anything about that. So why is it that these governors are this quiet about this issue? Because
I think they are quiet because obviously they are, getting their own payback from some of the funds that are, from what I gather, the NDDC funds that are being sent to the South. Most of it goes back to the center. But by the time it goes back to the center, they've already taken their share in the South. That corrupt practice, you see, those are the kind of areas we need to be targeting. We have to be smarter about this. We target the theft of the funds. We target national projects. Those type of things are the areas we should go for, because once you build one, it builds on top of the next one. Before you know it, the area is transformed. That's how things work.
So, I think there's somebody in the lobby that is saying you should please bring him in. African Queen, I think.
I think she's
sending messages for some time now.
She's in. She's in. It's just that her camera is not on. Yeah, you need to put your camera on. I'll bring it on once your camera is on, African Queen. Let Dan say something. He's been very patient and he probably has something to add to it. So welcome, Dan.
Thank you very much. I want to say good evening to everybody and happy disappointment week again.
Oh God, that's a good one.
One name is Imo State. So what I'm trying to say is that I'm a supporter of Miss Mama H.O. 100%. I know many people will always argue with her, or we say she's sometimes goes too extreme by her languages. But Nigeria has gone to the extreme of you can say whatever you want because they are doing whatever they want. And we are just told to be patient. Make una just take them easy. Some people go say, pray. How long are we Nigerian continue to pray? This is my problem sometimes. For me, Showore view is what we're supposed to follow right now. Because if we watch the history of the world, many countries that are enjoying today, like America or where I am somewhere also in the world, they fought for their freedom. For me, human beings are human beings, whether they are white or black. They will always, cheat. They will always want to put themselves above the other until you tell them, say, it's enough. Many Nigerians might not accept it. Like one brother say, oh, what will you feel? The business you have somewhere. He was very personal. And then suddenly you hear they come and attack it. You understand what I say now? He's talking about his own, he's not, maybe he's just about 5% of Nigerians who can own business. What about the rest 95 suffering? You understand my point? Now, this is sometimes what I think about Nigeria sometimes. Like Mama Icho was saying clearly, some people, they escaped. I'm one of those who escaped. I have to escape because things were not going well. After all, you go to school or nothing. You don't go at all. 9 years pass. All those kind of life. So, you don't know anybody. My brother, you go die. And we are watching. This is 21st century. Things are going. Other countries are improving. Kenya, they got it right. Nigeria, we can get it right, but some people say no. They go cheat us koro like this. We go they look, or nobody say we know they see. They go they do them. We go they look them. If Showore says revolution, everybody go shout, no, the man no get respect. Yeah, because he did America. He be double citizen. They go find one way to paint his vision down. And then most of us too go like, okay, we agree. The man, they talk too much, But look at what is happening. 25th, they rob us clearly. They come again, they maneuver. 18th go they better. 18th now they came out clearly, beat somebody. Even Arise crew, they beat them too. If the other guys were not from an organization, okay. But this is an organization, Arise News. They rush them now, injure themselves. So who are we then if Arise crew can be attacked? For me, to just end, because me, I don't like to talk too much, is that I think right now in Nigeria, it's time for people to rise up. Because those countries that are enjoying today, they rose up too. They fought. America, they fought for years before they can get up to this level where then they still they manage Donald Trump and co. They fought it. And if we Nigeria refuse to fight, we are just saying divide. Even if we divide, example, we say, okay, now go your way, go your way. Those are our brothers where they connected to the same system. Now then go still come up on top in the side where then divide go. So division for me, I don't think it will survive because Nigeria has been together for so long. But our problem is known. They cheat us. When they cheat us like this, you go see people they tell you, say, cool down. Oh boy, make una take them easy. Even Peter B said, make me verse. Tell us, say, na, ote go ndia no here. I jili wayo. No system can get you kwa pufadia. No. And if I get me like this, I don't do. We fight the fight one time. We not be say when people don't cool down, finish. You will come begin call us. Okay, look at this election now. People give up now. Who want come out make them go break in head or kill them? They say strike the hammer when the iron is hot. As they teach us that cheese, like so everybody come out by now. Some people don't know their sense. But they say make we cool down now. Even as I dey here, God watch my mind. If I hear say tomorrow war day Nigeria on the right course, I go. I go follow go. I no go there here, they talk blah blah because I dey feature up. That one na my own contribution, guys. I still dey listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan. I don't know whether I should ask you this though, but I think the question goes for other people. Given the state of the outcomes of the election as it is, no, cheated or not cheated, whatever it is, but from what we are seeing right now, the states are divided into three. The states are divided into three candidates, getting about 12 territories, and they are representative of basically the Wazobia group of Nigeria, southwest, north, and southeast. And then you hear noises of government of national unity. Do you think it's something that may help in terms of bringing the country back together if all sides come together to actually deal with the Nigerian problem?
Okay, let me just finish that question. Let me tell you, we have been deceived all along. Anytime they play one game, they go shift the post. Tell you, say, government of national, blah, blah, blah. No be so now. No, now the next step where they want, now the way they want dribble us pass now. So fool us again. When they go come from that national, whatever government of this thing, who be the leader? Now the leader go still play that game. If you talk, they say go to court. It's the same thing now. Okay, don't worry.
But if someone like Peter Obi is part of the government, what do you think? Peter Obi, when he joins, he's going to have conditions now,
My
wouldn't
brother, that thing is that game where they tell you, they don't dribble us to another place. Make we keep quiet. They go form national leader, national this. For how long did they deceive us now, brother?
Godfather, I won't go sleep. I won't contribute, please.
No, wait.
You ask too much questions.
Wait,
you not
wait,
supposed
Matt,
to
may I say something?
Are you supposed you go to
wait now, wait. You go talk, Matt. My children, they carry laptop.
My children are sleeping. I need to talk something. Everybody so everybody they para. Nobody there.
Please, hold on. Just allow. Okay.
Allow her to talk. Allow her to talk.
Okay.
My children carry laptop. They arrest them. They carry phone. They ask, they say where they get money to buy food. The beaver when they make a shock now. The beaver when they use for us, go to Amazon. Now $795. Yes. The beaver when they display for us, for Amazon is $795. And how much INEC does say they buy one beaver? So INEC rub us crow for face. We make una go see the breakdown of the different billions of amount when INEC asked for. After they don't give them 305 billion, they requested for another 50 billion. They requested for another 20-something billion. Now so they request for billion. INEC, the thing when they sell for Amazon for $795. Now you take to us shake it like this.
Sorry. What did they sell for $799?
The beaver, go and check it there.
Ouch. Okay, if we do that calculation, that is a very high number you are using there.
Amazon, it is there. The beaver, it is there.
You see, hold on. Hecho. The last time we did the calculation regarding the cost of those things, we used a figure of about $60, which was very erroneous because it means that the spending of INEC is a lot higher than we projected.
Parara reporter, he did his research. Go and check Parara reporter today.
I think we'll do that those numbers again just to get close to it because we need to get closer to the amount
that's been used. Go and look at Parara reporter today. Everything displayed there. All the money they collect for
Hecho. Hold on. Hecho, hold on. I want to let you know something. $799 times 170,000 times 2. Because they said 2 of those devices have to be in every polling unit.
INEC say they buy 200,000. So 200,000 times that amount.
Okay, 200,000 times that amount. That is
Yes.
still quite a lot.
But
Okay.
yes, where did they quote for us now different thing? See, Mamadou, now this one, now you go sabi say, my children, they not be dummy. My children not be dummy. You see that money, you go vomit her. You go vomit her. No person is more Nigeria than another. Look at my children on the street, sleeping under that bridge. Look at my children taking drugs because they don't have hope anymore. Look at my children. INEC chairman. This one, he don't hook you for throat. So what, boy, you can't rule Lagos. You cannot. Revolution now.
Yes.
You can never become our president. Revolution now.
Now.
Yeah, those devices cost almost $100 billion.
And my sons,
100 billion naira, I mean.
They are working for our job. 8-hour job, 16-hour job in snow, just to make a living because they run from a country that has plenty, and only a few individuals have decided enough. Children, let's take back our country. Revolution now.
Okay, who is next? Is it math or Igbo basics? I'm not so sure.
No. It should be Igbo based. We have to do something. I'm not APC. I'm not PDP. So I'm not Nigeria. So we have to be truthful.
Thank you.
Father, how can I send you that video?
The link. Send it in the private chat then, if you. Please, Igbo basics can go. Thank you for coming in.
All right, my brothers and sisters. Darling, my brother, keep up the good work there.
Yes, sir.
Man must work. That language came out of the war, out of the Civil War. Sometimes I wish that the war had erupted all over, so that we can start all over again. But we've gone beyond that. First of all, piggybacking on your last conversation, I'm in the state of New Jersey. You talked about Trump. Just my 10 cents there. The state of New Jersey gave us a woman called Carolyn Conway. That's the woman of the alternative facts. I'm quite sure that a lot of us have heard about alternative facts. She worked with Trump. But our own alternative facts in Nigeria is beyond alternative facts. It's pure, plain korokoro. Let me put it back, including all the burnings and all the selective exclusion of a group of persons or others. When you exclude the Igbo man, you are excluding the South man, the Efik man. You are excluding a whole lot of people without knowing what you've just done. And when you go back into the systematic putting people down since the war ended, you start with their businesses. In the 70s, up to the 80s, you will go import your materials, bring it through the port, pay everything, bring it into your warehouse, and start selling to people. That was not enough. The customs will come. It happened to us at Estro 40 Asarodaba. The customs, who you already paid everything you have to pay along, they will come to your shop, point gun there, shoot open the warehouse, cut away all the goods. That was korokoro thieving. People endured. That was not enough. They see that you are selling okporoko. They ban okporoko. They see that you are selling okreka. They ban okreka. All in the name of industrializing Nigeria. And then you establish a nails and manufacturing, steel manufacturing in Aba, Naxmi.
They make sure that they frustrate it to the end that you cannot even do anything. Later on, in modern times, I'm still talking about excluding a particular set of persons or people. They came up with import licenses. Hear this out. Maybe you guys haven't looked at these things. Import license. How someone not import anything? Who is doing importing? At Igbo man. And what did they do? How someone will sit down for not because they instituted that import license issue. They will write import license, their brothers. It became a racket. The Igbo man who needs that license to import would come and bring them millions and millions, and they were feeding fat. Having said all that, you guys talked about developments. Tambakwe Airport, I was one of those who contributed to Sambakwe Airport coming into being. That was self-actualizing. Ndibo set out and built that airport, all in an attempt to bring transportation closer to home. That airport is there now. I flew there one time. Thank God I have been able to, at least before end of life, get into that place. Now, from Port Harcourt to Kafanchan, the bridges left us an infrastructure, the rail line. Hello, does anybody know whether that rail line that was running from Port Harcourt to Kafanchan, is it still running? Does anybody have an idea?
I'm not sure. I know that they used to travel from Tako to Enugu and all the way to the north, so but I don't know.
Okay, so I have not seen any train running. We're talking about infrastructure and development of Nigeria, but we have just built a rail line running from north to Niger, right? Yeah, the one
And,
that the
and
British,
from Abuja to Kaduna and from South Sabah to Edo.
okay,
So
the one that the British left for us, we could not maintain it. And that was a major means of transportation to the north, even to Lagos, because then you used to travel all the way to Kafanchan before you join another one to take you down to Lagos. That's development issues. All in all, the position we are in now, we find ourselves in as Nigerians. The basic greed, the greed is what is killing all of us as Nigerians. Because we have to hold our leaders accountable. It is this particular final tiffin that has brought Nigeria to its where it is now. Nigeria is almost on its knees. They think, but they have a gunpowder waiting for their hand as a result of what they have done to our youth. And we are not going to sit and allow the destruction of the future, the hope. Hello, does anybody realize that about 90 million people came out enthusiastically to participate in a basic civil responsibility or civil duty, civil right? And in the end, what happened? 27 million people voted. Isn't that a shame?
It's a shame.
Forget about all the money that was spent. But the point is this. We are sitting on the future of our children to keep them down so that Nigerians are so talented that they make lemonade out of water, out of nothing. If you go to the streets of Nigeria, so far every day, you see, have you seen the truck pushers? Have you seen the way that people go out? All they are asking for is allow me to just exist. Allow me to exist. Don't come and kill me. Let me just find a way to make a living each and every day. Can't the Nigerian government simply allow its citizens to go about whichever way they can to make a living each and every day? Now, I'm going to end my immediate comment for now because we don't talk. The talk don't too much. In Aba, in Abia State, where I am from, Okezi Ikpeazu. And I told him again out for the third time. Because he insisted that he wants to rig PDP in, even when he hold him for neck. Thank God that Alex Oti was able to call him out yesterday on channel television. Yesterday, I threw down the gauntlet as Americans will put it, and I'm still throwing the same thing down. Let him try it. He is supposed to be an old boy from my school, but let him try to do the. I sent the INEC result something. I sent the link around. If anybody has gone there to take a look at Abia State, they have like 95.4% uploaded now. Because I took particular interest in particular areas, and you can see where Wayo is being played. You can see how can INEC, even by common sense, announce a blank sheet. Go and look at some of the results that have been uploaded in INEC platform. And you look at it, you try to enlarge, blank, you can't see anything. We call it fugazi. You cannot fugazi your way through. And he's trying the Obingwa approach to see if he can dump a vote in the end. That's not going to happen. Leave Abia State alone. And I repeat again, Mr. Okezi Ikpeazu, who always wears his thing, destroyed Aba through his environmental protection, something that he was supposed to. That's where he had to start. And through 8 years, he don't chop nyafu nyafu. All we are saying is that, can you please go so that Aba, which we have to rebuild that place. My friends, all that we are asking the federal government is to, can you please just let us be? Can you please just let Aba do what Aba knows how best to do? So that Nigeria
Basics, I wanted to show you. I want to say something. It appears the federal government is already looking to build a rail track from all the way from Delta to Lagos, and from Lagos all the way to Sapele, Ugeli, Abua, Moha, Aba, Calabar, all the way to Calabar, Port Harcourt. So the plan, it looks like they've already got some element of funding for it, from what I can read. It's not widespread. It's APC that is showing it, but because they've controlled some of them, so it might mean that the others are actually true. This was posted in 2021. It says federal government pays $211 million to begin the construction of Kaduna Rail next week, and Nigeria will pay $600 million for that 1.2 billion railway. As Chartered Standard Bank UK has shown readiness to pay for the Southern Lagos Calabar Coastal Rail. The Eastern Railway also got 13 billion initial payment. So you can see that it's not like it appears that they are aware of the commercial viability of that region. And if they link those areas together, I think that could really change stuff.
You know what? What is the estimated time of completion? And before I even say that,
they didn't share.
Okay.
They didn't share that information yet.
Okay. There was a bridge that is built about 3 or 4 miles away from me. It's called the Gotos Bridge. It took them 2 years. A marvelous bridge was built. What am I trying to say? If Nigeria is sincere to itself, a lot of what the things we are talking about, there will be development and everybody go enjoy them. But the problem is that the man gets into office today. His first mission is to buy a house for Houston or buy a house for London. He go carry the state money, go buy a house in those places. Send him children there. And him children come begin to answer, Brother Excellency. Have you ever had this kind of nonsense? Son Excellency. Because you just want to build for your people. I'm talking about Abia State, Chicken Republic. So what are we talking about? Please, Nigeria, can we just be honest to the citizens? Can we just allow the citizens to actually shine, to show their talents, to exhibit, to to produce, to do manufacture what they know how to
Igbo
do.
basics, do you agree that if the focus was put on some of all these things, these developments that you are fighting for and others that we are fighting for, if the focus was not taken away from these things to other things like sit downs and all the rest, that we probably would have made more progress in that direction now than we have at this stage?
Oh, the sit down that you are going to be getting from tomorrow is going to be a different kind of sit down.
But you see, that's the thing. If we use, because somebody is not elected to be sitting down, the person is not going to be elected. You have to worry about something you can actually do. And that whole actually physically helps you people.
Forefather, one second.
This is the time. This is the time that we have to call a spade a spade.
My brother, one second.
Hold on. Today, now
you
in a
will
minute.
for hours now. You have been here.
Yeah. Okay. Just take 30 seconds to round up so Matt can say something. He hasn't said anything. He has been very, very patriotic and non-APC. So, all right.
Here is the point I'm trying to make. You all had a conversation here every time they move the goalpost. Every time they move the goalpost. This time they're trying to move the goalpost again. And we are saying, no, you don't move the goalpost. Engineer George Ezike came here and summed it up very well the other day. And yesterday I made my comment. The reason why we are having this conversation is because an Igbo man who actually meant well for the whole process was leading and was about to win. And then you have to make sure it must not go to the Igbo man. If we have to go that route, let them deliver the mandate truly, and we'll be just fine. And there will be progress. Obi and Dati Ahmed, the goal was in there. It's their turn. Let the old cargoes step aside so that let Nigeria come to fruition. Stop holding Nigeria down. Stop chopping our money just like that. And that's my case, because if we begin talk, we'll talk till tomorrow.
Yeah, let me just, before Matt, you can go, I know. Let me just read some of these things about the project because I found more information about it. It says the minister explained that the Lagos-Ibadan segment of the Lagos-Kanu and Itape to Warri railway projects were fully operational and receiving patronage from the general public. I don't know about that too. Does anyone know about those? Okay, Itakpe one, I know about the Warri one. I didn't know about Kanu and Itakpe.
Forefathers. The one I'm asking about is the one that was existing when we were born, the one that the British left for us. I'm talking about, you can easily ride. I rode train from Aba to Jos. I rode on the train. That's what I'm asking. What has happened to it? Why can't we just put that rail line through? And then we'll see what happens from there.
Some people argue that it should be renovated, but renovated. But some people feel like it's going to be too expensive because of the old nature of the, the build and stuff like that. See, no, there are arguments both ways. But some people feel like the one that they want to build now is more efficient, and it goes from Lagos to this thing all the way to the South Calabar, cuts through all the South and southeastern states. So
with China money, right? With China's money.
No, I think with multiple countries from Turkey and different countries from they listed them there. The question is whether the old one is still available. That's the one you're asking. But let Matt go for now. Then I will look for more information. If I find it, I'll present it later again.
Okay.
Please, Matt, you can go.
Thank you, my brother, forefathers. So point of correction, you know that one that our brother is saying, which is Igbo basic, that one is still existing. It's still existing. I know it because from Umuahia, you go to Odumuahia, from Odumuahia to Aba, from Aba to Port Harcourt, because I normally use it when I was, in so even last time.
How long ago, Matt?
Should I say it's about 20 years ago?
20 years ago?
Oh, yeah.
Because I had my photographer sent me some pictures of the rail line, and I don't think the train can even pass.
yes, I'm saying that last time I went there, the same railway, railway is still there. It's still there, but people are buying and selling there in Ibishige, Umuahia.
Did
Okay.
you join the train? That's my question.
No, I didn't. I didn't see any trend. Sorry, I didn't see no trend there. I didn't see no trend, but people are buying and selling like normal, like they used to do. But why, if trend is coming, they will leave. The same way they used to do.
I have to make
But
some phone calls to Abba.
okay,
Hot.
okay.
I'll make some phone calls
I,
and somebody will answer that question.
please, yeah. Okay. Look, guys, where I'm going to start right now, like what our brother Ibu David said, hmm, there's something. I'm not talking about all Yorubas, but I have to say Yorubas because I'm not going to put exceptional here. These Yoruba people. Niger go better. I'm sorry for saying it, but I had to say Yoruba. I know that you are not more. The only thing is this: Igbos, we died for Abiola or Sabiola. You know about it. Abiola. I nearly quarreled with some people that no, not nearly, quarreled with them because of Abiola, because he's from a south, he's a southerner. Fourth, I wonder how this come to our turn, and some people are claiming that they love Tinubu more than Obi. They love Tinubu more than things that they see that can bring change in the country. There are a lot of people who died. I know a lot of people who came from that Osa Abiola. They are still right there in Abia State, right there in Imo State. They couldn't go back to their base because they supported a Westerner. They supported Abiola. Even though Abiola made a mistake, said a word against the Igbos that he can do without Igbos. He made mention of that. Even at that, Igbos don't care. They wanted him to go in because they know that he merited it. Now, to come to the north, why are they afraid that P2B, they don't want P2B and that to go in? They're afraid of Amajiri. You people are not thinking about this. Amajiri people whom they left impoverished, they are using them as tools for violence everywhere, both in election and all that. How can you educate them? When you educate them, who will go there to do this job for them? Who will go there to be doing killing and to be maiming when they need riots? They will call them. Who will do that for them? That is why they are preventing P2B not to be there. You come to Lagos, the same thing applicable to Lagos. Because someone that has an idea to get out these arboros and this what do you call it in Lagos that are disturbing the whole street. This Bible want to get them from out of the street and give them better jobs and give them, some can even go back to school, but their chief cohorts, who is the whatever he is in Lagos, wouldn't want it because they are accused of violence in his hand. All these things are the things that is playing out in Nigeria. I imagine where I am right now. You just call someone's son to go and begin to kill someone or to go and snatch ballot votes. I can't imagine it happening here that I am. So there are a lot of things that we should understand. This thing happened to Jonathan when Jonathan was, trying to get this Amajiri. trying to get them into school. You know what happened? You people were thinking that it's because of politics. It's because of all these things. Those guys those alhajis cannot let those children, have a better life, because when they have a better life, their case is finished.
Yeah, but Matt, let me add this though. Kwankwaso did similar stuff, and he succeeded. He won Kanu because he educated quite a lot of people.
This is because he had that that we are in the same track. He is because he knows, but it is not in the same in all norths. If you get Kanu, okay, let them for imagine now. Just let's imagine it. It didn't happen. But let's just say that Kwankwaso, someone like Kwankwaso was in Kaduna, in Nasarawa, let's say in Jos, in so many parts of the north, like let's say about 6 or 7 states, do like Kwankwaso. Don't you think that Nigeria, northern states, will have a different shape?
It may have a different shape. You remember,
No.
Aminu Kanu's doctrine is against the power of the elites in the north. Aminu Kanu, and that's the tradition that Kwankwaso comes from. And they are for the Talakawas, as they call them. That's the masses of the people. So there's a movement in the north for that too. Is that we in the south, what you can do if you want to work for the masses of the south is to kind of come together with those ones to lend weight to your argument, so that you can now, because can you imagine if P2B and Kwankwaso actually work together this time? They probably would have won this election.
No, probably no, because if they will.
For sure,
because it will not be a different ball game. Sometimes, even when there's an idea that you were just given based on the East, what they should do, talking to the senators and all that, talking to the federal government and all that. How can federal government help the Easterners vote in the stooges of what their tools, which is those men that always dance to the tune of federal government from the East? How do you think that things will work for us? When we, the people, said, we know our brothers, we know who can go and represent us. This person, we know he cannot speak for us. Why we say no? The federal government will say yes. When we come out to protest, they will kill, they will men. When you say that you want to go and vote, they will rig it. I mean,
do you think Peter Obi can speak for you?
Yeah.
Do you think Peter Obi can speak for you?
Yes.
No, let me just answer you.
Still
I didn't want to say Peter Obi will speak for me. Let's just say Peter Obi will speak for all Nigerians.
And he's still there. This is, I see, that's what we forget. Peter Obi has not disappeared. He's still there.
Do you know? Even Forefather, you are now coming into another question from the question you asked me now, because you remember in this forum how many people are talking. I've seen Jordan and CM sometimes try to speak against those things when they come up. They are calling Peter Obi Igbo president. This is what they are saying in Lagos. Why they don't want Igbos to be? They say Labour Party belongs to Igbos. All these things. Father, let me still tell you something. This thing that happened in Lagos now. I want to tell you something. Remember that this person they killed, the father that went to do votes, might be the son or the daughter might be another Nnamdi Kanu. Watch. The son or the daughter. You can preach anything you want to preach to that family now. And this man did not die because Nigeria did not want him. They want him to vote. It's because Yoruba in Lagos say that
he is an Igbo man, he shouldn't vote, he shouldn't participate. I'm telling you, no matter what you preach to this guy or the son or the daughter of that person about Nigeria, about Lagos, he will grow up and be another Namdeka. This is the kind of seed these people are, trying to plant in people's hearts. I'm telling you, it's a very troublesome something. Lagos as it is. I know that they might apologize. They might say something maybe later. I know this is what I'm thinking. They might, but no matter how it is, there's something that Igbos used to say. Someone will explain to you. This is mmanụ kwapụrụ akwapụ mkpokọta adịghị ya. Igbo
that one is a deep one. I didn't hear one thing.
You understand? You will explain it, Juden. You will explain it here.
It talks oil way throw away. There is no way you go gather them. When oil you throw away, you can't get it.
It's like a spilled milk. No need crying over a spilled milk.
Yeah,
exactly. So I'm trying to conclude now. But I'm only just trying to say to us, I have seen some ladies that have come here because I've been watching this thing throughout the whole morning. This thing, I'm not happy. I'm not happy because of the things that happen in Lagos. Look at now, forefather, look at in Abia State. Let me just, before you now we judge this one, even if I'm not around, because I'll watch it tomorrow. In Abia State, where Igbo Basic came from and where I came from, we said, please, we don't want you. Go and you have tried. Go and sit down. We want this person to rule. But the people on top and the person in other state said that he must be this person. What do you want the people to do? What exactly do you want people to do?
By force.
Do you understand? You understand what I'm saying? What do you want us to do? We have now gone to vote. We have voted, and we said the people on top said he must be that person, and that person said he must be him. Now, who are we? Are we if the masses begin to behave in the other way that people, the federal government will begin to say that we did this, we did that, we did. Are you going to blame us? Why don't you give us that person that we want? When that person mess up, we kick him off. But I'm trying to use this video to tell Oti, if you win today, this video, you can cut it to give it to him. Please, don't disappoint me. I have used my face through my media to chant, to talk, to speak for you. If you disappoint us, if you win, disappoint us, you did not change Aba. You did not change Omoahia. You did not make those places to become a place that will attract investors. I don't know what I will tell you.
You guys, I definitely support that 100%. I think Nigeria better wanted to say something. Please, he's been very patient.
I'm with you on that.
I'll make some comments and I want to leave now. And I think what's his name? Mark, that just spoke now. If you look at it, you spoke very well. You touched quite a lot of things. But incidentally, you are sliding to those ethnic something that we talked about. In your statement now, you've blamed Yorubas. You blamed Hausas. If another person will respond now and say something about Igbos, we'll go back to the back and forth, all of those banters. We all need to look beyond that one and stop castigating other people. And if you look at it, let me finish my statement. And maybe forefather Jude and the likes can bear me witness. We've had Northerners occasionally that they join this group. You see what kind of impression they said they have. And incidentally, most of them, they will join like 2 or 3 times afterwards, then they'll stop joining again. See, like some people will say, we only have 2 tribes in Nigeria, the oppressed and the oppressor. Whether in the north or in the south, it's just the same thing. And the second thing I would say is this. in terms of Peter Obi will have won this election
He
if
won.
him and Kwankwaso work together. That one is clear. Forget about whether they will allow Igbo or they will not allow Igbo. The problem is the penetration in the north was not that strong. Dati is rather a burden on the tickets rather than somebody that complements that ticket because it doesn't have electoral value. It didn't have any electoral value. We all see it.
Brother,
He
no.
couldn't even win his local government.
No.
We know some other candidate also couldn't win their local government. But if you look at it, he couldn't make any influence in Kaduna. He couldn't make much influence in the north. So,
Resigned.
and if you look at it, I'll give you an example. If you look at Barack Obama as an example, as a candidate of Democrats then, he went ahead to go and pick Biden for a reason. Trump went ahead to go and pick Mike Pence then for a reason. So there's a way you balance your ticket because if you look at it, Peter Obi is a politician. But if you look at the way he campaigned in this election, he campaigned more like a technocrat than a politician. So there's a way you balance ticket, you complement it. Somebody like Kwankwaso is very popular in the north. The reason why maybe he didn't have so much votes is because they see that his penetration down to the south also wasn't that strong. But in the north, maybe in subsequent elections, you see that Kwankwaso is going to be a very viable candidate. So that's what I'll say. But when we want to make comments, let's stop, say, the Alajis, the Fulanis, the Hausas, the Igbos, the Yorubas. We're still going back to that things that always cause divisions.
I'm not going to let me just add one quick point. Let me just add one quick point. I think this one. No, I'm going to let you talk. It's a very, very short point I wanted to make. I've seen cases where this is part of Nigeria that we miss a little bit. You forget that it's a Muslim ticket on the other side that will be very attractive to some northerners, even when they don't like this in Tinubu. You see that in America, you see that kind of behavior where the Christians, evangelical Christians, are willing to vote for Trump, even if Trump represents everything they hate. But just because they felt that it's going to give them a Supreme Court that's going to ban abortion, they vote for him anyway. So sometimes these people, they vote against their economic interest just to get their religious beliefs come true. So that's something we are discounting a little bit. That's why maybe the northerners actually voted for that Muslim ticket. You see what I mean? Sorry.
I want to correct an impression. I'm not going further. My brother, I didn't remember. That was not excited. I'm only trying to point out where that this thing that I pointed out, if you look into it deeply, you will know that this is where these people are holding us. I don't want to mention the name. They are holding us there. Let me tell you, and I, we are enlightened. They cannot use us. They are using those people that did not go to school. And when you yourself, who have graduated, you have achieved a lot. And you meet these people carrying machetes, carrying gun, my brother, you will not want to begin to risk your life with them. But if those people are enlightened like you, those people say them, they will not go. This is what I'm trying to say. That's all. I'm not trying to incite anybody. No.
I have a question before you go, please.
Let me say.
Okay.
I think Jude, you wanted to ask a question.
No, not a question. I just want to. It's supposed to be a comment.
If you wanted to say something, you have to take 30 seconds because a lot of people need to.
Yeah, my comment. Just quickly. You see, this narrative they are pushing out there, and people like my brother Naija Gobeta and some other people that have come here and other platforms have been pushing. If Obi had joined Kwankwaso, he would have won the election. That narrative is a very dangerous narrative. The reason it's dangerous is that we are giving credence to an illegitimate government. We are simply saying that Obi did not win election and that Tinubu won election. That the whole world, even the international community that observed the election, knew that Tinubu did not win election. That Tinubu was handpicked by INEC and Buhari and all the APC cohort to put there as a Nigerian president. So let us stop this dangerous narrative. Okay, be one
So
election,
hold
and he's
on.
going to court to prove that. And by the time we should just calm down. When we get to court, hopefully, the court might have not. Hopefully, the court will live to their expectation. Let's just give them the benefit of that they have not collected money like INEC have collected. Okay, and they will live to their expectation, and then the proof is there. Even I get the proof.
See, Jude, you use your 30 seconds. You use your 30 seconds. See, the thing is, it's okay. I agree with you that we should wait for the proceedings to go on. But while we are talking right now, we have to talk from the context of the outcome the results we have now.
Yeah, and but the outcome did not say the outcome. Yeah. The outcome was not. The outcome was torn. Okay?
No, I get where you're coming from. Let me finish my point. No, Jude, you have to wait. Now, other people, see, I want to go to other people so that other people can talk. I just wanted to make it brief that, you know, it's hard for us to not find a way to interpret what we are seeing on the ground right now. And this is why I try to, you know, just give the benefit of that and say, okay, because everybody before this election, we were saying that P2B needs to win with a landslide. That's in such a massive way that you cannot refute it in any way. But we don't know that. We have not gotten any evidence of that because they have numbers, you know.
Look at what happened in Lagos yesterday now, and you say, and people will come and say Showolu won Lagos. Showolu didn't win Lagos.
I just had a question for my brother Naija Gobeta, if I may. Naija Gobeta, I painted a picture yesterday in plain language. I think when it comes to boyfriend, girlfriend, hello, fellow panelists.
Yes, we are here.
Okay, when we say boyfriend, girlfriend, I think everybody's ears will rise. Yesterday, I painted a picture that what seems to be happening between our Western brothers, because when you say West, I'm counting from across the Niger all the way to wherever Nigeria ends there. That's the West of Nigeria. And sometimes we call them all Yoruba, which is a misconception. Then you come to the East. Everything east of the Niger, you call them all Igbos, even though you have Efik, Ibibio, Kalabari, Ikwere, etc. In this case, the picture I painted yesterday was a picture where the East and the West are struggling for a beautiful girlfriend. And that beautiful girlfriend is the Nigerian presidency. And that is the reason why you quack me, I quack you. Come on, the girl is mine. The girl is mine. And all to the detriment of the South. So my brother Naija Gobeta, without even saying Ijebode, Ore, and the rest of it, don't you think that what is happening here is a case of two fighters struggling for one beautiful girl, and in the meantime, the North is out there smiling all the way to the bank and say, leave them now, make them fight. When the fight finish, we'll still have the prize. Can you help me in that my line of thought? You think I have made sense to you? Because if me and you the drag girlfriend, which is the presidency of Nigeria, you not go agree make I catch them all because you want her for you, right? Can you?
Yeah, I hope I'm able to answer your question. But this is the way I see it. It is politics. And I said something close to the question you're asking at the beginning. Presidential system of governance divides people, which is what we experienced. And if you look at, based on the result declared, also, if you look at the northern votes, also divided between APC and PDP. The southern votes divided between Labour Party and APC. So Politics is just like everybody wants, oh, we want the same thing, we fight for it. But the problem I have with it is after the election, the wound takes longer to heal. Sometimes the next election is still going to come and meet the wound, and some people will still do more damages to expand the area that the last wound left. So what you are saying might be what the democracy is all about, and you can do without experiencing that one all the time. So is like, how do you mean that the agreement, quote unquote, the southern governors or southern leaders had? I think they had it in the Delta State, if I'm correct. That was the Delta governor was the one that Okowa was the chairman or the leader of that part then. But this is politics. I mean that they went ahead and solidified that agreement and say it has to come to South. And if PDP also, they went ahead the same way what APC governors did, that it has to go to the South. If they did that, maybe this problem will not be this much.
Thank
And
you.
most likely, maybe, what's it?
Yeah, I say thank you so that I wanted to go to someone. I think you've answered the question, haven't you?
Okay, so that I can.
Yeah, Phil hasn't.
just
Okay, just interject for 1 minute, please, so that Phil can say something. He hasn't had any opportunity to even say anything. So 1 minute, CM, please.
Okay, so I try. You see, I refuse to accept any narrative that is analyzing whatever INEC brought out as figures. I don't. Rather, what INEC should explain to Nigerians is why election was held, 3 elections, simultaneously the same day. You uploaded House of Senate. Is anybody disputing it all over the country? No. You uploaded House of Reps. Why did you deliberately? That of the presidency was not uploaded because they want to fix it in and then put Tinubu's name. Assuming it is uploaded like the rest, and whoever wins, that ends it. So if they now go and manufacture figure and they asking me to come and start analyzing it. No, that's why P2B said.
But CM, let me ask you this question though. Hold on. Let me ask you this question. Labour Party has people in all the polling units that they participated in.
Yes.
So why don't they just give us the number so that they put all this to rest?
Yes. Good question. This question was asked almost by Shengo Kimbaloye when P2B made the press conference. He said, if I answer this your question, what will I tell the court? So P2B will present the actual figure when he goes to the tribunal. So until then, none of this figure be, even if
exactly
you tell me that
then we don't know. We don't know.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming. That's why I'm saying, even if you tell me P2B scored a 500 million vote in Lagos, I won't even take it. I won't, because it is not uploaded. So all those things are just like, let me give you here, give you there. Why should INEC refuse?
But why is Labour not hinting people that, well, no, hold on, but why does Labour not just say, you know what, release statement here, say, you know what, our own number is showing that we got 9 million or something. Why are they not doing that?
Exactly. They've said, if you listen to the address by the Labour Party chairman, the day they are as well to announce Tinubu in, he said, Labour will never accept any result that was not uploaded at the polling unit. It's not me saying it. Look for that address. He said it clearly. So the question Nigeria should ask is, why is it that 3 ballot paper, 1, 2, 3, you did it at the same time? Everything counted. Why didn't you upload it?
But you are moving to process. I'm talking about what they actually have in their hands. If you have something in your hands, save your followers the trouble. Let's be sure that you have actually won the election.
That's why a wrong process can never produce a good result. Go and note, a wrong process can never produce a bad.
Yes, but show proof that it didn't produce. Show us proof that it didn't produce a good. I think that maybe they should share the information that they have with us.
Exactly. That's why they said let us meet, because INEC has already told them go to court. That's what they are waiting. We then collect all these things. They show it. So until P2B present, they present their fact at the tribunal. All these things are hogwash. That's what we are saying.
My brother, CM, that is what is going on, brother CM. What is going
I
on
think
is
he's
this.
just leaving a lot of room for speculation.
Hold on.
And I
INEC,
don't
hold on.
personally, I would, if you have the figures, show it to us so
Wait
that
now.
it kills
Wait,
everything.
wait now. What's happening is that
It's at the
INEC is
tribunal.
stalling. INEC is stalling, which is the reason why the actions of tomorrow is going to occur. INEC, even though they've been asked by the court to allow the OB team to examine the materials, INEC is waiting for 3 more days to pass. They are doing what you call in American football, not even intentional grounding. They are trying to run out the clock. They've only allowed the OB team access to 2 states, not the major things. They are waiting to run out the clock so that in about 3 days, they will say the statutory time has passed when you haven't gathered your evidence to be able to go to court. And that is why the activities of tomorrow will take place. INEC is still counting.
But it helps the supporters. It helps the supporters if we have more information that we can work with. Because this thing where, okay, you're going to court,
That's
we
why
don't
he
know
said.
what we are
That's
fighting.
why he. That's why he told the
what I just
supporters,
pointed out to you.
everybody calm down. That he's going to show the figure in court. That's what we are waiting for. That's why he's going
But
to court.
INEC is
It
not
is going there
allowing
to
them.
show the figure, so that you
INEC
and
is
me
not
can see
allowing
a
them
different
what the
figure
law
from
has
what.
asked for. INEC is not allowing them what the law has guaranteed them. INEC
Please,
is
can I come
stalling
in?
for 3 more days so that they will blow the whistle.
Thank you.
And when they blow the whistle, they don't have enough to present in court.
Thank you, Igbo
That's why
Basics.
they present
Is it at number 6 field?
Yeah, number 6 field.
Hash number 6 field. Okay, thank you.
Also,
thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you all for your contributions. My interest all the time is this is a very veritable forum to have people like you come to talk about pressing issues. It shows that there's a lot of interest, regardless of the divergence in views and opinions. My suggestion is that can something come out of this forum, like a plan of action besides the talk that I've been talking? Because if we harness all the capacity that we have in this forum, human capacity and all that, we can do something. So do you people have any such plans, or is it just going to be like coming to talk and all that? I've consistently raised this issue because that is where my interest is, basically, so I don't know what plans. Like CM, I listened to you earlier. I see the way you're very vociferous in putting forth your opinions and all that. Regardless, I know these are people that if Nigeria is a working environment, these are people that will drop eventually their ideas about living, and they want to prosper. Basically, the goal is prosperity. The pursuit of happiness. Every tribe, every creed, every religion. When people do not find an opportunity where they can thrive, that's when they want to find alternatives. But then the ideas that we have of a sane society, can we form an action forum where we can see how we can begin to bring this into fruition, those things that we want to see. So I don't know if you guys have any such plan, but that would be very beautiful. To just let all these ideas just be on the air, talk, and just we all dismiss. We will be doing ourselves a great disservice,
This is why I asked earlier on whether what do you think that no matter who comes out on top, that there should be some element of government. Okay. Oh God, I notice how you just smile the moment you turn your face. it's all good. I was just trying to find out. Listen, I was trying to ask whether it would be a good idea, no matter who comes out on top, eventually, to have a kind of government of national unity. because it appears that the votes are technically split around three ways, except there's a catastrophic collapse in one party's vote. So do you think it's a good idea as a way forward?
Seriously, like for me personally, I think we should allow the courts to do their job first. We should not preempt them. And at this point, I think the Labour Party has a very strong case, and I want to believe if the courts are going to rule on the law, more often than not, they rule on technicalities. Maybe because their hands are tied, a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure, obviously, a lot of conspiracy, and those are truths. But for once in Nigeria, I think the courts might do the right thing. They might do the right thing because
No, I believe they would do the right thing. If there's evidence, they would definitely
yes,
do the right thing, because it would be tantamount to a coup if they don't do the right thing. It's a coup.
There's a very strong case on the Labour side, a very strong case. And also, if I would touch lastly, because my son is bothering me right here, if I would touch lastly on the issue of the Igbo issue, honestly, there has always been an Igbo issue in Nigeria, but the trajectory is changing for the better. If you look at this last election, I mean, there's a lot of acceptance now because young people are now, because of technology, social media, intermarriage, a lot of all these sociological factors, people are more embracing. So let's keep hope alive. I don't think Yoruba people have any issue with Igbos. I think the criminal political class in Lagos are afraid of the Igbo factor in trying to upturn and take away their criminal enterprise Lagos. Because of course the Igbo vote is very, is major in Lagos. It's very significant. When I say Igbo, I mean non-Yoruba, because there are a lot of other people there. They just say Igbos, everybody. I lived in Lagos, a great deal, and I know there's an Igbo issue in Lagos. And this issue is being fueled by these very criminal, politicians. So let's not try and generalize. Let's be very hopeful. But
exactly,
on the issue of the Obi has a strong case. And what I raised, can we have a forum? Can we create something out of this? That's I have my passion, because let's not just allow this to just go, because this is a fertile ground, and you can see people talk with a lot of emotions, a lot of ideas, intelligent people. We can begin to push the agendas that we want to see in our nation, no matter how little, but we could start somewhere. So I want to rest my case there.
Thank you for that. I think, you see, this comment is because I talked about government of national unity. I don't know how people expect a house to be formed. Here in the UK, when we had a massive recession in 2008, it led to an election that the party that got the largest vote could have decided to just run themselves as individual government one at a time, but they formed the government of national unity to pull together and resolve the problems. And I believe the Nigerian problem is greater than any country that I know in the world, apart from some of them that are flat out at war. So if this problem that we're having, if we don't figure out a way for all parts of the country to pull together and honestly work together in a way that the best minds come together to solve the problem, it's going to be slower for us to get to where we need to get to. I don't understand why people have such aversion to working together. If P2B can emerge from this thing, PDP, there has to be good people out there too that are like P2B, that are like Shore, that may be under the radar, that can come out, join together to solve the problem, because we need everybody on deck. If people can come from overseas to come and fix the problem in Nigeria, they should. The entire country needs to pull together. Otherwise, this thing, because one side is going to be pulling one's direction, the other is going to be pulling the other direction, and we settle for the mess that they leave behind. That's all I'm saying, and that is not evil. I don't know why people call that evil. To say that people should work together. I wanted to share this video that because sorry, Sam, I'm going to let you go. I just want to share this video about the question Igbo Basics was asking about the rail line, because I said I was going to look into that. I do like us to be quite thorough about this thing so that he doesn't come back again and start questioning, is that train working or not? We don't want that this thing to be coming back. So let me just see if I can share this thing quickly. Quickly. All right, that's it. Let me just play that. I hope you all hear it.
The rehabilitation and reconstruction of this line was recently inaugurated.
Hold on. I think I moved it too far, and it's playing too fast. Hold on. Do you prefer it fast or a bit slower? Because I'm playing it double speed. Okay, I will just go slow. I don't want people that are not used to it. I'll play it now.
Another rail line video. This time we'll be looking at the Eastern Rail Line. We'll be giving you all the details about this line. As you are aware, the rehabilitation and reconstruction of this line was recently inaugurated.
Is that your voice?
Many new branches added to the Eastern Rail Line. Many cities will for the first time see a rail line pass through them. The Eastern Rail Line starts from Nigeria's biggest oil city, Port Harcourt, to many cities in the southeast before going all the way to Maiduguri in the north. Work on the rehabilitation and reconstruction of the rail line has started already. This rail line is one of the oldest in Nigeria. In fact, the Port Harcourt to Kafanchan section of the Eastern Rail Line was completed in the early 1940s. Yes, this is true for the connecting line from Kafanchan to Kaduna and also from Kafanchan to Kuru and Jos. From Kuru to Maiduguri was completed in 1965. The reason for the rehabilitation of this line is because many sections of this line, including bridges, are dilapidated as a result of non-use. When a lot of highways were built in the 1980s, it brought competition to the train service, and passenger traffic dropped significantly as a result. In the 90s, some trains were added to this line, and trains started running skeletal services. But trips took so long, sometimes 2 days, from Port Harcourt to the north. It reached to a point that the trains had to stop running, which led to a complete dilapidation of the track.
Reasonable
Parts
choice.
are missing and remaining ones are seriously rusted. Even after a contract was awarded in 2011 for the rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt to Makurdi section, the rail line is still mostly out of service. Now, a fresh $3 billion contract has been awarded that will completely rehabilitate and reconstruct the entire Eastern Rail Line infrastructure. Let's see some details about the existing infrastructure on this line before we get to the many cities and towns that it passes through. The Eastern Rail Line is a single-track narrow gauge designed to handle a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Even after the rehabilitation and reconstruction, it will still maintain these specs. Yes, the specifications won't change. It will still be narrow gauge. There exists a total of 104 stations at the moment. But like you already know, most of these stations are overgrown by weights, and most of the platform in these stations are damaged. They will close down 43 stations and rehabilitate 61 stations. All these might change in the future if traffic of both passengers and cargo increases.
Okay, so you see that slide at the end.
Sorry, I just thought I should share that so that we know that these things are going on in the country, because sometimes we are not aware that these things are going on. I wasn't aware until I checked to see these things. Because Igbo basically wasn't aware that the line was being renovated and stuff like that. So I've always said it that from what I see in Nigeria, this year could be a turning point, depending on what we choose for it. Dangote refinery is coming on stream, which Nigeria owns 20% of. Depending on how much fuel Dangote refinery generates, if it generates a lot, that 20% could almost service the entire Nigerian needs, and then it gives space for the Nigerian refineries to come on stream. And the train lines that they are constructing, by the time they finish renovating this one, who knows, the one from Lagos to Calabar may also be close to being completed. So there's a lot of things that are going on that will lead to industrialization that we have to pay attention to too.
So the question that need to be asked is this: this rail line, Port Harcourt to Maiduguri, was built the same time from Lagos to Kano. That of Lagos to Kano is a brand new standard gauge modern rail. Why are you rehabilitating old one for that side? Why? Yet
Because
you
the other
borrow
one is
money.
Chinese.
I'm coming.
That one is Chinese.
Yes, you should have made it Chinese too. Then why did you borrow money and then build it till Maradi in Niger Republic free of charge? Why? When you know that the economic belt that will generate more money to the economy is in the south, that area. Why? And it was a second thought. When people protested, they said, okay, they will rehabilitate it. Rehabilitate something built in 1930 something. Why you put a brand new one from Lagos to Kano, to Niger Republic? You see, sometimes when
Is there a train from Lagos to Niger Republic? I don't think so.
It was extended now from
There's
Kano
a train from
to
Lagos
this thing.
to
Am I lying?
direct train to Kano.
I
didn't know that.
A rail line is not the one they built. Lagos, the one that passed from Lagos Ibadan going up to north. Am I lying? Then from Abuja to Kano.
You guys are not answering my question. I put the poser. Can you please address the poser?
Please, just a moment. So there is, and then the one from Kano going down through Kasena, Daura to Maradi in Niger Republic. For what? Why can't you connect Lagos to Benin going to Onitsha? Why? Is that not the nation's money? And this money you borrowed, people from the southeast will still pay back. We are borrowing it on behalf of the country. All you tell them is you are going to rehabilitate, stand narrow gauge. You see, that's why sometimes when
is it
people
not narrow gauge from is it not narrow gauge from Lagos to Kano too? Just
no,
to be clear.
It's standard gauge. It's standard gauge. It's standard. Didn't you?
So you want you want a brand new one to be built.
That is the thing now. This is something built in the 30s, 80 kilometers per hour. Didn't you hear the commentator say it?
But maybe we can deal with one thing. They are still trying to do the Lagos to Calabar one. That one to me is of higher priority, really, because most of the trade is happening between those areas, isn't it?
The question people should ask is, why should you borrow money to go and build a rail to Niger Republic when there is Lagos on Benin, then going to Onitsha, maybe to Calabar, down to Calabar? Why? You go and that one in Niger, we will pay it. Of what economic importance is that one compared to Lagos to Benin?
Is there no train line from Nigeria to any other country like Benin Republic or this in Cameroon? Is there any train line?
There's no train line. There is none. You can check.
Okay.
Somebody, we are many here. They can prove me wrong. So and then the thing is, you borrowed money from China with interest, and you are doing it there. Why you left this place undone? What does that tell you? What sort of government is that? It's not nepotism and then wickedness. So what we are trying to say is this: the issue that's why when they are depriving us of all these things, I mentioned it here that Anambra State government built a brand new airport from the scratch, international standard, with the wrong way. Why is it not operating international route? They say the federal government hasn't given the license. Which license? What sort of bloody license that they can't operate? The one in Enugu that should be international, they closed it down. They didn't want to do anything. Because they are southeast. To get into the southeast, you have to either go to Abuja or maybe you stop in Lagos or you go down to Port Harcourt. For what? Why? Then the Igbo man said, let us use our Anambra money and build it. Obiano build it, Anambra money during COVID-19, 2020. Very expensive. International standard. The second longest runway in Nigeria after Lagos. The runway is longer than that of Azikiwe in Abuja, Murtala in Aminu Kano in Kano, and then Port Harcourt. Yet, they denied them that opportunity. Why? He said they haven't given their license to fly. They should be doing local route. Must you buy a Ferrari, Lamborghini to use as a taxi in Nigeria when 505 can do it? Of what use? Why?
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure why they decided to build to Niger Republic. Really, it could be because of the Continental Free Trade Agreement, but it should go to Cameroon and others too.
That you have to satisfy. There is pressing need in Nigeria from Lagos to look at if you fly from Lagos, Benin Shagamu Road, spoiling all the time. Why can't it follow that? Because people said bring it to Benin, divert it to Warri, from Benin to Asaba, Asaba to Onitsha, then get to Owerri, to Calabar, and then from Benin to Port Harcourt, from Port Harcourt through Sapele, Benin to Warri, through Sapele, then go to Yenegoa, Patani, all those places, then go and connect it. Why can't you do it? You've opened up the coast. And that is what Obi is planning to do. And that is why the attack, Operation Stop Obi by all cost. That's why they didn't upload the presidential election. That is the reason. Because if they upload it, Obi they know Obi won't clear. Because Obi said he's going to open the south coast. Jonathan, they were blaming him. They said Ogoni clean up. Why didn't he do? Oshibajo flagged up Ogoni clean up. Till today, nothing was done. Nothing. So when people,
I think there was to be fair, there was cleanup of the Ogoni. See, we have to be factual about these things. I actually saw videos of it. Yeah, you want me to show you? I actually remember seeing videos of it even before this thing. Or is it not oil cleanup in the Ogoni area? Yes, I've seen some videos of it, oil cleanup.
But just a teaser. That was it. Just did something to us.
So you see, when people now said
extensive videos of it. It's not like
people now blame Jonathan. They say Jonathan went there, East-West Road, he didn't do. He was busy building Almajiri school in the north. Now Obi said, vote me in. I'm going to open up South and open the seaport and the coast with rail, so that business can move from Benin down to Warri, Sapele, all those areas. Open it up. That is why Obi is facing what he's facing today. How can you conduct 3 elections in a day? You upload 2. House of Senate, House of Reps, presidency, not even one was uploaded because they want to manipulate it. 48 hours later, no result.
Forefathers, can I address
and
what you were mentioning earlier on?
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go. Sorry, Amori has been here, so so that he can, because he went and came back. But just ask whatever you want to ask before he.
Okay, no, allow Amori to go ahead because I probably want to talk a little bit. Go ahead, Amori.
Okay, welcome, Amori.
All right, thank you, bro. Thank you for the opportunity. You see, a lot of issues were raised, and I was putting my hand to react them. I didn't have the opportunity, and I think I've lost count of some of it. But I can still remember vividly. Somebody was raising the issue of what can we do with the talk? Is it just a talk show? It's more than a talk show, and it's doing a lot of wonders. You might not be aware. The tsunami you saw in Nigeria, started from talk shows like this. Davoshomole said it was 2 people tweeting from a room. But what they saw, I told them one was before there was more than 2 people tweeting, chatting from a room. So we are doing a lot, and it's making a lot of impact. I don't know if that brother is still here. I'm not saying we cannot take it to the next level. We can do more than what we're doing here, but it's creating a lot of awareness, and it's making a lot of impact. That being said, somebody was talking about forefather. There is no way, there's no justification for the shambolic SSS called election in Nigeria. There's no justification for it. The process is wrong. The product, the end result must be wrong. You cannot build something on nothing. So that's an adage in law. It's a powerful one. You can't build something on nothing. And you cannot continue to shift goalposts at the middle of the game. It's not done anywhere. No justification for the shameful act of, of the shameful act of the shambolic conduct perpetrated by the INEC and Nigerian politicians. Nobody should come here and try to justify it. It's not about figure. The process was wrong. if you set a date to election that you're going to upload the result directly from polling unit to the server or whatever, you're not going by the process, automatically that process ought to have stopped. The only reason, I said it about 3 days ago, the only reason why we still have peace in Nigeria, why we still have something to call Nigeria right now, is because of the personality of Obi. People like us will not tolerate that nonsense. If if this revolution, if this mandate was built around somebody like Showore, by now, people that hate him before will have doubled the hatred for him right now. We will have been on the street right now. People will not allow them to see when that delay was on, giving them opportunity to prepare their evil result to be declared when people are sleeping. We will not allow that. So people that are blaming Showore for saying Showore revolution now, they will praise him later when they now discover that what Showore stand for is the only way out. I've discovered something about the Nigerian government. I've been dealing with them since I was a teenager. You know, they don't like peace. Obi, I'm not considering.
Right. Oh, sorry.
His connection is shaky.
Oh God. Okay, yeah, he's back.
Governor in Anambra.
He's back. I think.
How he was able to overcome the impeachment and all that. The godfathers in Anambra. I see the hand of I see divine hand in Obi. But then, let me tell you about one thing about Nigerian police. You remember when they were taking the Niger Delta Avengers, the Niger Delta People's Movement, they were flying them to Abuja with private jets, promising them, and then where the school the students that were protesting, they were killing students. They don't like peaceful negotiation. That's what I'm not a student of violence. I don't believe in violence. There's something if you do something over and over, it's not working for you. You keep doing it. It looks foolish on my own part. You know, we've tried them again and again. This one is even worse. People expected election of yesterday to be better than the previous one. What did you have? You got a very worse result. There's no basis for justifying the evil they are perpetrating in Nigeria called election. So nobody should come here and talk of where is the figure. Even if the figure is 1 or 2, it doesn't matter. So long as the process was 40, everything that emanated from that process is 40. That's by the website. Now, about the hatred.
But you see, Omori, the reason why I said that was because some people are saying the result was the other way around. So if you want to argue about the process, that's one thing. But if you want to argue about saying P2B won in a landslide, then I'm saying that to state that they should give us evidence for it.
I'm not declaring a winner. I'm not declaring a winner here. I'm not saying Obi won or the other, but the process was 40. It was abused. It was the process was abused and it was hijacked. It was obvious. You know, the will of the people they don't allow the will of the people to prevail. You know, as far as the presidential election was concerned. So anything they bring out of that process, that shambolic process, is a nullity. It does not stand the test of time. It's a nullity, and nobody can accept such a product from a 40 process. So that by the wayside. The issue I'm trying to push here is they say, well, there's music in Nigeria going on. Last everybody will chop breakfast. Those that hate Showore, those that are for Showore will come again to play Showore later when the revolution becomes the only option. The revolution is already staring at us in the face. No matter how you shall go from it, they have given us the opportunity to strike. We are just looking at them. You know, they will do and do, they will go get away with it. How long do we continue like this? We are tired of this process. We are tired of these ancestors. We are tired of these ancestors called politicians. You know, there's a limit to which you can push a goat. Nigerian people have been pushed to the wall. We have been blaming the Nigerian youth. They came out this time around to say, we have a voice, we want to speak, and you want to silence them. So, the point I'm trying to make out of this is that I witnessed an election in my state, 2008. Oshomole, we need somebody like, we need a violent person. You might not believe this, that to be able to break through this, I've witnessed this. I want to give you examples. PDP was the only option in Edo. Either the PDP way or the highway. We were tired. Most of them were just tired. We did the little we could in our own little world, in our local government and all that. We needed a voice that could take us to the top. That was why we brought in Oshomole. If I tell you what we did for Oshomole to make the governor, now that he has become he's sitting now, he can no longer talk. He has become a billionaire. If you know what we did for that That Oshomole came from the poorest of families in Edo. So by demography, by monetary wise or anything you can think of, Oshomole will not be able to become a governor in Edo. But there's something he had to his advantage. I'm talking about the revolution we expect that the symbol that will lead the revolution that will take the Nigerian position into their political oblivion. So Oshomole came on board. The money he didn't have. He came from he's from Edo North. Edo North is the smallest of all 3 tribes in the political equation in Edo. So Edo South is the largest. Edo Central and Edo North. So by demography, Oshomole will not be there. By finance and every other thing, Oshomole will not be there. Even by political goal for that reason, he never had one. But we were able to mobilize the people behind him. Then he had a voice, coming from Labour, and that's a ruggedity. I'm telling you, those that blame Showore, he saw Showore morning to evening, they should be very careful. That tomorrow is pregnant, don't know what to do, give birth to.
Yeah, but Omori, you said something interesting. Where was the force to get Showore in office? Was it not the people that did it? Because they didn't resort to violence to do that.
Yeah, can you repeat your question again, sir?
Sorry, like to get this thing. What was his name again? Omoyele? No, the Edo guy.
Oshomole.
No, not Showore. Oshomole, yeah, Oshomole. Wow, their name is. Yeah.
I'm coming with my
So he didn't resort to violence to do that.
It's not a lot of violence. I'm telling you the story right now. He did what he could do in Edo North. He was very short of Edo North. So he was able to get lucky. Igbene John then was leaving office, followed by Igbene John was leaving office. Iyamu was the deputy secretary to state government. So Iyamu wanted to succeed Lucky Igbene John from the same senatorial district, Edo South. So a lot of people were not too comfortable with that. So when he could not get that, succeeding after staying with Lucky, he was the chief of staff. He became the secretary to state government. He wanted to succeed Lucky after Lucky's 8 years from Edo South. Eze Yamu wanted to succeed Lucky. People were not comfortable, and then he wasn't comfortable with that. And then he wanted somebody from his own kitchen, which was Ubesia. So there was an active party. A lot of factors worked for Oshomole, but number one thing that made it work out was ruggedity. Ruggedity. Somebody has to be revolutionary minded to get it through. In Nigeria, if you don't have the godfathers backing you, if this kind of revolution we had in the last election was built around somebody like Oshomole and Showore, I bet you I can back my life. The Nigerian government will not get away with it. So the reason why I'm pointing this one out is that we need everybody on board. The idea of trying to come here and fight a tribal war, a religious war, that is not the issue. We are all victims. So by the time they sponsor tribal war for us, when we're fighting ourselves, when we hear arguing, they are busy getting away with our Commonwealth. We should be aware of this. This is a trap. Nobody should fall into this. Coming again to the Oshomole factor. Oshomole they have not been able to produce governor since the time of Agbazika Emi in the military era. So when Oshomole was able to at least dominate his own area, Lucky Igbene John and Eze Yamu did anti-party against their own party, PDP. So against the moment Obasanjo did not allow Tony Aneni to project his political godson, political head boy, which was Ubesia. So he wasn't happy. So you know how desperate Obasanjo was. He superimposed Professor Osumbo on the party from my own area, from Edo Central. So now Oshomole has an advantage from his Edo North and from those political bigwigs from Edo South that were ready to work against their own party. So that wasn't enough. They were still wanting to ring by armies. Obasanjo, who believed in doing that politics, he actually ringed for Osumbo, but he didn't stand the test of time. Why the second election was not for the election? Oshomole ring his own area. He was already winning over there. He had 1 or 2 calls from Edo South that the election was not going to in his favor. He moved from Edo. Overnight he organized a press conference. He didn't wait any minute. The election was rigged. They were rigging me out. He was winning here and there. They're killing people here and there. It was just a false alarm. You know how outspoken Oshomole could be. He moved from Edo coming to South. He took the intervention of a call from Eze Yamu to tell Oshomole, don't use your voice to your mouth to spoil. You are winning everywhere. Who is telling you? It was a strategy. He was, they say attack is the best defense. He was attacking. He had already done his own homework.
He was attacking when he was winning.
Thank you. I'm coming up with something here. I will give another example if time permits me. He said that was shouting. They have ringed him out. They're killing the people. He has already. He was actually the one ringing. He was ringing. Just like what that man from Kwara State did for APC during when they were able that made them they were able to sweep PDP out of office. Propaganda is one of the things you use in politics. So he was moving with his convoy on election day when he was supposed to be restricted to his own domain, coming to the south to cause confusion. He was moving directly to INEC headquarters. Even before nobody could get to Benin, INEC were already putting the houses in order. So the question after the election is that you said the process was wrong. Now that you emerge, will you also say the process was wrong? He did all that to stampede them, to stop them from the evil plans they had. They could not hatch it. So how, somewhere, I like peace. So if I like Obi as a person, if this whole movement was built around somebody as Showore, I bet you that night, they will not proceed. Nobody will give them a chance to announce for version by.
But okay. See, Omori, I think I get your point, but think about it. Oshomare, okay. Omoyole, man, his name, I'm really messing his name up. But he came into office and then the people turned on him. You forget that the process that brought him into office involved cheating and breaking the rules that he's supposed to be coming to fix. So when he get into office, are you surprised that he didn't do the things that he actually was meant to do by the people?
Yeah, very surprised. Yeah, that's where I'm coming from. It's supposed to be on the side of the people. But in Nigerian politics, they say when you are eating, you don't talk when you are eating. Now, within 8 years of being a governor of Edo State, he has joined the League of Billionaires. But that is not even my point. My point is that we need some element of ruggedity, coupled with the gentility of Obi, the kind of humble background of Obi, to be able to get these people, to take our destiny, our nation, out of their hands. The due process may work for Obi because once upon a time, they might want to create the impression that we're not part of this evil plot and all that. They might want to correct that impression that the Nigerian judiciary is corrupt. I hope he gets it. If he doesn't get it, one thing I'm preaching today, that we need each other. We need everybody. The idea of coming here to castigate one or two persons will not help us. Obi cannot get it alone. Tiwari cannot get it alone. Yoruba man cannot get it alone. Igbo man cannot get it alone. We have to come together as a people to defeat our common enemy. Nigeria is not working for anybody except for a few of them. So we should not have it to push us into unnecessary tribal argument and tribal war. This is what we need as a people. So what I'm saying, if that election, somebody like that revolution, people tried. Nigerian masses and Nigerian youth really tried. If that mandate was given to somebody like Oshomole or Showore, I bet you by now it will be a different song altogether. Whether you like it or not, I know what I'm talking about. Nigerian government needs that kind of forceful, and rugged movement to overcome them. Thank you very much. God bless you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And to be fair to Peter Obi, he has been known to be quite tough when it comes to taking on opposition. So his style is different. The way he goes about is different. But he can be very, very dogmatic, and his history doesn't say that he backs down from a fight, but it's just a different tactic he uses. So sorry, go ahead.
Don't underestimate Obi. Omori, I'm with you. And watch out for what is going to happen from tomorrow on. The game is on.
Yeah, Rock, you wanted to say something?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. So I'm going to say something, but let me just say a little thing about what Ibo Basic said. He said that INEC, of course we know, INEC is not letting Obi and his party access the materials. They've already let them access too as of right now. And that is very, very important. We need to start making noise about that. All of us.
Just two?
Just two. As at
2 states, you mean?
2 states, yes, 2 states.
Out of 9.
Yes.
That they wanted first.
Out of the 9 that really wanted. So we need to start making a lot of noise about that, because in court it's about evidence. He needs all the evidence he needs to get. So we need to start making noise about, especially River State and
Yeah.
Lagos. He needs to get his hands on those materials. So INEC is intentionally installing it because of course, after like 3 days it's going to be 21st, and after 21st, if he doesn't have the materials to file, and if he doesn't file, that's it. So let's all start making noise about that. Let's start asking the questions. Why is INEC stalling? What is going on? That is what I feel we should be asking.
But the court is not blind. They should, I guess they are blindfolded, but still they should know that it's not the OB campaign's fault, and extend it accordingly.
But then the court will look at you like it's what you present to us that we are going to judge based off of. Even if they're not blind, it's what you present to us, we will judge based off of that, right? So,
Mr. Forefathers, in a football match, in a soccer match, when 90 minutes is over, they blow whistle. That's done. In some cases, they will give overtime. But in this case, this is a technical issue. They're trying to knock somebody out technically. Nigerian government doesn't obey its own law. They blatantly try to just, okay, we hear you. And then what are you going to do about it?
I think the courts will be in serious trouble. Let's say INEC does not submit the data to the Labour Party, and then the court goes ahead to dismiss the case.
Well,
they will be asking for trouble.
That is in a normal country. Nigeria is not a normal country.
They will be asking if they dismiss the case, and Labour didn't have the chance. The court will be in trouble.
It happened in Imo State. The best punishment that they gave to Imo State, the judges that handled that, is a ban to US visa ban that to the judges. That's all. That's all. And they're still living in Nigeria.
You see, that's the kind of stuff that cause trouble. Now, if you go, if you don't give them chance to go and get the evidence, then you go and dismiss the case. Then you are the court should be prepared for the consequences of that kind of action, because it's a terrible signal. Because you are telling them that you are in cahoot with INEC. Because INEC clearly delayed it, then you go and penalize the Labour Party for it. That would be completely unacceptable. I don't think I just hope any judge is not as silly.
My friend, our judges are not normal. Nigeria is not normal. That is what is going on. Nigeria go look you koro for eye. If you talk again, I go slap you. Who you be?
That's why
That's Nigeria. They have lined up ammunition. They've lined up armored cars in Lagos. They've marshaled out. What they are trying to do is to instill fear on the people so that you don't come out. Right. That's why in my earlier submission, I said the game is on. We will take armored car. Not we whip out an armored car. It's our armored car.
Please. Can I quickly make a brief interjection? Okay, welcome.
I'm not done yet. So I just wanted to raise that point so we could start putting our attention to that aspect of INEC stalling. Now I want to go to the stuff that forefathers talked about, infrastructure that will kind of open up Nigeria and all of that. In a credible election, let's assume that if the 25th election was credible, any leader that emerged, be it Atiku, Tinubu, or Obi, would have had an incredible, or would have an incredibly difficult time to fix Nigeria, because Nigeria is so bad that everything doesn't work. But we all know we have a major problem. One of our major problems is insecurity and disunity. Okay, but insecurity is the major one, because countries that are trying to invest in your country, they want to make sure that I can do my business peacefully without being harassed. I can do my business there without losing my profits and all of that. They want to know how stable the country is, and a country that is having such insecurity problems as Nigeria is losing all their foreign investors and practically not having any new ones coming in to try to invest in the country. So that is one big thing that I think, instead of infrastructures, we should be thinking about insecurity to be the top priority. Now, going to infrastructure, I want to hit on infrastructure because, like we said, it is going to open up Nigeria and it's going to connect Nigeria and all of that. We are forgetting something. The infrastructures that we have could, if they are put to use, could already be making the Southeast already booming already. Could already be making the Northwest booming already, could also be making the South booming already. Let me tell you something. Right now, Nigeria is only, everything that is coming into Nigeria is coming through Lagos and maybe Abuja. Everything, like everything coming to, and you know what it means that if any commerce or anything, commercial stuff coming to your country, the first point of entry, there's a lot of business around that place, a lot of business that goes on around that place. So therefore, you have Lagos that has the only seaport that is functional and the biggest international airport we have, or the biggest functional international airport we have. You will see that is why Lagos is the commercial hub, and it will always be, unless the government and the people of Nigeria demand. For me, it's simple. You have basically have North that has Abuja International Airport. You have West that has Lagos International Airport. That these are the two that, for me, I've flown into all the times I go to Nigeria. And when I go to Lagos, I always stay in one of the hotels around there. You see, that's business already. That's already business around that area, because I stay there, I sleep there, and then I go to Port Harcourt. And then in Abuja as well, I stay around one of the hotels very close to the airport, and I sleep there. The next morning, I go to Port Harcourt. Why can't we have some commercial hubs for these airports to have like hubs in various centers of our country? For example, we have the West, Lagos. Leave it there. Let's look for Northwest, Northeast. Let them also have their own hub. Abuja can serve as North Central, and then let's come to the Southeast. Have one, maybe the Enugu or maybe Anambra. Have one there, and then also Port Harcourt to South. Now these flights, let's sign treaty. Well, let's sign the airlines. Let them sign. You guys should choose which hub you want to go into. The international airport should be flying. I see no reason why someone going to Enugu or going to Anambra will have to first of all book a flight to Lagos or Abuja, and then spend the night in Lagos, and then from that time take a connecting flight to Enugu, when we have international airports everywhere in the country. Now, if they are not up to the standard, just invest a little bit. The reason why that is very, very important is because this transportation, it opens up that area a lot. If someone is coming from US or transporting something from US, goods from US directly to Enugu, if they stop, let's imagine that this cargo, if they stop in Lagos, they have to rent, or if they stop in Lagos, they have to look for a place to put that, or they have to rent the airport for a while, and then the next morning they move over to Enugu. All of those things are making commerce. The commerce is concentrated in Lagos a lot. Now let's talk about seaport. Seaport is the major thing that everybody that is buying goods and services use a lot. A lot of Imo State or Southeast State, they're into commerce. They're into buying and selling. How come the part of Nigeria that is into buying and selling does not have any seaport that is closer to them? Even if I think they do have some around that area, but it's not functional. Why can't the government decide that, hey, these people are commercial people, let's make sure that we open up one of the seaports closest to them to be functional, so that they could be getting these goods from China directly to the area that is closest to them. That way, the business will start booming around that area. Everybody shouldn't go to Lagos and stay there and try to clear goods from Lagos. And every time we try to clear from Apapa, we try to clear every time. Let us keep it closer to the commercial people. Same thing with people like
Sorry. Do you know that there was a time, the South, there was Port Harcourt International Airport. There was the seaport in Port Harcourt that actually gets goods. I've actually been there to clear goods from overseas there. And but I think
Obasanjo stopped it. Obasanjo
exactly
that closed it and left only that of Lagos. Because, do you know why?
That is where the problem started then.
Please, Rock, don't lose
Because
what
the
you are saying.
Niger Delta people, I don't know whether the Niger Delta disturbance led to that kind of stuff. I don't know.
When Nadeko, when Nadeko was attacking Abacha, so Abacha felt that to be able to garner support, to neutralize mainly Nadeko in the West. He opened Calabar, Warri, and then this. Obasanjo came in and stopped all those. It was Obasanjo that stopped the seaport. Since then, it has not been
The
functional.
Port Harcourt seaport, from what I gather, is
was
still functional, and there is others at One and other areas, but they are not
Do you know why?
on the
Do you know?
scale
Do you know
of
why? Do you know why?
this in Lagos.
No. Do you know why? No. This. Let me tell you. Goods coming from. Please don't lose what you're saying. Goods coming from China comes through India, the coast there, goes down to Mombasa, goes down to South Africa, Cape Town, then start coming up to Angola. From Angola to something like Gabon, Gabon to Cameroon. From Cameroon, it passes Akwa Ibom Oron, passes Port Harcourt, One, Warri, and goes to Lagos. Then you now take a trailer from Lagos to load it back to Aba. When there is Port Harcourt to Aba, you know how many minutes. So that is the wickedness of Nigeria. That is the issue. Continue what you say in Rock.
You were talking about Port Harcourt was functional. The moment, and I agree with you, CM, Basan just kind of closed it or crippled it. The moment that happened, Port Harcourt commercial activity slowed down. Like right now in Port Harcourt, I'm from Rivers. Right now in Port Harcourt, there is no much. It's just traders, like business and selling traders and selling that kind of stuff, and maybe some few businesses like that. The commercial activities as was there in Port Harcourt while that seaport was open has gradually slowed down. A lot of people that usually come to Port Harcourt, that time it was nicknamed the Garden City, are going to Lagos instead. A lot are going to Lagos. So I know a lot of my friends that live in Port Harcourt have left Port Harcourt and have gone to Lagos or Abuja to trade, do their plight or look for work. So I'm just saying that the infrastructure that we're building, it is good. Now the train and all of that is good, but there are infrastructures that we have right now that could serve all the regions. Like even if we don't have them, let's try to put them so we can serve all the regions. That way we cannot. So that way we don't have everything going to one place. For me, I'm really concerned about the Southeasterners because they are more commercial oriented people. They are more business oriented people. So if those people that are business oriented people cannot have a close proximity to a seaport that they could just ship their goods in, I'm concerned about that. 1 minute, final thought. You guys are talking about railway, and I want to also tell you guys that please, while we're talking about this railway, let's also make the noise. I just want the noise that they should also install that traffic I don't know exactly what they call it, but when the train is coming, the traffic light closes it so that pedestrian or cars cannot come.
Okay, because of what happened in Lagos, it's true. Okay, barrier crossing, level crossing. They call it level crossing.
Yeah, let them install that. Let's for them to install that because 2 people have already died. It happened in Abuja. One of the NTA ladies, accountant that was working for NTA in Abuja, died because of that. She went into the rail track and the train just finished her. Same thing in Lagos. And if you don't do it, it will keep happening. There's nothing like why was the car there? It's because they were putting on loud music. They didn't hear the train coming.
But then is that not stupidity for Nigeria to construct train will be going and then you put a road across? So one should go before the other. That is the meaning of the barrier. So if you put the barrier crossing, it will stop the cars, the train will pass, then you open. So one should go before the other. It's common sense. They should know.
So let's make noise or let's keep talking about that they should install those things for the people's safety. It is important. I wonder how our government is thinking. You are a government that is supposed to think about the lives and property and security of your citizens. But when you construct these things, you see what it is in America.
Well, it appears the port is actually functional. I don't understand. I think it's the state is the load of traffic, because from what I can check here, it appears to say that the international this is like a marinetraffic.com site is saying that the local time 18 ships have arrived in the Port Harcourt in the last 24 hours. So it appears things are happening there, but not for the kind of commercial stuff that we expect it to be doing.
When I buy a car from the US, it always goes
because I do not see why somebody should be looking for trailer to bring empty container from Lagos to Onisha when Port Harcourt is. So if Port Harcourt is working, you drop it there. That is
Right.
shorter now. And the same ship that we pass from China, we pass Port Harcourt and go to Lagos, only for
Exactly.
you to bring it
I,
back
I
again.
think is I
No.
think it's the traffic and maybe the conditions there, because the ships that come from what I gather, they are the ones that decide the routes based on the conditions the government make for them.
Because
If the government make
the
it
Port
easy for
Harcourt
them
seaport,
and
Obasanjo commercial, major commercial.
Obasanjo
It was,
downgraded the port to what you
yeah,
see, something like the
yeah.
mess it is. That is Obasanjo, so that Lagos will only be functioning. That was the
but you
condition for the
what do you mean the
Southwest
condition?
to support his government. That was the condition they gave him to cooperate with his government. That was it. I'm telling you.
Do you have evidence for
1999.
this?
You know they did. Ah, God,
But we can't
come
just be
on,
making assertions now. There
come
has to be
on.
evidence for these things.
It's not assertion. It's not assertion. That was why second time all of them went to PDP, all the states except Lagos. He said that is the thing. They have to leave only this seaport working. Why? Yar'Adua asked that before they were handling it, it was working. By the way, does it make sense that ships should come from China and pass Port Harcourt and go to Lagos? Then you now use the trailer to bring it back to Calabar again. If you're in Cross River and you order something from China, you go and clear it in Lagos. Does it make sense? It doesn't make sense.
Well,
That's what we're saying.
Why is Nigeria? Why are we like this? Why is why this is I'm angry. Every time we have the facilities, we will have the facilities, but we
But it's
just
not fair though. CM, I expected more from you, because it's not fair to just be making assertions without any clear evidence, because
Hey,
it's just not right. We
see,
shouldn't be doing
listen,
this. We have to
listen,
increase the quality of our discussion. You see,
Exactly. Listen, the what they should have, that's why I said that rail that went to Maradi should have been Lagos. That we follow. Okay, do you know that the damage? I don't know whether you use from Benin. I mean,
CM,
from Lagos to Shagamu to Benin. I'm coming. Lagos to Shagamu to Benin. The road is always broken down all the time. Trailer are falling, carrying container. So why not build a rail from Lagos that will connect to Benin? So that even if you clear the container, you don't need trailer. You put it on the if you really you want it. But why must you go and put a seaport in Lagos for people doing business around the southeast? Does it make sense? That is the issue. That's what they call near localization of industries in economics, so that you bring the facility near to the market. You save cost. It's because of the fact that
CM is a pure trader, and CM is talking the trading language.
Forefathers, you're talking about. Okay, I cannot give you clear proofs, but for what I know, it was when Obasanjo was president that the Port Harcourt seaport got downgraded or stopped working as it should work. It was when he was president. So I don't have like a proof to tell you that document proof. Like I'm 100%.
But because sometimes that's how they said the president was Jibril. They don't, we can't just be going based on stuff.
No,
We need evidence for some of all these things.
It was when Obasanjo was president.
There was a time. There was a time. Lagos Seaport. Somebody can correct me. Was so congested that they have to divert some to Benin Republic to go and clear there. I'm not lying. It happened in Nigeria. People were saying, "What about Calabar? What about Calabar? What about Port?" You see, what really does it cost? You have the advantage. Why not open it? There's no reason. By the way, the ship from China we pass through Port Harcourt and Calabar, pass through Warri before the sea. That is the route to Lagos. If you look at the world map, China is in the east. China is in the, so why should the thing pass? It's like you go past your bus stop. Okay, let me put it this way. You are traveling from Lagos to Calabar. I mean, Lagos to Benin. The thing will carry you past Benin, go and drop you in Calabar. Then you take another bus to come back to Benin. When you should have dropped off when it was on the way from Lagos to Benin. You pass through, drop off at Benin, and then the thing continues to Calabar. But you won't. They won't build a bus stop in Benin. So every passenger goes to Calabar. Then from Calabar you enter another bus again, coming back to Benin. Does it make sense? It doesn't make sense. It's wickedness. That's what we're saying. So that's why people are annoyed, and that is what Obi is saying. That when he goes in, he said production from consumption to production. The vast land in the north, mechanized agriculture for export. using Warri Seaport, Port Harcourt, One, and that of Lagos. That's what he's saying. And that's why people felt that by the time he does it, Lagos will no longer command that monopoly of being the only functional seaport in Nigeria.
Yeah.
It's
That's
not.
the real game.
But even at that, though, if you're producing things from the north, why are you
Yes.
transporting it to Port Harcourt seaport to export it? Why can't you try to get something that can export the goods from the north directly abroad or somewhere they want to export?
Either you use the trains or the waterways that we already have in
Well,
Nigeria. If you get to, I think Makurdi or those areas somewhere in the towards Abuja, the River Niger, they could have done what the Egyptians did, where they created the Suez Canal.
Yeah.
They could have just through Nigeria. You can ship in through the heart of Nigeria if they wanted to,
It's
but
true.
because of this,
That is a natural.
issues
That's a natural gift that we have right there.
that God gave us, so
Benue,
we keep
Niger,
spitting on
Benue,
it and
Niger,
spitting on
Exactly.
it
down to the sea.
out of just
Because we think
spite.
we think. Do you know when this nonsense dawned on them? You know, Nigeria had refinery for. Nigeria never know in their life that they're going to import petrol. Do you understand? So because of when the refineries were working, refining Kaduna, the whole of North gets their own, refining Port Harcourt and everywhere, Warri goes to the west. You know, everywhere was good. But the time when the refinery crashed, they now have to import fuel. By importing fuel, every importation goes to Lagos. So a tanker from Medugri will go to Lagos. Tanker from Sokoto to Lagos. Tanker from Kano to Lagos. Tanker from anywhere. So when you now get to Lagos, all the tankers are lying on top of the bridge. For them to get into Apapa 2 weeks before they will load and
Yeah,
come out. So that
it's
was
a nightmare. The last time I was there, it was a nightmare.
Thank you.
And
So
there was no
you see,
need for. There's no need for that. It's like Nigeria is designed to be inefficient because to be
It was
fair,
not
though,
because of
to be fair,
Obasanjo now, forefather. It's Obasanjo now.
I did ask for evidence now. I see. Come on, I'm not being unfair. Regarding this issue, I think we in the
No,
south and
it was
southeast
Yoruba. It's not
also have to take
it's Obasanjo and
responsibility.
Yoruba people that did it. You know, that's why.
Nobody said that. I think I guess CM said that, but
They
I
say
said
what is enough for the wise man.
but I didn't say
They
that
say
he
all the
needs
problem is
evidence.
Obasanjo. What they're trying to tell you is like all the
Mike,
problem is
come on.
Yoruba, is Yoruba's agenda. That's
Mike,
what they're
come
trying
on,
to say.
man. To be fair, I didn't.
But Jonathan was there.
See, I didn't accuse. You see, he wants to just start saying stuff to make it look like he wants to create division.
Right.
Because in reality, I asked CM provide evidence for what you are saying.
But Mike, I'm pretty sure you can hear me. I'm not saying that Obasanjo is a bad person. I'm not saying that it's, in fact, I thank Obasanjo for, what he has done and for what he didn't do and all of that. But I'm telling you that I'm from Rivers State. And as at that time, I already know I'm already in secondary school. So I'm wise enough to know that the commercial activities that were happening in that seaport, and it was during his tenure that place was downgraded. It has nothing to do with Yoruba person.
Do you have proof? They ask you for proof. You can't.
No. I'm telling you that
We've already asked the question, Mike. Mike, take it easy.
I'm telling you that it was during his tenure. I didn't say that.
You don't need to apologize. You don't need to apologize. Say what
Can
you
I,
have to say.
can I kindly interject? I've been looking for fathers who say, "Oh, Franklin, you're welcome," but since he didn't say that,
Sorry, Franklin.
That is really.
I think Rock is still going. I interrupted him, so please, if you can round up so that Franklin can go.
No, Mike.
Except you want to interject, if you are free to interject.
Mike, it is not about race. It's not about tribe. My best friend is from Yoruba. My very best friend is from Yoruba. So it's not about that. I'm just telling you that there should be a means where people from the south and southeast should have commercial activities too. Lagos is west. They have commercial activities. People from the north should have commercial activities too. And seaport is very, very important. Or airports, international airport that has.
Sorry. Hold on for a second.
I'm not. I'm saying, why did you say it's Obasanjo?
Mike, hold on now, please. Atiku, CM, are you aware of that statement that Atiku bought the PH port?
His administration.
I didn't even buy the PH port.
Yeah, he didn't. I don't know where people get all this
Atiku has
information.
a company in One. Intel. Atiku has a company in One called Intel. He didn't buy the PH port.
How can Atiku buy Port Harcourt Wharf when Nigerian Ports Authority is controlling all those ones? Nigerian Ports Authority (NPA) controls all the seaports. So how can it be Abitiku buy Port Harcourt port?
Basically, guys, look at what the problem here is. Most of those ports, Nigeria has been increasing in population. Really, proportionally, economic activities have been increasing. Okay, but what's happened is this: all to the best of what we know that is in the public space, those other port authorities are not as developed as Lagos, the one in Lagos, because for big vessels to move in, you need the ports to have more capacity. You need them to have more, be able to more carriage. That is what it is. And if you follow P2B's campaign, you hear about when he talks about let us increase the capacity of these other ports. And funny enough, and that's where one of the major problems that a lot of Southerners or a lot of people from the Southeast have in moving to Lagos. Everyone knows that because the ports in Lagos are more efficient. So what then stops us from making the ones we have in Delta?
Did you say the port in Lagos are more efficient? Do you know how long it takes to clear your goods?
No. They're able to carry. The efficiency.
You spend 3 months on that. Just trying to get one thing.
The impression. What I mean is they're able to carry big vessels.
Okay.
Unlike these other ones, they don't carry big vessels. So you need to increase their capacity, and that has to do with a lot of increasing the depth of the ports. Everything. I'm not a marine engineer, of course.
I'm not so sure about that too, because Harcourt was functioning fine once.
Listen,
maybe they didn't maintain it for some reason.
It was functioning. It was functioning, but at what capacity? What was Nigerian population as of then? We are talking about almost 20 years ago, 25 years ago.
I think Tinkan was also expanded. All of them, they got expanded as time goes on.
Because no one is telling you that. Because listen, no one is telling you that the Port Harcourt seaport does not function. But is it functioning the way we need it to be functioning? And that is where the problem is. Because no one will tell you that the seaport is not working. I don't know whether you get what I'm saying.
If only you know
the simple question that should explain. The simple question that should explain this is this: why should a ship coming from China pass Port Harcourt go and bet in Lagos? If there is facility for you to discharge in Port Harcourt, those ones go. It will discharge. That's what we are saying. People enter Air France. Air France from Paris to Lagos to Port Harcourt. So it is not after going to Port Harcourt.
CM, we know these are all the politics. See, this is where politics comes in. This is what we are talking about. This is what we are talking about. And by concentrating economic activities in just one place, that is why you have overcrowding in Lagos. That is why you have transport problems. That is why when certain things happen and everything, Abiola might think Chukwuma wants to come and take over his land. Forgetting that Chukwuma does not have, the enabling environment in Port Harcourt, in Delta, in all this in Onitsha, to just continue to thrive in his business. This is where all of these things about politics comes in. This is still the bane of our problem. So it's not that we do not know the problem, it's that we do not currently have a government that is willing to do what is necessary. And
you see, Franklin, sorry to interrupt you. You see, here's the deal, right? We all have elected officials that are supposed to represent us.
No, hold on,
right?
Hold on, Mike.
To sponsor bills.
I'm not. I'm actually coming to that. Hold on.
Why don't we have some people? Okay. Let me just land it. Why don't we have officials?
Mike, are you interjecting or you're making your own comments?
I'm interjecting.
Okay,
Franklin.
Finish.
So let him finish.
No,
okay, it's okay.
The reason why I'm stopping him is because I'm coming there. That's where I'm landing, which will still bring us back everything that has to do with our politics. Okay, now, and this is where I keep on saying when I say to guys that, okay, with the people who we have elected into the National Assembly, that is the senators and the House of Rep members who are from the South, who are from the Southeast. So what have they been doing? Because it's not, for me, when you tell me you are a senator, you're a House of Rep member, and you're telling me, showing me the toilet you've built, or you showing me the road you've built. That's not what we sent you there to do. I couldn't care less about the road.
They haven't sponsored bills for ports.
Okay, you're not an executive. That's not what you're there to do. You're there to argue about this policy.
Listen.
But CM, are you looking to defend the lawmakers from that region that should have done their job?
There's something you blame. There's something you see. Listen, the West is 6 states, 18 senators. Are you telling me that the whole of South, 18 senators, Southeast, 15 senators, 31 senators, that it's only the Southwest that will stand and say Lagos will be like this, then the other ones don't know what to do? It's a lie. That is lie from the pit of hell.
What do you think is going on then? What do you think is going on?
What is going on? What is going on? Listen, what is going on is wicked politics. It's the federal government.
Okay, CM, if that is the case, hold on, CM. No, CM seems to be, hold on, let me just add this quickly. If that is the case, what is the 36 so-called House of Assembly or senators? Why are they not making a whole heap of noise that, hey, you are allowing these people to do what they like? Why are these 36 numbered?
Have they sponsored bills that the West didn't sign?
Let me tell you.
They have not sponsored any bill to build a port and international airport. But you guys are coming to say the West are blocking you.
Let me answer. Please, as I said, I know we are coming from one show, so don't worry. I know where you are coming from. Let me tell you this. Anambra State built the international airport from the scratch. Why must it take federal government to deny their license? Are you telling me that our people don't know? When you bring it, say, please, this is aviation. The second longest runway. Why didn't they give the license? That is the politics. Are you telling me that?
The federal government asked them to do this. The federal government give permission for it to go ahead.
Mike, why are you trying to push this?
Federal government, the Minister for Aviation came there. Inspected it. It made the international standard. Why didn't they give them the license to fly international?
For various reasons. Maybe for various reasons.
There is no reason. They didn't state anything. It just on hold. Enugu Airport, they closed it down. They closed Enugu Airport down.
It means that hold on. If it is on hold,
see, for how long will it be?
What are those 18 doing about it?
Let me tell you. Enugu Airport, at the time, Ohaneze Ndibu has to confront the aviation minister. Say, why is it that Enugu City? He said there's no money appropriated for it in the budget, but they will scan from. What are you talking? When you borrow money and be building trains, rail line to China,
you forgot Enugu. You say these things, but if you can have evidence for what you are saying, because nobody knows about it. I don't know about it.
Asking me.
Everybody else know about it.
It's politics. It's politics.
You can't just be
what
saying stuff.
What are you saying?
Nobody here knows about these things.
Why should they know about it? Does it concern them?
Yeah, but if they don't know about it,
I told you, people.
There are people. I'm from the South. I don't know about these things. If you have information about it,
calm down.
Share information so that we can believe you.
Listen.
For God's sake.
We are all here to learn.
You might be correct, you might be correct.
You will not make your
Nobody's
point.
saying you are wrong, but just share information.
Listen, you will not make your point by
Let me ask.
by reacting this way. Let me just finish the points that I was raising, guys. Because it's like the things I said started up this argument again. This brings us back to the politics of Nigeria. Okay, now that politics now, and that is why sometimes you hear some people, they say this thing called political will. The political will, whether the political will is there or whether it's not there. And the bane of the whole thing is that when economic activities in certain part of the country is not functioning the way it should, it affects the whole country. Why? Because it reduces occupational migration. Occupational migration, for instance, someone from the north moving from maybe somewhere in Kaduna to Port Harcourt to Southeast to create their businesses and everything, because there are people also who make productions in the north who need to export. And there are people who are in the east who will relatively buy goods from the north, like farm products, and also export through some of these ports. Now, a lot of airports as well, like now Enugu, of course, is called International Airport, like what CM is saying. It's just of recent that maybe even Ethiopia airline these days, maybe they tell you that some aeroplanes now fly internationally from Enugu. But of course, you cannot in any way, not by even a centimeter, compare it to number of flights that come to Lagos. Port Harcourt Airport also, as you know, is named International Airport. And now this is what I talk about. It's not just about names. Do the functions? Can you say that the functions are relative to the names that they bear? Because they all bear an international airport. How come you don't see a flight for flying from maybe here Glasgow to Enugu, or from London, Delhi to Enugu? And how come you don't see easily aeroplanes flying from Port Harcourt directly to America? These are the things. Now, I do not follow legislators bumper to bumper to know the bills that they have proposed. But I can tell you, if there's anyone here who is arguing, if there is any legislator from the South that that is aggressively arguing for these things, I think the person should be popular. Because what happens is this. Let's take, for instance, Peter Obi has been campaigning for what is it called, presidency. We all know what he stands for. How come none of us know what this legislature stand for? The reason is this. People also are not holding the legislators accountable. Why? Sometimes we don't even know how to reach them. The person who is currently your senator from your senatorial zone, I doubt if you have his number. I doubt if you know where his office is, because most of these senators, where do they live? They live in Abuja. So exactly. How can they? Okay, so someone who is common, maybe somewhere from Delta State, how can he reach the senator? When does he see the senator? After elections. So these things are the things we need to start looking into. These people, how are they coming into this office? When they are there, how are we reaching them? How are we doing our own duty to ask them, okay, this bill, what have you been doing about airports in our region? What have you been doing about rail in our region? They need to start telling us now, oh, we've proposed this bill, but they have not passed it. We try to make this motion, but nothing is working. But I haven't seen anyone doing that. So these are the areas that we need to step in. And it all still comes down to, how do we elect these people? Which is where I keep on saying, if these people are not elected by the people and they just go into we are as good as wasting our time. And that is why I think all is well and good.
Let me throw this into the equation. Let me throw this into the equation you consider, because it is fine and good for people to say, hold your people you elect, go and look into your government, you don't hold that account. Let me tell you, was it the elected representative of, say, Northwest or Southwest or maybe Northeast that said, for our indigenous, for our people from our tribe to get into unity school, they must score 7. Then the people of Southeast now said, our own, it must be 139. Does it work that way? Does it work that way? Listen. There's an extent somebody can come. Listen. There's an extent somebody can, when they are massaging all this around. This is purely a federal government stamp. If they doesn't want it, they doesn't want it there. As simple as that. That's the way Nigeria is run. What makes, excuse me, what makes, excuse me, I'm coming. Let me explain it well.
I need to this is correct something you said, CM. The Anambra International Airport was approved by the federal government.
for cargo, for passengers, from the information I found out. I don't know where you got this information that you are using, but it's not accurate. And this is the thing, you have to check your information when you come and start saying stuff. Do you have any?
Just to promote
I
ethnic division. That's what it is.
can show you all the evidence.
Listen, let me reply you for yes. This is a direct this is a direct attack. So you should no, I don't agree. This is a direct attack. Forefathers, there's a difference between giving approval to build airport and giving you license to operate international route. I'm not an illiterate. For God's sake.
Okay, now let me read the comment now. Let me read the comment.
What
It
are you
says,
talking about?
can I read the comment so you can hear
Excuse
it?
me. I haven't finished. Don't. I haven't finished. Are you telling me that the people of Anambra State are so illiterate that they don't know that you need a license to operate international airport? Don't you think federal government gives it only to airport in
Can I just read the statement?
We haven't seen it.
Can I just read the statement?
It says, I've told you what is obtainable. You are telling me I'm making stuff.
I can show you
Why don't we organize protest against that?
Why are you asking? You're telling me I'm making stuff. Make what stuff? What stuff am I making up? I'm not making up stuff. It's you that is causing it. You read something. If you want to build an airport, if you want to build an airport, you go to Ministry of Aviation. They give you approval, you build. If you want to operate international, they give you license. It's the license I'm talking about.
Calm down.
I'm not a fool. I calm down for what? It's you that is causing it.
No. Just calm
down.
Which means,
hold on. You said
just showing me
that they didn't grant them license to operate.
License. I said they were not giving license for international operation for international route. License to operate international route.
Hold on.
Not to build. What are they? I mean, I'm still alive. You can't fabricate lies and say I said. It's a lie. You are the person telling lies, not me.
You can't just see.
I said license for operational route.
See, if there is a difference of terms, we can address it calmly. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to patronize you. All I'm saying is that what I can see here, I don't know whether everyone can see it. He said the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority has approved the opening of Anambra International Airport and Passenger Airport for commercial operation with effect from yesterday. So now we can even go deeper and find further information about this. Let me see if I can pull this one up here.
Father, you know that in Nigeria,
this information has. Hold on now. Calm down. Argument. Let me present what I'm presenting. Come on. See, there is this information that was going on, like what.
This is irrelevant to what to my point.
Oh my God.
It's not relevant to what I'm saying.
That they downgraded it. He did say that they downgraded it. I remember you said that they downgraded it.
Listen.
Okay.
All this,
now you are saying it's international route. Okay. Let's see. Let's go with international route.
Put evidence on the screen. Put it back on the screen. Let's see.
You answer it.
Okay. He says flagged up this thing. Okay. Hold on now. I will send my question and answer.
What is hold on now?
One at a time. Let Father finish now.
You will not let me present the information. Okay, let me present what is here now so that people can see it. Let me see. I don't want to take too long with this one so that it doesn't. Because one of them is 2 hours long, so I know that would be hard for us to go through.
See, this is diversionary. I've seen all those. It's not going international because there's no license. It's as simple as that.
Okay, it's not going international. Okay, do you have any evidence to what you are?
There's no evidence.
Oh God,
CM, can we find information you are addressing then?
It means evidence of what? That is not going international.
Are certain. Okay, then tell me how to find it so that everybody can agree with you.
Find what?
It doesn't exist. What father? It doesn't exist.
The information you want us to
if you want to find it,
oh my days,
you go to Ministry of Aviation and ask them. Did they give license or not? You ask Ministry of Aviation.
Okay, let me see.
Listen.
Can I ask you a question?
I've listened to you. It's not for you to listen to me. You have to listen to me.
Let me just ask a question.
You have to listen. No, you have to listen to me. It is my turn now for you to listen to me. You go to Ministry of Aviation, ask them, did you give Anambra International Airport license to operate international route or not? You can do that. Go and find the information from them. They are
so did you get information from them?
Not me.
But you're the one presenting it to us now, so we can't ask you what you're telling us to present it to us.
You can
I mean,
go
if
to
they
one
present
man
it to
show
you,
and
then
peddle
whatever they give you,
peddle
give it
your
to
state.
us.
I know you. Go to
It's not
one
about
man
knowing
show.
me. Let's do in reality, man.
I just wanted to ask a question. Has anybody's cargo flown directly to Anambra International Airport?
Exactly.
No.
That's a fair question.
Okay.
No.
Has anybody flown directly or to or from Anambra International Airport?
Yeah, I think so.
So where?
Okay.
Where?
No, that may not be international. That's one thing I'm not sure
because
about.
that's the subject matter. Why I'm asking that question is this. I understand what CM is trying to say. They gave you license to operate an airport. They scheduled an opening of the airport. Njenje Media was there. He showed us the warehouse that was built, which is right there. Great. My simple question is this. If I have not flown directly from, say, Lome in Togo, or even from Ethiopia, directly into that Anambra International Airport, I have a big question mark there, and the Ministry of Aviation should answer that. If I, as a businessman, a trader, has not been able to cargo flight my shipment from Newark International Airport, if he likes, let it pass through Ethiopia or wherever, but directly landing at Enugu Airport so I can clear my goods right there from the customs. I think that is what CM is trying to say.
Let me address that.
Yeah, it's been opened, but how functional it is.
Forefathers, let me address that real quick.
Listen. They are sidetracking my question. They are sidetracking it. So it doesn't help. If you like, you can talk from now till eternity. Federal Ministry of Aviation gives you license to operate a route. The route, international route, like we said, from London to Anambra, it can walk. South Africa to Anambra, it can walk. Because we are not giving the license. And people are trying to make me look as if I'm daft. I'm not. Please.
Yeah, but you don't have any information to share.
Let me explain something.
Just share information.
Ask Minister of Aviation. I've told you what to do.
Where did you find this information? Was it from the air? How am I supposed to ask Minister of Information? He's not here.
Ask Minister of Aviation to prove me wrong. You know what to do, and you are pretending. What
I gotta give us chance to talk to now. Wow.
CM, hold on. When only one person is talking, it will seem as if we're just making noise. Forefathers, the simple thing I told you anyone can do is this: type from Anambra to London flights, direct flight.
Yes,
you will not see it.
Exactly.
Okay. And the reason is this. Listen, hold on. That is why from Enugu, Enugu, you can get a bit Baba. Listen,
I'm making
CM,
stuff.
calm down.
CM,
see.
He said I'm making stuff. He's telling that.
Control this moderation now.
Father, please, can you let me address this situation? I'm an aviator.
Thank you.
Good.
How dare you? He said I'm making stuff.
Okay.
I'm making it up.
Just stop it. You didn't provide evidence. I'm asking for evidence.
I didn't know you are like this, Forefather.
You should come on.
Okay, please hold on now.
I didn't know you are like this.
Provide
evidence.
I'm asking you.
CM, calm down. CM, calm down. CM, calm down. See, one thing we must learn on this platform is this: anger is not going to help any of us in this platform.
Let's mute ourselves, please.
Okay. So, talking about international airports, the federal government owns the land. The federal government owns NCAA, Nigerian Civil Aviation. The federal government manages security in the airport, FAN, Federal Airport Authority. The federal government owns that. State or private sector can own an airport in Nigeria. I can give you one airport. I can give you Osubi Airport. That is the so-called Warri Airport that we are talking about. It was owned by Shell. Shell and Chevron, but mainly Shell. But federal government, public commercial fly there, Aero fly there, Arik fly there, Air Peace even go to Warri. But it's owned by Shell, but federal government handle it. That is one aspect in a layman way. So according to this argument that you people are talking about aviation, when it comes to aviation route, it is very, very expensive. It is not completely the fault of federal government. CM, let me educate you on that part. And also when it comes to states. So now we are talking about if you are asking for a route, there is something called BASA. You understand that there's BASA, there's IPA, but let me leave all the technicalities. What it simply means, if you are asking for an international route, you don't have an aircraft. If you have an aircraft, say a state owns an aircraft like Ibom Air, owned by Akwa Ibom State, and they choose to say, we want to fly JFK, they can only discuss with NCAA, discuss with federal government, find a way to negotiate, cut those deals. Then when you cut those deals are very, very easy to get. But when you get those deals and you don't get the customer, so this is where you lose.
Supply and demand. Now, thank you. That's what I was going to say. Supply and demand. That's all.
So that is one aspect. So hold on, that is one aspect. Then another aspect, if you don't have an aircraft, say for example, now the Igbo people travels a lot. You know, now the Igbo people travels a lot. You don't have that route. So now what do? You partner with Delta Airline. Delta Airline, can you fly to Anambra State International Airport? Oh, Delta Airline will tell you, bravo, we'll fly with Delta Airline. Now you cut the deals. If we don't have 60 passengers, you will pay for 35. So you must pay for 35 in every seat. If they have the full passenger, you don't pay. If they don't have the passenger, you will be paying for 35 seats. I believe very many of us live in the West. Sometimes you're surprised that you travel to some place, maybe two of you be inside the aircraft, will carry everybody. You wonder, this is madness. Why did they put you in another airline? But guess what? Where they are going, somebody has paid for it. Or maybe it's a busy period at the other side, they are going there to carry a passenger, or maybe an aircraft was bad in the other place, so they are going for more of like a rescue team to use that aircraft to bring those passengers back. So that is how it is. So if Anambra State is looking for international airports, if the state wants it so badly, they can get it. Or simply mean they will be paying. I am telling you, Delta Airline will fly there. United will fly there. Any airline will fly there. So to give you a simple example with the Nigerian way that you can understand, during Hajj period, you even see Emirates fly from Kano. Emirates fly from Sokoto during Hajj period because the passengers is there as at that time. You understand? And everything. So international airports, if you want it as a state, you can get it, but you will pay the hard-earned price because the airline, they are in the business of doing business, nothing more. Simply mean if they know that this route, we can't get our passenger, they don't want to fly the routes. That's why Lagos and Abuja is still springing up. For example, you will see KLM fly to Port Harcourt, but oftentimes you hardly get KLM to fly to Port Harcourt, but KLM do Port Harcourt route because of the oil company. KLM do more of cargo to Port Harcourt route. So because they carry a lot of cargo that they've covered their money, then any passenger that is willing to go to Port Harcourt, they might carry you. That's why you can fly from London to Port Harcourt, but you hardly book a flight from Port Harcourt to London. It's always not there. I believe I've explained a little bit.
I've been here all day.
Mr. Paul,
let me say this.
Mr. Paul,
let me say this quickly.
Mr. Paul, you are going too far, right?
Yeah.
If you go on Google right now,
so
you will see that for Enugu International Airport, for example, there is a claim from the NPA, Nigerian Aviation Authority, right? That over 125 destinations are covered within Enugu, from Enugu International Airport. But as I'm speaking to you right now, go online, go to any flight agency or whatever they call them, type either from Enugu to North America, any country in North America or even Asia, you won't see any flight.
That's exactly what I just explained.
No, the thing is this: you may not understand. You may not really understand the kind of politics or the kind of subjugation that we from the Southeast are really experiencing from the federal government. They lie a lot.
they put things on paper
Imagine
that are not
Mike, we are
in
not on
practical.
one mind.
For example, hold on, for example. Hold on, for example. The Anambra airport that they claim that it is a cargo airport, right? Do you know that no cargo has ever flown to Anambra State?
We have to talk over each other.
It has to come to either, it has to come to either Lagos, Port Harcourt, or Abuja before it will now be transported down to Anambra. So these are the kind of flights that we are having. These are the kind of issues that we are having from the southeast. Port Harcourt has all the license for the south-south. Lagos has all this license for the southwest. Abuja has all the license for the north central. Kano has all the license for the north west, right? But there is none in the southeast. And you are telling me that it's because of the cost of whatever
let
licensing?
it not look like me and Ekene is talking. Can you people just let me enlighten Ekene a little bit? Not like I'm taking the stage.
Enlighten me on.
So now,
Okay, go ahead.
Ekene,
Enlighten me. Let me hear.
I am the first person that started Arik when Arik started flying from Lagos to JFK 2010. I am the first person that flown Arik. In fact, let me tell you about Arik.
In 2010.
Yeah.
In 2010,
So let me explain.
Arik was flying Port Harcourt to Netherlands.
I want to explain something now. Arik never fly Netherlands. One day,
2008.
One day they never
fly Port Harcourt to Netherlands.
Arik never fly Europe one day, only London. They never enter Europe one day. So let me educate you on that part. So 2010, I am the first person. Arik, when they have their Airbus 500, when Arik have that Airbus, when they started flying, I am the first person. I am the first person that is the first maintenance. I'm not talking only me. When Arik started the route Lagos JFK, I was in New York.
What we're talking about now is
so
why
now let me explain. So I want to explain this thing to you. I want to explain this thing to you. So this is how it works.
Out of the equation.
So this is how it works. When we started flying JFK, you don't have passengers because people will not believe in you. You can't recover your money.
No passengers from Onitsha.
No, I am explaining now. I'm citing an example. My brother, let's not play politics. I am telling you how it works. So now when Arik was doing JFK, we don't have the passenger. If you fly Arik there, you'll be so happy. You understand? Where easily they can upgrade you from economy to premium economy or to business class. What do that mean? Federal government is doing everything within their reach to get that route because it's like a shame that we don't have a national carrier.
When CM said that Peace Air asked for license for to fly from Anambra to I think is in London, right? UK, and he was denied the license.
No. My guy. Let's not play politics. Let's not talk something that we don't really understand and we use it to hurt ourselves. It's like you create the image that you are afraid of. It doesn't work like that. So
let me share this video
like this,
Mr. Paul, let's even bring it down. Let's even bring it down. Maybe it's because of lack of customers as well.
Mute your this. So we see the airport we are talking about, the Anambra one.
Here we are at the Anambra.
So you see.
We're not talking about the aesthetics. We're talking about having the longest runway in Nigeria.
Hold on, calm down. Just wait. You're going to see.
While we're all running and rushing out.
The reasoning what the person said in the video.
Before the Monday sit at home that's been imposed on the people of Anambra and Southeast at large. So here am I, inside the airport. Initially, I was asked not to.
All these things are irrelevant. I don't know.
Forefathers, this is not even required.
You can't waste our time.
This is not required.
What are you telling me? Open.
CM, I will take you backstage if you don't stop this behavior.
It will help you to understand why.
Forget about that. You are studying.
This departure lounge, well, serves its purpose.
You are not paying attention.
I'm telling you.
Let me move close to the
pay attention to what? We've seen all these. These are
departure lounge. Now, in showing you this view of the departure lounge,
it
will help you to understand
if you take me out, I go.
Simple. For now, local flights, this departure lounge, well,
brothers, we can't even hear what he's saying. The audio is not clear.
Because
it's too fast.
He's not how to moderate.
Well, he's disturbing.
This is not
CM, I'm going to take you. Okay, enough. He needs to go.
Departure lounge. Let me move close to the air condition there. That is at the corner. That will give me a view of the whole.
Foreigners, the audio, the video you put, the audio is not working.
One of my
it's too fast.
Is that the terminal building is small. When I mean terminal building, I talk about the departure lounge. Let me move close to the air condition there. That is at the corner. That will give me a view of the whole departure lounge. Now, in showing you this view, the departure lounge, it will help you to understand why I think this is not fit for purpose. For now, for local flights, this departure lounge, well, serves its purpose, but the departure lounge is indeed small. The people you see are only passengers of the APs. Imagine where you have 2, 3, 4 local flights coming into Anambra in this same small terminal. Then you already know that is a recipe for disaster. I cannot emphasize that enough, that the terminal building, the departure lounge is small and cannot use the flight.
Now,
this is that you have to ask
I understand what just played out here, right? I am one person that believe in whatever that you want to do it right. For the standard of that airport, the lounge, for example, honestly, I don't think it's even fit for the local flight itself. It's not even acceptable for local flights. Look at one useless standing AC by the corner, right? So, but what I'm saying is entirely different from, but I understand what you just played out here now. What about the Enugu International Airport, the acclaimed international airport in Enugu? What is wrong with that one as well? Why is it not flying from Enugu to UK or from Enugu to US? Why are we not having that run?
Ekene, I know you don't like my answer. The thing I'm telling you, if Enugu
you are Mahmoud
Airport,
Yakub, I'm really not happy with you.
I know you don't like my answer. So I'm still citing if Enugu Airport now wants to cut.
Kene admitted what he saw. That is.
Yeah, I agree.
Honestly,
I don't even want to talk that one. That's an answer.
If they truly want to build airport, they should build airport, man.
Guys,
we have the money in Anambra State.
So Ekene, places like
I went home in 2020. I went there. I saw the kind of rubbish that they see. The wrong way. I think the wrong way is to a standard. But you see that useless building there. Seriously, they should do something. They should do something right. In as much as we stay here and we condemn the federal government, we should condemn our useless governors too. We should condemn our useless politicians as well. They are not doing it right.
That is tiny. And that's like
they are not doing it right. Look at the useless launch that they built there. For what? What are they doing with it?
Hey, I have to go, man. But if you allow me to say,
town hall is even bigger than that useless thing that they put there.
Can I?
I'm muted.
Can I see?
Sorry.
Mike, I have to leave, but if you want to allow me to say last I'll do it.
You know, Mike, you are a troublemaker. You like to interrupt.
No, I'm telling you, I have to go. If you want me to say something, I'll say. If not, then I'll just say goodbye.
Okay, say what you need to say before you go, then, because it's good
I just wanted to add to one thing Paul was saying. I lived in America for a long time, and there's been many. I travel to Nigeria all the time. There's been many occasions where there are flights that are fighting directly from one city to Lagos. And after a short time, they will cancel it because they don't get enough customer. They feel like it's not a good business. You understand? So it's right now. Recently, they have Delta Airline flying from Atlanta to Lagos right now. And me and somebody just say like, "Oh, let's take advantage of it," because very soon they will also end it because they just have that issue of having a consistent customer going to Nigeria. So that's the point Paul is trying to make.
Yeah.
Like,
Atlanta is a major route. Then in peak period, they will fly JFK. That's what they do.
So one problem we always have in America, we want to go to Nigeria, we always have to fly to 2 countries in Europe before we go there. No. That's France or Istanbul before we ever connect to Lagos. So that direct flight to that Lagos, the money is not there for airline companies. So that's what I wanted to add to what Paul is saying. So
but when APs applies for license, APs is not complaining of not having customers. APs just give him the license. Let's see what he can pull out there.
I'm leaving now. I just want to say my last thing.
No, AP's problem that you are talking about is a different problem. I don't know when you get an Anambra thing.
Well, let me just say, let me land.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
me, when I want to go to Nigeria, I always prefer to land in Abuja airport because it's more beautiful, it's more easier, everything is more connected. But I often find tickets to Lagos than to Abuja or even cheaper because Lagos tends to get more people flying there, either international people doing business or most of the wealthy Nigerians they live in Lagos. So
if we are even
Lagos
talking about standard, if you're
even
even talking about standard, Lagos is not even to a
are we
standard.
saying they are marginalizing Abuja airport too, or Kanu airport? Like most Nigerian wealthy people just happen to Lagos. So
Please,
that's
if you
just I wanted
can
to
go
ask.
to one man show and peddle this your rubbish, it's not. If you can peddle, go to one man show and peddle your rubbish. What we are saying.
But I'm saying it's the truth. Paul, am I lying? If I'm lying, maybe I'm lying. But if I'm telling you the truth,
Mike, before you go,
I agree with you, Mike.
Mike, before you go, right?
Go to one man show.
In Lagos State now. In Lagos State, please. Can we talk about this? It's very serious. I've been seeing some videos.
Allow it, but
Mike, before you go, right? Mike, before you go, in Lagos State, the Yoruba Aboros and Touts are busy killing the
I'm talking
Igbos.
about airport now. You're moving into Agbero.
No, that is the video. I saw some videos and it's giving me sleepless nights.
Let's talk about airport. Don't start turning to Agbero. Agbero have no business with airport.
You see, let me say something. You see what you just did now? This is the reason why we never move forward.
What is that? I said Mike before he leaves. I know why I called Mike's attention. I know why I called his attention. No, hold it there. Hold it there, Franklin. Just hold it there. Pedal down. I know why I called Mike's attention. I know why I called his attention. And I made reference to what is happening in Lagos State. Franklin, hold it there.
There is no point.
You don't have to correct me that way. Please hold it there. I know why I called Mike's attention. Please hold it there. Why you are not moving forward and they are busy killing people, killing innocent people? What kind of forwardness do you want to move when people are being killed for just voting
Franklin, I'm going to let you go.
for the candidate of your choice? What forwardness are you going to move when innocent people are being killed?
I want to answer one question.
You want to move forward when people are being killed every day and you are here discussing about useless airport?
I need to share one other thing.
You don't discuss about life that is being wasted?
I'm muting now.
Hold it there, please.
Keep going on. Hold on. Let me share this screen so you can see. Hold on, because we need to be dismissing some.
Just begging the questions. Because left and right, we say you are making stuff up. You are making stuff up. Can't walk down now. Allow you to speak.
Okay, let me share this information. It's not about speaking. We need to get to the facts here. We can't spend all day just shouting over each other. So look at it here. This is for Enugu International Airport. Look at the destinations that are listed there. Most of them are Lagos, but we see Addis Ababa there. CM, are you seeing that too? Okay, good. And now I'm going to play a video of the airport where somebody had an experience at the airport. And this video is for 2023. Very, very recent. So it's not very old. So I'll play.
Enugu. Yes, I'm making a quick trip to Lagos this evening. Yes, I'm using a 4:55 flight this evening to go to Lagos. Yes, I'm going to give you an update on current changes, new developments around the airport. Some of the news that the flight tickets are quite expensive now. So let's go to the airport and see what has changed.
What is the meaning of this?
You want to click the subscribe button and also turn on the notification bell so you'll be the first to know when we upload new videos. And if you're a returning subscriber, we do appreciate your sincere love for our channel and the support you are giving us. Thank you very much. So we are in the airport now. As usual, the gate fee remains the same, 200 naira that you pay. And this sign there, one way leading in and one way leading out, is a sign that most newcomers into Enugu Airport are aware of. The first time I came into this airport, I made that mistake and I was crossed by the policemen and I had to go to their station and explain a lot of things before they let me go. So you need to take note of that. There's a one way in, one way out system here. So that is it. We're in now. So that's the car park already you are seeing. We'll be driving to the car park shortly. So as usual, a lot of airlines fly from here: Imo, Air Peace, United Nigeria, Green Africa. These airlines in operation in Akanubian International Airport. I think it should be one of the most busiest airports in southeastern part of Nigeria. Yes, one of the most busiest. I must say, yeah, I think the most busiest. One of the busiest. So they have quite a parking space. Very, very great. And the last time they vlogged on this video, they were working on that shade over there to receive their loved ones to just stay in the rain or so for them to just hide under the shade. So it was on then the last vlog I did on Akanubi International Airport. As you can see from a distance, it's been completed. Yeah, my car is parked and off we go. I just left the meeting actually, so I'm entering Lagos. I'm waiting for the meeting, so I need to just be fully dressed to get to Lagos this evening. So as usual, my family escorted me. Baby as well was there, escorted me like 5 to the airport. So let's go and do our body park. let's get to Lagos. So no much protocols again. Though some places are still putting on their nose masks, some are still so just like that. Some places putting on, and I know they are putting on because of dust currently around the whole environment. So which is also good. We have to respect all of the stuff. Like I said, the airlines flying there, you can see the EBOM sign all over. The Green Africa is there, and the flight ticket varies, so we can't really give you a static price. You can always check that out online on their various platforms or sites to know the current rate per time you fly. So boarding pass has been done, and we have to get in now into the area. So I'm really anticipating a change in the area from the last time I vlogged Akano Biam International Airport.
These Nigerian leaders are criminals.
Watching, and you have to do that Akano Biam. Do well to let me know what you think of this airport in the comment section. What was the reception like? What was the service like to you?
Oh my God, these politicians are criminals.
Our last video, you can take our last video, just one update of what we didn't waste time at all because Airpeace really surprised me this time. The flight was quick and fast, I must say. So it was really quick. So we are going on now to board and Lagos. So no more changes around. I think we are more or less like the last flight for that day because the whole of the airport is entirely empty. There's no flight waiting around, so everywhere was literally empty. So we are going to be flying on Airbus A320. Yeah, a massive flight, very massive. So
these fools go abroad and they see
a lot of us flying at this time. Yes,
they
guys,
see Airpeace how it is.
Yeah, but I think I enjoyed my flight with Airpeace. So
and they'll come to Nigeria and build this box, this match box.
So guys, the plane was full.
So just to, I just wanted to share that and the information that Kene was asking about. This Addis Ababa one, we didn't see it fly, but it's indicating that there is international capacity in that airport. But if you look at the size, you can see that it needs to be bigger if you want more people to come in there. That is what the issue is. And CM was arguing that they built all these things, but if they build them, then maybe they should be building them bigger. And I'm sure they are going to expand it, but maybe that is the issue. That's why they are not having a lot of people flowing in there. I think people don't like to travel there.
Father, you see, apart from this airport in Enugu, which airport in Nigeria can even be compared to the worst airport in the United States here? Which airport? The worst airport in the United States.
Mr. Jude, no airline. Mr. Jude, no airline in Nigeria will ever survive with the way the airline is working.
I need to say
that's what I'm saying.
I need to say something.
I mean,
okay, go ahead.
I need to say something. Please, I need to say something. You see,
okay, go ahead and say it.
I have to address you directly. Listen. Please give me your audience. I need to address you directly.
Go ahead, we are hearing you.
And I have to tell you openly. Forefathers, you are being evil. Today, I cannot know the type of person you are. Why should you put me backstage? For what? This belongs to Rudolph. It's not your own. Only small opportunity for you to moderate. Excuse me, please. Excuse me, please. I don't even know whether you're a Nigerian. Which ethnic group are you? Which ethnic group are you? Be proud if you are not ashamed to say your ethnic group. People.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to save you this trouble. I'm not going to let you descend yourself. I think CM, you are too valuable to say this politics. I'm not going to see. I'm not going to let CM degrade himself this way. I think it's not in a good place. CM is not in a good place right now.
Forefathers.
I'm too old for this.
Forefathers, I don't know if you guys have discussed about what is going on in Lagos State. My people are being killed, and we are here talking about useless airports.
There's an elder in the house. Give me 1 second, please.
My people are being killed. My brother, Thomas, they were not allowed to participate in their election. They were denied to participate in the election, right?
My brother,
which is fine.
In Port Harcourt, Bayelsa people died there too.
Hold on. So this is what I'm saying.
In the house.
Okay, basic, Igbo basic. Go ahead, sir.
Please. We're going through a lot right now. I'm just looking through a tweet of our people who are saying, please come to our help. Get at Army headquarters. This is happening in Lagos. This is not a joke. We are here talking about all these things. I wanted to tamper it down by, first of all, asking Ekene, are you related to Franklin or is Franklin Ekene in Bebia? Just to see what I can do to calm the tempo down. This is a tweet that just came from the Situation Room. And it says, please, we are being attacked in Abuloshun this night, even by our Yoruba neighbors. Abuloshun, opposite Trade Fair, Lagos. We need at headquarters Nigerian Army present. Igbos are being attacked. We are not safe. If we retaliate, it is war. And we are here talking about airports.
Exactly.
Yeah,
These are the kind of things that when it comes to our attention, we'll find a way to address it.
Let me share the report that we are seeing from Nigeria. It says Lagos. I think there's no sound. Okay, Lagos election. Igbo reportedly attacked in Abule Ado. Police react. So I think we can see that an attack on Igbos has been reported in the Abule Ado area of Lagos State. Though the police have countered. The incident occurred hours after the governorship and House of Assembly took place in most parts of the state. A trending video shows two young Igbo men being carried into a vehicle after they were allegedly wounded by suspected political thugs. Located near Festac town in Omowo Odofin local government area.
Odofin.
Abule Edo has a large population of southeasterners.
No, it's a Cameroonian.
Yeah, I think that there is a come on now. Okay, that's the video.
Oh wow, they say they shot this one. So they shot this one.
That was in the morning.
Yeah, morning this today. Even those coming back from church, there were a lot of voice note flying around, people in distress asking for help, for rescue, because they couldn't go home. They were barricaded or ambushed.
And this is not movie acting, no. This is not movie acting.
What I don't understand, election has come and gone.
Please, guys, can I take the first comment on this?
They didn't allow them to vote. And
can I take the first comment on this?
Them. I don't understand. They came to vote, they didn't allow them to vote, and they're still going about killing them, fighting them, wounding them, destroying their properties. Honestly, it's so sad.
I don't. Why am I in the show when you can't give me a chance to speak? For what? Am I a slave here?
CM, my brother.
CM, please. Just when it's your turn, you will speak. Just calm down. Let's
address CM because I'm about to leave.
Can I speak to this, please? Can I give my own opinion?
Let me address CM and you'll be able to handle this. CM, my brother. You know what? Because I don't want any of us to have hypertension. At my age and time, I'm still staying out here, monitoring things, and I'm just, my brother, please, I take God Beguna. You want me to cry so that you realize that we just JJ. Now we. The best thing we can do is do the best we can to calm ourselves down because tempers are flaring right now. All over. And the best thing we can do for ourselves is just take a deep breath. If I can't participate, I will go to the back room and cry. That's just the reality. Because if I stay here, I'm about to shed tears. I've gone through this before. Please, my brothers.
See, calm down, Igbo. Calm down. So this is it, right? See, somebody, I think it was Alexi.
Can you let me just?
When Alexi was talking earlier today, he said that when you are not being affected, you may not really understand what is going on. This area, Festac, Ablado, all those areas are Igbo, dominated areas. I have my own people there, right? And I can't even sleep. The worst part was that I've been calling them and nobody's picking my call. And it gets me worried. Igbo people are not being allowed to participate, to vote in Lagos State today. But very soon, even in River State, Igbo people are denied voting, right? Very soon, there will be their useless census coming up. And they will want to count Igbo people in Lagos State. That will never happen. If it is one crime that I will commit in Nigeria, let it be. They are saying Simon Epa. and they are talking about Simon Ekpa. There are a lot that are even worse than Simon Ekpa. They have not seen anything yet. So when it's census, Igbo people will be counted in Lagos State. Igbo people should not try that rubbish. When it's time for census, go back to your homeland and be counted in your homeland. No Igbo person will be counted in Lagos State. Since that is what they want to prove to us, that they are stupid, we want to we will also show them that we know how to handle stupid people. You will not allow them to participate in the vote. You will kill them for voting a candidate of their choice. And when it's census, you want to count them in your useless, stupid census. It is time we stand up for these people. Enough of all this peace-talking rubbish. If you really want to talk for peace, if you really want to talk for, if you want to preach for peace, there must be justice.
I'll give you 15 seconds.
Time to really stand up and defend ourselves. Stop running away from these people, man. They don't carry two heads. They have just one head as you have. Protect yourself. I saw some of them singing Nzobu with 2x2 and machete. For what?
Calm down.
They kill your person with gun. Go and get your own gun too.
Some other person wants to speak. Some other person
get your own gun. Stop preaching peace. There will never be peace when there is no justice.
Come on.
We can't keep running away from these people.
Me at the backside. I need to speak too.
Because others have to speak. Okay.
I need to speak. See, this is a critical time. I need to speak. My opening salvo is this. My opening salvo is this.
You are not obeying protocol.
You keep putting me at the backside.
Because you're not adhering to protocol.
Wait. You will have
to walk.
Calm down.
You are not the one.
CM has spoken a lot. CM has spoken a lot. CM, can you stay calm? There are other people here. You're not the only,
See, I need to share something.
Calm down. Calm down.
I need to share something so that we really learn a serious lesson here. Hold on, let me just play the video because this video is very instructive to what is happening to us right now.
What is all this video? I need to say something. You keep playing video. This
Can
is
you calm down? What is there to wait to vent? Calm down.
Hold on. We are here. Hold on.
Christian psychologist Ari Kruglansky has long grappled with.
The early assumption on the part of social scientists was that it reflects a kind of psychopathology, that these people are basically mentally disturbed and abnormal.
These are
that
trash.
was in the 70s and early 80s.
Irrelevant.
But research has never shown that terrorists have any more mental problems than the general population. So how do they decide to kill themselves in order to murder many? Surely most people would not make this choice. Or could they? Could these cheerleaders become martyrs? It's an absurd question, but Ari believes anyone can, given the right push.
In this particular experiment, we try to emulate the process of group identification. What are you ready to commit on behalf of the group?
Ari divides his subjects into two groups. Then he asks each group to read a story and to circle the pronouns as they go. But Ari has given each group slightly different versions of the story. One group is a story which only has singular pronouns: I, me, and mine.
I go to the city often. My anticipation fills me as I see the skyscrapers come into view.
The other group has the same story, but with plural pronouns: we, us, and ours.
We go to the city often. Our anticipation fills us as we see the skyscrapers come into view.
Ari is priming his subjects, activating their subconscious to focus on belonging or not belonging to a group.
It has been demonstrated that once you prime these plural pronouns, a person gets into a mindset of group identification.
Priming. It's time to test exactly how much the we and the I groups would sacrifice for members of their group. He asks the cheerleaders to participate in a classic psychological scenario called the trolley problem.
It portrays individuals who are in danger of being run over by a trolley. And the dilemma is for a person who could save them by sacrificing their life and throwing themselves in front of the trolley.
First, Ari tests the subjects who were primed to think of themselves as individuals. Only 30% say they would give their lives for their friends. Then Ari tests the we group. The difference is profound.
Over 90% of people primed with the we, ours, us pronouns were willing to self-sacrifice for the group.
Ari's experiment shows that group dynamics have incredible influence on individual behavior. Even a subtle feeling of belonging can dramatically change what you're willing to do.
That doesn't mean that everybody's equally susceptible to the influence of violent ideologies. So there are individuals.
So the reason why I share that, well, let me just explain the reason why I share that. It might seem irrelevant to people. The reason why I share that is the ease at which we can turn on each other. If we don't realize it, that's why destructions happen, and we ask ourselves, how did we get here? 2 people have been injured now in a violent attack. The Igbos have been attacked repeatedly recently. It's a markets burnt and all the rest. But let's keep ourselves in check. The pain you are feeling, believe me, from where I sit, I feel like me too, I'm under attack here. Because when this trouble happens, you're all going to pay for it. And if you are a Yoruba man that is seeing the thinking that, oh, it's not going to come to you, or a Northerner, it's going to affect all of you. That's why we are in this mess. We are all susceptible to this type of stuff, and it's very easy. You can see that one page can make a lot of difference in the way people think. This is why it's easy for politicians to manipulate us. If we don't understand this, I'm telling you, before this election, and I've said it, that I've heard from somebody saying something like that they will never allow some candidates to win this election. That if they win, they're going to do something to create a situation where you are going to get a coup.
El-Rufai said something like that.
We have to be careful. We fall into a trap.
He said rather than an Igbo man to rule Nigeria, Nigeria will break up. El-Rufai said that.
Because when soldiers come out now, all the constitution goes away. All of them. INEC, all of them, bye-bye. That's for another 10 or maybe 20 years if we are lucky. We have to be careful for falling for all these things. I know how painful it is, but right now it's not really out of control, and I believe that hopefully they are going to contain this in. Look at how Igbo Basics was in tears. It tells you this runs very, very deep. It's not for us, we are just seeing it now, but for Igbo people, and most of them, in their minds, this is not today. It's been happening repeatedly. And Nigerians
No, I'm going to speak after forefathers, and okay, look at what I'm going to speak after forefathers. Please, listen. I just want to say something. Let us keep the one that is happening in Lagos aside for now. Okay, let's take it for instance when things happen in the southeast, like all these unknown gunmen and everything, and they are all in masks. Sometimes they are not even in masks. How do you differentiate if that unknown gunman is from Igbo land? He is if someone who is from Igbo land killing Igbo people, or if he came from somewhere else. Now, a lot of things are happening in Lagos. This is a sign of lack of good governance. It doesn't matter. The reason is this. It's because a lot of people who are even Igbos speak Yoruba fluently, who have lived in Lagos for a long time. Who told you some people are Igbos are not gullible people who are also being used to attack people, stop people from voting? A lot of Yorubas were also suppressed from voting by this violence because some Yorubas wanted to vote for Rosevival. Are you telling me no Yoruba wanted to vote for Rosevival and they were not suppressed? And that is the reason, even when you see the other election, presidential election, someone came to the polling unit and said, if you want to vote for P2P, if you're not voting for APC, don't vote. When they start playing these tricks, it's not necessarily that it is a Yoruba person who is inflicting that injury. Just because people are in Yoruba land. I am saying this because my whole, in fact, majority, most, if not all of my family are in Festac. with businesses everywhere. I spent most of my day today speaking to my family members in Lagos. Okay, so if we come out here now and say, oh, it's the Yoruba people that are killing Igbos, how many Yoruba people did you see killing Igbos? Because some people who are enslaved in Togri come out and are doing the biz of their masters, does that make all of them?
Did you listen to that video?
No, I cannot wait.
Franklin, did you listen to that video?
Do you have any way to prove that all of them are Yorubas? Can you differentiate which one is a Yoruba, which one is a South man who speaks Yoruba, or which one is an Igbo man who speaks Yoruba?
MC Oluomo, is he an Igbo guy?
Be careful with our comments. Someone like MC Oluomo should be under arrest since years ago.
Is he an Igbo guy? Who instigated the killing? Who instigated the killing? MC Oluomo. Is MC Oluomo an Igbo guy?
Steve, now, good. Mention MC Oluomo on this platform. Mention MC Oluomo. There are people who I mentioned. When you mentioned what's his name, El Rufai, I didn't go against it. If you mention MC Oluomo, I will not go against it. If you have
Hold on. See, what I'm trying to say is that if they had done something about Oluomo right now, you see, Franklin, try to understand this. If
this wouldn't have been happening.
Exactly. Or even if it happened, the people will give it the benefit of the doubt that someone's going to be done about it. This is the decay that we are talking about. And you can't necessarily just blame them. And it's really hard. But the ones that are aware of this have to understand that some people are trying to sabotage us here. They are trying to sabotage us.
Forefather, just follow the algorithm. Start giving people some number. Forefather, just start with Eddie so that let it go round. Forefather, do it your way.
Please, I need to say something. I've been on backstage for a long time.
I will come back.
I've been a backstage for a long time.
Let Franklin finish his thought. Franklin, take 1 minute to finish your thought.
See, my brothers, I'm hot. My family members, when their businesses were burnt. But how is there any way to prove that the people who are carrying out that attack, that they are only Yoruba people? This is my question. And if anyone here can prove to me that it's only Yoruba, and who told you?
In that video, the victims accuse Yoruba Aboros. They accuse Yoruba Aboros being the perpetrators. In that video, rewatch it.
Who is an Anambra man, I believe, who is a key factor in Asiwaju cabinet. That's the same way you will see someone among who are Igbos who are also in the cabal of MC Oluomo. What you guys must understand is this: when these political actors are doing this, they are ganged up together. It comprises of people from Igbo, people from Hausa, people from Ijaw, people from. They are all together. Once they are benefiting from our troubles.
Franklin, thank you. So other people can speak. Who hasn't spoken lately?
Franklin, watch that video. The victims accuse Yoruba
Forefather, just follow the algorithm so that we will not be talking.
We need to go around. It needs to go around.
Eddie
Kwanzaa hasn't said anything. He's been here for a long time. See, Eddie Kwanzaa hasn't said one word for a long time.
This discrimination.
Go ahead.
I understand tempers are high, but let's and I won't blame anybody because in the narrative they're playing in Lagos, I won't say all Yorubas, but the narrative they're playing is that Igbo or you look like Igbo. So, for instance, because I'm fair, if I go to vote there, they will say, "Oh, I don't look Yoruba." So how does a Yoruba person look, or how does an Igbo person look? So that's my fear, because what if tomorrow in the south, what if tomorrow in Anambra City they say, okay, you look Yoruba, you are not allowed to vote. So I feel the government, if like you said, if they have taken down MC Oluomo, whatever they call it, if they have taken down that Alafin of what they call it, Oba of Lagos or whatever, the guy that called Igbos to his palace.
Even the Oba of Lagos,
if they have caution, even if Sanwo-Olu has come out to say this is not, because you're not going to blame people. You're not going to blame people because me now I'm in the UK, but I feel hot. Because I feel something, and if I can feel it from here, I'm sure the Igbos, the Southerners, will be feeling it worse, because I think we are sitting on a time bomb, but we don't know.
And you see, and any somebody from anybody from the southwest thinking that this is supposed to be a kind of bold thing to do, they don't understand how dangerous it is for them. If okay, let's say if Tinubu is president-elect, what do you think is going to happen when a military guy comes into office? You think there's going to be an election? It could be any northerner, and then it's over again. Another Abiola happen again. Is that what we want to face?
Because
this is madness, and this is why they need to admonish somebody like Oluomo. They need to admonish that Oba. All those about things. They need to
Lagos State Governor has not said anything against this. None of the political elite has said anything against
the government is not functioning. The government is accommodating it. It's Lagos State government. But
then are you seeing some complicity there?
This is where how we
complicit.
should focus our argument.
See,
this is not a matter of complacency. They are the ones sending them to for their own political
I'm judging Franklin now that is trying to defend it. No Igbo man will commit such actions on his fellow Igbo in Lagos.
My brother Kenneth, but people are killing people in the southeast, hanging their heads on a platter.
If Femi Bajamila had come out to say this is not the case, or if the Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly had come out, so everybody's come, and it's happened. If in my house now, I have people visiting, and they're staying in my house to perpetrate crime, when the people associate me as the person behind, they will associate me because they're in my house. So that's why people are saying the Yorubas, because if prominent Yoruba figures have come out to say this is not right, everybody is supposed to vote where they are. That is, it's not like they're pointing, but whether you like it or not, we are tribal in Africa, we are tribal in Nigeria. Whether you like, there is no way you're going to say, even me now, I associate myself as a South job boy, but we are tribal, so you can't deny it. So if people are calling this, it's because they've seen it that, bro, this thing happened in 1967. This same thing happened in 1967. This same thing happened a couple of weeks ago during the presidency, and it's happening today. What are they going to say? Are they going to say it's some people from South Africa killing them? They're not going to say that. They're going to call the people in the land where they're killing them.
Eddie, let me say this before he goes off. Franklin, when people are being killed or were being killed in the Southeast, the Igbo elite, Igbo people came out and condemned that. I want to see Sonwo-Olu or Sonwo-Olu, whatever he called himself. I want to see Yoruba leaders to come up and condemn this same thing.
Okay, thank you.
We condemn evil in Southeast. So stop peddling this cheap propaganda. We condemn evil when we see one.
It's between Jude and CM. So CM's turn is not strictly due. Jude's turn, I think, is the one that is due. And before, I think actually it's
I want to.
CM can talk.
No, let CM talk. Let CM talk.
Okay, yes. Talk now.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah. You see,
you got this in 3 minutes so that we can move. 3 minutes, Sorry.
Rudolph Okonkwo letting you forefathers to moderate this. That is the greatest mistake of history. You are a demented bigot. I now know you are evil. I have to let you know. And not these people can bear me witness. Today I knew
I know you don't
the
mean
type of person
right.
you are. I've challenged you.
CM, I know you don't mean
Leave me my 3 minutes now. Why are you taking my 3 minutes? Let me. He's interrupting me again. What sort of a bigot are you? If you're not ashamed, you should let people know the ethnic group you come from in Nigeria. If you're a Nigerian at all, I never knew that you are this evil. The best example of Hitler ever lived is you. The fact that Rudolph allowed you to control this, that is the greatest mistake he will ever make in his life. I never knew that you are this chameleonic in nature. I never knew. I pity the woman you are living with. I pity who didn't pity you.
Is it okay that we let him carry on like this? It's not fair on him.
This is not right. This is not right. See, and anyone can see this is not right. Please don't allow this guy to continue. It's not right.
Not in a good place at the moment.
Let's focus on it.
I think that is okay. That's fine. I mean, it's so we can't allow.
Jude, please. It's sad because some of all this stuff he lost someone.
I know he's
so he's been going through a lot of.
And rightfully so, but this is gone beyond that. Okay. Now, what I
That's
want
what
to
happens.
say,
Personally,
what
I'm not taking it personally because I know it's not.
People are hurting. People are really, really hurting.
You see, what I want to
You
say
guys
is
don't
that
really understand.
you see, everybody is now. A lot of people are hurting in all these things, and I will implore people that I know everybody has right to their opinion, and I will implore people that comes here to air their opinion. Stop using certain words such as, election have gone. Let us, what will be what next? Let's begin to strategize for the next 4 years. Or election has gone. Let us, carry on with our life as if election has the so-called election happen in the way that election is supposed to be happen. If this election has been conducted in such a fair, credible, and transparent way, do you think we will all be talking about this? We will all be rejoicing no matter who would have won. If this election was carried out fairly, and Tinubu wins, and Sanwo-Olu wins, and other people won, and it's not Labour Party, yes, some of us who probably have been desiring for a better country, a better Nigeria, and knew that through the candidates in Labour Party, as exemplified by Obi, will probably take us to where we are desiring, where we want to go. We'll feel bad, but at the end of the day, we'll comfort ourselves with the fact that at least he tried our best. At least Labour Party tried their best, but they didn't make it because the election was fair, credible, and free. But that was not the case. That is why all of what is happening now is happening. Okay, and then if we continue now to postpone, because this is like postponing our progress till another 4 years. Because trust you me, in fact, I'm sure by the time Tinubu comes in, he may not even be able to come on this platform again to come and speak, because everything they are going to buy, go and market. They are going to, if they didn't buy outright social media, they are going to censor it in such a way that you will not even be able to talk. Even if you have to come out, you have to take permission, and you have to drop your information. Should you speak anything against the government, they know how to come and pick you. Let us remember, Ashiwaju alias Jagabandi said that he doesn't even watch social media again. That when he watch it, they curse him and blah blah blah. Do you think somebody who already have this kind of misgiving about social media become a president tomorrow and will say, "Oh, social media, you guys you guys tried a lot. Okay, we continue to promote you. We continue to go ahead and continue to carry on." No. They are going to bind it, if not outrightly, like I said, they are going to so much censor it that we will not be able to come out like this and express all these views because they wouldn't want to be challenged. I am telling you, we should all brace up for what is to come. But one thing I'm sure, and the hope I still have, is that Obi is going to regain his mandate. And when he does, he's going to clean up all this mess in Nigeria. And Nigeria will be a better person. And if he doesn't, kiss goodbye. That is it.
Thank you, CM. I think it's Oko. You came at the right time. I'm sure you have a lot to say about what you've heard so far.
Yeah, well done. I have a lot to say, but what I wanted to say before I go on, I am pleading to everybody. Whenever someone is talking, I believe that Forefather is our moderator. If he's moderating, he's like a leader. If we cannot discipline ourselves to respect one another and to respect the moderator, then we are as worse as those that we are even talking about in Nigeria. So I believe that Forefather will give each of us, if he say I'm giving 5 minutes, let him be the only one. I don't expect anybody unmuting yourself. Even when, let's take for instance, Ekene says something that I don't like. You respect it, and allow him to finish. When he finishes, respectfully, you respond. That is how decent and civil people do. In offices we work, people get fat here. You don't react. If you react, you lose your job. So we must not practice what to do, not only at our place of work or in our family, but when we come in, so this is on tape. Like somebody calling somebody evil, sometimes we use words attacking your family. It does not justify it. And for me, it's sad. So that's the bit I want to say. Back to what I wanted to say about the conversation on the airport. You know, I was asking Forefather, is it for real? I thought that was a Nollywood movie the time I entered. I didn't know it was really actually an international airport. But that having said, what I wanted to say on that clip before I go to the main topic, please bear me because I'm not speaking. I'm watching everyone speak. What I wanted to say about that clip shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Nigeria, with all due respect, was systematically designed to be like that. People make money when it's not that those funds were not allocated. If somebody told you how many billions of naira that was allocated to this election that was a total failure, the average people were defending it. But nobody is asking what happened to those money. I had a document, somebody sent that documents to me, I couldn't believe it. If you know the master origin of Lagos, as we all see today, the Lagos airport, you will know that part of Oshodi as the city is part of the airport. But they cut it. Nobody has asked Molitala Mohammed. He was the one that commissioned these things. Why did you cut costs? They did a lot of shampoo work, and that is why no matter what you do in Lagos, traffic will never end. That was not master of Lagos. Lagos extends beyond Victoria Land. Going to that is the area, with all due respect, I give Tinubu that because Tinubu understood it, because he understood the game and he's trying to expand it. When he was the government, he could not. Because if you remember, listen, I don't like Tinubu as a person, but when I see somebody who has vision about Lagos, I give it to him. When Tinubu was the governor, remember, he never received anything from Obasanjo. He generated the fund. He knew that the fund is in Lagos. That man tried that time. But Tinubu, presently, for me, with all due respect, is not mental. It's not Tinubu of 1999 and 2003. Tinubu has no idea of what is happening in the world affairs today. Age has caught up with him, and I don't want to go about his private life, but we should not give him respect where it is due. But the only thing I have to say about this problem we're having, and I said Nigeria was designed that we were having this conversation, emotions are running out, Igbo business is crying. I'm equally feeling it because I have my family, all of us has a family in Nigeria. People are cashing out, even as we're having problems, even as we are quarreling. People are signing up money on it. And I believe those people are the political elites. When you see, I hear my word. Before the election, somebody said to me, bring $1,000, we're going to bet. Obi is not going to win. I'm forbidden, but Obi will not win. I said, I don't have $1,000, but I can give 500. We betted. I think I won. Why did he win? He told me, all this is happening. This guy was telling me, look, that Obi is too refined for Nigeria, that Obi cannot win. I said, what do you mean? That Obi is coming to make a change. And I step back. It's now that I begin to play back, and which I will advise every one of us. Let's go back and watch the clip of Obasanjo before this election. The clip of Edwin Clark. These were the people, they were elders who recognized the only way you can bring Igbos back to Nigeria, the only way you can find total healing after the Civil War, Obi seems to be the only place the whole country accepting. And El-Rufai understood it when El-Rufai said, Igbo cannot win without us. And the man was not making a careless statement. Even though we know that Obi won, but they still, see, the government of Buhari, that's why I keep on saying Buhari he may look stupid, but he's very smart. He's holding the yam, he's holding the onion. If Buhari was smart, and ex-president is telling you, Nigeria is on a time bomb. Do not call that result. Buhari went ahead and called that result. That is accumulated grievance. What you see in Southeast, not just because Obi is too good. When you see people voting, they didn't read that election. The Southeasterners feel that they are not part of Nigeria. When they didn't feel it in Obi, they started feeling it in 1999 with Obasanjo. When their leaders threw a poem and came to talk to them, say, hey, for us to get this vision, let's work with Obasanjo. And we saw how the Easterners, all of us, each have gone to PDP overnight. All the 5 states captured by East. Now, in 2003, Buhari made the Southerners believe that they are not part of it. I went by the history. And we saw that Southeasterners didn't hide their feelings. That's to tell you that Igbos are Republicans in nature. They don't care. And they did not vote for Buhari. And as stupid as it was, Buhari said, don't worry, the 5%, I don't care. We saw how that statement generates political heat. What I'm trying to say that when you see, so I'm glad that Judy mentioned about that. Tinubu, with all due respect, it cannot change. Tinubu is not going to change anything. Tinubu is going to cause more divides. Look at his statement. He didn't even acknowledge anybody. He said, my party will reward you. I will reward you. If you are for me, it's us and them. And today in Lagos, the Igbos, with all due respect, don't equally see themselves as part of Nigeria. For the first time, they are saying, let us be a part of Nigeria. And before I end, I want to say this thing. With all due respect, if you're in Nigeria, I'm not saying because I'm an Igbo man, count yourself lucky to have a tribe called the Igbos in your midst. I can bet my chest no other tribe has done it. And I'm saying it on record. It is only Igbo man who will leave his father's land. He has never built anything in his own house. He will come to a foreign land, develop their land, pay the tax, do everything, live by your rules. But when he asks, let me participate, exercise my fundamental human rights, you now tell him you're not from here. Let me be honest with you. I will feel very comfortable if somebody who is a white man, if I'm facing a white man who is a racist, than facing a fellow Nigerian telling me I'm not Nigerian enough to be a councillor in Lagos. And all my life I have been in Lagos, I have traded in Lagos, I have contributed in Lagos. All the roads that have been tied in Lagos, my taxes, my money, because you collect the taxes from internal revenue to do that. But after the election, you want us to continue building the economy. Tell me all the markets in Lagos. No, I want us to fast. All the markets that we have in Lagos today, the engine room is Igbo. And if you're lying to yourself, every Christmas, from December 24th to January 1st, visit all the cruise lines in Lagos, all the commercial zones. It's like ghost town. What does that tell you? They are a peculiar people. Their force is called grace. If Nigerians could make these people, and which was what Edward Clark was saying, which was what Obasanjo was saying, let's make this people to come. That's all they're asking. It's not that people becoming president that Igbo people are going to be rich. To be honest with you, what Igbo people are asking, and that's what Nandi is saying, that's what the Igbo leader is saying, a fairground. But I realize that word is a strange word in Nigeria. And I thank you all for giving me your time.
Well spoken. I take your point. Very, very. Nobody even interjected because I think you were making a lot of sense. Thank you. So let's let Miraj say something, and take your 5 minutes to just address us. I'm sure you have heard what we've been talking about. You are muted.
First of all, I want to thank you, Forefather, for for your calmness. You know, it's not easy to either to be a leader or to be someone in charge of something. You always have people who will be kicking against it, either directly or indirectly. The man who made some comment, I think you overstepped his boundary when he mentioned your family, which shouldn't have happened. But all the same, I would also like to advise you as a fellow brother, in the course of your being a moderator in this issue, to always try to be impartial, because you see, last time I was here, I saw that woman they call Mama H.E. also. You saw how he was attacking Rudolph, that Rudolph never allowed her to talk. Each time it was her time to say something, that they will give her 3 minutes. And so she was asking who spoke and all. If you don't spoke, I will spoke. And so spoke was everywhere. So what I'm just trying to say is this: you should also try to be impartial, and I commend you for your calmness. Back to the main topic. I've been listening all this while for over, let me say, 3 hours or so, and I have heard many comments and about the situation of things in Nigeria, in Lagos, and all that. We all must agree that when it comes to issue of a political issue in Nigeria, there are 2 words that are very delicate. Once you mention it, everybody stand on their toes. It's just like you're telling them, be careful. And number one is, once you mention Biafra, people everybody will take his own stand. Either they shift or they back you up. The majority of people, you normally see them, they try to act as if it doesn't concern them. But it concerns them, because the same place we are in, if you don't put it in order, there will be fire on the mountain. And the second word is Igbo. Anywhere you find Igbo man, you will always have people who will either say they are too intimidating, or they want to have it, or they want to cash away people who were there before and take position. So you find out that these 2 words, they are somehow related to one another. So Biafra and Igbo man, what is happening now in Lagos is a long time coming. It has been a long time coming. It's not something that happened all of a sudden today. But the thing is just that when something is happening at a particular location, and you have those who are supposed to be in charge of that situation, even putting more fire into the situation, causing the youth to act as if they are crazy, backing them up, you find out that there will still be much of that action in that particular place. It doesn't matter whether there are Ibibios who are among the Yorubas who are doing that, or Igbos who are among them. But people from that location who are carrying out that action, you find out that people will say it is them, because it's in their state. For example, Yoruba, today, you find out that the Benin people have been saying that Yoruba people should calm down a little bit, that they know that Lagos is not their own, that it was them that left it for them. And now Yoruba people are telling Igbos to go and develop their own side. Now, you to tell an Igbo man to go, where do you want? You want him to carry all his motorcar spare parts and everything on the head and travel back to East and start business. The thing is just that when it comes to politics, these politicians, they know how to knock our heads together. So what they do is they just find all those delicate issues they know that will keep us focused on that aspect while they are planning on how to rig the elections, and then knock our heads. We'll be talking about that thing. We'll be fighting about that single thing until they have achieved that. Sanwo-Olu, I saw him, he was standing in front of a church, shaking everybody's hand that was coming out from the church. Okay, now he has won, I guess. Let's see whether he will still be seen in any church at all within these 4 years that he still has, standing in front of it and shaking everybody's hands. The thing is just, we should, for example, we should just try and understand that politicians are not for us. There should be a kind of revolution or a kind of end to all this rubbish, because we still have these old people who are gullible. These people who they don't care. All they want is how to make money enough for their 10th generation that is still yet unborn. So Our situation should not always be against ourselves, but against those people who want us to be against ourselves. So what I'm just trying to say here is we have seen what happened in Lagos, and it's still happening because I heard some people were killed. We should not say it doesn't concern us, but it is still against a particular ethnic group because that I read a tweet from Aisha Yusufu today or yesterday, where she was advising Igbos to learn what happened in Kano, how the Igbos in Kano, how they handled the issue of election that led them to live at peace with the people in Kano. And somebody commented under it and said, yes, that wherever Igbos go, they want to always intimidate the people there. How can you go to another man's state and want to rule them? Is it no longer Nigeria? Is Nigeria a place where you have to candidate for a particular position only when you are from that place? I mean, if Nigeria is truly a democracy, an Hausa man can say, okay, let me go to the east and candidate for governorship. Or a Yoruba man can candidate anywhere in the country. Here in Europe, they don't even ask you which part of the state you are. So long as you are qualified, they listen to you. So long as you have something to offer, they listen to you. But in Nigeria, everything is just scattered. Once you start talking, everybody brings in the tribal thing, which they know that is very delicate. So we should be wiser than this, because those of us who are outside, it's like a football field. When you are inside the field, you play. People will say, you see your guy, you for pass him, the other guy now, you know, see him. But if you are put inside that field now, you will play the same thing that the other person played. So those of us outside, we have seen what democracy is all about, how it's practiced in this part of the world. And we so desire that that thing is practiced in Nigeria. So since we have leaders who are still not ready to do that, that is why when issues like this arise, everybody is angry. So I just pray that we grow to come to a stage where we will all agree and remove all these gullible old vampires we have as leaders. That is just all I have to say. Thank you.
I think there has to be an intervention. There's somebody that just did something and it distracted a lot of people. Look at Kene now. Kene cannot keep a straight face. So thou shalt not tell. Whatever is happening on this panel shall not be revealed out there. So nobody should be asking silly questions.
You see these people on the comment section are very wicked.
Don't mind them. They won't stop. They just keep asking, like as if it's their business. It's none of their business. Let them mind their business, Jerry. So yeah, who is next? I think Paul hasn't said anything for a while now.
No, I think Rock.
Okay, Rock. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think OCO spoke when he was speaking, and what he said is something I can really kind of relate to. If I'm in America, so if you're in America and you see someone telling you, go back home, you Africans, go back to your country, you feel pain, right? You feel that hurt. But it hits you differently when you are in your country and someone tells you, Mona, go develop on Anambra State. It's like, or go back, leave this place and go back to your state. So the reason why that hurts is because our leaders always say this, and I've heard a lot of our leaders talk about anybody can do any business in any part of Nigeria. I've seen that on Arise News. Most of our leaders, they come online and they speak all of these things, but do they really mean that? Or is that just more like a cover-up to just say, like, I spoke? Because someone was saying here that I've not seen Sanwo-Olu condemn this. Do you think it's difficult for him to just come out and just speak, oh, I condemn this, we condemn this? It's easy, right? That doesn't mean that they